raised yesterday by the House Leader of the official opposition concerning today's statutory debate being held pursuant to Emergency Act. In his intervention, the member asked for the Chair's interpretation of the provisions found in subsection 58(6) of the Act, which state that the motion is to be debated without interruption. He argued that the plain meaning of these words is that once the debate begins, it cannot be interrupted for any other business, and the House is required to sit continuously until it's concluded. He also cited past examples of statutory debates that had similar provisions, but noted that those statutes contained explicit wording allowing for such interpretation or interruptions, provisions that are absent in the Emergencies Act.
Lorsqu'il s'agit de prendre une décision, la présidence s'appuie sur les renseignements procéduraux et sur les précédents. En ce qui traite aux lois, mes prédécesseurs ont maintes fois expliqué qu'il n'appartient pas à la présidence de se prononcer sur la question de la nature constitutionnelle ou juridique. L'un d'eux, dans une décision rendue le 24 octobre 2011, à la page 2405 des débats, a déclaré, et je cite, « Il importe de faire une distinction claire entre interpréter les dispositions d'une loi, ce qui ne relève pas de la compétence de la présidence, et veiller à ce que la Chambre emploie des procédures et des pratiques saines. Ce qui, bien entendu, est le rôle de la présidence. » Fin de citation. Comme l'a souligné le leader de la Chambre de l'opposition officielle, lors de nombreux débats prescrits par la loi, la Chambre a décidé de la manière d'interpréter les dispositions législatives dans le contexte parlementaire en adoptant une motion sur les paramètres régissant un débat exigé par la loi. Cela relève évidemment du privilège incontesté de la Chambre d'être maître de ses propres travaux. Or, selon le député, en l'absence de pareille motion, la Chambre doit respecter le sens ordinaire du texte de la loi. The members cited a number of principles to follow in interpreting statutes. I would suggest that a critical one, often cited by the courts, is the principle of contextual construction. It is described by Dreger in Construction of Statutes, second editions, at page 87, and I quote, "The words of an act are to be in the entire context and in their grammatical and ordinary sense harmoniously with the scheme of the act, the object of the act, and the intention of Parliament," unquote. Following Sullivan in Statutory Interpretation, second edition, 1 reads on pages 58 and 59, and I quote, "There are problems with the plain meaning rule. In the first place, the distinction it draws between reading and interpretation is illusory. Second, the plain meaning rule expressly requires courts to distinguish between clear or plain meaning on the one hand and ambiguous or doubtful meaning on the other. The distinction has no solid basis," unquote. To understand how the wording without interruption came to be, the Chair has reviewed the evidence given at the Legislative Committee on Bill C-77 in the second session of the 33rd Parliament. Originally, this section of the bill provided that the motion be debated for 3 days without interruption. A member moved an amendment to strike the 3-day limit, arguing that he did not want to see a mechanism for time allocation built into the Act. He instead suggested that it be subjected to the normal rules of the House. Another member explicitly asked if the provisions as drafted meant that the House would need to sit for 72 hours straight to consider the motion. The response given, both by the Parliamentary Secretary and by the official present, was that the provisions of the Act had to be interpreted
within the context of the House's rules. Therefore, any extension to the House's sitting hours would have to occur pursuant to the normal procedures. This was clearly the understanding of the members of the committee when they removed the 3-day limit on debate. I refer members to the evidence of the committee from April 12, 1988, especially pages 945 and 946. The amendment was adopted, and the provision was further amended at report stage to arrive at the current wording of the Act. Étant donné l'intention claire des législateurs qui ont adopté cette disposition, la présidence a la difficulté à accepter l'argument selon lequel cette motion doit faire l'objet d'un débat sans interruption tant que la Chambre ne sera pas prête à se prononcer. Je propose plutôt de traiter la question comme un ordre du jour qui doit être traité en priorité par rapport aux autres ordres du jour en cours et de maintenir l'horaire des travaux de la Chambre prévus dans notre règlement. Autrement dit, la Chambre va aborder les rubriques comme les affaires courantes, les déclarations de députés, les questions orales, le débat d'ajournement, etc. à l'heure habituelle et elle s'ajournera à l'heure habituelle. The Chair recognizes that this is an important debate on an urgent matter and that many members will wish to express their views. If parties feel the current rule should be adapted to this context, I strongly encourage the parties to follow the practice used in past statutory debates and to arrive at an agreement. I thank all the members for their attention. Tabling of documents, dépôt de documents. Introduction of government bills. Statements by ministers. Rapport de délégation interparlementaire, l'honorable député de Nickel-Belt.
L'article 34.1 du règlement, j'ai l'honneur de présenter à la Chambre, dans les 2 langues officielles, les rapports suivants de la section canadienne de Parliamericas, 13e rencontre du réseau pour l'égalité des genres de Parliamericas, session virtuelle, le 13, 22 septembre et le 4 octobre 2021. Et la section canadienne de Parliamericas, sa rencontre du réseau pour le Parlement ouvert. Session virtuelle le 15, le 19 et le 26 mars 2021. Merci, M. le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
That was 2 of them, or was that both? It's 2? And that was both? Yeah. Okay. Presenting reports of committees. Introduction of private members' bills. Mr. Davies, seconded by Mr. Desjardins, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Income Tax Act and the Canada Student Financial Assistance Act. This motion is deemed adopted. The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to introduce an important bill to Parliament, the Post-Secondary Education Financial Assistance for Persons with Disabilities Act, with thanks to the honourable member for Edmonton Griesbaugh for seconding it and his tireless advocacy for diversity and inclusion. This legislation will provide tuition-free post-secondary education for all Canadians with disabilities. This is not only fundamentally just, it is an investment in our citizens that will unleash potential and benefit our society. While there has been progress in broadening inclusion for students in Canadians' colleges, universities, and trade schools, there is still much more to be done. I call on all parliamentarians to support this vital initiative to help Canadians with disabilities reach their potential and share their talents, skills, and energy with us all, because when people with diverse abilities succeed, we all succeed.
Mr. Davies, seconded by Mr. Desjardins, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
Hearing of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall this bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. The presenting of petitions. Reading of Senate public bills and motions. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There have been discussions amongst the parties, and if you seek it, I believe you'll find unanimous consent to adopt the following motion. That, in relation to the motion for confirmation of the declaration of emergency, notwithstanding any standing order or usual practice of the House, the Prime Minister and the Leader of the Official Opposition, the Minister moving the motion and the member speaking immediately afterwards shall be allowed to speak for no more than 20 minutes, with 10 minutes for questions and comments, and that they be allowed to split their time with another member, and that the Prime Minister be allowed to speak before the Minister moving the motion.
Que tous ceux qui s'opposent à ce que l'honorable député propose, la motion vient de dire non.
Would please say nay.
D'accord. La Chambre a entendu l'énoncé de la motion. Que tous ceux qui s'opposent à la motion veuillent bien dire non.
All those opposed to the motion, please say nay. Carried.
Presenting of petitions. Mr. Dalton. The Honourable Member for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge.
Present a petition on behalf of numerous residents in my riding. For some time, they've been impacted by increased air traffic over their neighborhoods. These are not people that live next to an airport, but rather they live between designated training areas over many miles away from an airport. Their quality of life has been diminished, and attempts at finding reasonable solutions have not been successful. They are calling on the government to legally implement changes to resolve the matter and regain a normal, peaceful life. Thank you.
Presenting of petitions, Mr. Casey. The Honourable Member for Charlottetown.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to present a petition signed by several Prince Edward Islanders that were inspired by the book by Seth Klein and very concerned about the climate emergency. They're calling on the Government of Canada to enact just transition legislation that would reduce emissions by at least 60% below 2005 levels, that would create good green jobs and drive an inclusive workforce that will protect and strengthen human rights and expand the social safety net. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour to rise in this place to present a petition primarily from residents of Ottawa who are very concerned about what might seem at first to my colleagues in this place to be a local issue, but it's not. It's the destruction of Queen Juliana Park, established to honour the Canadian soldiers who fought for the liberation of the Netherlands, 7,600 of whom died in that conflict. The establishment of Queen Juliana Park was in the honour of the sacrifices of Canadian soldiers and of the close relationship that exists between the people of the Netherlands and Canada. The decision to remove 750 mature canopy trees flies in the face of everything we hear about trying to create urban places of green spaces to restore and restore our souls, especially in a time like this of pandemic, being able to escape to a green place. Those trees will be cut down in order to make room for a new hospital expansion, when the National Capital Commission, which is federal, had already told the City of Ottawa the better location was Tunney's pasture. These citizens of Ottawa call for the National Capital Commission's original recommendation to be reinstated, to preserve Queen Juliana Park and indeed the entire Central Experimental Farm as green spaces, and to support the request for a public inquiry at the federal level. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Présentation de pétitions, presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a petition from folks in Kitchener Centre who agree with the member for Charlottetown and residents of his community as well. They are similarly calling for just transition legislation. They call to ensure that the targets included align with climate science and doing our fair share, at least 60% below 2005 levels by 2030, ensuring we phase out fossil fuel subsidies and move that towards creating the good green jobs of tomorrow while protecting human rights and Indigenous rights while we do it. Thank you.
Présentation de pétitions, presenting of petitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Orders of the day.
Orders of the day, ordre du jour, statutory order, consideration of a motion for confirmation of the declaration of emergency.
Mr. Medicino, seconded by Mr. Trudeau, moves that pursuant to Section 58 of the Emergency Act, this House confirms the declaration of a public order emergency proclaimed on February 14th, 2022. Debate. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will be sharing my time with the Minister of Public Safety. On Monday, as we entered the third week of illegal blockades and occupations, the federal government invoked the Emergencies Act. We did it to protect families and small businesses, to protect jobs and the economy. We did it because the situation could not be dealt with under any other law in Canada. Mr. Speaker, we did it because that's what responsible leadership requires us to do. For the good of all Canadians, the illegal blockades and occupations have to stop, and the borders have to remain open. We've made progress since Monday. On Tuesday, the border was reopened in southern Alberta after the Coutts blockade was dismantled. The RCMP arrested a small group of people within the larger blockade and seized firearms, ammunition, and body armor. It is believed that this group was willing to use force against police officers. On Wednesday, the blockade in Emerson, Manitoba, had been cleared without arrests or charges. Traffic and trade at this border crossing have now resumed. In Windsor, Mayor Dilkens said law enforcement was able to successfully intercept a new convoy suspected of heading to the Ambassador Bridge. And here in Ottawa, law enforcement now has more tools and resources in order to give the people of this city their jobs, neighborhoods, and freedoms back. À Windsor, à Coutts et à Emerson, des barrages illégaux ont été levés et la circulation à la frontière a repris ou est en voie de reprendre. Je veux remercier les policiers pour leur travail, incluant les membres de la GRC sur le terrain. Pour le bien de l'économie, des familles et des travailleurs, il est plus que temps que ces activités illégales et dangereuses prennent fin, y compris ici à Ottawa. Monsieur le Président, invoquer la loi sur les mesures d'urgence, ce n'est pas quelque chose qu'on fait à la légère. Ce n'est pas la première option, ni la deuxième, ni même la troisième. C'est une solution de dernier recours. Lorsque j'ai consulté les premiers ministres des provinces et des territoires lundi matin, j'ai été très clair. En bloquant les chaînes d'approvisionnement, les barrages illégaux font des torts considérables à notre économie et aux Canadiens. It is consistent with the requirements of the Emergencies Act that the views of the premiers of all provinces and territories be carefully considered, and that is what we did. And the consultation and collaboration with the premiers will continue until the situation is resolved. Like I said on Monday, the scope of the Emergencies Act is time-limited and targeted, as well as reasonable and proportionate. It strengthens and supports law enforcement agencies so they have more tools to restore order and protect critical infrastructure. These illegal blockades are being heavily supported by individuals in the United States and from elsewhere around the world. We see that roughly half of the funding that is flowing to the barricaders here is coming from the United States. The goal of all measures, including financial measures in the Emergencies Act, is to deal with the current threat only and to get the situation fully under control. Mr. Speaker, I want to reassure Canadians that when the Emergencies Act is invoked, The Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms continues to protect their individual rights. We're not using the Emergencies Act to call in the military. We're not limiting people's freedom of expression. We're not limiting freedom of peaceful assembly. We're not preventing people from exercising their right to protest legally. We are, in fact, reinforcing the principles, values, and institutions that keep all Canadians free. The blockades and occupations are illegal. They're a threat to our economy and relationship with trading partners. They're a threat to supply chains and the availability of essential goods like food and medicine. And they're a threat to public safety. La loi sur les mesures d'urgence va être limitée dans le temps et ciblée pour répondre aux menaces des occupations et des barrages illégaux seulement. Les mesures sont raisonnables et proportionnelles. Et je veux que ce soit bien clair pour les Canadiens, Monsieur le Président. Quand la loi sur les mesures d'urgence est invoquée, la Charte canadienne des droits et libertés continue de protéger les droits individuels. On ne se sert pas de la loi des mesures d'urgence pour déployer l'armée. On ne suspend pas les droits fondamentaux. On ne limite pas la liberté d'expression ni le droit de manifester pacifiquement. Ce qu'on veut, c'est d'assurer la sécurité des Canadiens, protéger les emplois des travailleurs et rétablir la confiance dans nos institutions. Mr. Speaker, we understand that everyone is tired of this pandemic. We understand that Canadians are frustrated with COVID. Some protesters came to Ottawa to express their frustration and fatigue with public health measures, and that's their right. Like I said, it's a right that we'll defend in this free and democratic country. But illegal blockades and occupations are not peaceful protests. They have to stop. On a tous hâte d'en finir avec la pandémie. Les mesures de santé publique sont constamment réévaluées et on va continuer de les modifier en fonction de la science et de la situation. Et on va continuer d'encourager la vaccination. This week, based on advice from public health experts, Health Minister Duclos announced that we'll soon start easing border measures for travelers. Our government, the health minister.
If I can interrupt the Prime Minister for a second, we need to make sure we're not using proper names in here. So we want to stick to the writing names. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
This week, based on advice from public health experts, the health minister announced that we'll soon start easing border measures for travelers. Our government will continue to follow the best scientific advice to keep Canadians safe and support healthcare workers. People are making sacrifices and have been for 2 years. It's never time to hurt our communities or our fellow Canadians with illegal blockades, but especially not now that we're reopening and beginning to get back to the things we love. That's why, Mr. Speaker, it is so important for us to be having this debate today and in the days to come, and for Parliament to play its role in this process. Today, I ask all members of this House to take action against illegal blockades that are harmful to Canadians. I ask all members of this House to stand up for families and workers, to stand up for jobs and our economy, and to stand up for the freedom of Canadians and for public safety. Merci, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments, and we'll try our best to get all parties represented during this time. The Honourable Member for Sturgeon River Parkland.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister, the Minister of Public Safety, and the Minister for Emergency Preparedness have repeatedly stated that their is evidence of foreign extremist financing behind this convoy. Last week at Public Safety Committee, Deputy Director of Intelligence for FinTrack, Barry McKillop, stated that there is no evidence that this funding in Ottawa is tied to ideologically motivated extremism. Under further questioning, he stated that there has been no spike in suspicious transactions. Under what basis is this government freezing the bank accounts of Canadians in violation of Section 8 of the Charter against unreasonable search and seizure?
Le très honorable Premier Ministre.
Mr. Speaker, I think it is going to be extremely important that in this House over the coming days there will be important and robust debate on many such issues. But I can highlight once again, Mr. Speaker, that the Charter of Rights and Freedoms continues to apply. The Emergencies Act is subject to the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, and the measures that we've brought forward are proportional, measured and responsible and designed to get Canadians their lives back, their communities back and restore their freedoms.
Question et commentaire, l'honorable député de Belleuil-Chambly.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je pense qu'à peu près tout le monde est d'accord sur l'intention qui est de mettre un terme au siège d'Ottawa, qui est à peu près la seule manifestation hostile encore active sur le territoire. Si l'intention est correcte, le moyen utilisé pourrait très bien ne pas l'être. Si, en effet, le Québec a disposé des manifestations à Québec sans la loi sur les mesures d'urgence, si, à Couts, non seulement la frontière a été ouverte sans la loi sur les mesures d'urgence, mais les armes ont été saisies sans l'intervention de la loi sur les mesures d'urgence, si le pont des ambassadeurs a été ouvert sans la loi sur les mesures d'urgence, si la situation au Manitoba a été réglée sans la loi sur les mesures d'urgence, et il y en a d'autres. Comment le premier ministre peut-il prétendre dès le début de son discours qu'il n'existait aucun autre moyen pour intervenir, et pourquoi ne-t-il pas exclu les provinces et le Québec qui ne veulent pas être assujettis ou recourir au pouvoir de cette loi?
Le très honorable Premier ministre.
Les forces policières de juridiction à travers le pays ont maintenant plus d'outils pour contrer ces barricades et ces occupations illégales quand et si ils surviennent. Nous allons continuer de s'assurer que les mesures soient proportionnelles et raisonnables et limitées dans le temps, mais c'est important de donner plus d'outils aux policiers qui en ont besoin. On comprend que dans bien des parties du pays, on a pu bien contrôler la situation, mais la loi sur les mesures d'urgence s'applique à travers le pays, mais ne sera utilisée que lorsqu'elle est nécessaire.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Burnaby South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For weeks, this occupation was allowed to continue. People lost their wages, citizens were harassed. The potential for violence grew. And the federal government, instead of acting, argued over jurisdiction. So what responsibility does the Prime Minister take for the inaction that made the Emergencies Act necessary?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the opportunity to reiterate that from day one of these barricades and blockages and occupations, the federal government has been supplying resources and working closely with local police of jurisdictions to ensure that they had the tools that they needed. Obviously, this situation has evolved, this situation has escalated, but every step of the way, the federal government has been there to support the law enforcement of jurisdiction. Here in Ottawa, that means the Ottawa Police Services and the OPP, and we will continue to be there with the RCMP as necessary.
Time for about a 15-second question and answer. The honourable member for Ottawa Centre.
Thank you very much, Speaker. As you're very much aware that my riding includes Parliament Hill, which has been under siege for over 3 weeks now, Speaker. My community has been held hostage, and I can assure you that these protests have not been peaceful or lawful. My question to the Prime Minister is how is this Emergencies Act is going to help my constituents in Ottawa Centre?
The Honourable Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians continue to have the right to free expression, the right to protest peacefully, but occupying the downtown of our major cities, protesting and blocking border crossings is unacceptable. That is why we have given more tools in a proportional way to police officers.
Reprise du débat, continuing debate, the Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to begin by thanking the Prime Minister for commencing this important debate on the invocation of the Emergencies Act for the first time. And I want to begin with a number of expressions of gratitude, both to my colleagues on this side of this House. I'd also like to begin by expressing my gratitude to the opposition for the informed debate which we're about to have. And finally, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank Canadians because I know that this has been a very difficult time, a period of great frustration and anxiety and uncertainty, and it is not lost on me, and I hope not on all members of the Chamber, that the confluence of events of the pandemic and now these illegal blockades does create for an emotionally charged atmosphere. And sometimes we let that get the better of us here in this chamber, but my sincere hope is that we'll be able to have a principled debate about why it is that the government has chosen to invoke the Emergencies Act, the paramount reason being the health and safety of all Canadians. Now, you've heard the Prime Minister set out what the test for the invocation of the Emergencies Act is. And I know that my colleague, the Minister of Justice and the Attorney General and other members will elaborate on that. But I want to focus my comments on what I believe are the perceived and real risks to public safety that we have seen over the last number of weeks, which emanated from the so-called Freedom Convoy. Now, this convoy has been taking to the streets right across the country and at other critical infrastructure, including our borders, our national symbols, our communities, our neighborhoods, and it has had a profound impact. And I would submit to you, Mr. Speaker, and to members of this chamber, a very negative and detrimental impact to public safety. I want to touch on a number of the ports of entry which have been interrupted significantly as a result of the participation of those in the illegal blockades, including at Coutts in Alberta, Emerson in Manitoba, Surrey, British Columbia, Windsor, Ontario, Sarnia, Ontario, Fort Erie, Ontario, as well as here in Ottawa. I hope that all members would recognize that the kind of conduct that we have seen at our borders puts into serious question, the integrity and the security of this country. The impact at Coutts, for example, has cost the economy approximately $48 million per day. In Emerson, $73 million a day. And in Windsor, where we conduct nearly or roughly a quarter of all of our daily trade with our most important trading partner in the United States, roughly $390 million. Now, those are just numeric figures, but I think about the translation of those dollar figures into the impact on Canadians' jobs, on families, on those who are just trying to get by right now. And whatever the motivation of some individuals who have commingled with those organizers and agitators of this illegal blockade, whatever their concerns are with regards to the government's strategy to get out of the pandemic, which of course is to get vaccinated, it has become something much, much more concerning. Now, Mr. Speaker, I do want to say that we have made some progress at these ports of entry, and that is in large part thanks to the very important work that has been undertaken by the members of our law enforcement. Je veux remercier les efforts, les énergies de la GRC, même tous les forces policières qui font le bon travail sur le terrain. Il y a beaucoup de progrès. Maintenant, la majorité de les frontières sont ouvertes. C'est bon pour l'économie, c'est bon pour le commerce, c'est bon pour les Canadiennes et les Canadiens. Mais cette progrès n'est pas une certainté. And it is very important that we continue to guarantee the progress that we have made. I want to speak for a moment about the situation here in Ottawa, and I know that many of my colleagues in the NCR caucus have spoken very articulately and very passionately about the damage that has been caused in our communities and our neighborhoods. Mr. Speaker, I've heard some members on the opposition side try to somehow cast a minimization, some kind of effort to generalize what is going on outside of this chamber as being legitimate. It is not, Mr. Speaker. It's illegal, and it causes great harm. We've seen people intimidated, harassed, been threatened. We've seen apartment buildings that have been chained up. We've seen fires set in the corridors. Residents are terrorized. Yeah. And it is absolutely gut-wrenching to see the sense of abandonment and helplessness that they have felt now for weeks. And I want to assure them that since day one, that the federal government has done everything that it could to provide additional resources. The RCMP has sent three sets of reinforcements to the Ottawa Police Service, and will continue to do whatever we can to help. But it is also important, I think, for members of this chamber to recognize that we here, we write the laws, we set the policies, but we trust our police, our law enforcement, to enforce them. And that is why it is so important that we use every tool in our box, especially now, where we find ourselves in a predicament, in a dilemma, in a situation that has perhaps never been seen before. Now, I ask myself, Mr. Speaker, and I hope others are reflecting as well, what's this all about? And trying to step back and looking at what it is that's occurring. And I'm concerned. I've heard some people say, and still say, that this is a protest about vaccines. It's not. Or that it's a protest about mandates. It is not. I've heard some people say still that this is a protest about freedom. Mr. Speaker, what is going on outside in the streets of Canada at our borders is most certainly not about freedom.
Absolutely.
No, it is not about freedom. It is about a very small, organized, and targeted group of individuals who are trying to strip away the very freedoms that we here have sworn to uphold.
Exactly.
That the generations of those who preceded us have sworn to uphold, Mr. Speaker. Now, I've seen many striking similarities in the way that these blockades have manifested across the country, the tactics that they are using, the timing in which they are occurring, the targets, whether they are national symbols, like the Parliament here, or provincial legislatures, like the War Monument outside, where we hear members speak passionately about their forebears who went and made the sacrifices for the freedoms that we now enjoy. The individuals outside are tearing down the barriers to attack those monuments. Now, what does that say? Those are going. I know members are heckling, but I'm encouraging them to reflect. And also the rhetoric, Mr. Speaker. And yes, the rhetoric. And yes, Mr. Speaker. Notwithstanding the efforts of my colleagues to try to shout me down, I'm speaking here on behalf of constituents and Canadians, Mr. Speaker. And yes, there is an ideologically motivated operation that we see in the rhetoric here that is meant to incite. And that is indeed one of the reasons why, Mr. Speaker, that we have chosen, that we've had to invoke the Emergencies Act. Now, I want to assure members that these are very targeted measures, that they are time limited, that they are protected and bound by the Charter. And for those who want to ask questions as to how those powers are going to be enforced, part of the debate is going to ensure that there are the sufficient guardrails and safeguards in place. There will be transparency on how those measures are implemented. There will also be an inquiry to be sure, so that we can learn from these lessons and make sure that this is an instrument that has been used responsibly and in a manner that is consistent with the Charter to uphold the health and safety of all Canadians, Mr. Speaker. Now, at the end of the day, we're all here, I would hope, to do one thing, and that is to protect the health and safety of Canadians. We find ourselves at a crossroads with the pandemic, but we've made progress. We've made progress with the pandemic, Mr. Speaker, and we are making progress in restoring public order. But it is absolutely imperative that we have these debates in a principled, in a reasonable manner that is respectful of our constituents, respectful of Canadians, and that is certainly something that I hope that we will see over the next number of days.
Yeah.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Sturgeon River Parkland.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Minister today and in a news conference yesterday has repeatedly stated that there is an ideologically motivated violent extremist. There is a small group of extremists who are willing to use violence. He says that there are ties between extremists that were apprehended in Coutts and extremists here in Ottawa. But when asked repeatedly by the media to back up that assertion with evidence, the minister failed to provide any evidence. We are talking about invoking a once in 34-year Emergencies Act. Parliamentarians deserve real evidence, not conjecture from this minister before we can ever contemplate suspending the rights of Canadians. And what basis does this minister make to claim that there are violent extremists in Ottawa?
The Honourable Minister.
I want to thank my colleague for the question, and I'm afraid he operates from the false premise that the Emergencies Act is any kind of suspension of charter rights. It's not. As I've said throughout the course of the debate, and as the Act itself says, that all of the powers that need to be exercised in the Emergencies Act must be done in accordance with the Charter. Mr. Speaker, that means ensuring that Section 8 is respected. That means which protects people from the right of It guarantees the right to be protected from any unreasonable search and seizure, and same for Section 7 as well. Thank you.
Commentaires, questions and comments. L'honorable député de Avignon, la métis Matapédia.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Le ministre, en début de discours, disait qu'il se dit fier d'avoir déposé cette motion, qu'il est fier d'être le premier ministre de la Sécurité publique à invoquer cette loi sur les mesures d'urgence depuis son application en 1988. Et je me demande comment il peut être fier d'appliquer une loi qui vient limiter les droits fondamentaux des Québécois et des Canadiens. Vous entendez le premier ministre le dire, c'est une mesure de dernier recours. Malheureusement, je ne pense pas qu'il a utilisé tout ce qu'il y avait dans son coffre à outils avant d'en arriver là. J'aimerais savoir quelle autre action il aurait pu prendre avant d'en arriver à la loi sur les mesures d'urgence.
L'honorable ministre de la Sécurité publique.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Et comme d'habitude, je veux remercier ma collègue pour sa question. La loi des mesures d'urgence est une mesure de dernier recours. Ce n'est pas la première option, ce n'est pas notre préférence. Et ça, c'est la raison que de tous les débats de cette convoi, de cette blocade illégale, nous avons ajouté beaucoup de ressources pour aider les forces policières pour restaurer l'ordre public sur le terrain. Mais maintenant, nous arrivons à un moment qui est très dur avec beaucoup de défis. Et ça, c'est la raison que nous avons introduit cette mesure. Merci.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And while I was listening to the Honourable Member's speech, he spoke of the people that are being impacted by the blockades. He spoke about the harassment and the assaults, and I know I've spoken to a lot of workers in this downtown about that as well. It's truly heartbreaking. I think of the workers and the businesses that have been impacted negatively. I think about the people at the Rideau Centre. I think about people within my own region in southwestern Ontario and those businesses who have been impacted. But what is this government's plan to help those workers and those businesses after this debate is done? After we've seen that the protesters have gone home, after everything, we've been asking for this government to come up with a plan. So what's the plan for those people after?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Thank my colleague for her question, and I share her concerns about public safety, and certainly the impact of these illegal blockades across the country has not only undermined public safety, but it has impacted families' abilities and individuals' abilities to provide for themselves. Mr. Speaker, I want to assure my colleague that we will work with her and with all members so that once we clean up these illegal blockades and we have public safety restored on the streets here in Ottawa, that the Government of Canada will continue to be there to support Canadians as we have been throughout the pandemic. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise du débat, continuing debate, the Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I will be splitting my time with the member for Mégantic-Lérable today. Speaker, this week, for the first time since its passage, the Emergencies Act has been invoked by the Prime Minister. This is historic, and it is extremely disappointing. The Prime Minister has invoked the Act, he says, to deal with the protests that have gathered here in downtown Ottawa and blockades that were happening at the Coutts border in Alberta, the Emerson border in Manitoba, the Ambassador Bridge in Windsor, and the border at Surrey, all of which, by the way, are now open. There are no more blockades at any borders. What's left are the trucks parked outside here in Ottawa that need to move or be moved. However, throughout the last 3 weeks, the Prime Minister has failed to take meaningful action to de-escalate the protests here or use any tools that he may have available. Instead, he has jumped straight to the most extreme measure. And as he has invoked the Act, he has failed to meet the high threshold set out by the Emergencies Act to justify it. That being, and I quote, when a situation seriously threatens the ability of the Government of Canada to preserve the sovereignty, security, and territorial integrity of Canada, and when the situation cannot be effectively dealt with under any other law of the country. Conservatives do not believe the government has shown that threshold has been met, and thus we will be voting against it. Keep in mind, Mr. Speaker, this Act is already invoked and is the new law of the land. Our debate and the vote on Monday can only stop it if the NDP vote with Conservatives and the Bloc to stop it. Supporting the use of the Emergencies Act is one of the most serious decisions a parliamentarian can make. I want to remind especially the NDP of this, who are supporting the Liberals in this sledgehammer approach. History will not be kind to the leader of the NDP or his members on this particular question. The Emergencies Act predecessor, the War Measures Act, was only used 3 times: World War I, World War II, and the FLQ crisis. Colleagues, we should keep these precedents in mind. The weight of those events should caution us against making this decision lightly. These protests have caused disruptions for many Canadians, especially local businesses and residents of Ottawa. As I have said, Conservatives are the party of law and order. We believe the trucks should move or be moved. But, Mr. Speaker, we want to lower the temperature across the country. The Prime Minister clearly wants to raise it. Let's be very clear how this all started. The Prime Minister decided to impose a vaccine mandate on truckers with no scientific evidence that it was the right thing to do. Many Canadians opposed it, but he went ahead anyway. Truckers and millions of Canadians felt they had no recourse with this Prime Minister, and who can blame them? After all, this was the Prime Minister who called them racist and misogynist. He said their views were unacceptable, that they were on the fringe. And when truckers and their supporters arrived in Ottawa, what did the Prime Minister do first? He hid for a week, and then he continued his insults, calling them and anyone who supported them or even talked with them things like Nazi supporters. We saw that name-calling and unfair and mean-spirited characterization happen just yesterday, Mr. Speaker, by the Prime Minister of Canada in this House. That is all he has done to rectify the problem: call names and insult. Mr. Speaker, many of the people that are protesting, many of the people who are upset are our neighbours. They are our constituents. They are Canadians, and they want to be heard and given even just a little respect by their Prime Minister. But the Prime Minister has decided that because he disagrees with them, doesn't like their opinions, he won't hear them. At every turn, the Prime Minister has stigmatized, wedged, divided, and traumatized Canadians. And now, without even a single meeting with a trucker, without talking through one of their concerns, without apologizing for his insults and listening to what people have to say, without using any other tool at his disposal, he has used this overreach, this Emergencies Act, and it's wrong. The Prime Minister's leadership in this situation has frankly been abysmal. He said this week, and I quote, "Invoking the Emergencies Act is never the first thing a government should do, or even the second. The Act has to be used sparingly and as a last resort." But his actions have shown the opposite approach. The so-called measure of last resort has come before taking any action to address the frustrations at the root of the protest. How did the Prime Minister go directly from ignoring the truckers to turning this to the Emergencies Act? Why is the government jump straight to this without doing anything to lower the temperature first? Conservatives put forward a reasonable approach that could help bring the temperature down and address the concerns. We asked the government to commit publicly to a specific plan and timeline to roll back federal mandates and restrictions. But the Liberals and NDP refused to support our plan, and instead the Prime Minister reached for more power. This comes as provincial governments are announcing plans to end COVID-19 restrictions. The Prime Minister is an exception to this trend, and he refuses to come forward with a plan. Even the provinces are unhappy with the Prime Minister for doing this. Alberta, Saskatchewan, Manitoba, Quebec, Nova Scotia, they're all opposed to the use of the Emergencies Act. This is not a good look for the Prime Minister. We all want the trucks here in Ottawa to move. We want a peaceful and quick end to the trucks blocking the streets in Ottawa. Our message to those protesting is still this: Conservatives have heard you. We will keep standing up for you. But it's time to move the trucks. At the same time, no government should resort to the kind of extreme measures that we're seeing. Unfortunately, the Prime Minister has a track record of serious disregard for the law, and that raises a lot of red flags. This is the Prime Minister who interfered with an ongoing criminal trial in the SNC-Lavalin scandal. This is a Prime Minister who took the Speaker to court instead of fulfilling his legal obligation to provide documents to this Parliament. On 2 separate occasions, this is the Prime Minister who has been found guilty by the Ethics Commissioner. This Prime Minister admitted his basic admiration for basic dictatorships. Red flag after red flag after red flag. He may not like it, Mr. Speaker, but in Canada, civil liberties must be defended at every turn. Section 2 guarantees our freedom of association and assembly. Section 7 guarantees our right to life, liberty, and security of the person. Section 8 guarantees our protection against unreasonable search and seizure. Canadians can't be expected to simply take this Prime Minister at his word. His plans are not consistent with fundamental freedoms. The government should not have the power to close the bank accounts of Canadians on a whim. The Prime Minister is doing this to save his own political skin, but Mr. Speaker, this is not a game. It comes at the cost to Canadians' rights and freedoms. Speaker, Parliament should not allow the Prime Minister to avoid responsibility in this way. I urge all members of this House, proceed with extreme caution. Now is the time to stand up for your constituents, to show real leadership, to help heal our divisions, to listen to those we disagree with, to not shut them down, to not tell them that they are irrelevant, to not speak insults to them. That is the job of each one of us as members of Parliament. No matter who we represent, we have to represent them with integrity, with hope, with honor. And what the Prime Minister is doing, Mr. Speaker, he has for the last 2 years disregarded these Canadians, called them names and insulted them. It is time to show leadership for every one of us and say no to this Emergencies Act. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Ottawa Centre.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Now I will speak on behalf of my constituents, which all of you are sworn to do. I just ask the members opposite, if this kind of occupation was happening in their neighborhoods, in their ridings, for 4 weeks in a row, for 4 weeks in a row, Mr. Speaker.
Order. I just want to say, the longer I get to stand here, the less option that people have to actually present their feelings and represent their constituents later on. We good? The Honourable Member for Ottawa Centre.
4 weeks in a row, Speaker, and the members opposite talk about listening to the protesters. They won't even listen to a member of this House to understand, Speaker, what my constituents, the members of my community is going. And when did the line cross between being a lawful protest, which we welcome actually, Speaker, in this writing, and it happens all the time, to an illegal protest? Members opposite were out there taking photos and encouraging those protesters to keep honking in the middle of the night. Would the member now denounce those actions?
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
That's a very good question for his leader, the Prime Minister. When these protests started, the first thing this Prime Minister did was call these people names. He insulted them. I don't think anyone in that member's constituency thinks that the answer for a Prime Minister the response for a Prime Minister to do is to hide and then hurl huge insults, not just saying he disagrees with them, calling them misogynist, racist, their fringe view, they should not be tolerated. So very good question he should ask his own Prime Minister. Why didn't he take action? Why didn't he show leadership? Why didn't he take the high road and try to at least listen to these folks so that they felt that they were respected? Good question for your boss.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. L'honorable député de la Prairie.
Les problèmes à casse en Alberta se sont réglés sans la loi des mesures d'urgence. À Emerson, même chose, sans la loi des mesures d'urgence, ça s'est réglé. Sur le pont des ambassadeurs, évidemment, il a fallu que les Américains écrivent que ça n'avait pas de bon sens, ça s'est réglé. Sans la loi des mesures d'urgence. À Québec, il y a eu des manifestations, ça s'est réglé. Sans la loi des mesures d'urgence. Dans la cour du Premier ministre, ici, dans les capitales fédérales, il y a une occupation.
There is an occupation. What did the Prime Minister do? First, he insulted them, and then he invoked the Emergencies Act. My question is simple. Between playing Pontius Pilate and the atomic bomb, there is tools that the Prime Minister could have used, like leadership. What does the Leader of the Opposition think of that? The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
I'll tell that member, thank you for his question. He may recall I sent a letter very early on to the Prime Minister asking that he meet with the opposition leaders to talk about solutions like the ones that he just spoke about. It's clear that the borders were cleared by police action, and that's a good thing. We believe that these protesters here in Ottawa, these blockades, could have been moved quickly had the Prime Minister shown some leadership, said, hey, I'm hearing you, I disagree with you, but I hear your concerns. We're going to look at removing these mandates. We're going to do it because it's actually scientific to remove them. I guarantee you, Mr. Speaker, that these folks would have moved on had the Prime Minister decided he wanted to actually listen. And what I promise you is we would not be here today invoking an Emergencies Act, which is a sledgehammer on all Canadians.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
It's no secret that the convoy stated their mission, which was to overthrow the government. It sounds ludicrous, but they brazenly posted that on their website, and they reiterated it.
Order. I can't hear the question, and I'm sure the Leader of the Opposition can't hear the question. The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
It's no secret that the goal of this convoy, posted brazenly on their website, reiterated as recently as earlier this week in a press conference, was to overthrow a democratically elected government. That was their goal. So the interim leader of the Conservative Party says, we have heard you, we will keep standing up for you. Do you regret endorsing a convoy that is attacking the fundamental democracy of our country? Do you regret endorsing and supporting an occupation that has harassed citizens? Do you regret endorsing a movement which has lost...
Order. I know the questions have to come through the chair, and then I can't speak on behalf of the Leader of the Opposition, but I'll let the Leader of the Opposition answer the question.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. And obviously, nobody in this House believes that a government should be overthrown, although I have seen that member's colleagues at a number of pro-communist marches, and so not sure if that means he endorses communism. But I'll tell you what I know is because when history looks back on this, Conservatives will have stood up with Canadians, millions of Canadians, vaccinated Canadians, Canadians who are blue-collar workers, Canadians who are white-collar workers, Canadians who have had enough of a Prime Minister who has divided, wedged, stigmatized, and traumatized them. And the party that will have stood with that Prime Minister is that member and his NDP colleagues, and it's shameful.
Reprise du débat, continuing debate. The honourable member for Mégantic-l'Érable.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Monsieur le Président, je préférerais aujourd'hui me lever en cette Chambre pour parler de la hausse de l'inflation. Je préférerais me lever en cette Chambre aujourd'hui pour défendre les mères de famille, les pères de famille, les aînés, qui ont effectivement beaucoup à souffrir depuis le début de la pandémie et qui aujourd'hui font face à toutes sortes de situations vraiment graves. Mais à cause de ce Premier ministre, à cause de l'inaction du Premier ministre, parce qu'il a choisi de protéger sa carrière plutôt que d'écouter les Canadiens. On se retrouve aujourd'hui à discuter d'une loi qui a été invoquée pour la toute première fois depuis sa création en 1988 par le Parlement et par ce Premier ministre. La loi sur les mesures d'urgence. C'est un moment, Monsieur le Président, qui va s'inscrire dans notre histoire, mais pas pour les bonnes raisons. Et c'est extrêmement décevant, Monsieur le Président. Le Premier ministre a dit invoquer la loi pour gérer les barrages et les manifestations au centre-ville d'Ottawa, au poste frontalier de Coutts en Alberta, au poste frontalier d'Emerson au Manitoba, ainsi qu'au pont ambassadeur à Windsor. Le répéter encore ce matin, Monsieur le Président. Chers collègues, on doit tenir compte de ces précédents. Le poids des événements nous oblige à faire preuve de prudence. Cependant, il ne reste que les barrages à Ottawa. Tous les autres barrages ont été ou se sont démantelés sans le recours à la loi sur les mesures d'urgence. Pendant 15 jours, le Premier ministre n'a pris aucune mesure significative pour calmer les manifestations. Il n'a pas écouté la grogne, la fatigue et les demandes des manifestants, ni des Canadiens. Il a préféré prendre des mesures extrêmes directement. En résumé, Monsieur le Président, le Premier ministre n'a tout simplement pas respecté le seuil élevé prévu par la loi sur les mesures d'urgence pour justifier son invocation et son application. Et c'est pourquoi, Monsieur le Président, les conservateurs vont voter contre sa décision. Le recours à la loi sur les mesures d'urgence est l'une des décisions les plus importantes qu'un parlementaire peut prendre. La loi précédente, la loi sur les mesures de guerre, n'a été utilisée que 3 fois. Pendant la Première Guerre mondiale, pendant la Deuxième Guerre mondiale et pendant la crise d'octobre. On se souvient bien au Québec, Monsieur le Président. C'est notre responsabilité comme parlementaires de protéger d'abord et avant tout notre démocratie. Ça comprend l'élection des élus et aussi le droit des citoyens de ne pas être d'accord avec le gouvernement et le droit de pouvoir l'exprimer publiquement, Monsieur le Président. Ces manifestations créent, on le sait, des perturbations pour de nombreux Canadiens, particulièrement pour les gens de la région d'Ottawa, pour les entreprises locales. C'est extrêmement dur pour eux. Ce sont des victimes collatérales d'une situation qui dépasse largement les rues et les citoyens d'Ottawa eux-mêmes. On en convient, Monsieur le Président. Comme on l'a souvent répété, les conservateurs sont le parti de la loi et l'ordre. Les barrages illégaux doivent prendre fin rapidement et pacifiquement. C'est le temps de calmer le jeu, Monsieur le Président. Pas seulement à Ottawa. Partout au pays. Malheureusement, comme plusieurs experts l'ont témoigné, comme plusieurs analystes l'ont constaté, les actions du Premier ministre risquent d'avoir un effet tout à fait contraire. Revenons au début, Monsieur le Président. Comment ces événements ont commencé? Ça a commencé par un Premier ministre qui a choisi de politiser une élection, de déclencher une élection en pleine pandémie. Par la suite, qui a décidé d'obliger les camionneurs à se faire vacciner
oblige Canadians to get vaccinated with no scientific proof that that was the right thing to do, Mr. Speaker.
On a posé la question au
We
gouvernement.
asked him the
On a
question. We
posé
put
la
the
question au
question to the
ministre de la Santé.
government and to the
Sur
Minister of
quel
Health.
témoignage d'experts vous vous basez pour obliger les camionneurs à se faire vacciner?
What
On a
scientific
toujours
basis
éludé
are
la
you
question. On
using
n'a jamais
to
répondu du
get
côté du
truckers
gouvernement, Monsieur le
vaccinated, to
Président.
oblige this? But we
Mais
never got an answer.
on n'a pas reculé. On a
But we
maintenu
didn't
cette
back
obligation-là, malgré
They
tous
didn't
les
back
problèmes
down.
que ça
They
causait
maintained
à notre
this
économie, à la chaîne d'approvisionnement,
obligation, despite
et
all the damage
toute
it caused to our
l'ampleur du
economy, to
mouvement
the
que ça a
supply
créé,
chain,
Monsieur le
and the
Président.
scope of the ensuing movement that it
Quand les
created.
manifestants sont arrivés à Ottawa, le
When the
premier ministre s'est
protesters
caché
came to
pendant une
Ottawa, the Prime
semaine.
Minister
Une
hid.
semaine,
He hid out
Monsieur
for
le
an
Président.
entire week, Mr. Speaker.
Pour ensuite non pas essayer de calmer le jeu,
And then he didn't try to
insulter
calm
les
things
manifestants,
down. He just came out and
insulter les
insulted the
Canadiens qui ne pensaient pas
protesters.
comme lui,
He
Monsieur le Président.
insulted
C'est ça
Canadians
qui
who
est
don't
arrivé.
agree with him. That's what
Il a
happened.
dit qu'ils étaient
He said
racistes,
that they were
misogynes.
racists,
Il a même
misogynists,
affirmé que
and
leur
he
point de
even
vue
said
était
that their
inacceptable.
viewpoint was unacceptable.
Mais ça, on le voit souvent à cette Chambre,
But
Monsieur le
we
Président.
see
Chaque
that
fois
often
qu'on
in
dit
this
quelque
House,
chose
Mr. Speaker.
dont
Every
le
time
Premier
we
ministre
say something that
n'est
the
pas
Prime
tout à fait
Minister
d'accord,
doesn't agree
on
with,
voit tout de suite que pour lui, c'est pas acceptable.
go straight to the
Ce que je sache,
unacceptable
il y a plus de la
accusation.
moitié des Canadiens qui
You
n'ont
know,
pas voté
over
pour lui à la
half of
dernière
people
élection.
in Canada,
Et
half of
pourtant, ce sont des
Canadians did not
Canadiens,
vote for
ce sont
him,
des gens qui ont
and yet
droit à
they're
leurs
still
opinions,
Canadians.
ce
They're
sont des
people who have the
Canadiens
right
qui se
to their
sont exprimés
opinions.
et qui
They
continuent
have
d'avoir le
spoken out,
droit de
and
le
they
faire.
continue to have the
C'est
right to do
acceptable
so.
de voter contre ce
It is
Premier ministre,
acceptable
Monsieur
to
le
vote
Président.
against this Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker.
J'ai entendu ses points de vue
I
partout.
heard his viewpoints
Dans mon
everywhere,
comté,
in my
sur les
writing,
médias sociaux,
on social media,
au téléphone,
over
dans
the
les
phone,
courriels. On en
in
a reçu
emails,
plein de courriels
all
cette
of us.
semaine, Monsieur le
We've gotten
Président.
tons of emails this week.
Ces
We've
gens
been
qui
swamped.
s'expriment
People
sont nos voisins, nos
who are
électeurs.
speaking out, but
C'est
there
des Canadiens
are
qui veulent se faire
neighbors, there are
entendre, ils
voters, there are
devraient
people
être
who want to be
entendus.
heard, and they should be
Mais
heard.
comme le Premier ministre n'est pas
But, you
d'accord
know,
avec
since the
eux,
Prime Minister
Monsieur le
doesn't
Président,
agree with them, Mr.
qu'il n'aime
Speaker,
pas leur opinion,
well, he
il a
doesn't like their
décidé
opinion, so
tout
he
simplement
decided
de
simply
pas les écouter.
to not listen to them.
Chaque fois
He's
qu'il
turned
en
a
a
deaf ear.
l'occasion, le Premier ministre
Every
stigmatise et divise les
time
Canadiens.
the Prime Minister has an
On sait qu'il n'a
opportunity,
pas
he
rencontré aucun
stigmatizes
camionneur.
Canadians.
Aucun représentant de leurs
There was no
associations.
representative
discuté avec
from
eux de
their
leurs
association.
préoccupations.
He didn't discuss
C'est même pas
anything
excusé,
of
Monsieur
the
le Président,
concerns
pour
with
ces
the
insultes
truckers. He didn't
qu'il
even
a envoyées
apologize for his
dehors
insults.
à tous
That
ces
he's
manifestants,
insulted
qu'il
all
a
the
fait ici même en cette
protesters,
Chambre,
and
Monsieur
he's
le
insulted
Président.
people in
Des
this House,
excuses,
Mr.
Monsieur le
Speaker.
Président, pour le Premier
You know,
ministre, c'est pas
apologies
pour
from
ceux
the
qui
Prime
pensent pas comme
Minister,
lui.
it's not for people.
Il a
He
ignoré ce que
doesn't
les
give
gens ont à
them
dire.
to people
Il a
who
attendu que
disagree
la
with
crise
them.
empire.
He heard that the crisis was getting worse, so he just stayed hidden. He could have intervened. He had a lot of tools at his disposal to intervene.
premier outil, c'est
The
lui-même.
first tool is
Comme Premier ministre,
himself.
comme chef d'État,
You know,
il
he's the
aurait
head
pu
of state.
écouter les
He
Canadiens,
could
Monsieur
have
le
listened
Président.
to
Le
Canadians.
premier outil dont il
That
aurait
is
pu
the
avoir
very
recours,
first thing
c'est
that he should
lui-même
have
comme chef
done.
d'État.
That's the first
Il a
option he
choisi
should have
d'agir
used as head of
en
state,
petit
to
politicien,
choose
Monsieur le
to
Président.
act. He should have acted like a statesman, but he
Au lieu
didn't.
d'écouter, il a
So
décidé
instead
de
of
se donner
listening,
plus de
he
pouvoir.
decided to
Il a
give
décidé
himself more powers.
d'élargir les pouvoirs du
He
gouvernement.
decided to broaden
Monsieur le
the
Président,
government's
c'est
powers,
une
Mr.
mauvaise
Speaker.
décision.
That is a bad decision.
Le leadership du Premier ministre
The Prime
est
Minister's
carrément
leadership
lamentable dans cette
is
situation.
miserable.
Cette
It's
semaine,
pathetic
il a
in
même
this
dit, je le cite,
situation. And this week he
l'invocation
even
de la loi
said,
sur les mesures d'urgence n'est
invoking
jamais
the
la première
Emergencies
chose que le
Act is
gouvernement
never
devrait
the
faire,
first
même
thing
pas
that
la
the government
deuxième.
should do.
La
It
loi doit
shouldn't, it
être
shouldn't be the
utilisée
second or the
avec
third
modération
option.
et en
It should
dernier
be
recours.
used with moderation
Monsieur le
and as a
Président.
last resort, Mr. Speaker. That's what he said.
Personne pense que
No
le
one
Premier ministre a même
thinks
utilisé la première,
that the Prime
la
Minister
deuxième,
used any
ni
kind
même
of
la
first or
troisième,
second
ni
or
même la
third
quatrième
option
option,
or
Monsieur le
fourth
Président.
option even.
Il n'a pas réussi réussi à convaincre personne de la justification du recours à la loi sur les mesures d'urgence, alors que à peu près tout le monde, Monsieur le Président, tous les experts, les analystes, les chefs de police, tout le monde a dit qu'ils avaient les recours, tous les outils nécessaires. Les premiers ministres des provinces, Monsieur le Président, le disent, ils l'ont répété. On est capable de s'en occuper. Ne venez pas mettre de l'huile sur le feu, Monsieur le Président, en faisant ce que vous avez fait, c'est-à-dire en invoquant la loi sur les mesures d'urgence. C'est ça qui est arrivé, Monsieur le Président. Comment le Premier ministre est-il passé directement de l'ignorance totale des manifestants à l'adoption de la loi sur les mesures d'urgence? On espère que l'histoire va le dire, Monsieur le Président, parce que présentement, le Premier ministre et ses ministres ne le disent pas. Et malheureusement, Monsieur le Président, la crise dans laquelle on est actuellement est directement créée par le manque de leadership du Premier ministre. Les conservateurs avaient présenté une option, une approche raisonnable. On demandait au premier ministre, présentez-nous un plan. Un plan pour annoncer le retrait des obligations vaccinales obligatoires. Un plan pour la fin des mesures sanitaires. Puis c'est pas déraisonnable, ça, Monsieur le Président. Toutes les provinces sont en train de le faire. Tous les autres gouvernements au Canada sont en train de faire ça. Malheureusement, ce premier ministre a choisi de s'entêter et de rien faire, de ne pas écouter ses experts, Monsieur le Président. Il se surprendra aujourd'hui pourquoi les manifestants, les Canadiens, n'en peuvent plus de son manque de leadership, Monsieur le Président. C'est la réalité dans laquelle on est actuellement. Le Premier ministre préfère faire à sa tête et continue de refuser de présenter un plan. Monsieur le Président, le gouvernement ne devrait pas avoir le pouvoir de fermer des comptes bancaires des Canadiens. Le gouvernement ne devrait pas avoir à recourir à la loi sur les mesures d'urgence quand il existe d'autres outils pour Act when there exist other tools to fix this type of crisis in Ottawa. The Prime Minister has failed miserably, and unfortunately, he will be judged not by us, but by the generations of Canadians to come. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. L'honorable député de Kings Hants.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Je veux remercier mon collègue opposé pour son discours. Le député face aime parler de leadership. Son parti essaie de chevaucher une ligne de soutien aux blocages illégaux et les dénoncer en même temps. Le député de Lambton, Kent Middlesex, a suggéré que le Premier ministre devrait faire preuve de leadership et faire ce que les manifestants illégaux voulaient au complet. Quelles mesures le gouvernement aurait-il dû prendre selon lui, ou le gouvernement devrait simplement faire exactement les demandes des protesteurs, les manifestants illégaux?
What does the member think?
L'honorable député de Mégantic-Lérable.
The honourable member.
Mr.
Speaker.
À ce que je sache,
as far as I know,
l'opposition officielle et l'opposition officielle. On a un premier ministre qui avait entre les mains
who had at his disposal the tools he needed to cooperate with the provinces, to send additional police forces to Ottawa when Ottawa asked for it. There were ministers who could have intervened who did not do so. So the question that the member is asking right now to the official opposition, well, he should ask his own ministers, his own Prime Minister, why was nothing done at the very beginning of this crisis that would have calm things down? The lack of leadership isn't on this side, Mr. Speaker. It's across the way.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de l'Avignon, Matane-Matapédia.
Monsieur le Président, il y a quelque chose qui me choque dans tout ça. Quand le Premier ministre a dit qu'il allait invoquer la loi sur les mesures d'urgence, il a dit ça va être localisé géographiquement. Où il y aura un besoin, bien on ira. Et le Premier ministre du Québec a été assez clair. On n'en veut pas de l'application de la loi sur les mesures d'urgence sur le territoire québécois. L'Assemblée nationale a été unanime. On n'en veut pas. Et quand on a vu le décret, eh on voit que c'est localisé à grandeur du Canada. C'est pas la première fois que le Premier ministre dit une chose et fait son contraire. Je l'entendais plutôt dire que c'était raisonnable et proportionné l'application de cette loi-là. Est-ce que mon collègue est d'accord avec moi que c'est plutôt injustifié et injustifiable?
L'honorable député de Mégantic-Lérable.
Je vais citer le Premier ministre du Québec. Imposer la loi risque de mettre de l'huile sur le feu en polarisant davantage la population. J'ai été clair avec le Premier ministre, la loi fédérale d'urgence ne doit pas s'appliquer au Québec. Je pense que nous n'en avons pas besoin. Je pense qu'en ce moment, ça n'aiderait pas le climat social, Monsieur le Président. J'ai des citations comme ça de la Première ministre du Manitoba, du Premier ministre de l'île du Prince-Édouard, du Premier ministre de l'Alberta. Je pense que c'est assez clair que les premiers ministres ont envoyé comme message
Prime Minister, what Premier Legault said, listen, we don't want anything to do with your Emergencies Act. We can look after this all by ourselves. So why isn't he able to do so?
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Speaker, and to the Honourable Member for Mégantic-Lérable, I'm actually raising a point that I've heard his leader, the official leader of the opposition, the leader of the opposition party, raise something as a hypothetical, and I want to address it now, and that is this notion that the Prime Minister hid. I think we forget the Prime Minister, and I'm not going to defend all the Prime Minister's actions by any means, but at the moment this convoy started, the Prime Minister had been diagnosed with positive for COVID. Had he gone in to meet with people who were unvaccinated, and had any of them been sickened and died, he could have been charged with manslaughter. Does that not occur to people on the other side as a...
Order. I would really like to hear the... I'm just looking over to the minister. The member completed her question?
No, it's Zoom right there.
Okay, good. I just want to make sure everybody listens to the question so that we can get a good answer on it. The Honourable Member for Sandwich Gulf Island.
Speaker, I know this is a difficult time for everyone, but I think that hypothetical and the use of the word hid is again inflaming divisions in this place we shouldn't have. If someone tests positive for COVID, they should not be meeting with anyone, and they certainly shouldn't be threatening the health and safety of people who have chosen not to get vaccinated.
L'honorable député de Mégantic-Lérable.
Member for Mégantic-Lérable.
Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker,
depuis le début de la pandémie,
from the beginning of the
j'ai eu
pandemic,
l'occasion, je ne sais pas à combien de reprises,
I don't know how many
d'assister à des
opportunities
discours
to
et à des présentations
listen to speeches
de mon
and
honorable collègue
presentations
sur un petit appareil qui
from my
s'appelle
honorable
Zoom,
colleague
un
on
petit
this little
ordinateur.
platform, this
J'ai
little
eu
computer
l'occasion
called
de
Zoom.
l'entendre à plusieurs
I've
reprises
heard her on
défendre le
many
gouvernement libéral
occasions,
sur ce petit écran,
and
Monsieur le
also
Président.
members of the Liberal Party on
Se
this small
cacher, ça veut
screen
dire pas
using
répondre aux
Zoom.
questions.
So hiding
Ça veut
means not
dire
answering questions.
ne pas vouloir
Hiding means
prendre position.
not taking a
C'est ce que le
stance.
Premier ministre a fait en se
That's
cachant,
what the
Monsieur le
Prime
Président.
Minister
Il s'est
did
caché
when he
de
hid.
ses
He
responsabilités.
shirked his
Il
responsibilities.
s'est pas caché chez eux. Il
He
s'est caché de
didn't
ses
hide at home.
responsabilités.
He shirked
Il
his
aurait pu parler. Il
responsibilities.
avait tous les
He
moyens pour le
could
faire.
have taken the floor because he had all the means he needed to do so.
Reprise du débat, continuing debate, l'honorable député de Belleuil-Chambly.
Member for Belleuil-Chambly.
Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker,
permettez-moi d'abord de rappeler
please allow me to
aux amis
remind
d'en face
our friends across the way
que nous sommes en pandémie
that we're in the midst of a pandemic.
et de rappeler aux amis de droite que j'aimerais m'entendre moi-même.
I'd like to remind the Conservative Party that I'd like to be able to hear
A
myself as
fait des
well.
victimes.
The pandemic has caused many victims.
Il y a des gens qui ont eu des ennuis de santé majeurs, extrêmement significatifs. Il y a des gens qui vivent dans l'angoisse. Il y a des gens qui ont vu leur pouvoir d'achat sérieusement réduit à cause des effets inflationnistes durables ou temporaires, structurels ou conjoncturels de la pandémie. La pandémie s'est attaquée gravement aux aînés. La pandémie s'est attaquée gravement au système de santé du Québec et des provinces. Bien sûr, devant une situation inusitée, sans précédent, on peut y aller parfois un peu à tâtons. On essaie, on n'a pas un succès immédiat. Et parfois, ces essais et erreurs peuvent semer le doute. Je le comprends. C'est vrai au niveau des contraintes sanitaires. C'est vrai au niveau des mesures de santé autour de la notion de vaccination et de l'encadrement que ça a recommandé. C'est vrai au niveau des contraintes dans les déplacements qui ont été imposés. Et ça s'explique et ça se comprend. La réponse à tout ça, c'est toujours et ça doit être l'information. Même si le succès de l'information et de la diffusion des bonnes informations reste relatif. Malheureusement, la gestion de la pandémie a été gérée d'une façon qui était, comment dire, intoxiquée par une obsession. L'obsession de s'accaparer des pouvoirs du Québec et des provinces. L'obsession d'imposer des conditions en dehors de ces juridictions. L'obsession d'assujettir la pandémie, même la pandémie, à des valeurs multiculturalistes. Et tout ça, ça crée des retards dans la compréhension, ça crée de l'incompréhension chez les citoyens, tant du Québec et du Canada, alors que ce dont on a besoin, c'est d'informations de qualité. Ça a aussi été, Monsieur le Président, la graine, la semence des oppositions qui ont émergé sous les formes que l'on découvre depuis quelques semaines. Monsieur le Président, la peur est légitime. Le doute est légitime. L'opposition aux idées ou aux politiques d'un gouvernement, c'est légitime. Le dire est légitime. Le manifester est légitime. Se rassembler pour le manifester est légitime. La sédition et l'insurrection ne sont pas légitimes. Refuser le traitement est-il légitime? Mettre en péril la vie d'autrui en refusant un traitement ou un vaccin est-il légitime? Hier, j'ai été vacciné pour la troisième fois, librement. C'était ma liberté Et ce faisant, je protégeais et je contribuais à rétablir la liberté d'autres gens plus fragiles qui attendent le sentiment de sécurité qu'ils devraient et elles devraient avoir en sortant de chez eux, en particulier les résidences pour personnes âgées. La liberté est une question d'équilibre. Équilibre entre la liberté individuelle et la liberté collective. Le jugement, à cet égard, demande du jugement. Et ce n'est pas au menu du jour dans tous les partis. La liberté pose un test de leadership. Le test de la liberté que le Premier ministre a échoué. Pourquoi? Par idéologie. Pour assujettir les libertés collectives aux libertés individuelles, pour écraser l'identité d'une nation sous celle de toutes les nations, pour nier la nation, pour parler d'un État post-national. C'est continuer l'œuvre paternelle, nier le Québec, achever l'œuvre civilisatrice de banaliser la nation québécoise. Ce fut l'objet, parlant liberté, de la Charte des droits, celle des droits individuels, celle qui nie le français, celle qui nie la laïcité, celle qui nie la liberté d'enseignement, celle qui envisage de censurer les réseaux. Fût-il, comment dire, un caniveau d'injures alarmant ces temps-ci, il reste que c'est un lieu d'expression libre sous réserve de la propagande haineuse. La Charte nie les droits collectifs. Elle nie l'identité collective, elle nie la nation. Alors tout naturellement, le premier ministre se porte à la défense des individus. Puis il l'échappe. La liberté devient liberté. Alimentée par la peur, le doute, une information insuffisante. La liberté prend des airs de l'extrême droite. Elle cautionne tous les excès. Elle alimente la désobéissance civile. Elle flirte avec la violence. Elle pollue les réseaux sociaux. Mais le premier ministre parle. C'est dans sa nature, pendant une crise, faire activement rien. C'est dans sa nature idéologique, mépriser et enflammer les différences. Oui, M. le Président, il l'échappe. Ottawa est assiégé. Le drapeau auquel le premier ministre est associé flirte avec les pires. Il doit agir, mais il ignore comment. Alors il fait semblant d'agir. Il fait une parade, un spectacle. Il détourne l'attention. Il camoufle son échec. Il dépose une motion aussi lourde qu'inutile. Héritage maquillé de la loi sur les mesures de guerre. Mais Dieu merci, la copie est toujours plus pâle que l'original. Et le premier ministre n'arrête de répéter qu'il n'y a aucune entrave aux libertés garanties par la Charte. Si la loi sur les mesures d'urgence n'entravait aucune liberté, elle n'existerait pas. Par nature, elle entrave des libertés. Et le rôle du premier ministre n'est pas de nier qu'elle entrave des libertés, cette loi sur les mesures d'urgence, et de les justifier et de les expliquer. La loi sur les mesures d'urgence a été inutile au pont des ambassadeurs, inutile à la douane de Caus, inutile pour la saisie d'armes au même endroit, inutile au Québec. Et comble l'ironie, alors que le Québec ne veut pas l'application de la loi des mesures d'urgence sur son territoire, c'est la Sûreté du Québec qui vient en renfort à Ottawa. Mets ça dans ta pipe puis fume! Et il s'engage, le premier ministre, à circonscrire l'application en termes de lieu. Or, elle ne le fait pas. Il aura beau le répéter, elle ne le fait pas. Elle est canadienne. Elle est dans la foulée de sa tradition. Mais là aussi, en termes de tradition, M. le Président, la copie est toujours plus pâle que l'original. L'Assemblée nationale n'en veut pas de cette loi. Le gouvernement du Québec n'en veut pas, évidemment. Le Bloc québécois n'en veut pas. Les conservateurs du Québec n'en veulent pas. Et je rencontre le chef du NPD cet après-midi pour en discuter. Peut-être y a-t-il moyen d'une compréhension mutuelle. Seuls les libéraux d'Ottawa n'en veulent pas parce que ceux de Québec n'en veulent pas.
those in Ottawa
Si l'Ontario la veut, cette loi, ça ne la rend pas utile. Tout ça pouvait être fait autrement, mais ça leur appartient. Et le Québec, lui, clairement, n'en veut pas. Le Premier ministre a échoué au test des libertés collectives. Il a un triste bilan à cet égard. Il échoue souvent le test des libertés. Il a abandonné Raif Badawi. Il a ignoré les Ouïghours. Il est complice de l'Espagne contre la Catalogne. Il méprise les aspirations linguistiques du Québec, il méprise les aspirations laïques du Québec, il méprise la liberté d'expression et d'enseignement si elle ne pense pas et ne dit pas comme lui. Il affame les provinces qui ne respectent pas ses conditions en santé. Et même en matière de sécurité, le Premier ministre agit d'abord et avant tout par l'ingérence, par l'appropriation de pouvoirs qui ne sont pas les siens et par des interventions qui, quoi qu'il en dise, ne sont pas justifiées dans l'état actuel des choses, l'ensemble du territoire canadien, sauf la crise qu'il s'est lui-même fabriquée à Ottawa, en est témoin. Il a échoué le test de la liberté d'expression parce qu'il a livré le mot liberté à ses pires adversaires, l'extrême droite et surtout, Monsieur le Président, l'ignorance. La liberté est une valeur progressiste. La liberté est une valeur nationale. La liberté est une valeur québécoise. La liberté se nourrit de vérité. La vaccination est un outil de liberté. Imparfaite, certainement, mais encore la moins pire des solutions. Et le plus vite nous nous y serons assujettis, le plus vite l'ensemble des mesures sanitaires pourront être levées. Pire, par son échec, il a abandonné les malades pour gérer une crise qu'il a, à toute fin pratique, créée. Moi, Monsieur le Président, je défendrai toujours la liberté, surtout celle de ma nation. Comme dans le Québec est libre de ses choix.
Quebec is free to make its choices. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Kings Hands.
Monsieur le Président,
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Le chef du Bloc québécois compare cette mesure d'une décret d'urgence publique à celle de loi sur les mesures de guerre, ce qui n'est pas le cas. Son porte-parole en matière de sécurité publique a suggéré que cette mesure supprime le droit garanti par la Charte, qui ce n'est pas le cas. Cette ordonnance donne simplement à la police et aux autorités provinciales de pouvoirs supplémentaires pour faire le travail, y compris le suivi de contributions financières aux activités illégales, incluant au Québec, cause des dommages économiques. Normalement, le Bloc apprécie l'idée de pouvoir discrétionnaire provincial. Pourquoi sont-ils contre une mesure raisonnable et proportionnelle pour leur province maintenant?
L'honorable député de
Belleuil-Chambly. Il y a une grande différence entre offrir des pouvoirs supplémentaires à d'autres juridictions et s'emparer des pouvoirs d'autres juridictions pour les donner à sa propre police. Et ça, encore une fois, c'est une espèce d'exercice de gymnastique à laquelle le gouvernement se prête avec des arabesques à côté desquels le patinage artistique à Beijing fait pâle figure. Et l'autre élément, Monsieur le Président, c'est que lorsque des mesures sont nécessaires et lorsque des mesures sont pertinentes et qu'elles ont pour effet d'altérer des libertés, plutôt que de prétendre qu'elles n'altèrent pas des libertés, on le justifie. Allez me faire croire que ce soit justifié ou pas, que saisir le compte de banque de quelqu'un ou l'empêcher de circuler dans une rue donnée, ce n'est pas altérer les libertés de quelqu'un. À un moment donné, il y a des évidences, mais ce gouvernement est passé maître dans l'art de prétendre le contraire de l'évidence et de se le répéter entre eux.
Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. L'honorable député de
Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you,
Je
Mr.
au chef
Speaker.
du Bloc québécois
I'd like to ask the leader
ce
of the
qu'il
Bloc
pense de
Québécois what does he
l'évaluation
think
actuelle
about
de la balance entre la loi disponible et les capacités et les ressources.
And the
On voit
capacity and the
actuellement que le
resources that are
problème
available.
majeur
We've seen a
pour la
major
Ville
issue
d'Ottawa,
for the city
c'est
of
la
Ottawa
capacité
is in
d'enlever
terms
les camions
of
remorques, ce qui
the
cause le plus grand problème au-delà de tout le reste.
removing all these tractor
Est-ce
trailers.
Est-ce qu'il sait que l'article 129 du Code
Does he
criminel
know that Section 21 of the Criminal Code obliges
à fournir des ressources aux policiers qui en font la demande.
Companies to provide the police with resources when they're asked. And once again, does he agree that there's been a lack of balance between the existing law and available capacities and resources? The honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly.
Sauf peut-être sur une lumière rouge pendant 1 minute et demie.
Except,
immobiliser un poids lourd sur la ligne blanche au milieu de la rue, c'est illégal. Tu pars de même. Ces gens-là annoncent à l'avance que c'est leur intention. Tu les laisses s'en venir. La police d'Ottawa capote un peu, demande de l'aide, tu leur en donnes pas. Tu dis, on va envoyer 275 policiers et policières de la GRC, tes réserves autour du Parlement puis au premier ministre qui commence à trouver ça compliqué de circuler. Ça tente moyen de venir autour du Parlement. Le premier ministre dit lui-même que la police d'Ottawa a tous les pouvoirs nécessaires pour intervenir jusqu'à ce qu'il se rende compte que ce qu'il dit n'a pas de bon sens. Il existe en effet à même les pouvoirs des provinces, des corps policiers, des capacités législatives, les lois sur les états d'urgence des différentes juridictions, tous les outils nécessaires. Alors qu'on arrête de dire sans ça, ça se pourrait pas, puis que là, les gens ont peur, puis ils encouragent le recours à la loi sur les mesures d'urgence. Les provinces pouvaient et peuvent intervenir. La preuve a été faite partout, sauf ici,
they could have done that everywhere except for here around the Parliament.
Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the honourable leader of the Bloc
J'ai une question parce que je suis inquiète avec les règlements qui sont présentés aujourd'hui sur l'urgence et les questions géographiques. La régulation ici devant nous manque un référence clair à une région géographique. Mais hier, le Premier ministre et les autres ministres ont dit que l'utilisation d'urgence, la loi sur l'urgence, va inclure une limite géographique. Mais je ne le trouve pas ici. Je veux ma question pour le chef, c'est ça. Si le gouvernement va changer les régulations avec les limites géographiques qui n'occupent pas la province du Québec, c'est possible que le chef du Bloc québécois pense que c'est nécessaire pour la situation ici à Ottawa.
L'honorable député de Belleuil-Chambly.
L'histoire des quelques dernières années enseigne une chose, que le principe général, ce qu'on dit en général, est moins sujet à application concrète que ce qu'on écrit. Je m'intéresse assez peu, par expérience, somme toute récente, à ce que le premier ministre dit. Je regarde ce que les textes disent.
Well, then I have to look at what the text says. What does it say? It says it's applicable everywhere in Canada. There's no nuance that has been added or restrictions. Earlier in English, they said that they would consult and perhaps well, if they wanted to go somewhere, they would. They could amend the text and recognize provincial jurisdiction. And some provinces said that they would like that. But if they were to withdraw the text and replace it with one that said, here's what we're able and ready to do to help Ottawa right now, to end this political camouflage.
Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. L'honorable député de
Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie.
Ah, on vous entend pas.
We can't hear you.
Recommence.
Please start again.
Non.
We still can't hear you.
C'est le bout. Non. Encore, on vous entend pas.
We still can't hear you.
Je vais aller à quelqu'un d'autre.
We'll go to someone else and then we'll try to come back to
you. The honourable member, l'honorable député
de
Longueuil-Saint-Hubert.
Longueuil-Saint-Hubert.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Aujourd'hui, je pense que c'est
Today,
indébitablement
I
une
think
journée
it's
noire
clearly
pour la
a black
démocratie
day for democracy in Canada.
Au Québec, là,
in Quebec,
la loi sur les mesures de guerre en 70 a été vécue comme un énorme traumatisme. Il y a eu 500 personnes emprisonnées arbitrairement, des gens qui ont été détenus pendant des semaines sans qu'on leur dise leurs droits. Ça rappelle des souvenirs vraiment douloureux. En politique, il y a les lois, il y a la lettre de la loi, il y a les virgules de la loi, il y a le texte de la loi, mais il y a l'esprit de la loi. On a beau nous dire que la loi sur les mesures d'urgence, c'est une loi qui n'est pas la même que la loi des mesures de guerre, mais ça rappelle au Québec un traumatisme. J'aimerais ça que mon chef me parle du traumatisme qui a été vécu au Québec avec la loi des mesures de guerre en 1970.
Honorable député de Belleuil-Chambly.
Monsieur le Président, ce qui est traumatisant, c'est prendre la parole après le député de Laurier-Saint-Hubert. Ceci étant dit, j'avais demandé hier au député du côté du gouvernement de faire preuve d'une espèce de sensibilité. Je comprends que ça ne viendra pas facilement parce que quand on a demandé des excuses, on était les derniers avec les Acadiens à ne pas avoir eu d'excuses pour les exactions canadiennes. Quand j'ai demandé des excuses une couple de mois, on nous a pratiquement ri au visage. On a nié l'histoire. Je ne m'attends pas à des miracles, mais soyez un peu sensibles au fait pour les Québécois. Il y a une relation incertaine, non pas avec le rôle humanitaire de l'armée.
Not with the humanitarian role of the army. Yes, we were happy to see them at some point, but when we're talking about an act
qui ratatine les libertés
that
et qui est le rejeton au botox de la loi des mesures de guerre,
and that looks like the War Measures Act,
et par le porteur et par la nature de la loi,
both in the content of the nature of the act, this concerns us. We have experienced this in the past, so please provide some understanding.
Questions et commentaires. On va réessayer. Rosemont, la petite patrie.
La petite patrie.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Parfait. On est d'accord sur le fait que la loi ne devrait pas être appliquée au territoire québécois parce qu'il n'y a pas moyen de le faire. On était prêts à appuyer la motion de bloc là-dessus avant qu'elle soit bloquée par les libéraux. Là où j'ai un malaise, Monsieur le Président, avec le discours du chef du bloc, c'est les amalgames historiques douteux à notre égard. Utiliser des souvenirs douloureux, le traumatisme de la loi des mesures de guerre au Québec, alors qu'il n'y a pas de commune mesure avec la loi actuelle et ce qui s'est passé il y a une cinquantaine d'années. Même la chroniqueuse Hélène Buzetti, qu'on ne peut pas accuser de manquer de sensibilité québécoise, a dit c'est pas du tout comparable. Alors j'invite le chef du bloc à regarder les dispositions de la loi et à faire les distinctions et les nuances que la rigueur intellectuelle appelle.
And see what that entails.
L'humilité à Rosemont, pas pour cours légal.
And Rosemont, la petite patrie doesn't seem to be legal. But I would ask the member for Rosemont, la petite patrie,
l'Assemblée nationale qui devrait
listen to
au moins un
the
petit peu avec la
National
sienne.
Assembly.
Ses amis de Québec solidaire sont contre. Les libéraux sont contre. Le Parti québécois est contre. La CAQ est contre. La seule personne au Québec qui a raison, Monsieur le Président, c'est le député de Rosemont, la petite patrie. Je suis un peu inquiet, mais je lui rappellerai que le chef du NPD, en 1970, a voté contre la loi sur les mesures de guerre.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Burnaby South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a critical moment in our history. In a few weeks, we will enter the third year of this pandemic. Canadians are tired. Tired of a pandemic that has created so much loss and such sacrifice for so many. Canadians are frustrated. Frustrated that so many have found themselves worse off, while those at the very top have only increased their wealth and power. And many are afraid. Afraid of the next wave, of the next variant, but also afraid of the other crises we face, of fires and floods caused by the climate change destroying their homes and their livelihoods, of losing those they love to a toxic drug supply, of not being able to get the care they need or that their loved ones need when they need it. But neither fear, frustration, or fatigue have won over Canadians' fundamental desire to take care of one another. We are here today at this moment because of a result of a failure of leadership. People were abandoned by government that argued over jurisdiction rather than helping people. People were abandoned because governments didn't take this convoy and its impact on people seriously. And they were abandoned by the police, some of whom stood with the occupiers and the occupation. It should never have come to this. It should have never come to a point in time where thousands of workers lost their wages because of blockades at bridges. Thousands of workers lost wages because of blockades of one of the busiest shopping centers in Ottawa, retail workers, people who are already precariously employed. It should never come to the point where residents, families, children were harassed, intimidated, terrorized by the convoy. It should have never come to this. Many people right now are rightly concerned about the impact of the Emergencies Act, that it might crack down on protests in the future. What we're dealing with is not a protest. It is not peaceful. The organizers of this illegal occupation have been clear from the beginning. They haven't shied away from this. They have been brazen about it. They came here to overthrow a democratically elected government. It is a movement funded by foreign influence, and it is fed on disinformation. Its goal is to disrupt our democracy. We share the concern of many Canadians that the government may misuse the powers in the Emergencies Act. So I want to be very clear. We will be watching. We will withdraw our support if at any point we feel these powers are being misused. I've been at many protests and strikes, and I've witnessed the full and brutal power of the police being used against peaceful protesters. So I want to make this clear as well. Indigenous land defenders, climate change activists, workers fighting for fairness, and any Canadian using their voice to peacefully demand justice should never be subject to the Emergencies Act. New Democrats will never support that. What has become very clear in this crisis is that there needs to be as well a serious examination of policing in Canada. Occupiers get hugs from the police, while Indigenous and racialized protesters are met with the barrel of a gun. Yep. There are several accounts, very troubling accounts, of current and former law enforcement and military members involved in these occupations. One of the requirements of the Emergencies Act is that after its invocation, there is a public inquiry into its use. This must include a full public inquiry into the role of law enforcement in these occupations, both in their support for the occupiers and in many cases the refusal to enforce the law.
L'utilisation de la loi sur les mesures d'urgence est un constat d'échec flagrant pour le gouvernement. Nous n'aurions jamais dû rendre là. Mais la situation de crise à Ottawa nécessite des actions supplémentaires pour éviter que quelque chose de grave se produise. Nous prenons l'usage de la loi sur les mesures d'urgence très au sérieux. Il n'y a pas personne qui veut revoir une situation comme celle de 1970 arriver à nouveau. Plusieurs personnes sont marquées par l'usage de mesures de guerre en 1970, les arrestations aléatoires, l'usage d'armées dans les rues de Montréal. De nombreuses personnes sont inquiètes qu'une telle situation se reproduise et je les comprends. C'est pourquoi l'usage des mesures d'urgence doit être pris avec un grand sérieux et beaucoup de précautions. Nous sommes rassurés que l'usage de l'armée n'est pas considéré et les droits prévus à la Charte des droits et libertés seront toujours maintenus. Ce qui veut dire que les arrestations et celles-ci arbitraires ne seront pas justifiées par la loi. Mais l'NPD croit qu'il n'y a aucune justification pour le moment d'utiliser les mesures d'urgence au Québec. Nous demandons des garanties au Premier ministre que les mesures d'urgence seront seulement utilisées où elles sont réellement nécessaires. À tout moment, l'NPD est prêt à utiliser les mécanismes à sa disposition pour révoquer les pouvoirs au gouvernement. Il n'est pas de question de donner un chèque en blanc. Et nous aurons le gouvernement à l'œil pour éviter quelconque abus. In the last few weeks, we've heard a lot about divisions in our country. That division, sadly, has been fed and amplified by members in this House. That has to end. Using a pandemic as a political wedge to score points off your opponents to try to win a leadership or an election is wrong. And frankly, dangerous. This virus doesn't care who you voted for. Wearing a mask isn't a partisan activity. Vaccines save lives. And the vast majority of Canadians and members of Parliament know this and have supported vaccination efforts. We cannot let Canadians' trust in science and public health be eroded by political opportunism. The pandemic is changing, and our response has to change as well. Restrictions are being lifted. We need a plan to get out of the pandemic, to get to the end of the pandemic. A plan based on science and our fundamental responsibility to take care of one another. Canadians who have done everything asked of them now want to know what to do next. Canadians have followed the rules, but they need to believe that restrictions are fair and make sense. We know that things can change quickly. New variants may appear, the evidence may change. But without a clear plan, confusion, disinformation, and resentment grows. We believe that a plan to get to the end of the pandemic, to get us out of this pandemic, has to include the urgent repair of our healthcare system so that people can get the care when they need it. It has to include finishing the job of vaccination, especially of our children. And we have to make sure there's global access to vaccines so we avoid future variants and waves of infection. And we need to move forward on solving the problems that this pandemic has only made worse. The reality is, working people have paid the price of this pandemic. While big companies took government money and gave out shareholder dividends and CEO bonuses, frontline workers got sick because they had to work without sick leave. Parents struggled to keep their kids at home while schools were closed and big box stores stayed open. You are right to be angry that life has only gotten harder over these past 2 years.
that it is almost impossible to buy a home, to keep a roof over your head, or to rent a decent place to live. Because wealthy speculators are driving up the cost of housing. You are right to be angry that the cost of groceries go up to feed the profits of wealthy corporate grocery stores. You are right to be angry that you work hard and pay your taxes, but the super wealthy and big businesses don't pay their fair share. And you are right to be angry that your life has become harder while the super wealthy and powerful have only added to their wealth and power. I'm angry too. And when I get angry, I fight. But I learned long ago that my anger and my fight is not with the powerless. Your anger, your fight is not with Canadians. It's with those at the very top, the powerful who have built a system rigged against working people. We can change this. We can change this, but only if we come together to fight for a Canada that doesn't leave people behind while others profit. The story of this pandemic is not one of division. It's one of solidarity. It's a story of frontline healthcare workers showing up day after day in impossible situations. It is a story of grocery workers and farmers and truckers keeping us fed, of teachers doing their best to connect with children through screens. Our story is one of neighbors helping each other get vaccinated, helping each other when they're in need. We will not let the last few weeks define this pandemic for us. Canadians have sacrificed too much, lost too many loved ones, missed out on too many moments to allow our country to become divided by hate and violence. Don't let your anger turn into hatred. We know that hatred is like a fire. When it's allowed to grow, it will consume everything. As I hold my daughter, I often think about the world I want for her. I want her to walk through the world without fear. I want her to always feel like she belongs. I don't want her to face the same struggles that I have. I believe this is what we all want for our children. This is my hope, that our decisions in the coming days are guided by this desire to build a better and safer, more just world where all of our children believe that they belong. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for
citizens. We're going to pay close attention to this implementation of the Emergency Measures Act, and we are prepared to withdraw our support at any moment that it becomes clear that there's an abuse of power. We have the powers to do so. There are a number of tools at our disposal, and we'll be paying very close attention to the way this Emergency Act is used, and we want to make sure it's used only for the goal of dealing with this convoy and this national crisis so that Canadians can have restored confidence in the ability of this country to be able to function properly, to protect them, to keep them safe.
Sinon, et commentaires, questions and comments. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to go back to the Leader of the NDP's comments about the real story. Over the last couple of years, there have been so many heroic moments that we have witnessed where people from all regions of the country have stepped up, and that's really needs to be acknowledged right up front. You know, it's an unfortunate situation that we find ourselves in. You know, it wasn't that long ago, a week ago, where we had literally $500 million worth of trade between Canada and U.S. being held hostage to convoy blockades, having a very negative impact on issues like jobs and so forth. We've had some opposition parties be inconsistent with their messaging, which has also caused some issues. And I'm wondering if my friend could provide his thoughts in terms of how important it is. Yes, we recognize how Canadians have contributed, but at this point in juncture of time that we have to do the things to protect our families, businesses, and trade lines, economic lines.
The honourable member for Burnaby South.
Thank you for the question, and it gives an opportunity to talk about the incredible sacrifice of so many people. I think of all the frontline workers, all those frontline workers that kept us going in the most difficult parts of this pandemic. The retail workers, the logistic workers, the truck drivers, the frontline healthcare workers, and how it's been so difficult for these frontline workers. And in a lot of ways, these frontline healthcare workers and frontline workers were abandoned as well. They were the most important workers in some cases that were paid the least. And so we fought to make sure that they were recognized not just with their hard work and sacrifice, but with fair compensation. And that has to continue. The healthcare workers right now are struggling. They are at their brink. Nurses have told us about the crisis in healthcare. So we have to make sure we're supporting them with real investments. And we are in a real crisis. The fact that one of the busiest borders in North America could be shut down, causing thousands and thousands of workers to lose their wages, is unacceptable. It is wrong. We need to make sure workers are protected, and that's why we reluctantly support this measure to make sure this convoy is ended and that workers are protected, that people are protected, the residents of Ottawa are supported. We'll stand with them.
For a quick short one, the honourable member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Always a pleasure to rise on behalf of the people of Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou. It's interesting that the honourable leader of the NDP has spoken about the division of the government, and yet he has consistently propped up this government that has chosen to divide. Now, in his speech, he spoke about the fact that the Emergencies Act should not touch on Quebec, and yet he is supporting legislation which, theoretically, could freeze bank accounts in Quebec. So, will he support that aspect of the Act because it cannot be separated from the remainder? Yes or no?
The honourable member for Burnaby South in 30 seconds.
We want to make sure that this Act is used in a way that stops a convoy, and it's not used where it's not necessary. But I want to be very clear about division. I certainly have said that in this House, divisions have been flamed, and that the story of this pandemic is one of solidarity. But I want to be clear. Conservatives have purposely tried to use this convoy as an opportunity to score points and cause problems for the Liberals. The Liberals have also looked at this as an opportunity to divide and wedge. And I'm saying that it is wrong to do that. We cannot be wedging people on a thing that is not partisan. This is a crisis that we have to come together on. The pandemic is one where we all have to tackle together, and it should not be something to score points on.
Prise du débat, continuing debate, the Honourable Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I will be splitting my time with the President of the Queen's Privy Council for Canada and the Minister of Emergency Preparedness. And I see that it's now Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm pleased and honored, but also do this with a deep sense of obligation to rise today to speak to the invocation of the Emergencies Act by our government and to the motion in this House to affirm the government's decision. Canada is a rule of law country. By declaring a public order emergency under the Emergencies Act, we followed the law and we are acting within it. There are clear conditions set out in the Emergencies Act in order for a public order emergency to be declared. Our government believes those conditions have been met and that those same conditions required the Government of Canada to act. La loi sur les mesures d'urgence existe depuis 1988 et a remplacé la loi sur les mesures de guerre. Elle est différente de cette dernière de deux façons très importantes. Premièrement, la loi sur les mesures d'urgence contient plusieurs balises et sauvegardes, dont un examen parlementaire. Deuxièmement, les mesures prises en vertu de la loi doivent respecter la Charte canadienne des droits et libertés. I want to reiterate this point. The Preamble to the Emergencies Act states, and whereas the Governor and Council in taking such special temporary measures would be subject to the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms and the Canadian Bill of Rights, and must have regard to the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, particularly with respect to those fundamental rights that are not to be limited or abridged even in a national emergency. Madam Speaker, any and all of our government action will be subject to the Charter, and it is my job as Attorney General to ensure this. I take that responsibility incredibly seriously. There is therefore a further check in the parliamentary oversight process as well. The Emergencies Act can only be invoked in specific, serious circumstances that amount to a national emergency. In order to meet the thresholds for a national emergency, 3 conditions must be met. First, we must be in a situation that either seriously endangers the lives, health, or safety of Canadians and exceeds the capacity or authority of a province to deal with it, or seriously threatens the ability of the Government of Canada to preserve the sovereignty, security, and territorial integrity of Canada. Second, the provinces and territories' capacity to handle the situation must be considered insufficient or show gaps. And third, we must conclude that the situation cannot be handled adequately under any other Canadian law, including provincial or territorial laws. Our government believes these conditions were met, and yesterday we tabled an explanation of the reasons for issuing the declaration as required by the Act. We also tabled yesterday, as required, a report on any consultation with the provinces with respect to the declaration. I would especially like to highlight the support of British Columbia, Ontario, and Newfoundland and Labrador, as noted in the document of invoking the Act to respond to this national emergency. Une fois l'urgence déclarée, la loi sur les mesures d'urgence permet au gouvernement fédéral d'adopter les décrets et les règlements nécessaires pour intervenir. Notre gouvernement respecte les droits et libertés des Canadiens tels que protégés par la Charte. C'est notre intention d'utiliser uniquement les pouvoirs nécessaires, raisonnables et mesurés pour résoudre la crise de façon rapide et sécuritaire, consistant avec la section 1 de la Charte. As you have seen, our government has introduced targeted orders under the Act. While the Act technically applies to all of Canada, we have been very careful to tailor orders to be as focused as possible, and only in those places affected by blockades and illegal occupations will we see any change at all. We have introduced the following measures to bring the situation under control. Temporary regulation and prohibition of public assemblies that lead to a breach of the peace and go beyond lawful protest. The situation in Ottawa and blockades at certain border crossings have gone far beyond lawful protest. Temporarily designating and securing places where blockades are to be prohibited. This could include borders, approaches to borders, critical infrastructure, hospitals, and democratic institutions. Temporarily directing persons to render essential services to relieve impacts of blockades on Canada's economy. This could include tow trucks and their drivers, for compensation, of course. temporarily authorizing or directing financial institutions to render essential services to relieve the impact of blockades, including regulating and prohibiting the use of property to fund or support the blockades. Temporarily enabling the RCMP to enforce municipal bylaws and provincial offences where required. And finally, temporary imposition of fines or imprisonment for contravention of any order or regulation made under Section 19 of the Emergencies Act. Madame la Présidente, nous traversons une période extraordinaire et le gouvernement du Canada s'est engagé à respecter et à protéger les droits individuels tout en préservant l'ordre public. Cela comprend toutes les mesures prises par le gouvernement du Canada en vertu de la loi sur les mesures d'urgence, y compris les ordres ou les décrets ou les actions des représentants du gouvernement. I want to repeat what I previously stated. It is my responsibility and commitment as Attorney General of Canada to ensure that all steps taken by our government are consistent with the Charter as required by the Act. The Emergencies Act, Madam Speaker, also contains a number of significant limits, checks, and safeguards. As required by the Act, on several occasions over the past week, the Prime Minister and members of Cabinet consulted with the Premiers and members of their respective governments. Having now declared a public order emergency, we tabled the declaration in Parliament, as required, within 7 days. And in fact, we did so as quickly as possible, well before the 7 days, tabling yesterday for discussion today so that Parliament could perform its important oversight role. In the coming days, a parliamentary committee will be struck to provide oversight while the emergency is in effect. This declaration only lasts for 30 days, unless renewed. However, we can, and we sincerely hope to, revoke the emergency much sooner. Le Parlement a le pouvoir de revoquer un décret, ce qui assure que toutes les mesures prises le seront de manière responsable, mesurée et dans le respect des balises établies. Orders must be tabled in Parliament within 2 days for review of parliamentarians, as was done yesterday. Parliament has the power to amend or revoke any order made under the Act. In closing, I want to address 2 critiques of the official opposition. They say this declaration is unnecessary. The illegal blockades and occupations are ending. I say, look outside. They are not. I say, look at the streets of Winnipeg. The ones that have ended did so after the Prime Minister announced we were moving to declare a public order emergency. We are achieving what we intended to achieve with these measures, and we're doing it in a most measured and responsible way. We have seen further how fluid the situation is. Since we declared this emergency, we have seen other potential blockades stopped. We want law enforcement to have the necessary tools for a limited time to ensure we do not have a repeat of any of the blockades. The official opposition is talking about rights. On this side of the House, we take rights seriously. So did the Progressive Conservative government that introduced the Emergencies Act and ensured it was Charter compliant. That was the right thing to do. We are invoking this act to end illegal blockades and occupations. We are invoking it to restore the rights of those who cannot walk safely on the streets of downtown Ottawa. We are invoking it to protect the rights of workers to earn a living, of businesses to serve the public, for people to move freely across international borders. Let's not confuse illegal blockades and occupations with lawful protest. We know what a lawful protest looks like. It does not look like what is happening on Wellington Street or what transpired in Coutts or in Emerson. So we have declared a public order emergency to help law enforcement deal with these issues quickly and to protect us from them happening again. Our goal, Madam Speaker, is to see order restored and for this emergency declaration to be lifted as soon as possible. Thank you. Merci.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Calgary-Nose Hill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Act expressly prohibits violation of Charter rights. The declaration put forward by the government assumes power to regulate or prohibit private transfers of funds to protesters, including the ability to mandate the reporting of such transfers and freezing of accounts without judicial oversight. How is this measure compliant with Section 8 Charter rights to be free from unreasonable search and seizure?
Well, Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Canada.
I thank the honourable member for the question, Madam Speaker. Indeed, this Act is compliant with Section 8 of the Charter against unreasonable search and seizure. It is an extension of procedures and practices that already exist with respect to anti-terrorism financing and money laundering, Madam Speaker. So we are extending these practices and procedures that already exist, that are already Charter compliant, and to this other situation, i.e. funding illegal blockades and protests, and we are going to do it in a reasonable manner. It will be Charter compliant, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député d'Avignon-la-Métis, Matane Matapédia.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Je remercie le ministre pour son discours. Je pense qu'on s'entend tous de ce côté-ci de la Chambre pour dire que c'est une mesure de dernier recours et j'ai l'impression que la situation actuelle dit qu'on n'en est pas là. Et il y a plusieurs autres outils qui auraient pu être utilisés avant. Et j'ai l'impression que ça fait en sorte qu'on vient banaliser un petit peu la loi sur les mesures d'urgence. Et je ne suis pas juriste, mais pas besoin de faire une recherche très exhaustive pour se rendre compte qu'il y avait des outils dans le Code criminel canadien qu'on aurait très bien pu utiliser avant d'en arriver à la loi sur les mesures d'urgence. Pourquoi pas porter des accusations criminelles contre les gens qui bloquaient des ponts, contre les gens qui c'est plus une manifestation légale ici, qui font vraiment un siège à Ottawa. Pourquoi ne pas avoir fait ça? Alors j'aimerais qu'il m'explique pourquoi il n'a pas utilisé les autres outils que le Code criminel lui donnait avant d'en arriver à la loi sur les mesures d'urgence.
Le ministre de la Justice.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Je remercie l'honorable collègue pour sa question. Ce qu'on a trouvé dès le début de la crise, et on a travaillé avec, évidemment, les autres gouvernements à travers le Canada durant la crise, et avec la GRC. La GRC a travaillé avec les autres forces policières. Ce qu'on a aperçu qu'il y avait des écarts. Il fallait travailler ensemble. Ce qu'on a fait, Madame la Présidente, avec les mesures qui n'existaient pas avant, on a donné d'autres outils aux forces policières à travers les forces de compétences dans chaque juridiction de mieux encadrer leur situation avec d'autres outils qui pourraient faire en sorte que les situations sont mieux gérées. On est en train de combler les trous, Madame la Présidente.
So we're filling in the gaps, Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I've been here for much of the last 3 weeks, and what I've seen in Ottawa is a complete failure of civic officials and a complete failure of the police. This should never have been allowed to spiral. We saw in Quebec City and Toronto, the police did their job. We saw at the Ambassador Bridge the ridiculous situation that our bridge could be shut down for 8 days without action. So now we're having to take these measures. And I want to ask the minister, because he's talking about anti-terrorism measures, is the government able to tell this House that they have evidence that there is terrorism and extremism, that they can justify this, or are we just having to clean up the mess for the failure of what happened here in Ottawa?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Madam Speaker, I thank the honourable member for his question, delivered with his usual passion in this important circumstance. Madam Speaker, I mentioned terrorism as part of the financing. This isn't a terrorism act. We took measures that had been applied to terrorism. We've applied it to other illegal activity. But I'm not equating this to terrorism. What we have done is declare a public order emergency. Based on the reasons we gave in the declaration that we have made, they include the very deleterious economic impact to the kinds of workers that the honourable member has tried to protect throughout his whole career. Think of auto workers in southwestern Ontario or Niagara. Think of beef farmers. Think of pork farmers out west whose supply chains were blocked in trading with our largest trading partner. Madam Speaker, we have declared a public order emergency based on those very serious grounds. We needed to act. We had been there from the beginning. We saw gaps. We filled them. Now we've given better tools to the police.
Debate, the Honourable Minister for Emergency Preparedness and President of the Queen's Privy Council.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and it is a privilege to have the opportunity to rise today as the Minister of Emergency Preparedness to speak to the importance and necessity of the motion before the House. But, Madam Speaker, let me also acknowledge that the fact that we are all in this House, that elected representatives from across Canada have come to debate this important measure, is evidence of the strength and resiliency of our democratic institutions, Madam Speaker. And although the subject of today's debate is a solemn one, I think it is also evidence that should give us strength, resolve, and hope. Madam Speaker, let me begin my remarks by acknowledging the impact that these blockades and demonstrations have had on Canadian citizens, particularly for the people of Ottawa, who have been subject to intimidation and threats, a disruption of the course of their lives that, frankly, Madam Speaker, is unacceptable. Among the most important freedoms that we covered and protect in this country is the freedom of opinion, freedom of expression, and freedom of assembly, lawful, peaceful protest. But, Madam Speaker, it's also been said, your freedoms to swing your fist ends at the end of my nose. And what we have seen, unfortunately, over the past 3 weeks, is those rights have been exceeded and abused to the point that it's put Canadians in harm's way. Madam Speaker, I also want to speak briefly about the impact of the blockades that were taking place at vital trade corridors in this country, our international borders. Madam Speaker, when the protesters decided to go to our borders, we need to recognize and acknowledge they were going for the throat. They were going to cut off the supply of goods and services that our country relies on. When they stopped parts from coming across that border at the Ambassador Bridge, they shuttered factories. They idled workers. They damaged the reputation of Canada as a safe and stable place to invest. They hurt Canadians. It was clearly their intent. It is clearly what they were doing. And, Madam Speaker, it had to stop. And we saw the same targeted approach to hurt Canadian interest, to harm their fellow citizens in Coutts, Alberta, in South Surrey, British Columbia, in Emerson, certainly at the Ambassador Bridge, a number of feints at other border points. This was not by accident. They didn't just wander into those spaces. They went for the throat of this country. And, Madam Speaker, they created an emergency that we had to respond to. And, Madam Speaker, for the first time, we have come to the difficult decision to invoke the authorities of the Emergency Act. And I want to assure this House, from the very outset, our government recognized the significance of this decision, the heavy responsibility that would come with pursuing it. Not just the responsibility of this government, but of this House. We approached the process with caution and with care. It was essential that we explore all options available to us, Madam Speaker. We looked at everything very closely. We looked at our existing legislation. We looked at the regulations that support the Department of Justice officials, with the support of our Department of Justice officials, to see what additional federal supports would be required. We examined existing municipal, provincial, and federal authorities. Madam Speaker, I think it's rather evident. The threat of parking tickets did not deter those trucks in Ottawa. The threat of the enforcement of the Ontario Highway Traffic Act did not deter those commercial carriers from coming down our highways and using their vehicles, which are licensed under that legislation, to cause harm to Canadians. And it has also become clear of the limitations of even the authorities enshrined within federal law and the criminal code that our law enforcement officials were struggling. One of the things that became evident, and I'll give you two examples that I hope would be helpful to the Parliament in consideration of the necessity for these measures. One of the challenges that our law enforcement officials had, and not just our law enforcement officials, but those who are tasked with gathering and analyzing financial intelligence through FinTrack. Unfortunately, the funding associated to these actions which in many cases have been clearly criminal and harmful to Canadians, was opaque. And it became very clear when our officials came to us that they did not have the tools that they needed to provide the necessary and appropriate scrutiny of the source of that funding, and they did not have the tools to bring the accountability and even the consequences that were required to do their jobs. We listened, Madam Speaker. We listened to what they needed. We looked at the important Ontario, for example, declared an emergency and brought forward really important and useful regulations. But they couldn't do that because it was our responsibility. And so we considered that. We listened. Another example, Madam Speaker, and this may sound trivial, but it was significant. Jurisdictions right across the country. I heard from my counterpart and colleague, the minister responsible in Alberta, who for weeks has been asking for help to get tow trucks down to Coutts, Alberta, to haul those trucks away. And yet the tow truck industry in Alberta, like in Ontario, like right across the country, as a result of threats and intimidation, they were afraid to do their job. We needed that equipment, we needed those drivers, we needed their ability to remove those vehicles. But Madam Speaker, they were intimidated and afraid. And so we brought forward in these measures an authority not to compel them, but to really authorize them to do what we all needed them to be done. And Madam Speaker, I just might submit to you all, these measures work. People who knew the gaps in our laws, the gaps in law enforcement's response, they were exploiting it. And when we closed that gaps, they went to school, and we saw evidence of it in Coots. Now, I don't want to minimize the importance of the RCMP investigation. And by the way, I'm not going to comment on any aspect of their investigation or the prosecution that will follow. It's totally inappropriate for a minister to do so. But I want to thank them for doing their job, and I want to thank God that they were able to do it safely. That eliminated part of the threat at Coots. But when we announced on Monday that we were coming for the source of their funding, that there were going to be real consequences, financial consequences for their actions, they scurried away. And that's exactly what we needed them to do. They did exactly the same thing in Emerson, Manitoba. And even though we've seen yesterday in Windsor, some of them were going back because this is the way they can most effectively attack this country. They were stopped. They were stopped by effective law enforcement. And so, Madam Speaker, we have brought forward these measures. But let me also assure all my colleagues in this House, these measures must always be charter compliant. Our expectation is that our law enforcement officials will do their job, the job we all need them to do, but they will always do it mindful of their responsibility to uphold the rule of law, to effect their lawful purpose with a minimum amount of force, to do the work right. And I also want to assure this House, Madam Speaker, we'll be there to support them. We'll be there to support them. When they say we need tools, we'll give them the tools to do the job. And when they say we need resources, we'll provide those resources to do the job. Madam Speaker, every order of government and every person in this House has a responsibility to stand up with resolve and determination and to do what is necessary to protect Canada's interests. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
And comments, the Honourable Member for Sturgeon River Parker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would note that the Deputy Director of Intelligence for FinTrack, Barry McKillop, would disagree with the Minister's suggestion that there is extremist financing of the convoy. But I'll move on to my question. Back in January through March 2020, as the Minister said, these people came for the throat. What happened to the throat of our country when our railways were being blockaded, when our pipelines were being blockaded? We couldn't even get propane to Quebec in the middle of the winter, risking the lives of so many seniors. The port of Metro Vancouver was blockaded. And now this government said we needed to initiate dialogue. We needed to work with these people to come to a peaceful resolution. What is any different with this current situation that we're facing? Why is the Emergencies Act needed?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Let me speak to the member's first point, because I heard him ask the question before, and perhaps he hasn't been satisfied with the answer. I understand. I also speak to FinTrack often, and I've worked with them for decades. They didn't have the evidence because they didn't have the tools to collect the evidence. We listened to them. They said it's opaque. We don't have the tools to examine cryptocurrency wallets, for example. And we said, we hear you. You don't have the evidence, we'll give you the tools to go collect the evidence because it's necessary to protect Canadians. So, Madam Speaker, the member's argument against these measures is clearly a little bit shallow. And he needs to recognize he's right. We didn't have that information. Now we're getting that information. It's what our law enforcement officials need to protect the country.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Madame la Présidente, on convient que la situation est sérieuse. Le problème, c'est que pendant plus de 2 semaines, il y a seule l'opposition en convenait qu'il s'agissait d'une urgence. Le premier ministre a capitulé face à ses obligations d'utiliser les recours qui étaient à sa disposition précédemment. Les Québécois et les Canadiens méritent mieux, Madame la Présidente. J'aimerais savoir si l'honorable ministre est fier d'être assis aux côtés d'un premier ministre de dernier recours.
The Honourable Minister.
I want to assure the member, not only am I proud, it is the honour of my life to be a member of this government serving Canadians. But, Madam Speaker, I also want to be very clear. We have been seized from the very first moment in supporting law enforcement's efforts, but not also the efforts of our municipal and provincial partners. We've been working closely with provincial governments right across the country, including in Quebec. And, Madam Speaker, I want to also take this opportunity, if I may, to acknowledge that we respect very much the jurisdiction of provinces and territories over policing in their jurisdiction, as I'm sure they recognize and respect our responsibility to maintain the integrity and security of our borders. Madam Speaker, all orders of government have a responsibility to protect Canadians, and we'll all work together to do it.
Honourable Member for Hamilton Centre.
Madam Speaker, I understand and share the concerns that people have about the potential long-term impacts of the use of emergency measures legislation, and in particular, as it relates to the expansion of the institution of policing, given their past abuses and overreach against legitimate political actions by Indigenous, racial and climate justice activists and workers. And yet, with the capital and country in crisis, Canadians are feeling abandoned by their local police services, who have repeatedly been caught on video, compromised, and at times seem to be working in collusion with the insurrectionist occupation. Madam Speaker, the last Royal Commission on Policing was in 1962. Will the Minister of Public Safety commit to establishing a national commission on policing that would review the duties assigned to the police and their corresponding budgets? And will the minister commit to a secretariat or some other office to report on the radicalization and use of public resources in security forces for undemocratic ends?
Minister.
Well, I thank my colleague for the question, and I think one of the things that has become quite apparent, and I've heard concern across the country as well, an overwhelming desire that the police in this country do their job, and that they do it right. Madam Speaker, that they do it in a way which is compliant with all of our laws, with our Charter of Rights and Freedoms, that their response is measured, thoughtful, proportional, and effective. Madam Speaker, and we're working hard to make sure they have the tools and the support that they need. But I will also say, I spent 40 years in policing. Policing must be always accountable to the people they serve, because the most important tool that the police have is the trust and confidence of the people they serve. And, Madam Speaker, we'll always work to maintain that trust and confidence.
The Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the Minister of Emergency Preparedness for his comments this morning. My question is with respect to what I'm hearing. I appreciated his sharing the care and caution that this is being applied with. The Prime Minister shared a more targeted approach. But I need to also reconcile that with what I'm reading in the regulations we've been provided with, mention of critical infrastructure quite broadly. I share the concerns of the member from Burnaby South, for example, with respect to how this could be applied in future to Indigenous land defenders, to climate activists. Could he clarify the difference between the more targeted approach we're hearing and the words we're seeing here?
Honourable Minister, in 30 seconds or less.
I want to thank the member for the question, and I understand the concern. I want to provide him with reassurance. These measures are time limited. They are subject to parliamentary and judicial scrutiny, and we will only use these measures as long as they are required. We recognize their extraordinary nature. They have to be subject to the scrutiny of this House. It's in the law. And we will only use them as long as they are required, and we will always ensure that they are compliant with the Charter of Rights and Freedoms.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Sturgeon River Parkland.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. Unlike the Prime Minister and ministers across, it actually gives me no pleasure to rise to speak on the matter at hand. The invocation of the Emergencies Act earlier this week, for the first time in Canadian history, is a significant moment, and it's not a moment to be pleased about. It's a solemn moment. It's a moment where we have to ask ourselves, how did we get to the situation we're here in the first place? And when we examine the evidence of how we got to this situation, I don't think there's much for this government to be proud of. Now, the Conservatives thoughtfully considered the justifications written in law and given by this government for the enacting of the Emergencies Act. This government has based their justification on one provision, that a public order emergency exists throughout Canada. This claim is not supported by the evidence. Yes, we have seen border blockades in at least 4 provinces, and we have seen a persistent and now declared illegal protest in Ottawa. Before the Emergencies Act was invoked, the blockades at the borders and across Canada were lifted or were well into the process of being lifted. So the government trying to claim credit after the fact is completely absurd. The Emergencies Act is now being used solely for the purpose of addressing the situation in Ottawa, not throughout Canada as defined by the Act. Now, a key part of the threshold for enacting these measures is that existing laws and capabilities have proven insufficient for dealing with the problem. Madam Speaker, existing laws are well equipped to deal with these situations. They were well equipped to deal with the situation at Coutts, Emerson, at the Ambassador Bridge, and I submit that they are well equipped to be used here in Ottawa. The Minister of Justice said earlier, and the Minister of Emergency Preparedness, that they were required to pass this so they could requisition essential services like tow trucks. But it has been noted by many that under the criminal code, police already have the authority to requisition such services under pain of criminal sanction. That was before the Emergencies Act was brought in. So this argument that the Emergencies Act was necessary is completely absurd. I also want to note that I will be splitting my time with my honourable colleague from Regina Cabell. Now, the police already had the power to compel many of these services. The police already had the power to be coordinated with the RCMP, with the OPP, and the various police forces and national security forces throughout Canada. They have measures existing under the criminal code, mischief, intimidation, to be used against illegal protesters and blockades. Now, the government has used an argument where they're citing potential acts and threats of violence against Canadians and critical infrastructure. And this is not just any violence, they're saying. This is violence intended for the furtherance of an ideological and political objective. I'm very concerned with the language that this government is beginning to use, because that language is very similar to the language used under terrorism laws. The definition of terrorism is the use of violence to advance a political or ideological agenda. This government is using terrorism legislation against Canadian protesters. Wow. There is very little evidence that there was a serious threat to persons and critical infrastructure from these protests. There was a short-term risk. It was dealt with by law enforcement. I am very concerned, I'll address the member's question there, Ms. Heckel. I am very concerned about the situation that occurred around Coutts, Alberta, where a small group of militants were arrested with firearms and with the intent to do harm. I am so thankful for law enforcement, for their efforts in taking down this very real threat. And I am so confident in our law enforcement because I know they have been planning this operation for weeks. They have likely infiltrated this group. They had a plan in place, and they had the appropriate tools and expertise to deal with this dangerous situation and diffuse it before it became a very real and dangerous situation. And the fact is, Madam Speaker, that they did this before the imposition of the Emergencies Act. Clearly, they had the tools. This undermines the government's complete argument that they are justified because there were tools that were insufficient to deal with the problems. The tools have been insufficient. The threshold has not been met. I want to address some comments that have been made by this government. The Minister of Public Safety at a press conference stated very clearly and definitively that there is a connection between that militant faction at Coutts and protesters here in Ottawa. He declined to provide any evidence to back up that assertion. He was asked repeatedly by media to back up that assertion, and he failed to back up that claim. His only evidence was citing social media posts and a general tone that has been seen in protests across Canada. Now, this government has been very quick to label protesters and anyone who would oppose their political agenda. Even before the protests began, the Prime Minister called people who oppose mandatory vaccinations, which the Prime Minister did earlier in 2021, he has called them racist, misogynist, among other epithets. Now, since the beginning of the protests, the government has sought to brand and label all protesters as fringe extremists with, quote, unacceptable views. Despite this unrelenting scrutiny and rhetoric, there has still been no evidence that there are violent extremists in Ottawa. In fact, if there were, I don't know how the government could be responsible in allowing us all to be here today and walk the streets of Ottawa. It undermines their whole claim. There is no evidence that there is a plot to violently overthrow the Canadian government, despite constant repetition and saying so. I remember there was a quote from a previous Liberal minister that says, if you tell a lie big enough and loudly enough, people will totally believe it. This government is constantly saying something that they do not have the evidence to back up. And I'd like to see that evidence if they have it. We deserve to see that evidence. This act was not designed and not intended to crack down on peaceful protesters, even if they are protesting illegally. We have other laws for dealing with this. The government is citing a so-called terrorist threat, but protesters in Ottawa, it's very inconvenient, it's terrible for the people of downtown Ottawa, but honking your horns does not meet the threshold of a terrorist organization, and the government knows that. Without further evidence of a violent threat, I cannot in good conscience support the invocation of this Emergency Act. But even if I were to accept that the government has met the threshold for calling the emergency powers, I would still have serious reservations about the powers that the government says they need to deal with this situation. If they believed there was a threat to critical infrastructure and persons, which they say they believe, I could support, if they showed evidence, I could support declaring Parliament Hill and certain sensitive areas to be a no-go zone. I could accept that we need better coordination between the RCMP and local police. But what I cannot accept is the necessity of the government undermining Section 8 of the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, which guarantees Canadians' rights from unreasonable search and seizure to have their bank accounts frozen. The Minister of Justice on a panel last night said, if you are part of a so-called pro-Trump organization, you should be worried. I think all Canadians should be worried when a Minister of Justice threatens people because of their political views. That is not the Canada that any of us want to see, and it's unacceptable, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, throughout this debate, which we are going to be having over the next number of days, Canadians will know that their official opposition is alive and well. We are prepared to stand up for Canadians' rights. We are prepared to hold this government accountable. We're going to keep fighting. We're not going to stop standing up for Canadians' rights and freedoms. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
To the Minister of Justice.
Yep. To the Honourable.
That's to the previous Parliament, Madam Speaker.
Sorry.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Trade. And I listened to the member's speech as I was actually walking over here on CPAC, and I'll respectfully, and I do want to try and reduce the tone of this debate, point out a couple of things. One is that what happened in Coutts, Alberta is extremely concerning for any Canadian, and I presume all parliamentarians that are concerned about violence. Secondly, that people, including outside of this very building, have openly called for the overthrow of a duly elected government, including an entity calling itself Canadian Unity. I think that is direct evidence of an ideological imperative or agenda that is being pursued. But the last point that I would gently point out to the member opposite is that I appreciated his submissions, and I mean that with all sincerity. But all that is being extended here with respect to laws that are already compliant with Section 8 of the Charter that relate to unreasonable search and seizure and FinTrack is ensuring that FinTrack can be applied to cryptocurrency and to crowdfunding sources. Is that not a necessary initiative given the foreign funding that is streaming into this country right now? The member.
Our first Sturgeon River Park.
I want to thank the Honourable Member for that very good question, because I was at Public Safety Committee when Deputy Director of Intelligence Barry McKillop answered a question from one of his colleagues who said, why aren't we covering these crowdfunding sources? That's obviously a big loophole. And the deputy director stated that the payment processors that move the money from individuals to the crowdsourcing pages report to FinTrack. And the Canadian banks that receive the money from the crowdsourcing efforts report to the Canadian government. He stated there are no such thing as anonymous donations because everyone must provide their name and their credit card. There are no anonymous donations. FinTrack knows exactly who's donating, exactly where the money's going. They have the tools that they need. We do not need this further infringement on Canadians' rights and freedoms.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. J'ai écouté avec beaucoup d'attention le discours du collègue conservateur. Clairement, le Bloc et les conservateurs entendent s'opposer à l'application de la loi sur les mesures d'urgence, mais pour des raisons qui sont réellement et visiblement tout à fait différentes. Le Bloc s'y oppose parce que c'est une volonté unanime de l'Assemblée nationale du Québec et du gouvernement au pouvoir à Québec de ne pas voir le fédéral, encore une fois, s'ingérer dans ses affaires et lui imposer une loi sur les mesures d'urgence qui, on le rappelle, garde un petit goût amer à peu près à l'ensemble des Québécois, considérant ce qui s'est passé en 70. J'entendais le collègue qui parlait plutôt de l'absence de preuves qu'il existe dans les manifestations, plutôt dans l'occupation qu'on voit présentement à Ottawa, l'absence de preuves qu'il existe effectivement des éléments plus radicaux qui pourraient menacer la sécurité et des citoyens et éventuellement la sécurité nationale. Est-ce que c'est bien ce que le collègue affirme qu'il ne croit pas qu'il y ait dans ces manifestations illégales-là des éléments qui pourraient être dangereux pour la sécurité publique? Est-ce qu'il fait confiance à ce qu'il voit sur les réseaux sociaux et à ce qu'on voit comme ces idées, par exemple, dans d'autres lieux où se déroulent des manifestations? J'aimerais qu'il précise sa pensée là-dessus, Madame la Présidente. Merci.
I want to thank the honourable member for that question. And you could go on Twitter right now and find some of the most outrageous, offensive, and criminal statements across Canada. But what we do not in this country is base the passage of laws and the invocation of emergency acts based upon the possibility of a threat. We must base it on a real threat. We must base it on evidence that there is a threat to Canadians. And the fact that we are allowed to walk freely through this parliamentary precinct with protesters less than 100 meters from us right now belies the fact that it undermines the claim that there is a serious threat to Canadian democracy. Thank you.
Member for London Fanshawe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The honourable colleague across the way, I find it very difficult. He was talking about that people were just honking their horns, and that he seemed to try and allude that this convoy was just a simple annoyance for the people in Ottawa. However, I've spoken to quite a few who are working in the downtown. I had a lovely young woman who served me lunch at a restaurant, and I asked her how she was doing. And she talked about the harassment. She talked about specific assaults. She talked about the assaults to friends of hers that were working in the market. That is what we need to address here. So I wonder if he could explain, Madam Speaker, why he seems to think that this is just a simple annoyance and why he would want to take away from the safeties of the people who are working and living in this downtown.
River Parkland.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. The member is putting words in my mouth. I'm not saying that this is a simple inconvenience for the people of downtown Ottawa. I'm not downplaying the experiences that she's telling. I believe they are true experiences. They're unacceptable experiences, and they are experiences that can be dealt with through existing laws. Harassment is a crime. Intimidation is a crime. It's up to police to enforce these measures. We do not need emergency powers to enforce existing laws. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Regina Capel.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for agreeing to share his time with me. I think it's very important for Canadians to understand that this is in no way, that the government's reaction, the government's proposal to invoke the Emergency Measures Act is in no way connected to public safety, to restoring order, or to upholding the rule of law. We know this because we know what they've done with previous protests and blockades. When the Prime Minister agrees with the aims of protesters, he does nothing. In fact, actually, it would be unfair to say he does nothing. He does nothing to end the blockades. He actually will send negotiators. He'll actually send government delegations to meet with protesters and even propose settlements and compromises when he agrees with the political aims of those protesting. We know this because in 2020, anti-energy protesters, anti-oil and gas worker protesters held up vital transportation links for weeks, Madam Speaker. At the time, the Prime Minister had a much different tone. Let's take a look at what he said when vital transportation links, when rail lines were blockaded, crippling the Canadian economy for weeks and weeks at a time. He said, and I quote, "Therefore, we are creating a space for peaceful, honest dialogue with willing partners." Compare that to the rhetoric and inflammatory language that he has used over the past several weeks here in 2022. Make no mistake, Madam Speaker, the protests that are happening in Ottawa and that have taken place across the country are a direct result of the Prime Minister's actions and his rhetoric. The demonization of people who are fighting to get their rights back. After 2 years of incredible hardship, 2 years of politicians and government agencies telling people that they weren't allowed to have family members visit them inside their own home. After 2 years of governments telling business owners that they had to keep their doors shut and their employees laid off. After years of people not able to use the various support systems that they've had in their life, relying on friends and family. Gyms closed, activities for children canceled. After 2 years of this, just as there is hope on the horizon, as other jurisdictions around the world and even here in Canada were lifting restrictions and easing mandates, the Prime Minister added a new one. He added a new restriction after 2 years of telling truck drivers that they were essential services, that they were be allowed to travel across the border to bring vital goods into our markets. After 2 years of deeming them that essential service, just as there was hope and reasons to lift restrictions and mandates, the Prime Minister added a new one without any data to back it up, without any evidence to back it up. Then when people started objecting to this, finally saying enough is enough, we want our freedoms back, Madam Speaker. It's time for the government to retreat back to the normal boundaries of government interference in our lives. When people started doing that, started to gather together to peacefully protest against government overreach, what did the Prime Minister do? He called them names, tried to smear them with broad brushes. He called them racists and misogynists. He asked the question, the rhetorical question, Madam Speaker, about whether or not we should tolerate these people. Madam Speaker, I'd like to ask the Prime Minister a question. What does not tolerating these people look like? Because what he's done over the past few weeks has just been shameful. This Prime Minister has lowered the office in which he serves to unprecedented depths. In my 17 years of being a member of Parliament, I've never seen a Prime Minister, for that matter, any other politician, so debase the office that they hold, hurling insults at people, referring to a Jewish member of this House as standing with people waving swastikas. Just outrageous, Madam Speaker. And I have to tell my honourable colleagues in the Liberal benches who have often admonished their political opponents for in any way, even sharing the same postal code as someone who may be holding an offensive flag or a placard with unacceptable language on it. And when Conservatives denounce that, that's not good enough for members of the Liberal Party. They say, you're supposed to paint the entire group protesting with that broad brush. But, Madam Speaker, they don't hold themselves to that same standard. I see many honourable members across the way, some of whom I've served with. I know them to be honourable people. I don't assume that they are all racists just because their leader has performed racist acts by putting on blackface so often in his life that he can't remember how many times he's done it. We don't paint every single Liberal member of Parliament with that brush. They have no problem being photographed with the Prime Minister, despite his history of racist acts. So neither should members of Parliament hold or paint the entire group of people who are protesting for their freedoms back with that same broad brush. The lengths at which this government and indeed not just the government, but many of their friends in the corporate media, to paint every single person who's protesting, who's demanding an end to the restrictions, an end to mandates, with that broad brush, Madam Speaker. You look at the lengths that they go to discredit and to dehumanize those people who are just fighting for their traditional civil liberties. And I ask you, Madam Speaker, if we kind of look at this in two different groups. On the one hand, you've got people who are saying after 2 years of hardship, 2 years of sacrifice, 2 years of being forced to comply with unprecedented government intrusion in our lives. Unprecedented. Government's telling you where you can go, who you can have in your house. That is a new level of government interference in our life that we have not seen in recent Canadian history. After 2 years of that, there's a group of people who are saying, I just don't believe I should be fired for making a healthcare decision. Then on the other hand, you've got a group of people who are saying that anybody who holds that view is a racist, a misogynist, an insurrectionist, Madam Speaker. You've got a group of people who are saying that government should have the ability to tell you who you can have in your house, whether or not your business is allowed to stay open. Which group seems more unreasonable, Madam Speaker? I would say after 2 years, those who are fighting against this government intrusion in their lives have a legitimate case to be made. Whether or not we agree with them or not, we must respect their right to advocate for their views. The Prime Minister has not provided any legitimate justification for bringing in the Emergency Measures Act. He asks us to trust him. He says, don't worry, we're going to make sure everything's fine with the courts, we're going to make sure everything's compliant with the Charter. This is the same guy who fired his Attorney General because she wouldn't go along with his plans to interfere in a criminal court case, Madam Speaker. So you'll pardon the members of the Conservative Party if we're not going to take the Prime Minister's word that he's not going to abuse the power that he's granting himself. He points to specific incidences that Conservatives also denounced. We denounced the rail blockades in 2020, and we denounced the border blockades in 2022. Because, Madam Speaker, we do not believe that the right to peacefully protest should mean that you get to infringe on the freedom and rights of other people. But when we raised that point in 2020, calling on the government to do something about the rail blockades when it was the anti-energy workers, who, by the way, there are a lot of radical left-wing protests across the country where you see all kinds of placards, anti-Semitic placards. You see banners advocating violence committed against police officers. You don't see the government rushing to crack down on that. They're talking about foreign funding, Madam Speaker. How about the foreign funding that's poured into Canada by the hundreds of millions to help groups fight against energy projects and natural resource projects across the country? Didn't seem to bother the government then, Madam Speaker. But now all of a sudden they say that they've got to do something about it. It's a little bit like that scene in Casablanca when the inspector comes to Rick and says, sorry, I have to close the place down. There's illegal gambling going on. And then the croupier comes over and puts his winnings in his pocket. That's what this government is doing. For years, they've relied on foreign funding coming to help their allies in the political spectrum fight for their goals and fight against Canadians and their interests. So, Madam Speaker, I'm just going to close on this. This is the exact same playbook that we've seen dictatorial governments across the country. They dehumanize their opponents. They invoke threats of foreign influence. Remember, the Berlin Wall was built to keep others out, ostensibly. Governments always talk about their good intentions when they take away rights and liberties. But I'm asking Canadians not to be fooled by this. And I'm asking members of the Liberal Party who actually believe in civil liberties, who actually do believe in the natural limits of government, to do the right.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Sport.
I had to just rush back into the House. I was sitting in the lobby and listening to that speech, and I just couldn't believe how willing the member from Regina Capel was to just justify all these behaviors we're seeing. I saw a video of him crossing the road this morning, giving a thumbs up and shaking hands with people who've been occupying this capital city for the last 3 weeks. And my direct question to the member is, if this was happening in Regina, if his neighbors were being occupied and harassed downtown and were afraid to leave their homes, would your position be exactly the same as it is here? Would you be giving them a thumbs up every single day?
speak to the chair, if you don't, the honourable member for Regina Capel.
This member comes from a caucus whose leader sent a delegation to protesters. He's saying that I shouldn't wave back to people who wave to me. His government actually sent a minister with a mandate to negotiate. Madam Speaker, I'm Canadian. I'll wave at people when they wave to me. I'll say hello to people who say hello to me. When I have constituents who have left their homes to come and fight for their freedoms, I will listen to them. I will be civil. Because if the government had started off this whole thing with that type of attitude, we might not even be having this debate today, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Saint-Hyacinthe-Pagan.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Comme vous le savez, les conservateurs et le Bloc vont voter du même côté là-dessus, c'est-à-dire contre la loi sur les mesures d'urgence. Il y a quand même une chose que j'aimerais bien comprendre. En 2012, ça fait 10 ans, crise étudiante au Québec, il n'y a rien de fédéral, bien sûr. Il y avait des partisans avoués du Parti conservateur qui disaient sur les ondes de certaines radios « Ah ouais, ça prend un matraque, ligne dure. » Wet'suwet'en, on dirait ça fesse après une intervention musclée, ligne dure. En 2020, le Bloc dépose une motion pour s'excuser auprès des victimes de la loi des mesures de guerre en octobre 70. Non, la ligne dure s'appliquait. Les conservateurs votent contre notre motion. Là arrive la crise des camionneurs. Comment ça se fait qu'à partir du moment où c'est la base des conservateurs qui est en cause, là, soudainement, ça fait pouet-pouet-pouet, puis la ligne dure se ramollit aussi vite que la calotte polaire en cette ère de changement climatique qui, quand on les écoute, n'existe pas.
Madam Speaker, my honourable colleague, first of all, I will start off my remarks by thanking the members of the Bloc Québécois, because we disagree on many things philosophically, but it's nice to know that even if we disagree on policy, that there's still some common ground on the principles about using the sledgehammer that the government's brought in. But the member is invoking a series of events that happened in 2012. The Conservative Party didn't bring in the Emergency Measures Act in 2012. It's legitimate. There are going to be protests across the country, across time, where various parties are going to agree with the aims of the protests or disagree. And we can all express our opinion about whether or not those protests should be happening. But the government should not be bringing in this massive sledgehammer to crack down on dissent when there are existing laws. The Prime Minister talked about Coots. That was resolved. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the indulgence. The Prime Minister talked about the Coots border crossing. It was resolved with existing laws, with existing tools that law enforcement have. There's no need for this act.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Saanich-Scroll-Files.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. To the honourable member for Regina Capel, I found his speech disturbing at many levels. There were more dog whistles to a rabid base of Trump supporters in one short speech than I've heard ever in this place. But I'd like to correct the record and ask the honourable member to consider that when the Government of Canada sent a delegation, it was because the Wet'suwet'en hereditary chiefs have Supreme Court of Canada on their side, that they have a continuity of leadership, territorial responsibility that goes back to our Constitution, Supreme Court of Canada. The Wet'suwet'en hereditary chiefs required that both British Columbia and the Government of Canada, in the honour of the Crown, sent representatives to discuss the situation with them. They were not protesters, they were chiefs.
For Regina Capel.
Well, Madam Speaker, I believe the honourable member may be the only member of this House who's actually arrested for participating in an illegal protest. So for her to now somehow justify the Emergency Measures Act, would she have appreciated it while she was breaking laws and getting arrested if the government had the power to freeze her bank account, Madam Speaker? Would she have appreciated anybody who made a donation to the Green Party at that time having their bank accounts frozen for supporting her illegal activities, Madam Speaker? I doubt it.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for King's Heads.
Madam Speaker, I'll be sharing my time with my honourable colleague from Outremont this afternoon. Today I rise to deliver what may be the most important speech I've given since having the privilege to serve the people of King's Heads in the House. Today, we as parliamentarians are debating whether the government's decision to invoke the Emergencies Act on Monday was justified. I submit to my colleagues in this House, and indeed all Canadians watching, that the threshold required to trigger the Emergency Act has been objectively met and perhaps exceeded. As the Prime Minister has said in this House, a decision of this nature is not taken lightly. However, the situation we have seen across the country is serious and warrants a response that is proportionate to the impact we have seen on all Canadians. Let me be very clear. I am in full support of legal protests in this country. It is a constitutionally protected right, and indeed I have spoken to some of my own constituents who in their own way have demonstrated their displeasure with the government's protocols to date. However, we have to delineate between lawful protest and individuals who refuse to abide by the rule of law, who have occupied Ottawa and who have blockaded our key border crossings. I believe it's incumbent on all of us to look at the facts and to try to be objective. We have seen a group of individuals in Ottawa who have occupied the city for now 3 weeks. This despite orders from law authorities to disperse and to go home. The key organizers of the Ottawa occupation have openly espoused their goal of overthrowing the government, of meeting with the Governor-General to form a coalition. We've had blockades across the country at key border crossings, which have targeted the country's trade relationship, including at Windsor, Coutts, and Emerson. At Coutts, the RCMP have found weapons and body armor. How can one conclude that this was simply a peaceful protest? The Minister of Public Safety outlined to this House this morning what the impact was having across the country economically. Hundreds of millions of dollars a day in economic harm, blocking critical infrastructure, critical trade routes that hurts everyday Canadians. It impacts our food security and our supply chain. There has been a targeted impact of the Ottawa International Airport, and the organizers of the Freedom Convoy have expressed their desire to reestablish blockades and occupations elsewhere, even if they were taken down by police. We also know that these activities are being financed by international sources. I ask members of these House, do we as parliamentarians have a responsibility to take action on internationally financed activities to organizers of activity that is not only illegal, but indeed represents a threat to Canadian security and the rule of law? I, for one, believe we do. I want to be crystal clear. This is being done to target activities that are illegal and threatening the economic health of the country and the rule of law and order. For those whose intent is to raise issues about government policy, I have no issue. For those who continue to be a part of illegal blockades here in Ottawa or elsewhere, you do not have the ability to do so, and these measures are being implemented because of your unwillingness to abide by the law. So what is the public emergency order being invoked under the Emergencies Act? What does it actually mean? The Conservatives would have you believe this government is limiting all freedoms. These measures do not take away freedoms. The Bloc would suggest that this is akin to the War Measures Act and are seeking to drum up memories of the FLQ crisis. This is not the War Measures Act. It is not taking away the rights of the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, and it is not calling in the Army. This is a specific measure to give additional powers to police and provincial authorities to maintain law and order, monitor the financing, including from foreign sources, that is being used to block and undermine critical infrastructure, and to ultimately remove the blockades and occupations that exist across the country. Let's examine the actual measures in the order. The regulation and prohibition of public assemblies that lead to a breach of the peace and go beyond lawful protest. I want to be clear, lawful protests can continue. Designated and securing places where blockades are to be prohibited. Directing persons to render essential services to relieve impacts of blockades on Canada's economy. So this could include things like tow trucks, Madam Speaker, that could be requisitioned, of course, for compensation by government authorities to help removing trucks and vehicles that are blockading key infrastructure. Authorizing or directing financial institutions to render essential services that relieve the impact of blockades, including regulating and prohibiting the use of property to fund and support the blockades that are undermining economic security in the country. Measures enabling the RCMP to enforce municipal bylaw and provincial offences where required, and the imposition of fines under Section 19 of the Emergencies Act. I submit to this House that these measures are specific They are time-limited and geographically focused. The measures will be overseen by a joint parliamentary committee and, of course, must be supported by a majority in this House to remain in force. I have previously mentioned that policing is in the domain of municipalities and the provincial government. Madam Speaker, since day one, our government was and continues to work directly with municipal and provincial authorities and their law enforcement. We've answered calls for additional resources. We helped create integrated operations and additional RCMP officers to try and deal with blockades. Leading into Monday's decision, it was clear that the provincial and municipal authorities were being unable to address the situation. Ironically, members of this House were calling us to show federal leadership. Some Conservatives, after openly encouraging illegal activity to continue, and were asking the government to stop the blockades. Well, these measures are designed to do exactly that. My question to members in this House who are criticizing the government for making available time-limited tools under the Emergencies Act to support law enforcement, what intermediate step would you suggest the government should have undertaken? Beyond asking the Prime Minister to meet with individuals who fly flags that say F-U-C-K Trudeau and want to overthrow a democratically elected government and have stated that they will not leave until their demands are met, what security measures would you have suggested this government should have undertaken? That is the key question. As my constituents, Madam Speaker, have rightfully pointed out, it is easy to be an armchair critic, but I have yet to hear much constructive measures on the other side of the House on how to deal with the current situation. Madam Speaker, I support the government's measures. They are reasonable, they are balanced, and they are proportionate to the circumstances we have seen. They are focused on giving tools to police in jurisdictions across the country to resolve illegal blockades that are hurting everyday Canadians. And I think it's extremely important for all of us to remember that these are tools that are available. This order is in effect for 30 days. This is to make sure that we have the ability to address the circumstances that we've seen. I would hope that all members of this House believe that this is an important measure so that we can make sure that the blockades, the economic harm, and frankly, the lack of rule and order that we've seen in certain elements of this country do not continue. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I look forward to taking questions from my honourable colleagues.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Edmonton West.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech today. Earlier we heard from one of his colleagues that the government says they know what a lawful protest looks like. I'm wondering why the government then did not act when we had protesters blockading Via Rail, CN Rail, blocking the Port of Vancouver, crippling our economy and crippling pipelines and oil and gas transfers to the point that Alberta companies are offering to truck propane to Quebec. Why is that considered a lawful protest not to be subject to such extreme draconian acts that the government is bringing in now compared to what's going on right now?
Member for Kings Heads.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I anticipated the question because I've noticed on this side of the House, on the opposite side, that the members are trying to create that narrative. In fact, I find they've been inconsistent in their own way in the fact that they were very quick to call on government action back in 2020 and were silent for nearly 2 weeks on what we've seen in Ottawa and elsewhere in the country. The difference for me, Madam Speaker, of why this rises to the level of the Emergency Act is the fact that there has been an open, stated goal of those that have been involved in the protest to actually overthrow government and to cause disruption and harm to Canadians. I will go on record and say it is absolutely unacceptable, regardless of the motions or the notion and desire of protesters to block critical infrastructure. I support measures that do that, including in this way here today.
Député de Thérèse de Blainville.
The honourable member for Thérèse de Blainville.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. J'aimerais d'abord dire que je suis profondément et totalement en désaccord avec la loi sur les mesures d'urgence, d'où le débat d'aujourd'hui. Contrairement au collègue qu'on vient d'entendre
the
et au premier ministre qu'on a entendu en début de matinée en qualifiant cette loi de proportionnelle et de raisonnable, je la trouve complètement disproportionnée et déraisonnable. J'aimerais poser la question suivante à mon collègue. Quand vous dites quelles mesures intermédiaires auraient été mises en place, j'aimerais lui poser la question pourquoi, dès le départ, n'avez-vous pas mis en place des mesures tant politiques que de sécurité publique au lieu de laisser s'installer le blocus qu'on connaît maintenant devant la colline parlementaire?
The honourable member for Kings Heads.
Madam Speaker, in the absence of federal government leadership, ordinary people, brave as they may be, put themselves in harm's way because of this government. Protecting the people is the cornerstone of the contract between citizens and the government. Does the government understand the consequences of its lack of leadership? That was from the critic from the Bloc Québécois 4 days ago. What do they expect federal government leadership to look like? Do they suggest that it looks like what the Conservatives are calling for, that the government just simply does as those outside Wellington are asking for and just eliminate any public health measure related to COVID? What we are doing is very simple. We are giving tools to local law authorities, including in Quebec, to use at their discretion to avoid what we've seen across the country. Would the member opposite think that it is a good idea to have those tools available such that if there was a blockade at Lacal, that is not something that we can do to be able to address that situation? And it's ironic because they say, why didn't this happen at the time? The reality is it has to work its way to a federal level, which it has over the past 3 weeks. Had we intervened at the first time, they would have been the same party to say that it was an overstep and to respect provincial jurisdiction. It is hypocrisy.
Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Speaker, having been in Ottawa for most of this blockade, what I've seen is a complete lack of willingness of the police to do their job. This should never have spiraled. This was allowed to metastasize and create a crisis at our borders, cutting off hundreds of millions of dollars of trade. I remember when the Conservatives were saying that if 10 unvaccinated truckers didn't get to cross the border, we'd have all our supply lines and our stores shut down. When that didn't happen, their supporters actually shut the border. But I'd like to ask the honourable member, now that we're at this point, it does speak to the absolute failure of this government to have shown leadership throughout. We should never be in a situation where we're using the Emergency Act against people who are setting up hot tubs on Wellington Street because of the lack of rule of law.
For King's Heads in 15 seconds or less.
I'll try to be very quick. The member talks about leadership. What type of leadership would he like to see? Would he like to see a federal government overreach in the first few days of imposing federal powers? Would the member suggest that leadership looks like acquiescing to what the Conservatives have said? No, what we've done is we've waited until the situation warranted a federal response. Here we are. We're putting tools in place to be able to address the situation. It's a bit of a nothing question in my mind. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Tourism, Assistant Minister of Finance.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente. Et le débat que nous tenons aujourd'hui est crucial. Et j'aimerais m'adresser ici à tous les membres dans cette Chambre, bien entendu, mais également aux Canadiens à travers le pays. Cette semaine, le gouvernement du Canada a déclaré l'état d'urgence. C'est une décision qui n'a pas été prise à la légère. Et pour cause. Invoquer la loi sur les mesures d'urgence n'est pas la première chose que le gouvernement du Canada devrait faire, ni même la deuxième, Madame la Présidente. C'est une solution de dernier recours. Mais force est d'admettre que cette avenue est maintenant nécessaire. Les blocages illégaux érigés à travers le pays au cours des 3 dernières semaines ont perturbé la vie de beaucoup trop de Canadiens. Ces blocages ont causé des dommages importants à notre économie et à nos institutions démocratiques. Des emplois et la prospérité du Canada sont en jeu. À cause des gestes illégaux qui ont été posés, la confiance internationale envers le Canada comme endroit propice aux investissements est aujourd'hui ébranlée, Madame la Présidente. Nous ne pouvons pas rester les bras croisés alors que le gagne-pain des Canadiens, des travailleurs, est menacé, alors que les entreprises, petites et grandes, sont affectées par ces blocages à travers le pays. We cannot and we will not let Canada's reputation on the international stage be tarnished. That's why we are taking action. The Emergency Economic Measures Order will allow the government to take concrete steps, concrete action to stop the financing of the illegal blockades. The main objective of these measures is to limit the flow of money that is used to finance this unlawful activity and to prevent additional financial support. As the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance has said before, this is about following the money. Two broad categories of financial measures are being enacted. First, those aimed at crowdfunding platforms and payment service providers, and second, those applicable to Canadian financial service providers. Let's look at the first one. Crowdfunding platforms and some payment service providers are not currently subject to the anti-money laundering and anti-terrorist financing laws that we have in this country. It therefore stands to reason that they could be used to finance unlawful activities such as the blockades that we are seeing. To address this, the order extends the scope of Canada's anti-money laundering and anti-terrorist financing rules to cover crowdfunding platforms and the payment processors that they use. Specifically, the entities that are in possession of any funds associated with the illegal blockades are now required to register with FINTRAC, the Financial Transactions and Reports Analysis Centre of Canada, and to report suspicious and large value transactions of persons involved in the blockades. This will mitigate the risks that these platforms could be used to receive funds from illicit sources or to finance illicit activity. Second, with respect to our financial service providers, the order directs them to intervene when they suspect that an account belongs to someone participating in the illegal blockades. This means that banks, insurance companies, and other financial service providers must now temporarily cease providing financial services, including freezing their accounts when they believe an account holder or client is engaged in illegal blockades. The order applies to all funds held in a deposit, in a checking, or in a savings account, and to any other type of property. This also includes digital assets, such as cryptocurrencies. As a result, Canadian financial service providers are now able to immediately freeze or suspend an account of an individual or business affiliated with these illegal blockades, and to do so without a court order, Madam Speaker. Financial service providers are also protected against civil liability for the actions that they take to comply with the order. Of course, these service providers are required to unfreeze accounts when the account holder stops assisting or participating in the illegal blockades. Avec le décret sur les mesures économiques d'urgence, le gouvernement ordonne aussi aux institutions financières canadiennes d'examiner les relations avec toute personne impliquée dans les blocages illégaux. Ce décret confère également aux institutions gouvernementales fédérales, provinciales et territoriales un nouveau pouvoir, celui d'échanger des renseignements pertinents avec les banques et les autres fournisseurs de services financiers si ces renseignements contribuent à mettre un terme au financement des blocages illégaux et des activités illicites ici au Canada. Madame la Présidente, la grande majorité des Canadiens, ceux qui respectent les lois et qui ne participent pas à ces blocages illégaux, ne verront aucune différence. Ce décret ne changera rien pour eux. Ces mesures visent à mettre fin au financement qui permet les blocages illégaux. Ce sont des mesures ciblées et temporaires. Elles s'appliqueront pendant 30 jours et visent les individus et les entreprises qui participent directement ou indirectement à des activités illicites qui nuisent à notre économie et à notre peuple. Ce sont des mesures qui sont nécessaires, Madame la Présidente. Il est vrai que les blocages n'ont lieu occurring in certain parts of our country. We know that, but they are hurting the entire Canadian economy. It's also true that most parts of the country have not been the scene of these illicit activities. But the funding that enabled these illicit actions did not only come from neighborhoods where trailers were parked. It came from across the country. Moreover, some individuals have crossed interprovincial borders to participate in these activities. Activities, Madam Speaker, that I'd like to stress are illegal. Our democratic institutions are under threat. The Canadian economy is under threat. Peace, order, and good government are under threat in Canada. This is unacceptable. We must end it, and we will end it.
Madam Speaker, the message is clear. From the finance perspective, if people are funding blockades that harm the Canadian economy, their bank account will be frozen. If people that fund blockades think that they can get around the law by using cryptocurrencies, that won't work. If a company's truck is used in illegal activity, the vehicle's insurance will be suspended and the company's bank accounts will be frozen. Semi-trailers, they should be on our roads, Madam Speaker, not parked for weeks on end in front of Parliament. They should be delivering the goods and the services that will grow our economy, not holding up traffic at border crossings or paralyzing our city centres. Cela dit, je demeure optimiste, Madame la Présidente. Je demeure optimiste que le droit sera restauré sous peu et que les blocages seront démantelés. Je demeure optimiste que nous allons en finir avec cette pandémie tout en étant là les uns pour les autres. Et je demeure optimiste que nous pouvons renforcer notre économie, pas à coups de klaxons, mais grâce au travail acharné de nos entrepreneurs, de nos petites et grandes entreprises, et par des politiques économiques réfléchies et responsables. Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Before we go to questions and comments, I believe the honourable member for Regina Capel has a point of order.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to clarify the record. I misspoke during my questions and comments in response to the member for Sandwich Gulf Islands. I indicated that she was the only member of this House to have been arrested for protesting illegally. I, of course, completely forgot the image of the Minister of the Environment in his orange jumpsuit. He, too, was arrested for illegal protest. And I don't
Noted. The honourable member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
To the honourable member for Regina Capel, I would like to retain the honour of being the only member of Parliament currently serving as a member of Parliament when I faced arrest non-violently, surrendering immediately, and accepting the consequences, unlike our friends outside.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Yorkton Melville. She's been waiting for a long time.
Thank you, Madam. The individual who just spoke indicated that one of the problems here is that Canada's reputation is being tarnished by this. And I would ask her, whose reputation is truly being tarnished? Canadians' reputations or this government's reputation? The stands of everyday Canadians that have been taken have gained international support and have drawn disdain directly towards the Liberal government and especially the language and actions of this Prime Minister.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I'm sure it will come as no surprise, Madam Speaker, that I entirely disagree. I think that there are many people that have fallen to how can I say, Canadians have lost confidence in many different institutions as a result of what has been happening over the course of the last 3 weeks. Top of mind is the police. I believe that many Canadians right across the country question whether law enforcement was there, and this Emergency Measures Act provides more tools to our police force in order to maintain confidence in law and order in this country.
Honorable député de
Mirabel. La présidente, la collègue a bien mentionné que son gouvernement ne laisserait pas la réputation du Canada être ternie par les événements. Présentement, le drapeau qui lui est si cher est devenu un symbole d'extrême droite et de désordre partout sur Terre, Madame la Présidente. J'aimerais savoir, étant donné que son discours semble avoir été écrit il y a 3 semaines, si l'honorable collègue a de l'aide avec son agenda.
Doctor, she needs some help with her agenda. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Canada's flag is the flag of all Canadians and of all Quebecers, and I wear it proudly every day. I'd like to answer my colleague because I didn't really understand his very strange question. I'd like to also stress that I see that Quebecers agree with the application of the Emergencies Act. In fact, more than 70% of Quebecers approve the invocation of this act, Madam Speaker, and I am proud to represent them. The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I first would like to say that I hold this government responsible for letting these extreme right convoy members into the downtown area. But I'd like to understand there is a collective memory of Quebecers when the War Act, Measures Act was invoked. Today, we cannot compare what was happening at the time to what's happening today. Fundamental rights are being protected and there is a time limitation. Does this reassure my colleague? Because all parliamentarians will have powers to guarantee limits. Madam Speaker, I find myself agreeing entirely with my colleague from Rosemont. We're talking here about a totally different act. The Emergencies Act is not at all the same as the War Measures Act that was used in 1970. We're not sending soldiers to the ground, and I agree that there is transparency and powers for all parliamentarians to end the application of this act. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I noticed today some very interesting public opinion polling coming out of Quebec. As a matter of fact, it says that 72% of Quebecers support the use of the Emergency Measures Act. More importantly, Abacus data that's been released recently say that 63% of Bloc supporters in the last election would never vote for an MP that supports the occupation going on outside. Yet the Bloc seems to be showing their support for the occupation. I'm wondering if the Parliamentary Secretary can provide some insight into that.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, I think I will address this question in French with the permission of my colleague.
And I agree, as I said earlier, that the vast majority of Quebecers are in favor of applying this act. And I would also say that the approval rating is even higher in Quebec than the rest of the country. So, yes, I do think that we have to be very cautious when we're talking on behalf of Quebecers, like the other side of the House is saying, as members of the Bloc.
Debate, the Honourable Member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I will be splitting my time for remarks with the Honourable Member from South Surrey, White Rock. Madam Speaker, it's an honor to rise on behalf of the citizens of Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou, not only in this House generally, but in such important times. And sometimes we do forget what a tremendous honor it is. I'm sad, though, to be here discussing emergency measures here today. This has been a time, with respect, where the Prime Minister has inflamed, has incited, and has divided. The Prime Minister took that same inflammatory approach yesterday when he spoke in response to a question from the member from Thornhill. I was dismayed that he would not apologize or did not apologize for that today. Instead, he came into this House this morning and doubled down on years of division. So let's recap. The predecessor legislation was invoked 3 times: World War I, World War II, and the FLQ crisis. The Prime Minister invites and likes for Canadians to think that he's the common person. So I'm not sure if he has walked through downtown Ottawa of late, but I did yesterday and today. And I saw trucks in streets.
There were a few streets that were plugged, and those trucks need to go, period. The question then becomes, how should that be done? Now, I took an oath when I was sworn in, and it was the greatest days of my life, to take that oath on behalf of all Canadians, and particularly on behalf of the residents of Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou. And I took my oath to do my job to the best of my ability. I have to be satisfied as a legislator that the preconditions for this act have been met. That is my job. That is the oath I took, and that is something that I take very seriously. So I read the act, and I considered it. I actually had to read it twice. I've practiced law for 14 years, Madam Speaker. I previously taught at a law school for a number of years. So when it came to my analysis of the act, I did what I taught my students to do. I went back to first legal principles, first statutory principles, and we apply legal principles and statutory principles not because it is popular, not because we want the trucks to be cleared in any way possible, but because we here, 338 of us, must apply the law. After all, the Prime Minister has made the same remarks about the rule of law. He wouldn't strip Canadians of citizenship just because it was popular, just because people may like it. But instead, we must accede to the rule of law. So let's apply the rule of law, Madam Speaker. Let's apply the legislation here. This legislation is clear. It says that its application must be the last resort. Members of this House have repeatedly asked, what was step one? Crickets. What was step two? Crickets. The police weren't even stopping people carrying jerry cans in. What was step three? More crickets. Word salad. The official leader of the opposition asked the Prime Minister to attend a meeting with all party leaders with a view to bringing this matter to an end, and by my count, that was about 10 days ago. Crickets. Even without the Emergencies Act application, which is alive right now, Madam Speaker, protesters could be arrested under the current regime. There are laws about causing a disturbance, mischief, and participation in these sorts of illegal activities. The criminal code is very clear on that, and I'm not even touching on the Ontario Highways Traffic Act. The trucks could be seized incidental to arrest as evidence. They could be seized with a warrant. All things that the police have at their disposal right here, right now, to address the very situation that the Emergencies Act says it will deal with as a last resort. These first resorts have not been addressed. So let's next look, Madam Speaker, at what was resolved without the use of the Emergencies Act. Coots, the Ambassador Bridge, Windsor. Why? Because the police had the powers to do so and used those powers. My point, Madam Speaker, is this. The legislation says that we do not resort to its use unless it is absolutely necessary. And what we have seen in these three instances I just mentioned is that it is not absolutely necessary. And as a legislator, I need to be convinced that the threshold has been met, or I will not vote for such legislation. I wish we could simply invoke legislation to make our problems go away. That's just not the case, Madam Speaker. It can't be done as a measure of convenience. Let's not forget, this wasn't done during 9/11. This wasn't done during COVID. This wasn't done during railway blockades that had a crippling impact on our economy and economic consequences. This wasn't done throughout many protests throughout the country. This wasn't done when BC highways and rail were washed out due to recent flooding. I recently received an inquiry from a constituent in the North Thompson area near Blue River in my riding. There have been protests in that area for years, and Blue River is a small community. Violence, threats, blockades. And I told that constituent what I am telling this House. The legislation is a last resort to be used in extraordinary circumstances of national emergency when nothing else will do. As one of the members for Ottawa here said earlier today, this has been going on for 4 weeks, and I echo that sentiment. I understand that it's been going on for 4 weeks, and those committing illegal activity need to stop. It has been going on for much longer in my riding, and those people are asking the same questions. Now, in closing, Madam Speaker, I will say this. I do agree with the Prime Minister on one point, and he did say that he is trying to save jobs. Unfortunately, I would eliminate the plural. He's trying to save one job, his own, and that is not right. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Trade.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I welcome the member to the House as a new member, but also as a fellow member of the Bar. I'll politely point out that an emergency was not...
Could I ask that the people who are outside of the chamber please stop speaking so loudly? We can barely hear ourselves here. Thank you. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
So I welcome the new member, also welcome him as a fellow member of the Bar. He indicated he's read the statute. He knows full well that in terms of COVID, enacting a public welfare emergency requires the provinces to initiate such a request. No request is forthcoming. Secondly, he asked for what steps have been taken. The first step was actually the City of Ottawa declaring an emergency, which didn't render the results. The second step was the province of Ontario declaring an emergency, which hasn't rendered results. The last step, the final step, is this very important debate that we're having today. And I'm going to put to him an issue about the capability of the province under its authorities to deal with it, which I think is squarely an issue, because the provincial order that has been made by Premier Ford fails in two important respects. It does not compel essential workers like tow trucks to actually tow vehicles away. And secondly, it cannot compel vehicle licenses to be suspended where that vehicle originates in another province, such as one of the Western provinces. Are those not instances of a lack of provincial authority which necessitates the usage of the Emergencies Act in this case?
Member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Well, the criminal code actually deals with all of those issues. And when the honourable member speaks about the invocation of a state of emergency, I didn't see a single thing change. He's right. I didn't see a single thing change. I didn't see any enforcement change. What was step one? What was step two? We can't simply do this because we don't like how something is being enforced. It should be a matter of last resort. And those steps are available in the criminal code, whether it comes to seizure, to search, or to seizure and arrest with warrant. So with respect, I disagree.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente. Je remercie mon collègue pour son discours. Plusieurs choses que je suis en accord, effectivement. On a entendu le Premier ministre ce matin énoncer qu'il y a eu plusieurs solutions et que la loi des mesures d'urgence est la dernière solution de dernier recours. On ne connaît pas la première mesure, la deuxième, la troisième mesure. J'aimerais poser à mon collègue la question suivante. Un gouvernement qui est incapable d'assurer la sécurité vis-à-vis des manifestations et des camionneurs, est-ce que ce même gouvernement-là mérite un siège au Conseil de sécurité des Nations Unies? Merci.
The honourable member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
I would thank the honourable minister for his remarks. I look forward to someday hopefully being, pardon me? Oh, sorry, did I say minister? Honourable member, I misspoke. I thank the honourable member for his remarks. The Prime Minister declared Canada is back when he was first elected. The problem is this. You can say anything you want to say, but at the end of the day, it's actions that people will judge. And when people look at actions, they look at integrity. And we have a Prime Minister that, with respect, has not displayed a great deal of integrity, whether it comes to ethical breaches or it comes to a deliberate desire to divide, both in this House, but also with respect to Canadians. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Hamilton Centre.
Madam Speaker, we're seeing growing escalations. This situation is clearly out of control due to the lack of leadership from all levels of government. In addition to the firearms and arrests for conspiracy to commit murder in Coutts, an attempted arson of a residential building in the occupation area, convoy members have been deputizing themselves and now claim they have the lawful authority to detain and arrest others. Madam Speaker, I don't recall the honourable member mentioning the seriousness of the violent terror cell apprehended at Coutts on conspiracy to commit murder. No one wants to see someone get hurt here, yet this is a recipe for disaster. Does the honourable member and the Conservatives not view this situation as an emergency?
For Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
I'm very clear here. When we talk about the legislation, has the threshold been met? Simply saying, do you review it this way colloquially, isn't the question that is before this House. The question, Madam Speaker, that's before this House is, has the threshold been met? And with respect, I don't believe it has been, because I don't view this as the act of last resort. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for South Surrey, White Rock.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It is a somber time in this House to be speaking. It is a seminal time in Canadian history, in my view. It is apparent to me that we seem to be living in two Canadas. There is the Canada of fear and division promoted by the current Prime Minister and the leader of the NDP, confirmed by their caucuses. But there's another Canada out there, a united and proud nation that has sacrificed and done without and suffered economically, physically, and in their mental health condition. This is a Canada that is a bit worn out, plainly speaking, but still firmly patriotic and ready to take on whatever the future brings. They are Canadians who do not share this PM's post-national narrative and embrace the essence of Canada that they see themselves as a part of, as the true North, strong and free. In our national anthem, we call out to God and we pray that He keep our land glorious and free. The truth is that Canada can only be glorious if it is free, meaning its people are free, free from tyranny, free from government abusing its awesome powers, mindful of the responsibility and trust given to it in a representative democracy. Because this Prime Minister wants to dwell in the extreme, infringe and false narratives of what is happening during peaceful protests, I am choosing to address those other Canadians. I remember the historical term, the two solitudes, Mr. Speaker, in reference to impasses between Anglophone and Francophone people in Canada. Its meaning was meant to refer to a perceived lack of communication and, moreover, a lack of will to communicate. Here today we see history repeating itself, Madam Speaker. A lack of communication, but more significantly, a lack of will to communicate between the present federal government and Anglophone and Francophone citizens alike. The Emergency Act is extraordinary legislation. Extraordinary means remarkable, exceptional, unusual, and uncommon. The measures in this Act are to be entered into reservedly, advisedly, and with extreme caution. Through all the trials and tribulations of a newly created and burgeoning nation, trying to unite coast to coast to coast, through other public health emergencies, through other civil unrest, our federal government saw fit to invoke the Emergency Act and its precursor, the War Measures Act, only 4 times in our history. These extraordinary measures were used in World War I, World War II, Prime Minister Trudeau I, and Prime Minister Trudeau II. Excuse me. World War I, World War II, a previous Prime Minister in the 1970s and the current Prime Minister. It was not invoked, Madam Speaker, during the fears and protests around the Spanish flu. It was not invoked during the workers' strikes in the 1930s, not invoked during the crises in Oka or Ipperwash or Caledonia, during the aftermath of 9/11. during crippling national strikes affecting our supply chains, during the rail blockades or pipeline protests also negatively affecting the Canadian economy. The list is long, Madam Speaker. The point is, where other methods and authorities exist to deal with serious disagreement, government should use those methods and authorities. Government should not subjugate free people to abusive, wide-ranging, freedom-altering overreach of government. A Liberal member asking a question earlier in this debate said to the Leader of the Opposition, well, what if this happened in your neighbourhood, in your riding? Well, it did happen in my neighbourhood, Madam Speaker, and in my riding. It happened at one of the border crossings in South Surrey, White Rock. I received many reports on the ground about the activities there. I did have 3 complaints through national media calling the people involved the same outrageous, inflammatory names that the Liberal Party and the Prime Minister have been using. There were no complaints to my office. On the other side, I have had overwhelming outpourings of support from my constituents because the supporting protests were meaningful to those in attendance, and even joyful in hope for change. What kind of change? Not necessarily a change in government, although that might happen in the next federal election, but most definitely a change in federal government approach. On 2 previous weekends, vehicle after vehicle in support of the right to protest, this government's policies, actions, and inactions drove in a rolling loop around those border crossings and highways in South Surrey, with thousands, not hundreds, thousands of Canadians cheering them on from the sides of the roads and on highway overpasses. Those involved were vocal but peaceful, holding high Canadian flags, singing the national anthem, saying prayers, and greeting others cheerfully, including the police. The result, Madam Speaker, is that the border has been cleared. Goods are flowing, and the police, using tools already at their disposal, were able to show both respect for the protesters and clear any impasses. Why is the Emergencies Act needed now in my riding? It isn't. The only distress being expressed right now from my riding is that the Prime Minister and his cabinet are showing disdain, having inflamed the situation, are not even attempting to engage in dialogue, and saw the only tool in their toolbox to be taking more power unto themselves. I have heard from many civil enforcement officers, civil liberties scholars, and lawyers on this subject, Madam Speaker. Collectively, they want me to remind the House that a public order event is not necessarily an emergency. We are down to a protest in a few blocks of downtown Ottawa. That's all. With some proper policing, the situation in Ottawa can be brought to a conclusion, as it has been elsewhere. Unlike some of the other events in downtown Ottawa, our nation's capital, we're not at a U.S. border, so it does not affect imports and exports. I'm not sure who the Leader of the NDP was referring to when he said, "Don't let your anger turn into hatred." The Prime Minister has turned his back literally on a large segment of Canadian citizens, showing them nothing but derision and disdain. This only escalates, never de-escalates, tension and disagreement. I had occasion, Madam Speaker, early in my career to attend advanced negotiation classes at Harvard Law School under the supervision of Professor Roger Fisher, the author of the acclaimed book titled Getting to Yes. There are necessary steps that should be taken in any conflict resolution. Some form of engagement, de-escalation, respectful dialogue, looking to best alternatives to resolve the conflict, short of the only one the PM has employed, which has been described as the nuclear option. I agree that we should never have been at this moment looking like a failed nation state. We are looking this way due to weak and ineffective leadership. It is that simple. Why invoke this act now when it was not invoked all those times before? The federal government should be talking to and engaging with citizens to resolve this conflict by introducing a plan to get back to normal. Instead, we have seen the federal government demonize and insult our fellow Canadians. Remember, Prime Minister, they are all Canadians out there on Wellington Street, and a Canadian is a Canadian is a Canadian. I'm pretty sure I heard that somewhere before. Instead of creating a plan, engaging in dialogue, and looking for a peaceful solution, the Prime Minister is looking to invoke and stoke more fear and division. Countries around the world and Canadians themselves at home are looking at this and wondering, is this my Canada? Is this the Canada I have believed in patriotically, firmly, and with a full heart for so long? The truth is that the Prime Minister and the government initiated these protests by Canadians by calling them down in the first place and then not dealing with it as it unfolded. I think back to a former leader of the Progressive Conservative Party that went along with the former Prime Ministers who invoked the War Measures Act, and then for the third time in Canadian history, and not during wartime, Madam Speaker. He voted for that War Measures Act. His name was Robert Stansfield. He later said it was the greatest regret of his life that he voted with the government that day. Edmund Burke is often quoted, "The only thing necessary for the triumph of evil is that good men do nothing." Well, I stand against this measure with every fiber of my being. I will vote no. This is a free country, and its people should be free to protest, free to exercise their given human rights, and we need to respect and engage them. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Trade.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I respect the member opposite a great deal and served with her on the Justice Committee in the last Parliament. I would just simply put it to her, because I've heard this narrative throughout the debate thus far, that the tools are no longer necessary, for example, vis-a-vis blockades at borders, because the blockades have been cleared. And I would put to her a few simple facts, just simply one lawyer to another, that we know that there was an attempted resurrection of a blockade at Windsor just yesterday, and the Windsor Police used the tools under the Emergencies Act to their benefit to prevent and thwart that quickly. We also know that protesters who have threatened to take up arms have openly declared that they will be returning to Quebec City on February 19th in front of the Assemblée Nationale. And we know the type of arms that were seized at Coutts. Does not these threats and ongoing threats merit the necessity of using a federal power, including the Emergencies Act, to deal with what is an ongoing, current and future situation in this country? Merci.
The Honourable Member for South Surrey White Rock.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my friend opposite. I also have great respect for his intellect and abilities, and yes, I apologize to all Canadians, we are both lawyers. But having said that, we are now members of Parliament, and as well. And with great respect, I do not think it should have ever come to this. I believe the Prime Minister and the government should have engaged in respectful dialogue, should have at least signaled out an understanding that we can have differences of opinion in a free country, and those differences are being listened to. And if the government had acted on our opposition motion to table a plan of action, all of this would have calmed down immeasurably.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I certainly agree this should never have come to this. The fact that a protest was allowed to become an occupation speaks to failures at every single level. But the problem I really have with my honourable colleague and what her party's saying is, if the Prime Minister had just gone out and talked to the nice protesters, everything would have been settled. When Pat King, an organizer for them, the spokesperson, said this is going to be settled with bullets, a line is crossed. And I know the fact that he's talking about shooting the Prime Minister may not seem like a problem, but it should be a problem. It should be a problem to every parliamentarian. I will not negotiate with anyone who talks about shooting a Prime Minister of this country. They need to start addressing these issues.
Honourable Member for South Surrey White Rock.
Well, I thank my colleague for the question, and with all due respect, the police and law enforcement authorities in this country deal with threats, deal with violence every single day. They deal with it effectively, they deal with it forcefully, and they deal with it definitively. Our Crown prosecutors make sure that those people come to justice. The expression that's coming to my mind, Madam Speaker, is, "O ye of little faith." Why do you have such little faith in the people who are tasked with keeping us safe? You don't need these extraordinary measures.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Drummond.
Honorable member for Drummond.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Je ne pensais pas faire ça un jour, mais je vais faire un peu de surf, comme on dit en espagnol, sur ce que le collègue de Timmins James Bay vient de dire. À quel moment est-ce qu'on reconnaît du côté des conservateurs qu'il existe réellement une menace que la police, visiblement, n'a pas les moyens de contenir? À quel moment est-ce qu'on admet que les preuves sont là, une saisie d'armes à coups, des menaces à peine voilées, des menaces à haute voix, littéralement, sur les médias sociaux? Alors, j'aimerais que ma collègue me dise qu'est-ce que ça prend de plus comme preuve que la police n'arrive pas justement à contenir l'occupation en cours ici à Ottawa. Merci.
The honourable member for South Surrey White Rock.
Thank you, my colleague, for the question. It would be really refreshing to actually have real evidence connecting these dots. The Minister for Emergency Preparedness, at a press conference in the last couple of days, asserted that what happened at Coots, the arrests at Coots, were directly related to the leadership here in Ottawa. And under questioning by the media, back down further again, and basically said, well, I'm just sort of figuring that out myself. That is not real evidence, that is not a real connection, and that is not a national security threat.
Déclaration des députés, statements by members. The honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to rise in the House today to recognize a Better Tent City, an innovative and successful housing solution serving previously unsheltered neighbours of mine in Waterloo Region, consisting of 42 insulated cabins and an indoor warming space, kitchen, showers, and laundry. A Better Tent City is a safe and caring place born from the leadership of the late Ron Doyle, Jeff Wilmer, and Nadine Green, among others. Nadine, the site coordinator and whose compassion brings calm in times of crisis, feels particularly fitting to celebrate during Black History Month, as her leadership is one example of Black excellence in Waterloo Region. A Better Tent City is supported by so many, including the volunteers, staff, and board at St. Mary's Church and the Social Development Center. In light of this incredible grassroots work, A Better Tent City recently received our community's highest honor, the Barn Raiser Award, for showing us what's possible when a group of people rally.
The honourable member for Dartmouth Cole Harbour.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, throughout this pandemic, the people of Dartmouth Cole Harbour have shown the very best that Canada has to offer. From embracing public health measures like staying the blazes home to mourning incredible tragedies together. We've been there for each other while keeping 6 feet apart. And like all Canadians, this pandemic has worn us down. We are so tired. But just as public health measures are easing, those who seek to harm our country and our democracy through conspiracy theories and misinformation are using this opportunity to sow discord. I always see the best in people, but the rise in hate is so high. Folks in our community, our neighbors, our friends are finding themselves caught up in this. And I know that this hate and this hostility is not at the heart of who we are. Madam Speaker, I ask that all Canadians be there for each other by speaking out against misinformation and standing up against hate. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Honourable member for Niagara West.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I think I speak for most Canadians when I say that the last 2 years have been extremely difficult. At times like this, one would think that the leader of our country, the Prime Minister, would be there to unite Canadians. Unfortunately, that has not been the case. He's done the opposite. Don't take my word for it. His own Liberal MPs have said so. The Prime Minister chose to divide Canadians as a political strategy to win an election. He pitted one Canadian against the other for his own political gain. He called Canadians tired of mandates and restrictions a fringe minority with unacceptable views. He said they're extremists, misogynist, racist, and asked if these Canadians should be tolerated. This Prime Minister has fanned the flames of division to a point of a national crisis, and his solution is to divide Canadians further, to implement unprecedented and extreme government measures through the Emergencies Act. This is a crisis that he himself created. Madam Speaker, where does this Prime Minister's recklessness stop?
The Honourable Member for Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to speak about Black History Month, and I know I'm not the only one to do that this month, but it should be spoken about often, which is why this year's theme is February and Forever, celebrating Black history today and every day. We need to remember Black history is Canadian history, which at times has been for the worse, but over the years has become significantly for the better. Our communities are enriched by our Black neighbours and friends who take on many important roles. The Honourable Jean Augustine, who proposed the motion we recognize February as Black History Month, was the first Black woman elected to this House. Her election showed that this House could truly be a house for all Canadians. I want to take this time to recognize and thank a community leader in Aurora. Fiona Durant came to Canada as a young woman and established a small, successful local business. She also founded the Aurora Black Community Association. This is a dynamic, change-making group focused on uniting all the varied
L'honorable député de Longueuil-Saint-Hubert.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Février est le mois de l'histoire des Noirs. Au Conseil municipal de Longueuil, les barrières du passé ont été rompues, laissant une plus grande place à la jeunesse, aux femmes et à la diversité. Par conséquent, je salue avec fierté la nomination de 3 femmes extraordinaires au Conseil municipal de Longueuil. Madame Reine Bombo Alara, première élue de la diversité à présider le Conseil municipal. Madame Afine Loala-Lika, première femme noire au sein du Conseil exécutif. Finalement, Madame Rolande Balma, 21 ans, plus jeune femme élue de toute l'histoire de Longueuil. L'arrivée dans des postes de décision de ces 3 femmes noires au sein du Conseil de Longueuil constitue une extraordinaire avancée et le reflet de ce qu'est le Québec d'aujourd'hui. Les jeunes gens issus de la diversité sentent, avec cette élection, que la participation politique...
L'honorable député d'Alfred Pénin.
Madame la Présidente, en cette semaine de la persévérance scolaire, prenons le temps de reconnaître et d'encourager les efforts de nos jeunes qui, malgré les difficultés des 2 dernières années, gardent leur soif d'apprendre. Cette persévérance est également mise de l'avant par les enseignants, le personnel de soutien, les intervenants et les travailleurs sociaux qui accomplissent un travail colossal pour aider nos jeunes à réussir. Le travail des organismes communautaires également fait une énorme différence dans la vie des jeunes qui ont des parcours plus difficiles. Ils aident ces élèves à trouver un sens à leur cheminement scolaire et à les motiver à persévérer dans leurs études. Finalement, mais non le moindre, soulignons le rôle important des parents qui accompagnent leurs enfants tous les jours pour les épauler et les stimuler. Merci à toutes les personnes qui dévouent pour aider nos jeunes à être motivés, aux petits comme aux grands. Bonne semaine de la persévérance scolaire.
Honourable Member for Niagara Falls.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, February is Black History Month, and I wanted to take this opportunity to recognize the work being undertaken by the Niagara Military Museum, which is located in my riding. In partnership with the Canadian War Museum, the volunteers of the Niagara Military Museum worked to develop an incredible Black military history collection, which was publicly unveiled in Niagara last February. The Canadian War Museum is now showcasing these educational panels here in Ottawa so more Canadians can learn about the important contributions Black Canadians made to the defence of Canada and our freedoms. Entitled A Community at War, the Military Service of Black Canadians of the Niagara Region, the exhibition highlights the experiences of 22 Black men and women from the Niagara Region and from southwestern Ontario who served their country in uniform from the American Revolution to present day. Their experiences offer insight into the broader experiences of Black Canadians and this country's military history, and I invite all Canadians to visit the War Museum to see this marvelous exhibit. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I recently had the pleasure of meeting with family doctors from the Fraser Northwest Division of Family Practice Society, who won the $100,000 grand prize for Canada's Vaccine Community Innovation Challenge. Their Physician on a Mission campaign amplified the voices of family doctors in Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam, and beyond as trusted community members to encourage vaccinations using physicians' personal stories and expertise. Videos were produced in English, Cantonese, Korean, Farsi, and Arabic, with family doctors addressing common questions about COVID-19 vaccines, from helping new mothers to reminding us to get our second shot. This initiative has empowered Canadians to make informed decisions about their health and to protect each other. Congratulations to Dr. Yun and the Fraser Northwest Division of Family Practice Society, and thank you for your innovative and impactful work in keeping our communities healthy.
L'honorable député de Vaudreuil-Soulanges.
Mr. Speaker, 1 year ago, the Gurdwara Guru Nanak Darbar opened its doors for the first time in the historic and beautiful town of Hudson. And since doing so, it has served as a sacred place of worship for those of the Sikh faith in my community of Vaudreuil-Soulanges. But it's also served as so much more. In keeping with the guiding principles of kindness, generosity, and community, it has also served as a place for those in need of all faiths to enjoy a free, warm, and healthy meal prepared by dedicated volunteers. It is also a rallying point for business owners and families to come together to help one another by donating truckloads of foods and supplies to neighboring churches and community groups during this incredibly difficult time. For this and so much more, I rise in this House on behalf of my entire community to congratulate Harjit Singh Bajwa, Sarvdeep Singh Bhatt, Lukpatrai Singh Dinza, Gurinder Singh Johal, and the entire team at the Gurdwara Guru Nanak Darbar Hudson for their hard work and generosity over the last year. May the years and decades ahead continue to bring peace, joy, and fulfillment. Thank you.
The honourable member for Cypress Hills, Grassland.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in the House, and what else but to address this government's egregious overstep in invoking of the Emergencies Act. I now have had hundreds of constituents contact me, sincerely alarmed with the implications of this Prime Minister's draconian overstep. Because this is the same Prime Minister who stated that he admired China's dictatorship. But even Chinese state media stated that, while Hong Kong invoked the national security law against violent petrol bomb throwing mobs, they're shocked to see how the Canadian Prime Minister has cracked down on peaceful, pro-freedom protesters. Mr. Speaker, the world is watching this critical moment in our nation's capital, and they are rightly alarmed to see the leader of a G7 country, a country that has long been a beacon of freedom, come down on peaceful protesters with a sledgehammer. It is absolutely shameful, and I'm calling on the Prime Minister to lay aside his pride, listen to the very real concerns of the Canadian people, follow the science, and drop the mandates. That is the clearest path forward to resolving these tensions and healing our divided and wounded nation.
L'honorable député de Schlager.
The honourable member for Schlager.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Les défis de la pandémie que nous vivons depuis 2020
n'épargnent personne et encore moins les jeunes.
Pour de nombreux jeunes Québécois et Canadiens, poursuivre ces études est un énorme défi et la situation actuelle ne les aide pas. Que ce soit lié à leurs difficultés d'apprentissage, leur situation familiale, leur santé physique et mentale, la réussite de nos enfants doit être au cœur de nos responsabilités en tant que gouvernement et société. Nous nous devons de penser à leur réussite, de rester engagés et mobilisés pour eux, surtout en cette semaine, mais tout au long de l'année. Merci aux parents, enseignants, éducateurs, intervenants, personnels de soutien qui, à chaque jour, donnent du sens au parcours scolaire des jeunes. Dans le cadre des journées de la persévérance scolaire, mon équipe et moi avons donné de l'amour aux professeurs et au personnel scolaire de mon comté en leur offrant des paniers de biscuits soigneusement préparés par la cuisine collective de Schlager. Je les remercie et je remercie l'ensemble du travail extraordinaire que tous les enseignants font à tous les jours. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you.
Honourable member for Kenora.
Mr. Speaker, the illegal blockades must come to an end, and law enforcement has the resources it needs to do that
without the government invoking the Emergencies Act. The Prime Minister himself has said that this act should not be the first, second, or third response, but he has been unable to tell us what his first, second, and third responses were. Mr. Speaker, after taking no action, the Prime Minister is now moving to the most extreme action. And we have seen crisis in this country before, many times, in many different situations where the Emergencies Act in its current form was not utilized. Mr. Speaker, this is an unprecedented overreach, and it is a result of a failure in leadership on the part of the Prime Minister. Parliament must reverse this decision immediately.
Monsieur le Président, c'est avec joie que je m'adresse à la Chambre aujourd'hui. Avec 58 différentes municipalités dans mon comté, les occasions de célébrer ne sont pas rares. Qui plus est, bon nombre d'entre elles ont atteint une âge très vénérable. À travers le temps, des générations de citoyens et citoyennes se sont serrés les coudes pour faire de leur communauté un endroit à leur image. Alors, avec le contexte sanitaire actuel, plusieurs comités ont de redoubler d'efforts pour trouver des façons alternatives de célébrer. Je tiens à leur rendre hommage de la façon la plus solennelle possible. Tout d'abord, Montmagny, la seigneurie de la Rivière-du-Sud, fête 375 ans. Berthier-sur-Mer, Rivière-Roy et Cap-Saint-Ignace fête 350 ans. Sainte-Hélène de Kamouraska, Saint-Anne-de-la-Pocatière fête 175 ans. Et Saint-Pamphile, 150 ans. Et Saint-Joseph de Kamouraska, 100 ans. Je prendrai donc un moment dans les prochaines semaines pour aller les visiter, leur remettre un paquet de souvenirs et souhaiter joyeuses fêtes à tout l'ensemble de ces citoyens et citoyennes de ces municipalités, Monsieur le Président.
L'honorable député de Hull-Elmer.
Monsieur le Président, plus tôt aujourd'hui, l'équipe féminine de hockey du Canada a gagné la médaille d'or. Toutefois, j'aimerais vous parler de la relève, ici dans l'Outaouais. L'équipe M13 AAA, les Intrépides, est composée de 17 de nos meilleurs joueurs et joueuses de ma belle région. L'équipe s'est qualifiée pour le tournoi international Pee-Wee de Québec. Pour obtenir une invitation à ce tournoi prestigieux, l'Intrépide de l'Outaouais devait se classer parmi les 14 meilleures équipes de la Ligue de hockey élite du Québec. L'Intrépide M13 a relevé le défi. Et tous les joueuses et joueurs sont très fiers de représenter l'Outaouais lors de ce tournoi qui aura lieu au mois de mai. L'excellence de l'équipe canadienne, l'équipe olympique canadienne, est un phare pour tous les Canadiens. Mais rien n'arrive par accident. Leur victoire représente des années de travail acharné. Les Intrépides de l'Outaouais sont déjà sur le bon chemin. Bravo et bon succès. Go Intrépides, go!
Go Intrépides, go!
The honourable member for Hamilton Centre.
Mr. Speaker, for 3 weeks, the city of Ottawa and border crossings across the country have been under siege by blockades and occupations. People in Ottawa have been criminally harassed, assaulted, and are afraid to leave their homes. The declaration of a public order emergency is a result of the failure of all levels of government failing to keep the public safe. Canadians are rightly concerned about these unprecedented measures being enacted and about the precedent it will set. I am too. It will be critical over the course of the debate over these next few days for the government to clearly explain why they believe the conditions to enact this emergency order have been met. There is no time for talking points, spin, or partisan attacks. Canadians deserve honest answers, accurate information, and clear reasoning. Conversely, the opposition has an important role to hold the government to account, to ask serious questions, and refrain from overheated rhetoric. Mr. Speaker, today marks an important moment in our history, and there will be much work to do in these weeks, months, and years to come. We must work to rebuild trust in our institutions, and that work must begin now.
L'honorable député de Manicouagan.
The honourable member for Manicouagan.
Monsieur le Président, il me fait grand plaisir de souligner aujourd'hui la candidature officielle de l'île d'Anticosti au patrimoine mondial de l'UNESCO. Cette île est un joyau de la côte nord du Québec et du monde par sa magnificence, bien sûr, son unicité et ses richesses naturelles, mais aussi par sa population chaleureuse. Cette annonce historique célébrée par la population d'Anticosti est le résultat de beaucoup de travail et l'avancement d'un projet rassembleur. Monsieur le Président, dès les balbutiements du projet jusqu'à cette annonce, j'ai travaillé avec les élus, les organisations organismes et la population. J'ai appuyé ce projet chaque fois que les anticostiens ont eu besoin de moi et je vais continuer de le faire jusqu'à ce qu'Anticosti soit célébré comme elle le mérite dans le monde entier. Ensemble, nous avançons et nous réussirons. Félicitations à toute la population d'Anticosti. Vous êtes la preuve que les ambitions et le travail acharné sont porteurs de grandes réalisations. Vous êtes la preuve qu'en alliant nos forces, nous sommes capables de faire partie du patrimoine mondial de l'UNESCO. Merci, M. le Président.
The honourable member for North Okanagan, Shuswap.
Mr. Speaker, we are debating an Emergencies Act because of a political crisis of the Prime Minister's own making. A political crisis here in Ottawa because of his failure to act sooner. But there is another crisis building across our country that he and his government have failed to act on. Canadians are seeing the rising cost of living impacting them in their homes, in their backyards, in my riding of North Okanagan, Shuswap, and across the country. Groceries will cost families $1,000 more this year. Energy prices have reached record levels and rent rates are skyrocketing. Constituents have contacted me concerned about house prices going up 35 to 45%, concerned that young families can't afford their own homes. Seniors on fixed incomes cannot keep up with the inflation, now pegged at 5.1%, the highest rate in 30 years. The Prime Minister and his government have failed to act on the cost of living crisis and have now created another crisis as a diversion. This is shameful. Canadians deserve better.
The honourable member for Ottawa Centre.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise in the House to honour my late friend Richard Patten, who dutifully served our community of Ottawa Centre as the Member of Provincial Parliament from 1987 to 1990 and from 1995 to 2007. During this time, he also served as Minister of Government Services and Minister of Correctional Services in Ontario. Speaker, after he retired from politics and as I succeeded him as the MPP, Richard gave me a note which read, "Remember, all of this belongs to the people." This sentiment captures the essence of Richard's brand of public service. He was your neighbour who was also your elected representative. Whether it was helping to save Ottawa's Aberdeen Pavilion, successfully fighting to keep Children's Hospital of Eastern Ontario's heart surgery unit in Ottawa, or championing legislation to help people with severe mental illness, Richard Patten's legacy in Ottawa Centre will be felt forever. Speaker, as Richard bravely fought cancer, he never missed a day at the legislature or stepped away from many of his community-building activities. He died on December 30th of last year. Thank you to his wife, Penny, for sharing Richard with our community. Richard, Ottawa Centre will forever be a better place because of you. Thank you.
Oral questions, question orale, l'honorable député de Mégantic-Clérable.
Monsieur le Président, comme Canadien, aujourd'hui, je suis déçu. Ce matin, le Premier ministre a finalement daigné parler à la Chambre des communes, ce lieu sacré de la démocratie canadienne, à la suite de sa décision d'invoquer la loi sur les mesures d'urgence sur tout le territoire canadien. Il avait une occasion unique pour justifier sa décision de recourir à cette loi extrême pour mettre fin à la crise qu'il a lui-même créée. Il a échoué. Il n'a pas réussi à démontrer que les lois en vigueur ne suffisaient pas à mettre un terme aux gestes illégaux. Ma question est claire. Pourquoi ce gouvernement se sert-il d'une loi aussi radicale avec comme seul objectif de protéger le leadership du Premier ministre?
L'honorable vice-première ministre.
Monsieur le Président, ces sièges et ces barrages causent des dommages importants à notre économie. La confiance internationale envers le Canada comme endroit propice au investissement et pour faire des affaires est ébranlée. L'obstruction du pont ambassadeur a retardé des échanges commerciaux d'une valeur de 390 millions de dollars par jour. Ces coûts sont réels. Ils menacent les entreprises grandes et petites. Et pour cette raison, nous devons réagir.
Honorable député de Mégantic-Clérable.
Monsieur le Président, je pense que la ministre des Finances devrait mettre à jour ses points de discussion. Il n'y a plus de blocage à Windsor, Monsieur le Président. C'est fini. On n'a pas eu besoin de la loi sur les mesures
mesures d'urgence, Monsieur le Président. Le Premier ministre a dit à plusieurs reprises que des groupes étrangers supportent les manifestations ici à Ottawa. Au Comité de la sécurité publique la semaine dernière, le directeur adjoint de l'information du Centre d'analyse des opérations et déclarations financières du Canada, c'est tout un titre, ça, a déclaré qu'il n'y avait aucune preuve pour supporter cette affirmation, ni même le début d'une piste de transaction suspecte, Monsieur le Président. Pourquoi, pour justifier sa décision, le Premier ministre invoque-t-il des faits qui n'existent pas selon ses propres experts?
Les chefs d'entreprise du Canada savent que ces barrages illégaux ne peuvent pas se poursuivre et ils ont appuyé l'action nécessaire de notre gouvernement. Goldie Hyder, président du Conseil canadien des affaires, a dit cette semaine, nous saluons cette décision comme une étape vers la fin des blocages illégaux dans tout le pays et le respect de l'État de droit. C'est exactement ce que nous faisons.
Le député de Mégantic Clérable.
Monsieur le Président, je lui répète, il n'y a plus de blocage aux frontières. Ça s'est réglé sans la loi des mesures d'urgence, Monsieur le Président. C'est ça la réalité. Le recours à la loi sur les mesures d'urgence, c'est une première dans l'histoire canadienne. La précédente loi, la loi sur les mesures de guerre, n'avait été utilisée que 3 fois. Première guerre mondiale, Deuxième guerre mondiale, pendant la crise d'octobre. Vendredi dernier, le premier ministre disait qu'il n'y avait pas besoin d'autres mesures. Et tout d'un coup, lundi, on invoque la loi sur les mesures d'urgence. Bang! Est-ce que quelqu'un dans ce gouvernement peut nous dire ce qui s'est passé entre vendredi puis lundi pour que le premier ministre valse autant en seulement quelques heures?
Monsieur le Président, comme nous avons fait pendant les négociations d'ALENA, notre gouvernement fera toujours ce qui est nécessaire pour protéger nos travailleurs et l'intérêt national. Nous avons défendu le Canada pendant les négociations d'ALENA et maintenant nous défendons les Canadiens contre ces blocages et occupations.
illegal blockades and occupation. That's what we must do, and that is what we will keep doing.
Member for South Surrey, White Rock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister and the Emergency last week, Deputy Director of Intelligence for FinTrack, Barry McKillop, stated that there is no evidence to back up these claims. In fact, he stated, quote, there has not been a spike in suspicious transactions related to the protest, end quote. Why is the Prime Minister offside with Canada's national security experts?
Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I spoke yesterday with the head of FinTrack, and we are in close touch with that very important organization. The reality, her deputy, the reality, Mr. Speaker, is that FinTrack lacked the necessary authorities to oversee the new world of cryptocurrency and crowdsourcing and payment platforms. With these measures, Mr. Speaker, we have enhanced the authorities of FinTrack, and that is allowing us to stop the illegal funding of these illegal blockades.
The member for South Surrey, White Rock.
Mr. Speaker, this morning the Prime Minister contradicted two of his ministers who had stated that the application of the Emergency Measures Act would be geographically located. The PM said it would apply to all of Canada. All the border crossings in BC, Alberta, Manitoba, and Ontario have been cleared. The majority of premiers clearly say this government overreach is interfering in their jurisdictions. When will the Prime Minister revoke this reckless decision and begin rebuilding the trust of Canadians?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Now, Mr. Speaker, once upon a time, the Conservative Party was a responsible party that believed in defending the national economic interest. I know one Conservative minister who served in such a government,
Karen Beattie, who created the Emergencies Act. Mr. Beattie said this week that when he brought in the Emergencies Act, he knew that there would inevitably be future crises. I spoke to Mr. Beattie today, and I told him about the work our government is doing to defend the Canadian economy.
Honorable député de la Prairie.
Monsieur le Président, arrêtez les participants à une manifestation illégale. Tu n'as pas besoin de la loi sur les mesures d'urgence pour ça. Couper le sociofinancement d'activités illégales. Tu n'as pas besoin de la loi sur les mesures d'urgence pour ça. Donner des amendes non plus. Protéger les infrastructures stratégiques non plus. Monsieur le Président, depuis 21 jours, les moyens de s'attaquer à la crise existent. Mais depuis 21 jours, ils sont simplement pas utilisés par ce gouvernement. Est-ce que le gouvernement réalise que tout ce qui manquait depuis 21 jours, c'est pas la loi sur les mesures d'urgence, c'est son leadership.
It's the government's leadership.
Les chefs d'entreprise du Québec savent que ces blocages illégaux ne peuvent pas se poursuivre et ils ont appuyé l'action de notre gouvernement. Véronique Proulx, PDG de Manufacturier et Exportateur du Québec, a dit cette semaine les manufacturiers saluent tout geste qui permettrait de rétablir l'ordre aux frontières et restaurer la réputation du Canada comme partenaire commercial.
Honorable député de la Prairie.
C'est pas des farces. Le SQ est rendu dans les rues d'Ottawa pour sauver la peau de ce gouvernement-là. La loi sur les mesures d'urgence, on n'a pas eu besoin pour régler les problèmes au Manitoba, en Alberta, en Colombie-Britannique, pour vider le port des ambassadeurs. On n'a pas eu besoin de ça. Le problème, c'est que le noyau de cette crise, il est en face du Parlement fédéral. Pourquoi? Parce que le gouvernement fédéral se cache depuis 3 semaines.
The federal government has been in hiding for 3 weeks. Don't they realize that the situation would be less dangerous today if they had taken responsibility in the first place? The Honorable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr.
Speaker,
on a pris la responsabilité.
We did take responsibility.
La responsabilité.
We are taking responsibility. And I really would ask all members to be responsible, to act responsibly on behalf of the Canadians who elected them, and take responsibility for democracy in Canada, to protect the national interests. That is what we're doing, and that is what we will keep doing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The story of this pandemic has been a story of solidarity, of Canadians taking care of one another. But Canadians are now wondering what the plan is to get out of this pandemic. We know that the plan to get out of this pandemic has to include a science-based approach, and it has to include an approach to invest in our healthcare system. So will the Prime Minister commit to making sure our healthcare system is never again in the fear of collapsing, and that we have an evidence-based plan for us to move past this pandemic?
Here, here. The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, our country is moving past this pandemic thanks to the hard work, thanks to the common sense of Canadians, thanks to the fact that 90% of Canadians are vaccinated, thanks to the heroism of our healthcare workers and our essential workers. For that reason, Mr. Speaker, Canada has one of the best outcomes in the Western world when it comes to mortality rates. Had we had the U.S. level of mortality, Mr. Speaker, an additional 66,000 Canadians would have died. We are getting past the pandemic thanks to Canadians.
Honorable député de Burnaby South.
L'histoire de cette pandémie, c'est une histoire de solidarité. Les gens à travers le pays qui ont pris soin les uns des autres. Mais les gens sont frustrés. Ils sont frustrés parce que les problèmes dans leur vie s'empiraient pendant la pandémie. C'est de plus en plus difficile de trouver du logement abordable. C'est de plus en plus difficile de rejoindre les deux bouts. Donc, le Premier ministre s'engagera-t-il à travailler ensemble pour régler ces problèmes dans les vies des gens?
Honorable Vice-Première ministre.
Absolument, Monsieur le Président.
Absolutely, Mr.
Notre
Speaker.
gouvernement
Our
travaille
government
en étroite collaboration
working
avec
closely
les municipalités,
with
avec les
municipalities
provinces,
and
avec
provinces
tous les Canadiens
and all
pour avoir
Canadians
une relance forte de la récession
to get a
créée
strong
par la
recovery
COVID.
from
Et la
the
bonne
COVID
nouvelle,
recession.
c'est
And
que
the good
le
news
PIB du
is
Canada
that
est
Canada's
maintenant à la
GDP
même
is
niveau
now
qu'elle
at the
était
same
avant
level
du COVID.
it
La
was
bonne nouvelle
before
est
COVID.
qu'on a récupéré tous les
We've
emplois
recovered
perdus.
all the
On a du
lost
travail à
jobs.
faire
We still
et
have
on
some
va
work to
le
do,
faire
and we
ensemble.
will do that together.
Le député de Bellechasse et
The honourable member
Échemins-Lévis.
for Bellechasse-les-Échemins-Lévis.
Monsieur le Président, le Premier ministre
Mr.
est incapable de
Speaker,
justifier
the Prime Minister
l'utilisation de la loi sur les
can't justify
mesures
the use of
d'urgence.
the
Il est
Emergencies
incapable de
Act.
dire quel
He
outil il a
can't
utilisé,
explain
quelle démarche il a
which
mise en
tool
place
has
avant
been
de
used, which
déposer cette
steps
loi
were taken
d'exception.
before
Il ne
this
peut pas nous
exceptional
reprocher d'y voir une
legislation
manœuvre
was
pour cacher son
resorted to.
inaction,
He
son manque de
can't
leadership,
cover
son
up
incurie.
his lack of
Je lui donne
leadership
à nouveau
and
aujourd'hui
his
l'occasion de nous
missing in
éclairer.
action approach.
Quels outils,
I'd
quelles
like him
démarches
to
a-t-il mises
enlighten
en
us
place
today.
au cours
What
des 3
tools and
dernières
what
semaines
steps were taken
qui ont à ce
in
point
the past
échoué
weeks that
qu'ils
failed
justifient
so
l'application de
badly
la loi
as to
sur les mesures
justify
d'urgence, Monsieur le
resorting
Président?
to the Emergencies Act. Mr. Speaker,
L'honorable ministre de la Sécurité publique.
Minister of Public Safety.
Monsieur le Président, je remercie ma collègue pour la question. Le gouvernement prend beaucoup des actions concrètes de début des bloquades illégales. Par exemple, on avait offert plus de ressources pour les forces policières et ça, c'est le résultat, un peu de progrès. Mais en même temps, la blocade a causé beaucoup de frustration pour les forces policières. Ça, c'est une des raisons que nous avons introduit la loi des mesures d'urgence et on va continuer d'offrir tous les outils que les services policiers ont besoin. Merci.
Le député de Bellechasse et Échemins-Lévis.
Monsieur le Président, le Québec et d'autres provinces ont la situation sous contrôle sans utiliser la loi sur les mesures d'urgence. D'ailleurs, elles n'en veulent pas. Le Premier ministre est prévenu d'ailleurs. Alors, ce Premier ministre qui n'écoute que lui-même et qui met en place une loi d'exception sans avoir consulté qui que ce soit, va-t-il respecter la volonté des provinces de ne pas voir cette loi appliquée sur leur territoire, comme au Québec, Monsieur le Président?
L'honorable ministre.
La réponse courte est oui. On avait consulté avec toutes les provinces et les territoires. Et la manière que la loi de mesures d'urgence fonctionne est en collaboration avec toutes les autorités provinciales. Et notre dévouement est de continuer de travailler avec les provinces et les territoires, même les municipalités et les services policiers, pour terminer cette blocade. C'est le temps pour partir maintenant. Merci.
L'honorable député de Richmond-Arthabasca.
Monsieur le Président, pendant 3 semaines, le Premier ministre n'a rien fait. Il a mis de l'huile sur le feu en provoquant les manifestants. Il s'est même caché durant cette crise dans son chalet. Pour redorer son image, il invoque maintenant la loi sur les mesures d'urgence. Contrairement aux libéraux, les provinces ont agi et gèrent la situation de façon responsable et pacifique. Est-ce que le Premier ministre peut confirmer qu'il n'utilisera pas les pouvoirs conférés par les mesures d'urgence contre le Québec et les autres provinces au Canada qui s'y opposent?
L'honorable ministre.
Monsieur le Président, au contraire, les services policiers ont exercé beaucoup d'efforts d'énergie pour désamorcer la situation sur le terrain. Par exemple, il y a un dialogue, même aujourd'hui, entre les polices et les membres de la blocade pour encourager eux de quitter maintenant. Ça, c'est la plus efficace solution. Et on va continuer d'offrir tous les ressources, tous les outils que la police a besoin. Merci.
L'honorable député de Richmond-Arthabasca.
Monsieur le Président, la réalité, c'est que les provinces ont su gérer la situation avec du leadership, ce qui manque du côté libéral. Le Premier ministre lui invoque la loi sur les mesures d'urgence pour se décharger de ses responsabilités d'une crise qu'il a lui-même alimentée en stigmatisant les manifestants qui étaient ici à Ottawa. Imaginez, ce Premier ministre qui veut gérer la frontière en Ukraine et la Russie entre les deux n'est même pas capable de gérer la rue en face du Parlement.
L'honorable ministre. L'honorable ministre ministre de la Sécurité publique.
Monsieur le Président, avec beaucoup de respect pour mon collègue, il n'y a aucune justification pour le blocage illégal. Aucune justification. Okay, les débats dans cette Chambre sur la pandémie est très important, mais la manière que le blocage est présent maintenant dans Ottawa, même à la frontière, est inacceptable. Ça, c'est la raison que nous avons introduit le droit de mesures d'urgence pour aider les services policiers pour terminer ce blocage. Merci.
Member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And the lack of this action from this government has resulted in the reactive to ending the protests and blockades. And invoking the measures, the Emergencies Measures Act is the most reactive step taken to date. Mr. Speaker, Canadians are looking for hope and for a plan. This government decided to vote against having a plan. What proactive steps did the Prime Minister actually take prior to putting in into these restrictions?
None. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, and of course we've been clear of being there every step of the way to support law enforcement as this situation continued. But I think it's important to reflect on the steps the Conservative Party took during this process, starting with the interim leader who said that I don't think that we should ask these people to go home, inferring that they should take this as a political opportunity. The member for Carleton, who's a leadership aspirant, saying that I stand with the illegal activity that's occurring outside, saying that he should keep the momentum going. And of course, this continues with the member for Yorkton Melville, Saskatoon Grassland, Cypress Hills Grassland. Again and again and again, they encourage
the Honourable Member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
And thank you very much. And perhaps the House Leader didn't understand. What I'm looking for is an answer to the plans and what this Prime Minister has actually done. Step one, he stigmatized, he traumatized, and he divided Canadians, just as this House Leader is doing today. Step two, he hid in the cottage. He did not react. When things were going on there, we did not hear from the Prime Minister. Step three, he whipped his caucus where every single member, with the exception of one, voted against a plan. Mr. Speaker, this leadership has failed. Period. Failed. What actions did the Prime Minister actually take prior to putting in these restrictions?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Every one of us walks through what is going on outside every day. We see the residents of Ottawa be terrorized by this illegal occupation that's occurring. And I want to ask the members opposite, will they stand today clearly, every single one of them, and say it's time to go home? Will they stand, every single one of them, to stop tweeting, stop encouraging, stop saying things like keep the momentum going, and instead ask for those folks who are outside to go home, to make sure that this illegal activity is not something that a party that's supposed to be standing for law and order stands with.
Honorable député d'Avignon-Lamétis-Matane, Matapédia.
Monsieur le Président, l'Assemblée nationale est unanime. La loi sur les mesures d'urgence, on n'en veut pas au Québec. Et même si le premier ministre avait dit que son décret serait localisé, on constate qu'il est localisé à la grandeur du Canada. Non seulement il s'applique au Québec, mais il s'applique aux infrastructures québécoises comme les hôpitaux, les barrages, les centres de vaccination. Mais Monsieur le Président, il n'y a pas de crise au Québec. La preuve, on prête même la SQ en Ontario. Selon quelle logique le premier ministre croit-il nécessaire de suspendre des libertés fondamentales au Québec simplement parce qu'il a perdu le contrôle du siège à Ottawa?
L'honorable ministre de la Sécurité publique.
Monsieur le Président, ça, ce n'est pas la façon que la loi fonctionne. La loi était introduite avec toutes les protections dans le Charte et tous les pouvoirs, toutes les autorités, toutes les mesures qui étaient incluses dans la déclaration vont être s'appliquer dans une manière qui est compatible avec le Charte.
Le député d'Avignon-Lamétis-Matane, Matapédia.
Monsieur le Président, la situation est réglée au pont ambassadeur. La situation est réglée à Coutts. La situation est réglée au Manitoba. Au Québec, la situation a toujours été sous contrôle. Et juste à Ottawa, où la situation perdure directement dans la cour du premier ministre. La crise nationale est passée. L'utilisation de la loi sur les mesures d'urgence est injustifiée. La limitation des droits fondamentaux partout au Canada est injustifiable. Alors que les opposants du premier ministre l'accusent d'être un dictateur, ce qui est évidemment complètement faux, réalise-t-il qu'aujourd'hui, il leur donne des arguments et que ça, c'est irresponsable?
L'honorable ministre.
Monsieur le Président, un fait est un fait. Et le Bloc québécois ne peut pas commencer à inventer des faits ou à inventer des choses. La loi n'enlève aucun pouvoir aux provinces. On n'utilise pas la loi pour suspendre la Charte des droits et libertés. Ce sont des mesures concrètes pour aider Québec. Si Québec en a besoin, Monsieur le Président, s'il n'en a pas besoin, il n'y a absolument rien qui se passe, Monsieur le Président. Le Bloc le sait, qu'ils sont au moins honnêtes à propos de ça, puis arrêtent d'inventer des faits.
L'honorable député d'Avignon, l'amitié ce matin, Matapédia.
Monsieur le Président, le Québec n'en a pas besoin, puis il n'en veut pas. Utiliser la loi sur les mesures d'urgence. Selon la loi, c'est afin de protéger les valeurs du corps politique et de garantir la souveraineté, la sécurité et l'intégrité territoriale du pays. Mais rien de tout ça est menacé. Selon la loi, il faut être en situation de crise nationale. C'est pas le cas. Que permet la loi et permet, je cite à nouveau, de prendre temporairement des mesures extraordinaires, peut-être injustifiables en temps normal. Monsieur le Président, l'intégrité territoriale du Canada n'est pas menacée. Il n'y a pas de crise nationale. Alors pourquoi utiliser la loi sur les mesures d'urgence?
L'honorable ministre de la Sécurité publique.
Parce que, Monsieur le Président, la circonstance est nécessaire. On était très clair. On appliquera pas ces mesures là où elles ne sont pas nécessaires. Je ne voudrais pas priver les Québécois de ces outils importants pour assurer la sécurité et l'intégrité de leur territoire.
public safety and territorial integrity, and it refers to the possibility of blockades at La Colle. There's a possibility of that kind of blockade this weekend in La Colle. So it's temporary and it's charter consistent.
Well, earlier this week, I asked the finance minister what she was doing to control the skyrocketing cost of living. All she did was shift blame, and she avoided the question. Yesterday, we received the news that we were all dreading. Stats Canada says the Consumer Price Index rose 5.1% in January, the worst it's been in over 30 years. Mr. Speaker, paychecks no longer go as far as they used to, and Canadians are getting left far behind. So I will ask again, what specifically is the minister doing to get inflation under control?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, unlike the Conservatives, Canadians understand that inflation is a global phenomenon, and here are some numbers to back that up. The latest inflation number in Canada was 5.1%. In the U.S., it was 7.5%. In the U.K., it is 5.5%. Our inflation is lower than the G7 average, which is 5.5%, the G20 average, which is 6.1%, and the OECD average of 6.5%. Canadians understand, Mr. Speaker. It's time for the Conservatives to understand as well.
Well, member for Abbotsford.
Well, for months now, this Liberal minister has been claiming that inflation was transitory. Nothing to see here, folks. And this week, Stats Canada proved the minister wrong. Inflation is up again at 5.1%, the highest it's been over 30 years. Prices for fish up 8%, for beef up 12%, bacon 19%. How does this minister expect Canadians to put food on the table? When is this government going to realize that it has lost complete control over inflation?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Actually, the chairman of the Federal Reserve who used the term transitory to characterize inflation. But let me just point out yet again that the Conservatives continue to push a false narrative, frankly, about everything that is happening in Canada, and very much including the economy. The fact is the Canadian recovery is strong. Our GDP grew by 5.4% in the third quarter. That beat the US, Japan, the UK, and Australia. And I also want to point out that S&P and Moody's both reaffirmed our AAA credit rating this fall.
L'honorable député de Louis-Saint-Laurent.
Monsieur le Président, il y a 3 semaines, on parlait de l'inflation. Savez-vous ce que la ministre des Finances m'avait dit? Il n'y a pas de problème parce que c'est un problème mondial. Puis aussi, le FMI dit que le Canada va bien, puis le PIB augmente. Wow! Ça, c'est convaincant, Monsieur le Président. Résultat aujourd'hui, l'inflation continue d'augmenter à 5,1 %. Le bœuf coûte 12% plus cher, l'essence 30% plus cher, le logement 6% plus. Ça, c'est la réalité des Canadiens. Mais l'autre réalité, M. le Président, c'est que le gouvernement fait strictement rien. Monsieur le Président, par vous, est-ce que la ministre des Finances pourrait mettre de côté le FMI et parler directement de la réalité qui frappe les Canadiens?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we will not be lectured by the Conservatives
lorsqu'il s'agit d'aider les Canadiens les plus vulnérables à faire face au coût de la vie. Nous avons mis en place l'ACE qui est indexé à l'inflation et qui a permis à près de 300 000 enfants de sortir de la pauvreté. Notre gouvernement a augmenté le SRG qui est également indexé à l'inflation et qui a aidé plus de 900 000 personnes âgées. C'est ce que nous avons fait.
Honourable Member for Victoria.
Mr. Speaker, Canada is one of the biggest funders of oil and gas in the G20. A new study showed that last year alone, the government, through Export Development Canada, handed out $4.4 billion, earning Canada the worst possible climate score. That's despite repeated Liberal promises to phase out fossil fuel subsidies. We are in a climate emergency, and EDC is fueling the crisis. So why won't this government make EDC clean up its act, stop giving...
Order. I'm sorry. That was a technical error where somebody had their microphone on. I'm going to ask the Honourable Member for Victoria to start from the top so that we can hear her full question. The Honourable Member for Victoria.
Mr. Speaker, Canada is one of the biggest funders of oil and gas in the G20. A new study showed that last year alone, the government, through Export Development Canada, handed out $4.4 billion, earning Canada the worst possible climate score. That's despite repeated Liberal promises to phase out fossil fuel subsidies. We are in a climate emergency, and EDC is fueling the crisis. So why won't the government make EDC clean up its act, stop giving billions to big oil and gas, and start standing up for Canadians?
Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for her question. In fact, G20 countries have committed to eliminate fossil fuel subsidies by 2025. We in Canada have committed to doing that by 2023. 2 years earlier than our G20 colleagues, Mr. Speaker. And on top of that, EDC has reduced its fossil fuel subsidies by more than $3 billion per year since 2018. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Timmins James Bay.
Earlier this week, I made an accusation against the Environment Minister that his government had held 370 backroom meetings with big oil in just 2 years. Mr. Speaker, I withdraw those comments, because it turns out they'd actually rolled out the red carpet for 1,224 meetings with big oil. That, my friends, is the definition of carbon captured. So it's no wonder that under this Prime Minister, Canada has fallen to the bottom of the G7 in terms of climate action. So to the Environment Minister, when's he going to stop acting as the head butler for the oil lobby and start standing up for Canadians?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for his question. One of the highest carbon price in the world here in Canada. Regulations on methane pollution, 40% reduction by 2025. A cap on oil and gas emissions. These are all things our government has done to fight climate change and ensure we create good jobs and a prosperous future for all Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Northwest Territories.
Mr. Speaker, this Tuesday, 54 potential unmarked graves were found at Kisikusi First Nation. 3 weeks ago, Williams Lake First Nation announced that a survey had identified 93 potential unmarked graves on the site of the former St. Joseph Mission Residential School. Nearly a year ago, Canada was rocked by the discovery of 200 probable unmarked graves on the grounds of the former Kamloops Indian Residential School. Despite all this evidence, some still deny the actual legacy of residential schools and claim the number of unmarked graves is exaggerated. Mr. Speaker, I find this very troubling and unacceptable. Could the Minister of Crown and Indigenous Relations comment on what our government is doing to support the survivors of these residential schools?
Appel au règlement, s'il vous plaît.
Il n'y a pas de rappel au règlement s'il n'y a pas quelque chose de technique qui se passe. Je veux rappeler aux gens qu'il y a de l'accommodation qui se fait dans la Chambre, and I just want to say that there is accommodation that takes place in the chamber. Sometimes technically it doesn't always work. I believe we had everything tested that worked out fairly well. I believe the translation took place. La traduction prend place. Alors, si vous n'entendez pas la traduction, s'il vous plaît, laissez-moi le savoir. Est-ce que la traduction s'est arrêtée? Non. Alors, s'il vous plaît, un peu a little bit of understanding and a little bit of compassion so that we can all work together in the House. The Honourable Minister.
Last summer, in light of the devastating findings in Kamloops and Cowessess, our government announced an additional $329 million to support Indigenous communities in their search for loved ones robbed at such a young age, in their efforts to memorialize their loss and their quest for closure. Residential schools were a reality in this country for well over 150 years, and the effects are still felt painfully today. To the survivors who are speaking out, including my friend and member who spoke, as well as those who continue to suffer in silence, we believe you. Canada believes you.
The honourable member for Fort McMurray Cold Lake.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister is out of step with Canadians. Canadians want and deserve open dialogue after 2 years of uncertainty. This should be about science, not political science, yet this Prime Minister would rather divide and stigmatize instead of giving people the certainty and hope they need. When will the Prime Minister stop doubling down on divisive rhetoric and commit publicly to a specific plan and timeline to end federal mandates and restrictions?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Since day one of this pandemic, our government's focus has been the health and safety of our neighbours by following the latest science. The most recent data indicates that the Omicron wave is past its peak in Canada, which allows us to move towards a more long-term approach to managing COVID-19. We intend to follow the science, and we're working closely with experts like Dr. Tam and other public health officials to ensure that we continue to get through this pandemic together as best we possibly can, and that has been through vaccinations. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister's petulance led to the firing of Ottawa's first Black police chief during Black History Month. It's yet another example of the divisiveness fostered by this government. The Prime Minister's own finance minister stood on the Maidan during Ukraine's revolution. Canadians want foreign interference from the Prime Minister's jet-setting resetters to stop. When will the Prime Minister listen to the majority of freedom-loving Canadians and end the mandates?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I've had, and I'm sure all members have had, the opportunity to talk to people who come from countries that aren't free, that know what it means to have their freedoms restricted in ways that are not able to live or to share their thoughts or to protest in peaceful ways. But I'm sure, and I would hope that the member opposite would agree that what we're seeing outside, the terrorizing of residents, the harassing of homeless shelters, the inability for Ottawa citizens to continue their life has gone way too far. Please stop supporting these illegal activities and join with us so that our lives can begin to return to normal.
The honourable member for Bow River.
Mr. Speaker, the science has changed. Canada's top officials, including Dr. Tam, have recommended a review of COVID policies. We're seeing countries around the world with lower vaccination rates and Canada dropping the restrictions. We're seeing provinces in our own country dropping the restrictions. Is the government going to stick to its word and follow the science? When will the mandates for Canadian travelers who are fully vaccinated, and when will the mandates be totally dropped for the testing for Canadian travelers to return?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Speaker. This transition, including this week's announcement, is possible because of a number of factors, which includes our high vaccination rates and the increasing availability of rapid tests and treatments. As we've said all along, Canada's border measures will remain flexible and adaptable, guided by science and prudence. I have a quote from my colleague opposite, and that is, it starts here. Everyone entering Canada by land as well as by air, irrespective of their vaccination status, will be required to take a rapid test or possibly a PCR test. Where's that from? That's from page 19 of the Conservatives' election platform. Remember this magazine? That one. Thanks, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for New Brunswick Southwest.
Well, Mr. Speaker, life moves on and the government needs to move on with it. In December, the Liberals again imposed rigid COVID-19 testings on Canadians living in border communities who travel to the United States and return home, often within a day or within a few hours. The Liberals announced they would replace 72-hour PCR testing with a 24-hour rapid test. This doesn't help our border communities. 24-hour testing will continue to separate families and people in Canada's border towns. When will the Liberals allow Canadians to drive to the United States and come home in a single day without testing? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd remind the member again that you campaigned on testing as well, just like we did. Well, we're in a better position today than we were previously. This pandemic's not over yet. We all want this pandemic to be over, but it's not over yet. The Government of Canada will continue to assess the evolving situation here at home and globally, and while the members opposite continue to shout me down, it doesn't change the reality that this pandemic is not yet over. Thank you, members.
L'honorable député de Joliette.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Le gouvernement s'est donné le pouvoir exceptionnel de geler les comptes de banque des personnes puis des entreprises dont les camions entravent le centre-ville d'Ottawa. C'est dans la loi ces mesures d'urgence qui est en vigueur depuis le 14 février. Or, on est rendu le 17. Ma question est simple. Combien de comptes de banque d'occupants d'Ottawa ont été gelés depuis 3 jours?
L'honorable vice-première ministre.
Merci, Monsieur le Président, et merci pour la question. Pendant une conférence de presse aujourd'hui, j'ai confirmé que nous avons commencé d'utiliser les utiles dans les règles d'urgence et que les comptes sont maintenant gelés, mais à cause de la sécurité des opérations de la force de la sécurité, on ne peut pas aujourd'hui donner les chiffres. On va les donner le plus vite possible.
Honorable député de Joliette.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. La vérité, là, c'est que le pouvoir de geler les comptes de banque des participants à une manifestation illégale, le gouvernement l'a depuis le début. Il n'y a pas besoin de la mesure d'urgence. Il peut déjà le faire en vertu de la loi sur le recyclage des produits de la criminalité puis le financement des activités terroristes. Ça fait donc 21 jours que le fédéral peut geler les fonds des occupants qui assiègent Ottawa. Donc, je répète ma question encore parce que nous, en Chambre, on veut avoir les chiffres, combien de comptes de banque ont été gelés pour essayer de régler la situation avant que ça vire en confrontation.
L'honorable vice-première ministre.
Monsieur le Président, avant l'utilisation des mesures d'urgence, c'était impossible de partager toutes les informations entre les forces nationales et locales et municipales de la sécurité et les banques. Avant l'utilisation des mesures d'urgence, aussi, on n'a pas eu la possibilité d'obliger les banques de faire ces choses. Ces outils financiers sont importants.
Mr. Speaker, 23 Liberal MPs' requests to help Afghan refugees were ignored. Liberal ministers were briefed months before Kabul fell. These warnings were ignored. My letters to the Prime Minister and the ministers continue to be ignored. Afghan refugees write to this government every day pleading for help. They continue to be ignored. The Afghan crisis is another pattern of inaction and failures in leadership by this Liberal government. Why was an election plan and abandoning those that served Canada more important than the pleas of Afghan refugees?
The Honourable Minister of Immigration.
Mr. Speaker, when that member first asked me a question about the success of our resettlements and efforts in Afghanistan, there was 3,800 Afghan refugees in Canada. Today, there are more than 7,700. In the past few weeks, Mr. Speaker, we have seen more than 460 arrive on 20 commercial flights. There are more flights arriving every week. We have made one of the most substantial commitments of any country in the world, not just on a per capita basis, but in terms of the raw number of human beings that we are going to welcome to give a second lease on life. Canadians should be proud of the effort that we're making, and we will not waver until we are successful in resettling all 40,000 Afghan refugees who will call Canada home.
L'honorable député de Chambou-Haute-Saint-Charles.
Monsieur le Président, ça n'explique pas pourquoi, qu'en décembre 2020, 23 députés libéraux ont supplié le Premier ministre de prendre action afin de sauver des ressortissants afghans qui avaient aidé les Canadiens pendant le conflit en Afghanistan. Ça a pris 8 mois. Puis après 8 mois, il est arrivé quoi? L'ambassade a fermé, tout le monde est parti, puis il ne s'est rien passé. Là, aujourd'hui, on nous garoche un chiffre, 40 000 Afghans vont s'en venir ici. Mais jamais il a été question spécifiquement d'aider les Afghans qui nous avaient aidés sur le territoire pendant le conflit en Afghanistan, pendant qu'on était là. Pourquoi ces personnes-là n'ont pas été prises en charge lorsque les députés libéraux l'ont demandé au Premier ministre?
The honourable member will appreciate that during the evacuation there was an emergency situation and we responded as quickly as was humanly possible. One of the reasons, Mr. Speaker, that I think the honourable member will appreciate is that we no longer had a military presence with the logistics capability of moving thousands and thousands of people on our own because we hadn't had a military presence there since 2014. Mr. Speaker, we worked with international partners to rescue thousands of people in the moments of the evacuation. I want to say thank you to my predecessor, now the Minister of Public Safety, for his efforts to resettle thousands of Afghan refugees, and I'm going to finish the job.
The honourable member for Bruce Grey Owen Sound.
Mr. Speaker, here's some of the damning testimony this week from retired generals about the Liberal government's failure during the fall of Kabul and the government's continued lack of leadership. Quote, "We were the first embassy to depart. That was very embarrassing." Quote, "When this crisis was unfolding right in front of our eyes, we had then, as we do now, urged the government to create an interdepartmental task force with one leader." Mr. Speaker, I'll ask the same question I asked last week. Will the Prime Minister assign one lead minister to solve this ongoing humanitarian aid crisis?
The Honourable the Honourable Minister of Immigration.
I am the minister who's been appointed by the Prime Minister to lead this effort. We will collaborate with other ministers, including the Minister of Global Affairs, to help ensure that we are successful in partnering with the global community to see this mission succeed. I heard the members opposite heckling about the timing of the election when it came to the Afghan refugee resettlement effort, and I would point out how important that election was because we campaigned on a commitment to increase our level of ambition from 20,000 to 40,000. Their commitment on the other side, while they heckle me, was to welcome precisely 0 Afghan refugees. More than that, Mr. Speaker, they campaigned to end the government-assisted refugees program altogether, which has been responsible for saving thousands of lives.
L'honorable député de Saint-Léonard-Saint-Michel.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Hier, cette Chambre a entamé le débat à la deuxième lecture du projet de loi sur la diffusion continue en ligne. Pendant le débat, certains collègues de l'opposition ont soulevé des questions intéressantes, même si d'autres ont pratiqué leur discours pour la course à la chefferie. Est-ce que le ministre du Patrimoine canadien peut nous informer de ce que le projet de loi C11 propose de faire et ne pas faire?
Le ministre du Patrimoine canadien.
Alors, Monsieur le Président, je remercie ma collègue pour son travail absolument extraordinaire, ainsi que la qualité de sa question. Vraiment, c'est très fort. L'objectif du projet de loi, Monsieur le Président, c'est de s'assurer que les compagnies de streaming investissent dans la culture canadienne, dans notre culture, point. Et concrètement, ça veut dire plus d'artistes canadiens, plus de films, plus de séries, plus de musique de chez nous. Et avec ce projet de loi-là, on bâtit les fondations de les prochaines générations de créateurs canadiens. Alors, les prochains week-ends, les prochains Denis Villeneuve, le prochain District 31. Et on a introduit ce projet de loi parce qu'on est fiers de notre culture, fiers de qui nous sommes et fiers de notre identité, Monsieur le Président.
The honourable member for York Simcoe.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals' Made in Canada housing crisis has gotten out of control. It's the same situation across the country, including my community of York Simcoe. Working Canadians have been priced out of the housing market with no hope in sight.
Now, home builders are stopping the construction of new homes. Liberal inflation has caused prices for material to skyrocket. Right. There are too many ways for builders. There is no way for builders to know the fair market value of the home that won't be ready for at least 2 years. Why is this Liberal government making it even harder for Canadians to own a home? Great question.
Minister for Housing.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives are not really serious about housing affordability, because every single time we've brought a measure here to enable Canadians to be able to afford a home, they've voted against it. The first-time home buyer incentive, all the measures that we've brought. They even voted against imposing a vacancy tax on foreign-owned, non-resident properties. So they're not serious. They're full of rhetoric, and Canadians see through them. We will take additional measures to improve the first-time homebuyer incentive and turn more Canadian renters into homeowners. Let's see if they vote against that.
The honourable member for Yellowhead.
Mr. Speaker, $400 billion newly created cash has driven up consumer prices, and constituents in my riding, especially seniors, can't afford their basic necessities. In addition to rising consumer prices, electricity and heating bills are increasing due to the carbon tax, which is to increase again on April 1st. Mr. Speaker, when will this Liberal government finally quit making false promises and create a real economic plan for all Canadians, especially those who are struggling to meet their basic needs?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservative MP began his question talking about government spending, which he seems to deem excessive. So I'd like to remind him that he, together with every single Conservative there, actually ran on an election platform proposing higher spending in 21-22 than the Liberals did. They proposed a $168 billion deficit. We proposed a $156 billion deficit. So could the party of flip-flops tell Canadians what they stand for today?
The honourable member for Brantford Brant.
Mr. Speaker, with more than 1.3 million unemployed Canadians, 200,000 jobs were lost in January alone. At the same time, our businesses are struggling to fill almost 1 million jobs. Canada's economic recovery is in jeopardy. Canada has the 5th worst job recovery in the G7. Hardworking people of Brantford Brant are asking, when will the Prime Minister stop putting his ideological agenda above prudent economic decisions?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, it is a bit rich to hear the Conservatives talk about their support for Canadian workers and Canadian jobs. And let me just point out one moment of abject Conservative failure. And that was before Christmas, when we knew Omicron was coming. We knew Canadian workers and businesses needed support. But you know what? The Conservatives voted against that measure. And when it comes to jobs, Canada has recovered 101% of the jobs lost to COVID. U.S., just 87%, Mr. Speaker.
Full member for London West.
Mr. Speaker, some working low-income seniors in this country have had a challenging time making ends meet during this pandemic, which is why they turned to what most Canadians did, the CRB and other pandemic benefits. While we're going to be supporting people who suffered drops in their GIS and allowance through compensation payments, the Minister of Seniors' mandate letter also called us to look forward. It called us to assure seniors that we'd have their backs even more. Can the Minister tell this House how she's done that?
Honourable Minister for Seniors.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for London West for her question and for her advocacy for seniors in her riding. She's right. We committed to ensuring seniors' eligibility for the GIS and allowance will not be impacted by receiving pandemic benefits. And this House yesterday, Mr. Speaker, unanimously passed Bill C-12. And I want to take an opportunity to thank every member in this House in making that happen. I look forward to seeing it make its way through the other place. Mr. Speaker, it's clear for seniors with the greatest needs that we will always have their backs. Thank you.
The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Speaker, 1.5 million Ukrainians have been displaced from their homes since Russia invaded in 2014. Now, as Russia amasses troops and armaments and threatens further invasion, the Ukrainian people need Canada more than ever. There is a looming humanitarian disaster in Ukraine, and thousands of Ukrainians are seeking refuge in Canada. We saw this government fail to protect Afghans. We can't let this happen again. Will the minister uphold Canada's responsibility to Ukrainians? Will the minister ensure humanitarian aid and better support for those Ukrainians who are fleeing violence?
Minister, or the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There is no situation that we are more seized with right now than Ukraine and our solidarity for the Ukrainian government and the people of Ukraine. We have also been very clear that we are standing with Canadian citizens who are in Ukraine and any possible humanitarian crisis that could extend following a possible incursion. Right now, however, our mission is to de-escalate Russia's total disrespect for the territorial integrity of Ukraine. We will stand with the people of Ukraine, whether it's militarily, whether it is humanitarian assistance, and by helping every Ukrainian who is in trouble.
The Honourable Member for Spadina, Fort York.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I recently met with representatives from the undergraduates of Canadian research-intensive universities. They represent over 250,000 students from U15 universities that annually conduct $8.5 billion of research and contribute more than $36 billion to our economy. Like most students I meet with in Spadina, Fort York, there's a shared concern: crippling student debt. The average lifetime interest on a Canadian student loan is $3,000. Due to the pandemic, the government waived the interest for 2 years. Mr. Speaker, more must be done. Can the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Employment, Workforce Development, and Disability Inclusion inform this House, when will the government permanently eliminate interest on Canada's student loans?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable colleague for his question. Young Canadians and students must be at the centre of our recovery, and we're proud that our response during the pandemic was one of the largest youth support packages in the world. During the pandemic, our government waived the interest on Canada student loans and Canada apprentice loans for 2 years because we knew young people were amongst the hardest hit by job losses. That's why we are committed to permanently eliminating the federal interest on CSL and Canada apprentice loans, supporting over 1 million students. We're also committed to increasing the repayment assistance threshold to $50,000 for Canada student loan borrowers. We will continue to be there, Mr. Speaker, to help Canadians transition into the workforce. Thank you.
I'm afraid that's all the only time we have for today, and I just want to say thank you to everyone. I know this week has been very, very difficult, very emotional, very heated, and I just want to say thank you for today because it was very nice to see everyone respectively. Nous avons deux rappels au règlement. New Westminster Burnaby is rising on a point of order.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. J'ai énormément de respect pour le député des territoires du Nord-Ouest, mais j'ai encore plus de respect pour nos employés, les interprètes. Et, Monsieur le Président, le Bureau de Régie interne s'est statué aujourd'hui même sur ces questions-là, de se lever en chambre et ne pas apporter un microphone qui est approprié pour les interprètes. Alors, on sait qu'il y a des blessures qui se passent présentement. Si des députés en comité ou en chambre ne sont pas équipés avec un bon microphone. Et je vous demande, Monsieur le Président, comme on ne peut pas se poser une question, on ne peut pas poser une question si on est déshabillé. On ne devrait pas être capable de poser une question si on n'a pas les bons équipements qui protègent nos employés, les interprètes.
L'honorable député de New Westminster Burnaby a parfaitement raison. Alors, quand vous parlez dans la Chambre comme député ou de la maison, c'est très important qu'on ait de l'équipement qui est approuvé par la Chambre. Dans le cas du député des territoires de Nord-Ouest,
Il a travaillé avec nos techniciens pour qu'il puisse avoir un microphone qui fonctionne pour lui. Alors, quand on est dans la chambre, si on voit quelqu'un sans un casque, s'il vous plaît, ayez de la considération pour la personne. Espérons que cette personne a travaillé comme la personne, comme le député des territoires du Nord-Ouest, avec nos techniciens pour faire sûr que ça fonctionne. S'il n'a pas de traduction ou s'il y a des problèmes avec le son, définitivement, il faut le faire tout de suite. Mais je ne sais pas si on veut faire une publication de tous ceux qui ont travaillé avec nos techniciens. Alors oui, à tous les députés qui font une présentation virtuelle, s'il vous plaît, faites sûr que l'équipement que vous utilisez est approuvé par la Chambre. Merci. L'honorable député du Lac-Saint-Jean.
Monsieur le Président, il y a eu consultation entre les partis et je pense que vous constaterez le consentement unanime à l'égard de la motion suivante. Considérant l'urgence de la situation humanitaire en Afghanistan, que cette Chambre demande au gouvernement de agir sur la base de la diligence raisonnable pour les organisations non gouvernementales canadiennes qui y travaillent et leur assurer qu'elles ne seront pas poursuivies malgré la présence d'une organisation terroriste à la tête du gouvernement afghan et que le statut d'organisme de bienfaisance de l'ONG ne sera pas remis en cause pour autant et permettre aux organisations humanitaires et de la société civile de jouer leur rôle de coopération et d'assistance humanitaire dans les zones les plus menacées. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Que tous ceux qui s'opposent à ce que l'honorable député propose, la motion veut bien dire non. Non, nous n'avons pas de consentement. We do not have unanimous consent. And now we have the thing that we all look forward to every Thursday, the Thursday question. The Honourable Opposition House Leader.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I will say I know that my honourable colleague from the NDP rose on the point of order. We're certainly sympathetic to the member from Yukon. The easiest way that we can resolve the situation with interpreters, Mr. Speaker, is to get back to normal parliament so that we're all here. So, Mr. Speaker, the debate we're having in this place, whether we agree or not with the invocation of the Emergencies Act, is probably and arguably one of the most important debates that we are going to have in a generation, at least my generation. And as the eyes of the nation are upon us, Mr. Speaker, I ask the government House Leader what the business of the House will be. Thank you.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I just will start by saying that Tuesday, March 1st will be an allotted day. And to my honourable colleague, the House Leader for the Conservatives, I'll say through you, Mr. Speaker, that I completely agree with him. This is an exceptionally important debate, that all House Leaders from all parties have had an incredibly productive discussion. I want to thank them for their collaboration, for working together to get onto the same page. Because, again, while we may disagree in the final vote, it's essential, I think, that we agree in the process that we utilize, and it's essential that Parliament have a fulsome debate. It's why, Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased that we have reached an agreement for this debate to occur over the next 5 days, Mr. Speaker, with that debate continuing today until midnight, and I'll move a motion, move an order to put this into action in a moment with unanimous consent, but it would see us again going tonight to midnight, Friday from 7 a.m. to midnight, Saturday, Sunday, 7 a.m. to midnight, and we would see us on Monday, 7 a.m. to 7:30 p.m. with a vote at 8 p.m. And Mr. Speaker, if I could, I would now seek unanimous consent to adopt the following motion. Mr. Speaker, that notwithstanding any standing order, special order, or usual practice of the House, that A, on Thursday, February 17th, 2022, orders of the day shall be extended beyond the ordinary hour of daily adjournment for the purpose of considering the motion for confirmation of the declaration of emergency standing on the order paper in the name of the Minister of Public Safety, and when no member rises to speak or at 11:59 p.m., which is ever earlier, the House shall stand adjourned until the next day. B, Mr. Speaker, that on Friday, February 18th, 2022, the House shall proceed with the ordinary daily program, provided that it meet at 7 a.m. and sit beyond the ordinary hour of daily adjournment for the purpose of considering the aforementioned motion. And when no member rises to speak, or at 11:59 p.m., whichever is earlier, it shall stand adjourned until the next day. Further, Mr. Speaker, C, on Sunday, February 19th, 2022, and Saturday, February 19th, 2022, and Sunday, February 20th, 2022, the House shall convene at 7 a.m. for the sole purpose of considering the aforementioned motion. And when no member rises to speak, or at 11:59 p.m., whichever is earlier, it shall stand adjourned until the following day. D, Mr. Speaker, that on Monday, February 21st, 2022, 1, the House shall proceed with the ordinary daily program, provided that it meet at 7 a.m. and that it sit beyond the ordinary hour of daily adjournment for the purposes of considering the aforementioned motion. 2, if no member rises to speak on the motion at any time before statements by members, all questions necessary to dispose of the motion be put, and if a recorded division is requested, it be deferred to 7:30 p.m. that day, and that the sitting be suspended until the time provided for statements by members, and be suspended again after routine proceedings until 7:30 p.m. Number 3, Mr. Speaker, that if no member rises to speak on the motion at any time after routine proceedings, all questions necessary to dispose of the motion be put, and if a recorded division is requested, it be deferred until 7:30 p.m. that day, and that the sitting be suspended until 7:30 p.m. Number 4, Mr. Speaker, at 7:30 p.m., if not previously disposed of, all questions necessary to dispose of the motion be put, and if a recorded division is requested, it shall not be deferred. Moving on to E, Mr. Speaker, that if during the sittings of February 18th, 19th, and 20th, the Speaker receives notice from the House leaders or whips of all recognized parties that they are satisfied no further member wishes to speak on the motion, all questions necessary to dispose of the motion be put, and if a recorded division is requested, it be deferred to Monday, February 21st, 2022 at 7:30 p.m., and that the House stand adjourned until this time. F, Mr. Speaker, during the sittings of February 17th, 18th, 19th, 20, and 21, that 1, the Speaker shall not receive any dilatory motions and shall only accept a request for unanimous consent after receiving a notice from the House leaders or whips of all recognized parties stating that they are in agreement with such a request. 2, that the House may be adjourned before the aforementioned time pursuant to a motion to adjourn proposed by a Minister of the Crown. 3, the application of Standing Orders 26, 38, and 52 be suspended. The sittings of February 19th, 20, and 21 not be counted for the purposes of Standing Orders 34.1, 36.8b, 39.5b, 51.1, 81.10, C, 91, and 91.2. Private members' business shall not be taken up, and provided that any response to petitions and questions on order paper otherwise due on those days shall be tabled at the sitting of the House on February 28, 2022. 4, that no motion be allowed to be moved during routine proceedings except by unanimous consent. Further, Mr. Speaker, G, notice is laid on the table or filed with the clerk for publication between the hours of 6:30 p.m. on Thursday, February 17, 2022, and 6 p.m. on Thursday, February 24th, 2022, only be printed for the notice paper of Monday, February 28th, 2022. And finally, Mr. Speaker, that when proceedings are completed on the motion for confirmation of the declaration of emergency, the House stand adjourned until Monday, February 28th, 2022 at 11 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 28.2 and 24.1. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Before I ask for unanimous consent, I understand the opposition House Leader has a question or point of clarification.
Point of clarification, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for the opportunity to do this. The honourable member mentioned in my second page, which is paragraph 3, where it says 39.5b, 51.1, 81.10c, 92, and 92.1, The honourable member said 91-2. I believe he meant to say, I know there was a lot of words there, I believe he meant to say 92-1. Correct?
That is correct. That is correct, Mr. Speaker. I apologize for the error.
All those opposed to the honourable member moving the honourable minister moving the motion will please say nay. Agreed. La Chambre a entendu l'énoncé de la motion. Que tous ceux qui s'opposent à la motion veuillent bien dire non. Adopté. Orders of the day.
Ordre du jour, ordre légal, resuming consideration of a motion for the confirmation of the declaration of emergency.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'll be sharing my time with the member from Surrey Centre. And I rise today, Mr. Speaker, with some humility. I rise to speak not on behalf of a particular political party because I firmly believe this issue cannot be partisan today. I rise not as a representative of a particular community because I don't think this is a regional issue that we're discussing today. I rise today, Mr. Speaker, in all sincerity as a member of Parliament, as a member of this chamber, the House of Commons, committed to serving the public, to serving all Canadians in an effort, a genuine effort to do what is best for our country. At this stage, I firmly believe that the only way to resolve the present threat that is facing this country is to declare a public order emergency under the Emergencies Act. Mr. Speaker, I want to start by talking about the Charter. Let me state at the outset that the right to freedom of expression is sacrosanct in this country. It's entrenched in Section 2B of the Charter for a reason, because it is the hallmark of our democracy, indeed of any democracy, is the ability for citizens to voice their discontent, to challenge authority, and to seek change. I don't deny any of this. To the contrary, I vigorously defend it, Mr. Speaker. I also don't deny that the people gathered outside this very chamber right now, who have been on the streets of Ottawa for it is now 21 days, have legitimate grievances, criticisms of my government, of my party, perhaps even of me personally, which they have every right to air. But, Mr. Speaker, in our democracy, freedom of expression, while sacrosanct, is not absolute. This charter protection under Section 2B extends towards lawful, peaceful protest. The charter does not protect illegal, violent blockades. And it is the latter, unfortunately, what this protest has devolved into. Now, Mr. Speaker, I want to reference Ottawa. How do I substantiate this assertion I've just made? I substantiate it with the evidence I've gathered with my own eyes and from the accounts of other parliamentarians that have been shared with me. Far from seeing people exercising their constitutional rights to disagree vigorously with the government, we have seen instead intimidation, threats, and harassment. We've seen deliberate nuisances being created by truck horn blowing at all hours of the day and night, rendering the city effectively uninhabitable for local residents. We've seen open displays of hatred, such as swastikas and Confederate flags, and acts of direct hatred where windows are smashed on coffee shops that dare to fly the pride flag. We've seen the desecration of national monuments, including our National War Memorial. We've seen deliberate efforts to block the movement of people and goods by people intentionally disabling large vehicles and trucks by things like activating their air brakes or actually removing the tires from their vehicle. We've seen death threats then follow towards an Ottawa tow trucking company accused of being complicit with police efforts to remove such disabled vehicles. We've seen the shuttering of businesses in the entire downtown core, impeding residents' ability to work, which parenthetically I would say is puzzling, Mr. Speaker, to say the least, from protesters who claim to eschew lockdowns, having themselves caused Ottawa's downtown to enter into a lockdown for a period of now 3 weeks. We've seen intimidation and threats of the media. Again, ironic for those who would be more ardent defenders of freedom of expression than even me in terms of what I've already articulated. We've seen the active sabotage of 911 emergency call lines and even an attempted arson, Mr. Speaker. The protest, which ostensibly started out about vaccine mandates, has morphed into what resembles an occupation of the city by people who have openly declared, Mr. Speaker, on the public record that they are seeking to overthrow the government. That constitutes a complete breakdown of public order in Ottawa. And despite efforts from the Ottawa Police Services, Mr. Speaker, law and order in the nation's capital has been impossible to maintain. But the evidence that I'm outlining here, Mr. Speaker, extends beyond the nation's capital. You've heard reference to the borders, and I want to address this now. What commenced as a protest targeting this city and this parliament has emerged as a concerted effort to block our national border crossings and impede the flow of people and goods. Foreign entities openly and publicly in Texas and Florida and other parts of the United States and indeed other nations have openly declared their sympathy with the blockades and admitted to sending money and resources to help the blockades continue. Today, the Anti-Defamation League showed a result of their analysis of the Give, Send, Go website and found 1,100 people in the United States who supported the January 6th insurrection of last year actually donated money under Give, Send, Go to these blockades, Mr. Speaker. Just let that settle in for a moment in terms of what the motivations are for such types of people. The blockades that have emerged around the country are deliberately targeting critical infrastructure. We know about what's happened at the Ambassador Bridge in Windsor, Detroit. That multi-day siege, Mr. Speaker, now I'm wearing my hat as a Parliamentary Secretary for International Trade, on Canada's busiest border crossing alone resulted in the suspension of nearly $400 million in daily trade between Canada and the United States, the cancellation of shifts at multiple auto plants in southern Ontario, and an intervention by President Biden and the Governor of Michigan showing that confidence in Canada as a safe place to invest, do business, and trade with is starting to erode. Blockades have occurred in Surrey, in Emerson, at Coutts, Alberta. And what should be startlingly alarming for every person in this chamber and for every Canadian watching right now is that when the RCMP went to clear the Coutts border crossing, they made 13 arrests, including laying charges for conspiracy to commit murder. Now, I'm going to say that again, Mr. Speaker, conspiracy to commit murder, and they found firearms, ammunition, and body armor, Mr. Speaker. That bore out certainly my worst fears, but I think all of our worst fears, Mr. Speaker, that blockade protesters were armed and preparing for violent confrontation with law enforcement. Mr. Speaker, the violence is continuing to ratchet up. We've had bomb threats at a Vancouver hospital, suspicious packages and language about hanging members of Parliament being sent to colleagues of mine from Nova Scotia. Why am I laying this all out, Mr. Speaker, in such excruciating detail? I'm laying it out because there's a legal test that must be met when you're doing something that has not been done ever under this legislation or even in this country under antecedent legislation in 52 years. The test is high, as it should be, when you're considering a statute which permits temporarily for the suspension of civil liberties. What is that test, Mr. Speaker? The test is entrenched in Section 3 of the Emergencies Act. It says a national emergency is an urgent and critical situation of a temporary nature that seriously endangers the lives, health, or safety of Canadians and is of such proportions or nature as to exceed the capacity or authority of a province to deal with it, or one that seriously threatens the ability of the Government of Canada to preserve the sovereignty, security, and territorial integrity of Canada. Mr. Speaker, it is my fundamental belief that this high legal threshold has been met in this case. When you have a blockade laying siege to an entire city for 21 days and counting, intimidating, harassing, and threatening locals, rendering a city uninhabitable, you're endangering the safety of Canadians. When those blockades limit the ability of medical first responders to respond quickly to emergencies, you're endangering the lives of those on the other ends of those 911 calls. When factions with weapons and ammunition are blockading borders, you're directly endangering the lives of Canadians. When groups are deliberately blocking trade corridors with our single largest trading partner, grinding our border traffic to a halt, you're threatening the ability of the federal government to preserve our sovereignty and our economic security. Mr. Speaker, these are important. In the last 2 minutes, what I want to do is address some of the general objections we've been hearing, not just today, but prior to this. To those who say there's an overreach here, I say 5 things, 5 checks that are important. 1, everything done by a government under the Emergencies Act must be done in accordance with the Charter. That's entrenched in the Preamble. All declarations are time limited, 30 days, no more. In fact, it may be less, and hopefully it will be less in this context. Third, the very act of declaring an emergency under the declaration must be reviewed by a committee of all members of Parliament and senators from all parties. Fourth, the exercise of powers under the declaration must be reviewed by that committee. And fifth, following the end of an emergency, a full inquiry must be held. What we are doing, Mr. Speaker, is not a power grab. It is not the invocation of the War Measures Act. We are simply giving the RCMP the power to enforce local laws and work quickly with local law enforcement. We are not calling in the armed forces. We are not putting the RCMP or any other police force under the control of the government. Policing operational decisions remain independent, as they must in any democracy. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to end with the right to protest, because people have said, what about my children's right to protest? And I take this very seriously because I myself have taken children of mine to protest. This law talks about the right of lawful protest. It is entrenched in black and white. The measures that we are contemplating are measures that would address or prohibit public assembly that is a threat to leading to a breach of the peace. We are specifically carving out the right of lawful advocacy, protest, and dissent. And Mr. Speaker, for those that say that the threats have been addressed, what I say to you is that Windsor had an attempted blockade yesterday, and that we know that protesters are returning to the Quebec National Assembly on the 19th. I'm going to conclude with a sincere undertaking to the members of this chamber and to all Canadians that I will do everything in my power to ensure that this act lasts for only as long as is absolutely necessary. I will do everything in my power to ensure that there is no overbreath and to ensure that charter rights are always fundamentally protected. All members of Parliament should strive for nothing less. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Calgary-Shepherd.
The honourable member for Calgary-Shepherd.
So I remain unconvinced by the member's argument, and I recognize the fact that he is a lawyer by profession before he came to this place. And I was not a lawyer, thankfully, in my previous life. But the member during his speech said that there must be a very high threshold to suspend civil liberties. I would say let's not use American language, call it charter liberties, charter freedoms, let's Canadianize it. But there should be an explicitly high threshold before we suspend charter liberties. But that's the opposite of what the Prime Minister said. The Prime Minister said that is actually not going on, and that's happened repeatedly now in the last 72 hours, is that cabinet ministers say one thing and then they are contradicted by the Prime Minister. And people in my riding, people back in Calgary, just have very little faith in the government's handling of the situation. And so I asked the member, can he clarify what he just said? We are not suspending charter liberties. We are not going after people without some type of recourse to the law. And is he going to ensure that the Prime Minister stays on message and stops jacking up and ratcheting up the rhetoric as they're trying to clear protesters outside this building?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I thank the member from Calgary-Shepherd for his comments, and what I want to make clear is that as he's read the material, and I hope everyone who's participating in this debate has read the material, it talks about certain regulations, certain powers, and certain prohibitions. One of the prohibitions is on assemblies that would lead to a breach of the peace. But what is important, what the Prime Minister said, what every cabinet minister has said, is that everything that is undertaken under this emergency declaration must be done in compliance with the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. And the Charter of Rights and Freedoms talks about charter liberties. It also talks about limitations on such liberties that are saved under Section 1. And that is the important facet that all Canadians must recognize. And that is the important facet under which we will operate as a government and that all parliamentarians must operate under, because that charter and those fundamental rights are sacrosanct in our democracy.
Questions and comments. L'honorable député de Rivière-des-Mille.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. Monsieur le Président, le 7 février dernier, la Ville d'Ottawa a demandé de l'aide, a demandé plus précisément 1800 agents de police. Le ministère en a envoyé 275 qui sont principalement déployés autour du Parlement, mais principalement autour des ministres et du Premier ministre. Il y aurait seulement 20 agents de police supplémentaires sur les 1800 demandés qui seraient dans la rue actuellement. Ma question est la suivante. Si on avait répondu à la demande de la police d'Ottawa, est-ce possible qu'on serait dans une autre situation?
J'apprécie la question et je ne veux pas engager dans les situations hypothétiques ou renverser la cloche comme telle, mais ce que je veux souligner, c'est le suivant. C'est le fait qu'il y avait une déclaration d'une situation d'urgence par la municipalité d'Ottawa. Il y avait aussi également une déclaration d'une situation d'urgence par le gouvernement d'Ontario.
And the Ontario government also declared an emergency. Neither order of government was able to address the situation here or in Windsor or elsewhere. So the third and final step was to use this tool, the Emergencies Act,
to
address the situation. It's a serious situation, and it takes a serious remedy.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for New Westminster, Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank the member for Parkdale High Park for his speech. I think he was effective in talking about the impacts on people's lives of what has happened over the last few weeks. Many people, thousands of Canadians losing their jobs, at least temporarily. We've seen businesses closed. In Ottawa, they have been going through hell. There's no other way to put it, Mr. Speaker. As you know, the impacts of the toxic fumes, the impacts of the loud, extraordinarily industrial levels of noise that have caused permanent hearing loss, and the assaults and disrespect that so many of the residents of Ottawa have experienced firsthand. So there's no doubt that there is a compelling reason. The reality is, though, Mr. Speaker, that we could have well avoided all of this if the government had acted more promptly. And I'd like to direct the member for Parkdale High Park specifically to the issues around the proceeds of crime and terrorist financing regulations that were put into place with huge loopholes that the NDP for years have called upon the government to fix. Canada is known as the snow-washing capital of the world because of money laundering and because of all of the problems. Why didn't the government move years ago to fix those loopholes so this financing of what transpired in Ottawa couldn't have occurred in the first place?
Aaron and Rural Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Trade.
I thank the member from New Westminster Burnaby for that contribution and that question. And I think, again, what I'm trying to do is address the situation that has really seized this city and seized this nation. And as opposed to turning back the clock and engaging in what-ifs or hypotheticals about what might have been done previously, what we've done quite directly, and the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance addressed this in question period, is address lacuna in financial tracking legislation right now. And that is one of the economic measures that's contained in this declaration that allows us to address who is funding, including foreign sources that are funding, this particular illegal blockade, and making sure that it brings it to an end. Merci.
Continuing debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Member for Surrey Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to say that I'm disheartened to give these remarks today. I'm saddened by the events that continue outside the doors of this building for the last 3 weeks and the blockades that close borders across the country. Let's be clear, this is no longer a protest. It's an occupation that advocated to overthrow a democratically elected government. On Monday, the Prime Minister, Deputy Prime Minister, Ministers of Justice, Minister of Emergency Preparedness, and Minister of Public Safety announced that our government was invoking the Emergency Act, a decision that I support. This is a situation that I do not think any of us wanted to get to. However, the defiance of those who continue to occupy the streets of Ottawa and attempt to block our border crossings needs to end, and these individuals need to go home. There is a shocking amount of misinformation and plain lies being spread about the occupation, public health measures, and the Emergencies Act, some of them supported and echoed by members in this chamber. To begin, I think we should start by clarifying a few important points. Let's be clear on what the Emergency Act is, for those on the other side of the aisle provoking fear and spreading misinformation and encouraging conspiracy theories to legitimately concerned Canadians who want to understand what is going on in their country. This is dangerous and harmful. I encourage any of you who have been supportive of this movement to think long and hard about the long-term consequences of your actions and words in support of the occupation. These are temporary, proportionate, and targeted measures. Let me repeat that. Temporary, proportionate, and targeted. The Act was invoked to supplement provincial and territorial authorities to address the blockades and occupation, to ensure the safety of Canadians, protect people's jobs, and restore confidence in our institutions. Our government enacted this Act after local and provincial efforts were unsuccessful in resolving the situation. The Emergency Act provides law enforcement new authorities to prohibit blockades, ensure our essential corridors remain open, and regulate crowds. It allows the government to mobilize essential services such as tow trucks, and it gives the RCMP the ability to act quickly to enforce local laws. This Act will provide more power to stop the flow of money. The scope of Canada's anti-money laundering and terrorist financing rules are being broadened. They will cover crowdfunding platforms and their payment service providers, as well as those using digital assets such as cryptocurrencies. In situations where there is suspicion of an account being involved to further the occupation or illegal blockades, Canadian financial institutions now have immediate authority to temporarily cease providing financial services. Corporate accounts can and will be frozen for those participating in the blockades. They are also at risk of having their vehicle insurance revoked. I've seen a significant amount of misinformation about the powers granted under the Act. Let's clarify a few things the Emergency Act does not do. The Emergency Act is limited in scope compared to the War Measures Act of the past. The Act does not involve the military. For the military to be involved, the National Defense Act would need to be invoked. This has not happened. I think we also need to make very clear that no individual charter or rights are being violated. In fact, the Emergency Act must be compliant with the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. The specific measures provided in this Act are limited. Parliament provides many checks, safeguards, and transparency. This is the reason we are here today debating. We're going through this process of checks and balances. I'd like to pivot now to the impact of the occupation and blockades on the lives of everyday Canadians. For those taking part in this illegal occupation in Ottawa, many seem to be enjoying themselves. Pancake breakfast, hot tubs, dance parties in the streets, and bouncy castles. Contrary to the narrative being driven by supporters, though, this has not been a peaceful experience for residents, businesses, and employees in Ottawa. Honking continued most of the day yesterday and early this morning, despite a 60-day extension of an injunction requiring by law that it stop. On top of that constant honking, there have been drums beating, loud fireworks, music at all hours of the night. The health consequences of this constant bombardment of noise isn't exclusive to residents. Occupiers are doing considerable damage to their own health and the health of their children who they have brought with them, whether it is from the loud air horns or constant cloud of diesel fuel lingering on the streets from idling trucks. It has been a very frustrating time for residents of Ottawa, especially those who live and work in the affected areas. Residents complain of being harassed for wearing a mask, being accosted with racial and anti-Semitic slurs. Employees and businesses do not feel it's safe to keep their businesses open. Real people's lives are being impacted by a loud minority in very real and significant ways. The lack of empathy towards the residents and businesses in Ottawa is shocking and unacceptable. Thousands of people have been out of work in Ottawa. The Rideau Centre alone employs 1,500 individuals and has been closed for weeks. A woman who lives in my building here in Ottawa works from home due to the pandemic. She told me that she had to leave the city to go to her parents' home in Toronto in order to work and get some rest because she does not feel safe. Not only has the constant noise disrupted her sleep, but also prevented her from working during the day. Vaccine clinics, libraries, and other important community resources have been shut down in the downtown core for weeks due to safety concerns. These resources are relied upon by many residents and many vulnerable residents in downtown Ottawa. The people of Ottawa are no strangers to protest. However, they know the right to protest comes with limits. Those limits stop when you're causing harm to people around you. I've heard from staffers and employees on the Hill that they've been taunted and yelled at for simply wearing a mask. Many of the occupiers show disregard for public measures by going into restaurants and places of business without masks, thereby putting those that work there at risk. This week at the airport, on my way home to BC, I met a woman whose husband is a truck driver. He was not able to work for days because he could not cross the border due to blockades. She urged me to get the borders open so her husband can continue to work and provide food for their families. The week before, I received dozens of calls from trucking companies and families of drivers stuck on the other side of the border, Coots, and couldn't get back. They're people who are making sure that there is food on our table and supply chains remain open. While the borders are back open again now, the blockades have taken a serious economic toll on our communities. These individuals blocking critical infrastructure and their supporters claim to want to ensure that groceries stay full, that our trade routes stay running smoothly. However, their actions had led to serious disruptions in our supply chains, including putting people out of work in the auto industry because of plant closures, They have caused the exact thing that they claim to want to protect our country against. This blockade has damaged trade relations with our most important trading partner, the United States of America. 73% of our exports go to the United States, and billions of dollars of imports come from our neighbors to the south annually. Truckers were stuck on the other side of the Coutts border crossing for days and were forced to drive for hours to get a different crossing. The blockade at the Coutts border cut off a vital trade route for agriculture and other goods and cost our economy hundreds of millions of dollars. Jobs in Manitoba were at stake, as well as the Emerson Manitoba crossing. Here too, traffic was forced to divert other crossings, increasing travel time, creating chaos for truckers and other travelers. Windsor also experienced days of blockades at one of Canada's most important routes over the Ambassador Bridge. This bridge alone is responsible for 30% of trade coming back and forth between Canada and the U.S. That's $390 million in trade a day. 40,000 commuters, truckers, and others cross that bridge daily. In my own community, truckers and others trying to cross the Surrey border crossing were harassed by individuals blocking the border. There were reports of domestic demonstrations, driving on the wrong side of the road, dangerous and reckless behavior that endangers the lives of others. The Surrey crossing is home to hundreds of millions of dollars of trade back and forth. Organizations are speaking out, like the Surrey Board of Trade. The impact of these blockades is choking us already impacted supply chains, businesses, and jobs. This is unacceptable sabotage to the economy. To be clear, everyone has a right to peaceful protest, but these type of demonstrations are impacting businesses and livelihood. This is not a movement for the people. These are not peaceful demonstrations. Those who remain unlawful, destructive, and are looking to defy the law and abuse their fellow citizens, it has done a great deal of harm, and it must end now. The pandemic has been a challenging time for everyone, and if you're still in Ottawa, I encourage you to leave now and allow the residents to get back to their lives. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Question and commentaire. The honourable member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Always a pleasure to rise on behalf of the people of Kamloops Thompson Caribou. Now, the honourable member spoke at length about the negative aspects of what is occurring in Ottawa. Now, unfortunately, the act that we're debating today is not based just on the negative aspects. It has a critical threshold. So he talked about what people have experienced, what businesses experienced. Okay, we need to put that all aside, because what can be done about this? The vehicles can be seized. People can be arrested, and the vehicles can be seized without a warrant or incidental to arrest. The question that I ask this member is, given that those tools exist already in another act, and this act says it has to be an act of last resort that cannot be satisfied by any other legislation, how can his party support it when we can get rid of those vehicles under existing legislation and every negative impact, he said, would disappear? Thank you.
The honourable member for Surrey Centre.
Thank you to the Member of Parliament from Kamloops Thompson Caribou. Look, central infrastructure, our Parliament buildings, these were put at risk. Ontario declared a state of emergency, and despite that, we're not able to clear these occupiers from the streets of Ottawa. The city was not able to do it on their own. The tow truck companies have said they've received death threats that they will not tow. So that's why there is a time and a place and a need for such legislation.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Pau-Port-Limoilou.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. Monsieur le Président, tout ce qui se passe en ce moment, c'est compliqué, c'est souvent anxiogène pour plusieurs personnes, non seulement la manifestation de blocage, mais aussi la loi des mesures d'urgence. Et je regarde ce qui se passe. Si on fait des menaces à quelqu'un, le code criminel l'encadre. Si on a le port d'armes sans autorisation, il y a le code criminel qui l'encadre. Tous les points chauds, à part Ottawa, ont été démantelés sans la mise en place des mesures d'urgence. Pourquoi les mettre en place maintenant? Il reste qu'Ottawa. Et le code criminel encadre déjà tout ce que le gouvernement veut encadrer avec la loi des mesures d'urgence.
The honourable member for Surrey Centre.
I want to thank my honourable colleague from the other side. Look, we've seen that without this legislation, there was chaos. It was actually, in fact, the day that this was invoked, just before midnight, that our Surrey border crossing was cleared. Unfortunately, this doesn't take away, fortunately, this doesn't take away the powers and the laws that are already set in place. This supplements it. It gives extra powers and extra tools on top of those that we have already. And this is territorial specific. So when we have an issue, we can invoke it, we can use it on that area, but it's not universal to places that do not have those disruptions.
And comments, question commentaire, the honourable member for Churchill-Kiwantanuk-Aski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are here because of a failure of leadership. It's day 21 of the occupation of our nation's capital. Local leadership has failed. Police inaction has been on full display, even police complicity. Shockingly, the Conservative leader and Conservative MPs have been aiding and abetting illegal occupation. And then we have the Liberals who've sat by for going into 4 weeks and haven't taken the measures necessary to crack down on an illegal occupation led by a number of folks who are known to be associated with white supremacy. Why did the Liberals, once those first clear signs were out there, not crack down, particularly on the funding, including foreign funding of this illegal occupation?
The honourable member for Surrey Centre.
I want to thank my colleague. It's good to see her here on the House, even though it's virtually. Look, she's absolutely correct. When we have some members of the Parliament from the other side, particularly the Conservative sides, that are aiding and abetting, as she states, promoting, sometimes calling them to go away, sometimes saying say, sometimes say, hey, I'm for you, and their leadership aspirants saying, we support this convoy, it becomes very difficult. I think the government has done an impeccable job at being content, being controlled, complying by the laws, allowing injunctions to take place, allowing the police in the city to do what they have to do, but unfortunately has reached this matter that we now have to invoke the Emergencies Act, and there's no choice.
Reprise du débat, continuing debate, the honourable member for Medicine Hat, Carson Warner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'll be sharing my time with the honourable member and my colleague from Chilliwack Hope. Mr. Speaker, my phone has not stopped ringing. Constituents and concerned Canadians are emailing en masse. I have had hundreds of phone calls and literally thousands of emails since the news of this government's plan to invoke the Emergencies Act was trickled out on Friday. Not one of those emails, not one of those phone calls has been in favor of this enactment. What they did want was to ensure that their voices were heard by this Prime Minister and the misguided Liberal and NDP MPs who plan to support this overreach. Before I begin with my own thoughts, I thought it important for this House, and specifically those members opposite who may be tempted to remain loyal to their party lines despite a heavy heart and convicted conscience. While these emails were sent to me specifically, they are really intended for those members who across the way who still could change their position. Lanny writes, "It's deeply disturbing to see Prime Minister invoke the Emergencies Act under present circumstances. He failed to act with the powers that he previously held and then asks for open-ended powers with no real motivation. I do not support this. He has failed as a leader." Lanny knows that the Prime Minister has been disengaged, has been unwilling to meet, unwilling to listen, and most importantly, that this is not what a leader does. She's right. This is failed leadership. This is a failure to use negotiation, to use the authorities that already exist, and is simply a power grab by someone who is beyond his depth. Lanny is not the only one that feels this way. Here's an excerpt from an email from a lady by the name of Raina. "I feel very strongly about the Emergencies Act. Frankly, it's overkill and quite frightening for a citizen of Canada. There's no reason to invoke this. It's giving far too much control over a situation that can be negotiated." Does that sound familiar, Mr. Speaker? The Prime Minister's inability to negotiate, frightening Canadians, fear tactics, too much control. These are repeating themes, not today, not this week, and not this year. This has been the tone of this Prime Minister's office his entire time, and Canadians are beyond frustrated with it. My constituents are in no way the only Canadians concerned, Mr. Speaker. The Canadian Civil Liberties Association says that it does not believe that the high and clear threshold needed to invoke the Act has been met, and notes specifically that the law states the Emergency Act can only be used when a situation cannot be dealt with using any other law in the country. The executive director went on as far as to say and to warn that normalizing emergency declarations or legislation threatens our democracy and our civil liberties. Why, Mr. Speaker? Why? This Prime Minister and his misguided ministers surely have had legal opinions, like the one provided by Leah West, a former national security lawyer with the Federal Department of Justice. She is not convinced that ongoing protests rise to the level of the public order emergency. She has even gone so far as to state publicly, and I quote, "As someone who studies the law very carefully, I'm kind of shocked, to be honest, that the government actually believes this meets the definition to even invoke the Act." End of quote. Ms. West goes on to elaborate that under the existing provincial emergency order, Ontario can already do some of the things that the federal government is now contemplating. It's not clear to her why you would need the federal authorities to do that. The Emergency Act, Mr. Speaker, as you know, is not required. We've heard that expressed by constituents, by Canadians in legal opinions. And as we know, the Emergency Act powers become available immediately, and the government then has 7 days to table legislation in Parliament. Now, I don't want to put words in the legislative drafters' mouths on this, but surely they were thinking back in the day that there would never be a Prime Minister so brazen as to utilize the powers of this Act without a clear and evident emergency requiring them to do so. In a situation that would properly utilize the Emergencies Act, the threat would be so inherently grave that invoking the powers within the Act would jointly be called for by parliamentarians across party lines, provincial leaders, and unite all Canadians while protecting our country and our freedoms. Our predecessors in this House would be ashamed of the audacity of this Prime Minister, this government, and the NDP coalition propping them up by allowing the Emergencies Act to be used as a divisive tool and not as the unifying, nation-building, and life-saving tool it was designed to be. This is not the case, and this is not the time. This government does not have my support, and this government does not have the support of Canadians. What is required, but has been lacking, is leadership. The provinces have been able to resolve their issues with protesters, just like they did in my riding at the Coots border crossing. What did Coots have that Ottawa doesn't? Leadership. Peaceful resolution was able to be achieved via dialogue, open, frank, honest conversations between protest organizers and elected officials, Alberta MPs, provincial leaders, locally elected officials, and law enforcement all had a hand in the peaceful resolution by showing true leadership, genuine concern, and taking the time to listen and be heard. No one, Mr. Speaker, not the Prime Minister, not one government minister, and certainly not the leader of the NDP possessed the leadership to have one meeting with protesters, even when it was offered to them. Was it their privileged perch from their ivory tower offices that made them feel superior to the working class citizens beneath them? Was it their intolerance of opinions they disagree with? Or has this one single incident exposed what the Prime Minister and the leader of the opposition, the leader of the NDP, are really all about? At election time, we hear phrases from the Prime Minister like, "We know that Canada has succeeded culturally, politically, and economically because of our diversity, not in spite of it." But in situations like the one we find ourselves in today, we know that the Prime Minister instead thinks that our diversity is a national emergency and not something to be embraced. The leader of the NDP is no better. When he needs your vote, he tweets, "Diversity is a strength, not a weakness. We were meant to stand out, not blend in," using the hashtag #MakeItAwkward. But when his convictions are truly tested, his voice is nowhere to be heard. His silence and lack of leadership blends in well amongst the Liberals, and the only one awkward here is him, as he continues to empower this Prime Minister to treat hardworking Canadians as second-class citizens. Mr. Speaker, what do the Oka crisis, the conflict in Caledonia, the Wet'suwet'en rail blockades, the BC pipeline protests, and 9/11 all have in common? None of them warranted the use of Emergencies Act. this is the first time we've had a Prime Minister audacious enough to invoke the Emergencies Act since it was created in 1988. And Canadians know that he's doing so as a power grab. Mr. Speaker, this is an example of political gamesmanship, not political statesmanship. Constituents, Canadians, and legal practitioners all agree that invoking the Emergencies Act is unwarranted and unwanted. Do the Liberal members opposite and those in the NDP whose votes would be required to pass this motion have the courage to do what Canadians are demanding of them and oppose this motion? I do, Mr. Speaker, and I hope they find it within themselves to rise above the political fray and do the right thing. Thank you very much.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The honourable member for Sandwich Cove Highlands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and my honourable friend from Medicine Hat, Carson Warner. There are a number of things which have constituted global emergencies. By the way, I should say to the honourable member, because I don't think I've put it on the record yet, I'm still trying to decide how to vote on this. There are pros and cons to its use. I think we had a collapse of police here in Ottawa. The chain of command broke somewhere, and we're in a very different situation than if we had acted based on the information that it now appears they should have had about the security threat that was implicit in the convoy. But the examples the honourable member has used of when we didn't use the Emergencies Act were ones that were either exterior to Canada. I mean, goodness knows, Canadians and particularly Halifax and Newfoundland reacted so brilliantly and generously when 9/11 happened in taking care of people who were completely stranded. But that doesn't rise to an emergency in Canada. I don't even think it's plausible. The Wet'suwet'en protests or the blockading of, it wasn't a blockade, I was arrested in a nonviolent civil disobedient protest where on many similar occasions, Kinder Morgan never even called the police. So those are not emergencies that would rise to the level that's anything like this. And I asked the honourable member to reflect on the differences in each of the examples he put forward.
The honourable member for Medicine Hat, Carson Warner.
Thank you, and thank you to my friend from the Greens. My answer won't be as long as her question, but I will say that I think in some of those circumstances, the situation there and previous times were as serious or more serious than what we face today, and so the Emergencies Act was not invoked then, and it should not be invoked now.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
Président, durant l'allocution de mon collègue, on recevait une notification comme quoi on érigeait le périmètre de sécurité au centre-ville, donc à quelques mètres d'ici, comme quoi la police s'apprête à intervenir. Les choses deviennent de plus en plus sérieuses en ce moment. Évidemment, elles étaient évitables. Ma question pour mon collègue, qu'est-ce qu'on fait à partir de maintenant? Est-ce que le chaos, est-ce que la confrontation physique, est-ce que les blessures sont évitables? Est-ce qu'on est encore, on s'enligne sur un bain de sang en ce moment, non?
The honourable member for Medicine Hat, Carson Warner.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my friend from the bloc. Absolutely, unequivocally, there is an opportunity to prevent any sort of injury or property damage or a loss of life or any violence. And it starts by this government actually saying, you know what, like our leader said the other day, extend an olive branch. Meet with them. I have met with the organizers here in Ottawa, and all that they wanted to do was meet with a minister, even via Zoom, to have them feel listened to. They don't feel listened to. They don't feel heard. They feel, that they've been pushed aside by an ideology that they don't adhere to, and so they're second-class citizens. And so we still can avoid this issue by this government swallowing their pride and doing what should have been done right away and meeting with somebody and listening to their concerns. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Edmonton-Griesbach.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to remind the honourable member that speaks so highly of how peaceful it was here in Alberta and how peaceful what was happening in Coutts was. We lost, as Albertans, almost $50 million a day. On February 14th, the RCMP arrested 11 people who were charged with conspiracy to commit murder, and that was against our own police. If that's not violence, and if that's not urgent, and if that's not an emergency, I don't know what is. There was 14 firearms found there, body armor, machete, huge quantities of ammunition. These are serious
issues that are in our country and our province, and we've lost huge. Would the member explain why he and members of even the province would stand with these folks who are, of course, terrorizing many people across our province and including the ones in Ottawa?
Member for Medicine Hat, Carson Warner.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I was hoping someone would bring that up. Let's clear the air here. It's been very, very clear that a criminal organization, days after or weeks after the Coutts border crossing protest began, joined the group. They infiltrated the group. They weren't part of the group. They had ulterior motives. They weren't part of the protest. They were tied to organized criminal organization from here, in the nation's capital and across this country. We should be very concerned that that there's violence and those extremists exist in our society, but they existed, and not because of this protest. They attached themselves to every sort of movement. What's important to realize here is that the situation at Coutts was resolved using the legislation that already exists, with authorities from the RCMP and the elected officials. It was resolved. Those individuals who were committing or planning to commit criminal offenses were dealt with appropriately without enacting an Emergencies Act. Prime example that we can do this and settle this without this nonsense from this government.
Resuming debate, the honourable member from Chilliwack Hope.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And we are here today because the Prime Minister has already invoked the Emergencies Act. What we're debating in this House is whether or not we believe that his invocation of the Act should be endorsed or revoked. In order for this House to endorse the invocation of the Emergencies Act, two very high thresholds need to be met. The government at the time that this legislation was introduced set a very high bar on purpose, because the Emergencies Act is like a fire alarm that can only be activated when the glass has been broken. And we should only allow the glass to be broken when it is justified. The Emergencies Act is only to be used when there are threats to the security of Canada that are so serious that they constitute a national emergency and cannot be addressed using any of the laws or tools that are currently on the books. This invocation fails on all counts. There are no threats to the security of the country. There is a noisy protest happening around Parliament Hill, but it's not impeding the ability of Parliament to function, as we can see clearly today. The House continues to sit. MPs walk through the protests every day. The Prime Minister holds press conferences mere steps from where the truckers have set up their rigs and their signs. This protest isn't even a threat to the continued security of the House of Commons, let alone the security of Canada. It's also not a national emergency. The protest stretches over a few city blocks of downtown Ottawa. Has it been disruptive? Yes, it has. Should the trucks move on or be moved at this time? Yes, they should. Does the Emergencies Act need to be invoked to allow that to happen? Absolutely not. There are more than enough powers granted to enforcement agencies to allow them to manage the situation and resolve it peacefully. We've seen this at the border in Coutts, at the Ambassador Bridge in Surrey, and at Emerson. All of those incidents were peacefully resolved using existing police and government powers. The predecessor to this act, the War Measures Act, was only invoked during World War I, World War II, and during the FLQ crisis. These are seminal moments in Canadian history. What we're seeing right now in Ottawa does not even come close to the level required to take this draconian response. Conservatives will oppose this overreach. The Bloc Québécois has indicated that they will oppose this overreach. Liberal MPs will do what the Prime Minister tells them to do, as they always have and always will. So it comes down to the votes of the NDP to determine whether or not this House will endorse using the Emergencies Act to suspend the civil rights and civil liberties of whomever this Prime Minister deems to be a designated person engaging in an illegal protest. In 1970, when Pierre Elliott Trudeau used the War Measures Act to send in the army and suspend the civil liberties of Canadians, the NDP stood in opposition to it. The vote was 190 MPs in favor and only 16 against.
NDP leader Tommy Douglas, who I am quite sure I have never quoted before, said, "This is overkill on a gargantuan scale," calling the emergency legislation an act of panic. He went on to compare the invocation of the War Measures Act to using a sledgehammer to crack a walnut. The exact same quotes could and should be used to describe this Prime Minister's gross overreach by using the Emergencies Act today. Numerous former NDP MPs have weighed in disbelief at what their party is prepared to endorse, recognizing the dangerous precedent that this will set for future governments to crack down on their own citizens protesting the direction of a future government. But today's NDP is joining the Liberals in endorsing the use of legislation that takes away the rights of Canadians who the government disagrees with. Today's NDP is willing to sacrifice their own principles to provide comfort to a Liberal Prime Minister who has none. The order attached to this invocation is far-reaching. Canadians who've been involved in completely legal and legitimate protests that have taken place over the last weeks could be retroactively caught up in this dragnet. Canadians who donated small amounts of their own money or who gave home-cooked meals to truckers on their way to Ottawa could be caught up in this overreach. And what does the Prime Minister say to those who've raised those concerns? Just trust me. Give me the benefit of the doubt. Well, trust is earned, and this Prime Minister deserves none. The emergency order allows the government to freeze and seize bank accounts without legal recourse. The government is encouraging banks to never do business again with any of the protesters. It allows for the suspension of insurance products and for the seizure of private property. It proposes up to 5 years in jail for people who are advocating for an end to government restrictions. Think about that for a minute. People fighting for the freedom, using their rights as free citizens to criticize government policy could be thrown in jail for up to 5 years. They could have their ability to provide for their families taken away. They could have their mortgages revoked. They could lose their homes. This has nothing to do with public safety and everything to do with punishing those who have dared to speak against government policies. We're sent here to protect the rights of Canadians, not take them away on the flimsiest of excuses or to punish those who embarrass the Prime Minister. There are many who will say good riddance to the protesters, and many who will cheer on their financial ruin. Clearly, while there are many supporting the protests, there are many other Canadians who are disgusted by them. Indeed, many Liberal supporters are cheering on the Prime Minister's strong-arm tactics against our fellow Canadians. They'll point to public opinion polls, showing that people agree with the government's decision to put the boots to those who are embarrassing them on the streets of Ottawa, to put the protesters back in their rightful place, and to serve as a warning to others that there are consequences for daring to question or push back against the government. I will remind this House that many of the darkest chapters in our history, many of the things we look back on in disbelief and shame upon, many of the suspensions of freedoms and liberties that past governments have brought down upon our own people were cheered on by the majority of Canadians and the majority of MPs and were justified in these halls. That doesn't mean they were right. It doesn't mean they were just. And indeed, I believe that if we allow this to stand, there will be a time when a future Prime Minister rises in his place and apologizes for the actions of the current Prime Minister in this case. The Prime Minister's made a purposeful political choice to create the division we see in this country today. This has been confirmed by the Liberal MP for Louis-Hébert. Instead of seeking understanding and common ground, the Prime Minister sought political advantage through division. When his pollsters told him he could turn vaccinated Canadians against unvaccinated Canadians, friend against friend, neighbor against neighbor, and family member against family member, he jumped at the chance. He spent the entire election pitting Canadian against Canadian. He called those who disagreed with him racist misogynists who should not be tolerated. He called them a fringe minority with unacceptable views, as if being a Prime Minister or being a Liberal gave him a monopoly on what acceptable views are. He inflamed the situation in Ottawa with his rhetoric and then went into hiding. He continues to divide for partisan advantage. And now he wants this House to simply roll over and allow him to steamroll the rights of Canadians he disagrees with and use a tool he has no justification to use. The use of the Emergencies Act and its order in this case are unjustified. The thresholds have not been met. Its invocation will only serve to further deepen the divisions that have been purposely sown by this Prime Minister. Invoking the Emergencies Act will not resolve a national crisis. Indeed, it may create one. It's time to stop using the powers of government to punish those who have made difficult, unpopular decisions about their own health. It's time to stop going down the Prime Minister's path of division and instead choose the path of healing and reconciliation. And the first step on that path is the rejection of the use of the Emergencies Act against our fellow citizens. We must vote against this motion, and we must instead work together to lower the temperature, give Canadians back their rights, and work together to heal the divisions in our land. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member for his intervention. As I was listening to the member's intervention today, I was reflecting on a joint statement from Canada's Union on the Ottawa occupation from February 9th, 2022. It states, Canada's unions have fought for generations for the right to protest. This is a cornerstone of our democratic system. But what we have witnessed on the streets of Canada's capital, they go on to say, is something different altogether. Instead, they refer to what is happening outside this chamber as an occupation by an angry mob trying to disguise itself as a peaceful protest. This joint statement calls on the federal government to quickly deliver urgently needed supports to workers and businesses affected. Can the member please share how aligning himself with an occupation that has shut down workers and businesses is in the best interest of Canadians?
For Chilliwack Hope.
Well, Mr. Speaker, who I've aligned myself with is with the Canadian people who have rights under our Constitution and who do not have those rights, who do not deserve to have those rights trampled upon because there is a protest taking place in a few city blocks of Ottawa. This does not meet the threshold of the Emergencies Act. And as much as the Liberals want to say it, the only emergency is a political emergency for the Prime Minister who has utterly failed this country, who has utterly failed to deliver the leadership that he is supposed to give. So there is no need for the Emergencies Act. Anything that has been described can be dealt with under existing legislation, under existing tools. And the idea that we need to use this draconian act that has only been used, its predecessor, 3 times during world wars, during times when people were being kidnapped and when explosions were happening in the streets, to compare that to what's happening outside of Parliament is ridiculous, and we need to reject this Emergency Act provisions immediately.
Question and commentaire, questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Well, the member is incorrect, Mr. Speaker. This piece of legislation has never been enacted before. He's trying to suggest that the Emergency Measures Act is the same thing as a War Measures Act, and it couldn't be further from the truth. They're completely different and call on different measures. But what I find most alarming, Mr. Speaker, is that this member wants to align himself with a group outside whose first objective number 1 in their calls to action are that, if you can believe this, the Governor General and the Senate get together, overthrow a democratically elected Parliament, and set up a Citizens Advisory Committee of Canadians that will then govern the country. That's what this member is aligning himself with when he supports the people outside.
The Honourable Member for Chilliwack Hope.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm surprised that member being so terrified of what he sees outside found his way into the House of Commons today. It must have been very difficult for him to walk past the bouncy castles and the kids' play area to get in there. This is a ridiculous argument. The idea that somehow a manifesto by a few people on the internet is a threat to the national security of the country. It's a clear and present danger to the national security of our country. It is absolutely ridiculous. This is a protest that has gone on. We have said quite clearly, we think it's time for the individuals there to move their trucks or to have them move, but that can all be done. That can all be done through existing legislation. So I know that this member and his government likes to control Canadians. They like to gather all of the power they can. We need to reject this draconian overreach and do it today.
Question et commentaire, l'honorable député de Manicouagan.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Alors, je remercie également mon collègue pour son allocution. J'aurais une question à lui poser relativement un peu aux commentaires que le gouvernement lui a fait il y a quelques instants en disant que la loi est totalement différente de la loi sur les mesures de guerre. Et je trouve qu'on fait le ménage un peu trop rapidement et qu'on dit ceci de façon trop simpliste. Les deux mesures législatives. J'aimerais entendre mon collègue là-dessus, à savoir, il y a quand même des petites ressemblances entre les deux lois et en même temps, toutes les deux, que ce soit l'ancienne ou celle qu'il y a présentement, ne sont pas pertinentes présentement. Merci, monsieur.
The honourable member for Chilliwack Hope in 30 seconds.
The honourable member for Chilliwack.
Well, yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the colleague for her question. Of course, I said that it was the predecessor to the Emergencies Act, which is demonstrably true. I think it is quite simply ridiculous. I heard another Liberal member say just before that the government has done an impeccable job of managing this situation. Well, I think Canadians would disagree. It's been a catastrophe, but the government's catastrophe, the failure of the Prime Minister, does not justify the use of an Emergencies Act to punish Canadians for voicing views that are outside of what the government finds acceptable. This is all can be managed under current laws, as it has been done at the Ambassador Bridge, Coots, Emerson, Surrey. These have all been managed without the draconian overreach of the Emergencies Act, and this House must oppose this action.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, l'honorable député de Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie.
Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. Je tiens à souligner dès le départ que je vais partager mon temps avec mon distingué collègue de Elmwood Transcona. Donc, mon temps est partagé. Monsieur le Président, nous vivons une situation exceptionnelle, sans précédent, et extrêmement préoccupante pour la santé de notre démocratie et l'avenir de notre débat et notre vitalité politique au Canada, au niveau fédéral. La première chose que je voudrais souligner, Monsieur le Président, c'est à quoi on a affaire et à qui on a affaire. On n'a pas ici affaire avec les manifestants ordinaires. Je peux en parler de toute connaissance de cause. Ce n'est pas un secret, Monsieur le Président, que j'ai eu ma bonne part de manifestations pour diverses causes au cours de mon existence d'étudiant, à conseiller syndical et maintenant même à député. Mais en ce moment, on fait face, et je dis là, il y a probablement un paquet de gens qui sont de bonne foi là-dedans, qui sont tannés, qui sont exaspérés, qui n'en peuvent plus des mesures vaccinales, des mesures sanitaires, et on comprend tout ça. Après 2 ans, on en a ras-le-pompon. D'accord. Mais là, on parle de gens pas juste infiltrés par l'extrême droite. La plupart des organisateurs de ce convoi sont des gens qui se réclament et qui ont des propos d'extrême droite. Des gens qui, et là, c'est pas une rumeur, c'est pas un oui-dire, des gens qui ont écrit noir sur blanc. Si on n'obtient pas tout ce qu'on veut, on renverse le gouvernement et on instaure une espèce de gouvernement provisoire en collaboration avec le Sénat et le gouvernement général. Ça, c'est des gens qui sont anti-parlementaires, anti-santé publique et anti-démocratiques, qui menacent le renversement par la force d'un gouvernement élu. Je rappelle que ces gens-là ont reçu publiquement l'appui de la chef intérimaire du Parti conservateur et du l'ancien critique en matière de finances, aujourd'hui candidat à la chefferie du même Parti conservateur. Je pense que le Parti conservateur devra un jour répondre à ça face à l'histoire et aux hommes. Des gens qui sont largement financés par de l'argent qui vient de l'étranger, notamment des États-Unis. Et des gens qui viennent des États-Unis, l'argent qui vient des États-Unis, des partisans de Donald Trump. Rappelons-nous, Donald Trump qui a provoqué et continue d'appuyer l'assaut contre le Capitole du 6 janvier. Et qu'on a entendu des gens dire qu'ils voulaient avoir leur 6 janvier canadien. Des gens qui se promènent, qui sont ouvertement des suprémacistes blancs, qui tiennent des propos racistes, qui, sans gênes brandissent des drapeaux nazis, des drapeaux des confédérés américains. On se rappelle, les confédérés, là, c'est les gens qui se sont battus parce qu'ils voulaient conserver le droit d'avoir des esclaves. C'est ça qu'on promène, c'est ça qu'on agite pendant qu'on occupe le centre-ville d'Ottawa de manière longue et illégale, et on traumatise la population locale. Des gens agressés verbalement, qui sont fait cracher dessus, qui se sont fait insulter, des personnes racisées, des minorités, notamment les personnes d'origine asiatique, mais également des journalistes qui sont ciblés par souvent ces manifestants qui agissent plus comme des bullies, Monsieur le Président, je m'excuse de l'anglicisme, que comme des manifestants légitimes. Et on n'a pas encore l'information pour ce qui est d'Ottawa, mais une chose est sûre, c'est que le même mouvement, la même intention sur la même cause, avec des gens organisés de la même manière, à Coutts en Alberta, on a saisi tout un arsenal, des armes, des fusils d'assaut, des vestes pare-balles, des munitions, des centaines de munitions. On n'est pas dans la même situation qu'une manifestation pour protéger notre système de santé publique, par exemple. C'est ça qu'on a depuis 3 semaines à Ottawa. Ça devient invivable pour la population. C'est rendu même que ce sont les citoyens eux-mêmes qui doivent s'organiser pour bloquer l'accès au centre-ville, pour empêcher que de nouveaux camions, de nouveaux semi-remorques se rendent au centre-ville. Mais ça, Monsieur le Président, ça vient montrer toute l'inaction du gouvernement libéral. Si la situation s'est pourrie à ce point-là, qu'on est arrivé à ce point de devoir invoquer la loi sur les mesures, d'urgence, c'est que le gouvernement libéral n'a rien fait. Il est responsable par son manque de leadership de cette situation dangereuse et pourrie dans laquelle on vit. Mais si on est des parlementaires responsables, on va analyser le projet de loi qui est devant nous. Et si au départ, j'avais des réticences, et le chef du NPD l'a dit aujourd'hui, si on va l'appuyer, c'est avec réticence, c'est pas par gaieté de cœur, on n'aime pas ça. Mais il y a des garanties qui sont importantes. Merci, Monsieur le Président. Premièrement, la loi maintient les libertés fondamentales. Le droit de manifester n'est pas touché ici. Manifester légalement, de manière pacifique, c'est pas touché. Les droits et libertés demeurent. La Charte des droits et libertés est toujours en vigueur. Et ça, je vais revenir après, c'est une grosse différence avec des analogies ou des amalgames que d'autres partis politiques font dans cette Chambre. C'est pas du tout la même chose. Le temps de l'application de cette loi-là est limité. Il y a une clause crépusculaire, ça doit être renouvelé aux 30 jours, donc c'est pas indéfini. Alors, non seulement les arrestations arbitraires et aléatoires ne sont pas possibles, les libertés fondamentales sont durées. La loi est appliquée pour une durée limitée de 30 jours, mais surtout, ça, il faut que ça se sache, la loi peut être révoquée à tout moment par un vote majoritaire des députés de cette Chambre. Il ne s'agit que 20 de nos collègues le demandent, à vous, Monsieur le Président, et qu'en 3 jours, on a un vote, et qu'un vote majoritaire, donc les 3 partis d'opposition, nous sommes majoritaires. S'il y avait des abus quelconques de la part des forces policières, du gouvernement fédéral, du gouvernement libéral, et on pourrait y mettre fin comme ça. Et ça, c'est des garanties qui sont extrêmement rassurantes, qui devraient rassurer l'ensemble des citoyens. C'est très intéressant comme loi. Et je soulignerais aux collègues du Parti conservateur que leur discours est absolument ironique parce que la loi sur les mesures d'urgence est une loi du Parti conservateur. C'est le gouvernement de Brian Mulroney qui a adopté cette loi en 1988. Alors, avant de monter dans les rideaux, là, puis de déchirer sa chemise, il faudrait peut-être qu'il y ait un petit peu de regard historique pour leur dire que c'est votre loi, c'est vous qui l'avez adoptée. Parlant de retour historique, là, j'ai un profond malaise avec les propos du chef du Bloc québécois qui laisse sous-entendre l'espèce de loi des mesures de guerre numéro 2, en faisant un amalgame extrêmement douteux, intellectuellement pas du tout rigoureux, qui ne tient pas la route, afin d'être capable de parler à une base électorale parce que ça vient chercher une blessure collective, un souvenir très douloureux pour les Québécois et les Québécoises, qui est la crise d'octobre de 1970, où on a vu débarquer dans les rues de Montréal des centaines de policiers, où il y a près de 500 personnes qui ont été arrêtées de manière aléatoire, sans aucun motif, sans être accusées de rien. Et non pas pour rétablir l'ordre et la paix, mais bel et bien pour intimider une population, pour intimider un mouvement d'émancipation nationale, un mouvement de la société civile. C'est ça qui est arrivé en 1970. Et il faut éviter de tout mélanger, de mélanger des pommes et des oranges, parce que là, le chef du Bloc québécois, il est mêlé dans ses pinceaux en tabarouette. Parce qu'on ne parle pas du tout de la même chose. On ne peut pas mettre sur un pied d'égalité le fait de se faire arrêter en pleine nuit par la police et être jeté en prison et le fait de se voir geler son compte bancaire parce qu'on participe à une occupation illégale qui brime les droits des citoyens et des citoyennes d'Ottawa. C'est pas la même chose. Et à mon sens, et mes parents ont des amis qui se sont fait arrêter pendant la crise d'octobre, à mon sens, c'est une insulte aux victimes de la crise d'octobre que de les comparer aux espèces de proto-fascistes qui occupent Ottawa depuis 3 semaines. On ne peut pas mettre tous ces gens-là dans le même panier. Pas du tout. Les lois sont différentes, les circonstances sont différentes. Les manifestants ou l'occupation illégale est complètement différente. On est d'accord que la loi ne doit pas être appliquée au Québec, et elle ne sera pas parce qu'il n'y aura pas de blocus et d'occupation illégale au Québec. Il n'y a pas de siège. Il n'y aura pas de problème. Et hier, le NPD, on était d'accord d'appuyer la motion du Bloc là-dessus. Malheureusement, elle a été bloquée par les conservateurs. Et soyons très clairs, on ne donne pas un chèque en blanc au gouvernement libéral. On les a à l'œil, on va être extrêmement vigilants, puis on va utiliser les dispositions de la loi qui nous permettent d'y mettre fin si jamais il y avait un quelconque dérapage. Mais les citoyens d'Ottawa méritent de retrouver leur ville, méritent de retrouver la paix. Merci, M. le Président.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to Government House Leader.
Well, I'm very happy that I get to ask this NDP member from Quebec a question because I'd love to hear his insight into this, Mr. Speaker. You know, public opinion polling is showing that 72% of Quebecers are in favor of the Emergency Measures Act being invoked. But even more astonishing, Mr. Speaker, according to Abacus data, 63% of people who voted for the Bloc Québécois in the last election say they would never vote for an MP that supports the protests outside. And what we're seeing here is the Bloc Québécois lining up with the Conservatives saying that they're supportive of what's going on outside right now. I'm wondering if the member can provide his comments, being a member of Parliament from Quebec, on why it is the Bloc is taking this approach.
L'honorable député de Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie.
Merci. Je remercie mon collègue pour sa question. Puis effectivement, le Bloc est un peu dur à suivre sur cet enjeu-là. Depuis 2 semaines, on martelait que le gouvernement ne faisait rien, puis qu'il y avait de l'inaction, puis qu'il fallait venir en aide aux citoyens d'Ottawa. Maintenant qu'on se donne des moyens comme le gel de compte bancaire, par exemple, pour faire de la pression sur le portefeuille de ces gens qui font des occupations illégales, bien là, tout d'un coup, c'est plus acceptable. Alors, on ne peut pas dire une chose et son contraire comme ça d'une semaine à l'autre. Et les statistiques qui prouvent que la majorité des Québécois sont derrière cette mesure-là montrent bien qu'ils sont solidaires avec les citoyens d'Ottawa et qu'ils veulent pouvoir leur redonner leur ville le plus tôt possible. Ça l'a assez duré.
Commentaires, questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Yorkton-Melville.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm concerned about what I'm hearing today from this member of the NDP party that's painting a picture that is inflammatory with its inference that the majority of those protesting are racists, rather than a few that show their ignorance whenever an opportunity arises. I personally have multiple examples I have of Indigenous, Black, Indian, Muslim, Sikh, and Jewish participants who have taken part in this protest, this peaceful protest, and are proudly talking about it. And they are either here to do that, or there are also others that have shared their information that are fact-checking what they are hearing from the mainstream member and from members in this House. So I would ask him, when did he personally interact with these individuals who are behaving in the way he's claiming they are?
L'honorable député de Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie.
Je remercie ma collègue pour sa question. Et malheureusement, s'il y a des gens qui sont de bonne foi là-dedans et qui veulent exprimer leur opinion, c'est très bien. Mais ils ont été entraînés dans un mouvement organisé par des gens qui se réclament de l'extrême droite. C'est clair, les liens sont établis et on a des dizaines de témoignages de gens d'Ottawa qui ont subi des insultes et des agressions verbales racistes par les parts de gens qui, oui, arboraient des symboles néo-nazis et le drapeau des confédérés américains. C'est pas la majorité peut-être des manifestants qui ont ces drapeaux-là, mais ça existe et les témoignages existent également. Donc, il y a une couleur extrême droite dans cette occupation illégale, malheureusement supportée par le Parti conservateur.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député de Manicouagan.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je dois dire que j'ai été un petit peu piquée par peut-être l'arrogance du député de Rosemont, la petite patrie, lorsqu'il a parlé de mon chef et du Bloc québécois. Donc, pour moi, question des informations. Monsieur le Président, est-ce que vous pourriez demander au député d'en face d'écouter, s'il vous plaît? C'est depuis le début Merci. Donc, je disais, mon collègue de Rosemont, la petite patrie, je trouve qu'il y a de la mauvaise foi. Il nous parle d'un manque de rigueur intellectuelle, tandis qu'on l'a nommé que c'était deux lois totalement deux lois différentes, mais en même temps, c'est toujours un bazooka à ce moment-ci pour tuer une mouche, alors qu'il y a eu 3 semaines, le premier ministre, pour faire quelque chose, mais il ne s'est pas bougé du tout. Quelque chose avec vraiment des lois qui existent déjà. Et encore. Et là, on nous dit que le Bloc, finalement, on nous prête des positions qu'on n'a même pas. J'aimerais savoir si le député de Rosemont, la petite patrie, sait que l'ensemble du Québec, c'est-à-dire sa propre Assemblée nationale, est contre ce projet de loi, non pas ce projet de loi, contre l'utilisation de la loi sur le territoire du Québec. On n'en a pas besoin. Il ne représente pas le député de Rosemont, la petite patrie, mais des citoyens du Québec. Alors, il faudrait qu'ils en tiennent compte dans ce qu'il dit. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
L'honorable député de Rosemont, la petite patrie.
Je remercie ma collègue pour sa question. Je m'attendais un petit peu à ce qu'elle soit piquée par mon propos et mon argumentaire, évidemment. On est d'accord, ça ne doit pas être appliqué au Québec. Donc, je suis d'accord avec les gens de l'Assemblée nationale parce qu'on n'en a pas besoin au Québec. Il n'y a pas d'occupation illégale et il n'y a pas de siège. En ce qui concerne la comparaison avec la loi sur les mesures de guerre, c'est le Bloc québécois qui l'a amené. C'est eux autres. Alors, ils doivent vivre avec.
Continuing debate, reprise du débat. The honourable member for Elmwood, Transcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm rising today with a heavy heart in support of emergency measures to restore order in a situation that has steadily been getting out of hand. The convoy movement has clearly come to mean many things to many different people, but it matters, I think, that the stated intention of the organizers has been to disrupt and overthrow Canada's democratic institutions, as outlined in their published Memorandum of Understanding and their discussions in the media. A lack of leadership by the federal government and local police in Ottawa have led us to a point of crisis. Coupled with the discovery of weapon caches, allegations by authorities of conspiracy to commit murder, reports of involvement by elite military members, and the prolonged harassment of people in their homes and places of work, there can be no question that this has to stop. The status quo is unacceptable and can't be allowed to continue. The failure of the Ottawa police so far to bring an end to the occupation and the persistence of border blockades until the declaration of emergency measures show that additional measures are necessary to break the logjam. I'm glad that all the border crossings have reopened in the last several days, and I look forward to the end of the illegal occupation of Ottawa, an end that I hope comes swiftly and peacefully. There have been many protests in Canada over the last 34 years since the Emergency Measures Act was developed as an alternative to the War Measures Act. None of them have resulted in a prolonged, weeks-long occupation of the nation's capital city. None of them have been characterized, as this one is, by the active and sustained harassment of residents in their homes, on the street, and in their places of work. The fact that many Canadians are feeling legitimate fatigue because of the pandemic challenges we have all had to suffer doesn't excuse this behavior. The fact that many Canadians share a desire with convoy organizers to lift public health measures doesn't absolve the organizers of responsibility for their undemocratic objectives. The fact that most Canadians fed up with vaccine mandates and passports do not support white supremacy or endorse messages of hate does not make the small number of Canadians who do any less dangerous in this volatile time. I believe that there are many Canadians who are frustrated and tired of the pandemic who have sympathy for the convoy because they want to see an end to certain public health measures, and that the overwhelming majority of them do not support the extremist views and objectives of the convoy organizers. It's very important that there be space in our country for debate about the issues of the day. In our day, that includes the nature and extent of public health measures. For my part, I believe that the discussion should be led by public health officials on the basis of the best available information. I've been consistent in that position since the outset of the pandemic, and I'll continue to be, even as I respect the right of others to disagree. There are many Canadians who want to have a discussion about public health measures, including vaccine mandates and passport systems. There is room for this discussion in a democracy, and the right to engage in those conversations has to be protected. Ending the illegal occupations and stopping the extremists who have their own undemocratic political agenda is necessary to make space for that legitimate debate and protest. It may also create space for Dr. Tam to undertake the review of public health measures that she hinted at on February 4th and have largely been expected to come after the Omicron wave, even before the convoy left for Ottawa. Making changes to public health orders while the occupation persists is not advisable, in my opinion, because it would encourage people to think that public policy can be set by intimidation and the threat of violence. Capitulation doesn't work. In Winnipeg, where the Manitoba Conservatives announced a sudden change to public health orders in response to the convoy, demonstrators are still set up downtown, even though the province has said all public health measures will be lifted within the next several weeks. In my day, I've been part of many different political demonstrations and supported many different causes. I've seen police clear out demonstrations of people protesting against free trade agreements, against racism, and in defense of Indigenous rights far more quickly and far more brutally, despite there being truly peaceful demonstrations. I recall not that long ago in Winnipeg, in 2020, in the aftermath of George Floyd's murder at the hands of police, a demonstration attended by thousands of people at the legislature. I remember organizers in the lead up to that event publicly communicating that violent demonstrators were not welcome. I remember them working to make a plan for the demonstration that would make it hard for anyone who wanted to hijack it with violent or hateful acts. And it was a successful demonstration with many, many people who made their point and went home and then have continued to be involved in all sorts of continuing anti-racism activity, including protests and demonstrations. But they didn't occupy downtown Winnipeg for weeks on end. And we've seen even, camps of homeless who have nowhere else to go get cleared out in no time by police, simply for being in some of the same spaces that are being occupied now in downtown Winnipeg. Wasn't a problem to clear out the homeless. I don't know why it is that it's acceptable to allow folks to set up in the way that they have when others who are just seeking to live in some kind of community get cleared out. But I was talking just earlier about the demonstration surrounding George Floyd's death in Winnipeg. I think that's what responsible political organizing committed to peaceful protest looks like. It takes work, and there are people who do that work, and you can tell in their public messages. I haven't seen that kind of leadership from the organizers of these occupations, and I have to say, if any efforts have been made, they certainly have not been effective. I was pleased last Thursday when the member for Portage-Lisgar, an interim leader of the Conservative Party, finally called for the convoy to go home, but they haven't gone home. The Ottawa police have shown they can't be trusted to send them home, and so we have to have additional measures to move them along. I agree that the Prime Minister has done a terrible job as a leader through this crisis. While it's right to call out proponents of hate and extremists in the crowd and in the ranks of the organizers, it's wrong to lump in the far larger group of Canadians tired with public health measures into that group. And it hasn't served our national dialogue. It hasn't served our country. It hasn't served our body politic. I'd be remiss if I didn't note that the Conservatives have been engaging in their own brand of politics on these issues. The Conservative government in Manitoba was the first to implement a vaccine passport system, but federal Conservatives never showed up on the steps of the legislature to oppose that system. Leaked letters show that the interim Conservative leader has been more concerned to make this a political problem for the Prime Minister than to help the country find a way to de-escalate and get out of this. And while there is absolutely a minister to provide that leadership. There is also responsibility on others in this House, particularly the leader of the official opposition. Leaked letters have also showed that the Conservative Premier of Manitoba has been happy to beg the Prime Minister to intervene privately while criticizing his intervention publicly. What I'm trying to say, Mr. Speaker, is that there's a lot of different political agendas at work in and around the convoy. But the upshot is that the people of Ottawa are being terrorized in their homes for weeks now, while the country careens toward a level of political instability we haven't seen in my lifetime. And that's why it really is time for the convoy to go home. That doesn't mean it's time for the discussion around public health measures to end, but it means that those who want to demonstrate and those who want to protest have to start doing that in a way. And I know there have been many who have done this in a peaceful way, but like the organizers of other protests I was referring to earlier, there has to be an effort to root out the violence and the extremists and those who are intimidating people in Ottawa. That has to become far more a part of the public message of this convoy in order for the real issues that people are concerned about and on which, they may not agree with me, but that's okay. But if they want that message to be heard, then their political organizing has to take a very different shape than the shape that it has taken in the convoy. So I appeal to all those Canadians who I know are perhaps frustrated and angry with me because I haven't called for an end to all public health measures right now, because I prefer to defer to public health officials on this point. But I would call for them in their good spirit and in their good faith to start actively calling on the convoy organizers to promote peace, to dislodge themselves from downtown Ottawa and anywhere else that they're hanging on, and then to engage in the kinds of peaceful protests that Canada knows very well. And I think that's how we get this dialogue back on track and create a path to unity in Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question and commentaire. The Honourable Member for Scarborough Rouge Park.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for that very thoughtful intervention. I do want to just highlight a number of speakers have suggested that the Prime Minister meet with those who are illegally blocking Parliament Hill and engage in dialogue with them. I just want him to reflect, my friend opposite to reflect, and maybe give us a sense of why that's not possible, why political engagement at that level is inappropriate, just given what's out there right now.
Honourable Member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Well, look, I mean, I don't think it makes sense for a Prime Minister to meet with a group who has a stated objective of displacing a democratically elected government with some kind of self-appointed committee and the Governor General and the Senate. I mean, I read the MOU and I thought it was ridiculous. Unfortunately, it sounded so ridiculous that I think too many people, including people in the Ottawa Police Force and the government, failed to take the threat that these folks represent to stability seriously. And I think there's a lot of Canadians who have supported them in good faith without taking that part of it seriously. But that part of it and the determination that that represents has been a big part of why this has been such an obstinate protest and why it's been so hard to dislodge. And that's the part that we now need to deal with.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Dufferin-Caledon.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to ask the member a question. What test has been met in order to justify this extreme measure? The former NDP Member of Parliament, Sven Robinson, has said, I was in the House during the 1988 debate on the Act when we were promised that emergency powers can only be used when the situation is so drastic that no other law of Canada can deal with the situation. The test has not been met. NDP, can you stop this? It's clear from the member's speech they're not going to stop this. What is happening in Ottawa that regular laws cannot deal with? We saw all the other blockades at borders removed with existing laws. What's the specific law that has to come into place to take care of something that's been taken care of elsewhere?
The Honourable Member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Well, first of all, I would note that some of those border blockades were only cleared out once the state of emergency had been declared. And so I do think that in some of those cases, this declaration has played a role in having those clear out. And secondly, I would note that for as much as there may be powers under existing laws to clear out Ottawa, the Ottawa police force hasn't done it. So something in the context needs to change. And so, you know, this is how we get to the position that we're in. I wish we had had a more unified call across party lines early in the convoy to send the message that they should all go home. Instead, we saw a lot of people in this place encourage them. And we're now, which is not to say that they shouldn't be giving voice to the legitimate questions about public health measures, even where there's disagreement between the NDP and those folks who hold views about.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. L'honorable député de Rivière-des-Mille-Îles.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Merci à notre collègue de Edwood de Transcona. Bon, je vous dirais que je suis comme un petit peu surpris depuis hier de voir le NPD changer à brûle pour point comme ça des valeurs qui sont intrinsèquement, comment dirais-je, qui font partie de leur ADN. C'est un groupe politique humaniste, c'est un groupe social-démocrate, puis je ne comprends pas ce revirement-là. Bref, ma question, c'est la suivante. Le décret actuel, nous allons le voter lundi. Nous avons entendu cet après-midi, il y a 1 heure ou 2, chef de police d'Ottawa qui dit qu'on ne vivra pas une fin de semaine comme les précédentes, premièrement, et qui dit, en parallèle, qu'il dégagera la place d'une certaine façon. Dans ce contexte-là, est-ce qu'il est encore approprié que l'on passe les 3 prochaines journées à discuter de ça pour potentiellement arriver lundi avec un projet de loi qui n'aura plus sa raison d'être?
The honourable member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Oui, je pense que c'est quand même important que nous passons les prochaines 3 journées en avoir ce débat, parce que même si l'NPD est préparé à appuyer ces mesures à cause d'une faillite de leadership que nous avons pris à ce point-ci, ce débat ici est vraiment important. Et les concerns des députés de la Chambre des communes, c'est important qui sont exprimés et qui peuvent guider la direction pendant les prochains jours et semaines. Alors, je pense que ce débat est important, peu importe ce qui arrive cette fin de semaine.
Prise du débat, continuing debate, l'honorable député de La Prairie.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Merci beaucoup. Vous savez, Monsieur le Président, quand j'étais enseignant dans mon autre vie, quand j'abordais un sujet, je faisais toujours un historique à mes étudiants pour qu'ils comprennent bien dans quoi on était. Alors, aujourd'hui, si vous me permettez, Monsieur le Président, je vais faire un peu d'historique d'où on en est rendu aujourd'hui. Évidemment, je vais mettre sur le spotlight, comme diraient les Chinois, le premier ministre, parce que c'est lui, à la limite, qui est responsable, nous, ce qu'on pense, de la situation actuelle. D'abord, je suis un ancien député de l'Assemblée nationale de 2012 à 2018. Fait que j'ai vu 2 premiers ministres devant moi. J'ai vu Mme Marois de 2012 à 2014 et j'ai vu M. Couillard de 2014 à 2018. Je m'étais fait une idée de ce qu'est un premier ministre, entre autres en Chambre. Vous savez, ces 2 premiers ministres-là aimaient la joute parlementaire, arrivaient en forme à la période des questions et, à la limite, s'amusaient avec le verbe et aussi s'amusaient à virer le monde de bord, comme diraient les gens de chez nous. Durant la campagne de 2019, quand je voyais le premier ministre faire sa campagne, honnêtement, je le trouvais énergique. Je trouvais qu'il était déterminé. Je le trouvais en forme. Je me disais, il doit être comme ça en chambre. Quand on est arrivé ici, ce qui m'a frappé, puis vous savez, Monsieur le Président, nous, on est chanceux, puis on ne s'en aperçoit pas toujours parce qu'on côtoie des gens qu'on voit à la télévision, des gens qui sont de notoriété publique. Alors, souvent, les gens vous demandent comment tu le trouves lui, comment tu le trouves elle, puis ainsi de suite. Puis, ce qui est surprenant, parce que moi, je dis toujours la vérité,
Évidemment, je suis un bloquiste. Alors, quand on parle des libéraux, je dis, mettons, cette personne-là, elle est très gentille, puis j'hésite pas à donner des bons commentaires sur les gens de la Chambre générale. Je ne réponds pas à cette question. Alors voilà, donc, je vais simplement dire, cette personne-là est gentille aussi, ou ça. Et quand on m'a demandé comment je trouvais le premier ministre, parce que là, quand je l'ai vu en Chambre, ça m'a frappé, M. le Président. Les gens m'ont demandé comment tu le trouves. J'ai de l'air fin. Je vais parler avec pas souvent, mais il y a de l'air fin. Mais surtout, ça n'a pas l'air de tenter. Tu arrives en chambre, on dirait qu'on le dérange à faire des questions. On dirait que ça ne tente pas. Je ne sais pas comment vous dire ça autrement. Tu te dis, coudonc, ça ne tente-tu d'être là? Il est quand même premier ministre d'un des pays du G7. Moi, je serais sur le bord de faire la roue dans le salon. Ben non, mais il est comme, je ne sais pas trop. Fait que là, je me disais, coudonc, il est peut-être... C'est peut-être une mauvaise passe. Des fois, tu te gères mal, puis bon. Fait qu'à un moment donné, arrivent des situations de crise. Vous savez, c'est dans l'adversité qu'on reconnaît les grands hommes et les grandes femmes de ce monde. Et dans l'adversité, disons que l'adversité, il y en a eu dans son mandat de 2019 à 2021, et il y en a encore aujourd'hui. Je vais vous parler de 3 crises très rapidement. 2 crises. La crise ferroviaire. Quand les Wet'suwet'en ont manifesté, il y a eu des blocages de la voie ferrée un peu partout au Canada. Lui, il est en voyage. Fait qu'on lui a dit, ça serait le fun que tu reviennes parce que ça va pas bien au Québec, au Canada. Réponse, c'est laissez-moi tranquille, je voyage. C'était ça. C'est comme s'il y a 3 périodes dans cette crise-là. C'est comme des trilogies, tu sais, comme Indiana Jones. Fait que, tu sais, il y avait la première trilogie, la première, c'était, premier épisode, c'est achète-moi pas, je voyage. Quand il est revenu ici, 10 jours plus tard, ça n'avait pas l'air d'y tenter. Puis là, il disait, écoutez, c'est aux provinces à régler ça. Voyons donc, c'est un problème national dans des compétences fédérales. C'est drôle parce que lui, il s'amuse toujours à tripoter les compétences provinciales, à mettre son petit œil là-dessus, puis exiger plein d'affaires, puis faire la leçon, puis le sermon à tout le monde. Puis quand c'est ses affaires, oh, le gars, ça me tente pas. C'est un peu bizarre. C'est comme si, dans le fond, lui, il a toujours voulu être premier ministre d'une province, comme la Colombie-Britannique. Fait que là, c'est le deuxième. Puis là, on disait au Bloc, on est en mode solution. On disait, voici les solutions qu'on pourrait envisager, et ainsi de suite. Fait que quand il a passé cette deuxième période de 10 jours, là, quand il a dit, c'est les autres à régler ça, il a sûrement écouté le Bloc parce que la troisième période, le dernier 10 jours, il a fait pas mal ce qu'on a demandé, puis ça s'est réglé. Fait que ça n'avait pas l'air étant. Quand est arrivée la crise du coronavirus, rappelez-vous, M. le Président, je le sais avec votre œil intéressé, vous étiez là. Quand c'est arrivé, là, ça rentrait à pleine porte. Ça a commencé par, on sait, la Chine, l'Iran, l'Italie. Puis là, on avait des voyageurs qui venaient de ces pays-là. Puis là, ça rentrait, toi, comme des moulins. Fait que là, on disait, fais quelque chose, bloque les frontières, fais faire des tests, des quarantaines. Immobile. C'est un immobilisme compulsif. Fait que là, on s'est dit, coudonc, il dort dessus, on l'a brassé, elle fait quelque chose. Et finalement, imaginez, M. le Président, je le raconte, je l'écris moi-même même pas. Je l'ai checké dans mes notes. Valérie Plante est allée à l'aéroport de Trudeau. Imaginez pour dire, ça suffit. Arrêtez de les faire rentrer comme ça. Faites-nous faire des tests. Imaginez la mairesse de Montréal a remplacé le premier ministre parce qu'elle voyait bien que ça n'avait pas le Moses de bon sens. Encore une fois, ça y tentait-tu. Là, on arrive dans une troisième crise. Puis elle est majeure. Je regarde encore dehors quelques minutes. Là. Je veux dire, ça ne tente pas bien d'aller jouer du bolo sur la rue Wellington actuellement. Là, il y a eu 3 étapes. Une trilogie que j'ai divisée. Première étape, c'est mettons de l'huile sur le feu. Alors ça commence. Ça fait un bout de temps. Ça n'a pas commencé hier ou avant-hier.
And that's not something that the Prime Minister has just been doing since
un
a few
segment
days
qui
ago.
parle de la situation durant la
I'm
campagne,
going
la
to
dernière
look at
campagne
something that
électorale.
he said
Je vais
during the
vous
last
lire, Monsieur
election
le Président,
campaign.
puis j'espère que vous allez
I'm going to
deviner de
read
qui
this,
il
Mr.
s'agit.
Speaker, and I hope that
Je
you
ne
will
peux
guess
pas
who it's about.
m'empêcher de constater à regret que tant le
prevent
ton
myself from
que les
noticing
politiques du gouvernement ont changé
that the tones and
drastiquement à l'aube de
policies
la
of the
dernière
government
campagne électorale
changed
et pendant la campagne
just before
électorale.
the last
Une
election
décision
campaign and
a été
during.
prise d'adopter une approche
The
qui
decision was
divise et
made
qui
to adopt this
stigmatise.
divisive and
Et il va
stigmatizing
poursuivre.
approach.
Je pense
so
que
maybe
cette
you recognize
approche
that quote.
et que cette
It
politisation
continues.
de la
I think that this
pandémie
approach and
risque de miner la confiance du public envers nos institutions de santé publique et c'est pas un risque à prendre à la légère. Qui a dit ça? Les conservateurs. Non, le Bloc, non. LPD,
the Bloc,
non.
the NDP? No, not the
Ben
NDP,
oui,
that's
je
for
vous donne
sure.
en mille, Monsieur le Président. Vous le savez, vous l'avez les yeux grands ouverts. C'est le député libéral de Louis Hébert, Monsieur le Président. Je vous le donne en mille. Imaginez.
Yep,
Même eux autres,
imagine that.
il y a
So
certains là-dedans, parce que
they,
lui, il ne doit pas être tout seul, qui ont dit,
and I can imagine that he's not the only
tente-tu?
one in the caucus.
Ça y
They're saying to
tente-tu?
themselves, is he going to do something?
Et là, ensuite, on met de l'huile sur le feu. Le 16
then he
septembre
goes and
au
he
4
pours more
juillet,
oil on the fire.
ça, c'est une
on the
émission
fire.
de chez nous, Monsieur Trudeau, Monsieur le Premier ministre va dire, des gens qui ne croient pas à la science, qui sont souvent misogynes, qui sont souvent racistes aussi, il faut faire un choix en tant que leader, en tant que pays. Est-ce qu'on tolère ces gens-là? Là, quand tu es dans l'amalgame et la stigmatisation, là, c'est le festival. Ça, là, c'est mettre de l'huile sur le feu. Alors, ça se poursuit. La vaccination rendue obligatoire chez les camionneurs. Oui, 90% des camionneurs étaient vaccinés. Oui, on le sait. Sauf que les convois partent d'un peu partout au Canada. C'est pas une surprise. Ils n'ont pas arrosé sur Wellington puis sorti des trucks. Là. Ils sont arrivés de quelque part, ces trucks-là. Ils sont arrivés de la Colombie-Britannique. Vous savez que c'est un grand pays, le Canada. Un gars qui sort de la Colombie-Britannique avec son truck, là, il n'a pas un maudit bout de temps. Puis se ramasse des points pétro-points, ça prend pas de temps. Comprenez-vous qu'il vient de loin, M. le Président? Mais là, lui, il arrive à Ottawa. Oh, surprise! Il l'avait dit. Et donc, citation du Premier ministre, le 29 janvier, on met encore un petit peu d'huile sur le feu. Les Canadiens ne sont pas représentés par cette minorité très troublante, petite mais très bruyante, qui s'en prend à la science, au gouvernement, à la société, aux ordonnances et au Conseil de la santé publique. On continue. Et là, c'est sûr que là, faut faire attention. Le Premier ministre a attrapé la COVID. Ça, j'en conviens, c'est correct. Quand tu attrapes la COVID, il faut que tu sois en isolement. Je comprends tout ça. Mais on est au peut être en Zoom, puis bon, j'espère qu'il n'a pas été trop malade, il ne semblerait pas, mais tu peux faire des apparitions par Zoom, des appels, ainsi de suite. Mais il est arrivé le 31 janvier avec une première apparition depuis le début du siège et de l'occupation d'Ottawa. Et il va dire, on met un petit peu d'huile sur le feu. Ce n'est pas en rouspétant qu'on va en finir avec cette pandémie. C'est en se faisant vacciner et en écoutant les meilleurs conseils de la santé publique. C'est ça qu'il est allé dire aux manifestants. Je pense que ça n'a pas marché. Alors, voyez-vous, on continue. Et là, on tombe dans la deuxième étape. C'est à la recherche de solutions. Mais on pourrait dire aussi, c'est le festival de l'inaction du premier ministre, à la recherche de leadership. Et donc, là, ce qui arrive, c'est que petit à petit, les intervenants, le chef de la police d'Ottawa, le maire de la ville d'Ottawa, ainsi de suite, on essaie de trouver une solution. Mais là, pendant ce temps-là, étant donné que les gens voient la situation devant le Parlement, ils disent « Hey, c'est pas une mauvaise idée ». Fait qu'il y en a un peu partout qui commencent à manifester puis bloquer les routes. Et il y en a même qui vont essayer à Québec. Il va rester 2 jours et ça va se terminer comme ça. Alors, on arrive à une situation où on laisse pourrir la situation devant la Chambre des communes et ça donne de mauvaises idées. Alors, faire une histoire très courte, le 4... Puis là, le Bloc québécois, je sais pas si vous avez remarqué, M. le Président. Le Bloc québécois, on est toujours en mode proposition. Il vient un temps, à un moment donné, il faut qu'on brasse le gouvernement, mais au début, on est en mode proposition. Puis des propositions, on en a fait. Dès le début, on en a fait. On dit, voici ce qu'on pourrait faire. On parlait, entre autres, parmi 6 propositions qu'on faisait, d'aller parler à des camionneurs, à ceux qui étaient des représentants des camionneurs, même ceux qui étaient vaccinés, qui étaient contre ce mouvement-là, au moins essayer de tisser des liens avec des gens qui se mettaient à cet endroit-là. Mais le premier ministre n'a rien fait. Écoutez, le 4 février, non, pardon, le 6 février, la Ville d'Ottawa a déclaré l'état d'urgence. Et savez-vous pourquoi il a déclaré l'état d'urgence, Monsieur le Président? Parce que je pose plein de questions, mais je réponds. C'est qu'il voulait avoir de l'aide du gouvernement. C'était un genre de main tendue vers le gouvernement fédéral pour dire « Hey, écoute, ça va pas bien notre affaire. » Et finalement, même Alan Rock, un ancien libéral Alan Rock, c'était un libéral. Moi, mon père me disait tout le temps, Alain, ben, il n'avait pas connu Joël Lacbanque, peut-être. Alain, un libéral, ça va toujours rester un libéral. Puis même Ernest Lapointe, il disait, le lieutenant Mackenzie King, il disait, je ne suis pas un Québécois. Je ne suis pas un Canadien. Je suis un libéral. Alors même un ancien libéral va critiquer l'absence de leadership du gouvernement actuel libéral. Imaginez, ça va pas bien. Ensuite, le 7 février, on attendait ça avec impatience. Le retour du premier ministre en chambre. Je vous le dis, Monsieur le Président, excités comme des caniches qui attendent la visite, on avait hâte à l'arrivée du premier ministre ici. On s'est dit, enfin. Non, mais veut pas. C'est le premier ministre du Canada. On se dit, écoute, il a été conseillé, on arrive enfin à une solution. Il va nous proposer quelque chose. En plus, il parle 10 minutes de temps. Il a le temps de sortir des bonnes nouvelles.
He's going to make a 10-minute speech. He can give us some good news here.
Il va proposer aux manifestants d'aller se faire vacciner.
Well, he told the protesters to go get vaccinated. That's all he had to say.
Ça, c'est l'étape 2, inaction, à la recherche d'un leadership. Et là, évidemment, la bonne nouvelle, c'est qu'à cause de la pression de la Maison-Blanche, le pont des ambassadeurs va se libérer. Au Manitoba, dans le sud de l'Ontario, en Alberta, en Colombie-Britannique, les choses finissent par se régler. Il reste seulement devant la Chambre des communes, c'est là qu'on attend finalement la fin de toute ce remue-ménage. Et moi, je vous dirais que je m'en allais oublier Québec. Québec a vécu ces moments de manifestation et le leadership du maire et du gouvernement a fait en sorte que tout se passe très bien, qu'on manifeste, oui, on est d'accord avec manifester, mais qu'on ne se mette pas à occuper. Ça, c'est inacceptable. Et finalement, l'étape 3, je l'ai appelée la bombe atomique. Ça, Monsieur le Président, c'est d'arriver dans une situation où là, ils savent qu'ils l'ont échappé. C'est comme un gars qui se fait striker par un pee-wee, puis quand t'es midget, puis t'es un pinch, tu te dis, bah écoute, je pense que je l'ai échappé, celle-là. Tu te dis, bah regarde, tu t'en vas avec la calotte de côté, puis tu pars chez vous, puis tu parles pas à personne, puis ta blonde est des estrades, puis tu fais semblant qu'elle n'est pas là. Ben ça, là, c'est sûrement ce qu'ils se sont dit, gouvernement. Fait que là, ils se sont dit, écoute, ça fait 10 jours, là, on a de l'air un peu fou. On va sortir la bombe atomique, on va passer pour des héros. Pour ça, pas tout. Tout le monde, à part le PD, tout le monde, 7 provinces sur, 6 provinces sur 9, le Québec, le Parti conservateur, le Bloc québécois, l'Assemblée nationale, unanimement, même les partis qui aiment beaucoup le député de Rosemont, là, Québec solidaire, ils ont dit on veut rien savoir de ça. Tout le monde au Québec a dit ça à l'Assemblée nationale. Mais malgré ça, ils l'ont fait. Puis là, on est encore dans une situation où on s'aperçoit qu'il y avait déjà les outils. Et quand le premier ministre nous dit, écoutez, on sort cette bombe atomique-là parce qu'on ne sort pas ça tout de suite. Il faut qu'on ait utilisé l'outil 1, l'outil 2, puis l'outil 3. Puis après, on sort la bombe atomique. Mais il n'a pas utilisé l'outil 1, ni la 2, ni la 3. Lui, il est passé d'un stade. Moi, je m'appelle Ponce Pilate, je fais rien, je m'en lave les mains. Je vous garoche sa gueule une bombe atomique. C'est comme s'il y avait rien entre les deux. Oui, il y a des choses entre les deux. C'est-à-dire, au pont de l'ambassadeur, on l'a vu. Dans les autres provinces, on l'a vu. Oui, Monsieur le Président, vous savez, on a toujours des héros de jeunesse, tu sais. Moi, c'était Batman, tu sais.
Listen, we
Tu
all
sais, il y en a,
had
tu sais, il y a
heroes in our
Zorro.
youth. Me,
Ces
it was
gens-là,
Batman. Some people like Zorro.
Puis tu sais, avec des pouvoirs incroyables.
And they had
Mais moi, je suis sûr
incredible
que le premier
powers.
ministre, son héros de jeunesse, c'était Ponce Pilate.
And
Tu sais,
I
il
think that
avait
the
le
Prime
pouvoir
Minister's
magique de se
childhood
laver les
role
mains.
model was
Je
Pontius
lui disais,
Pilate.
moi, je
He
vais
has
être de
the
même.
amazing power of
Quitte à
washing
avoir
his
les mains
hands of everything.
gercées tellement je me lave souvent.
He doesn't care if he washes his
C'est
hands
ça
so
qu'on a
often
comme
that they get
premier
all
ministre,
chapped,
Monsieur le
as long as he
Président.
doesn't have to do anything.
C'est un Ponce
This
Pilate
is the Prime
compulsif.
Minister we have, a compulsive Pontius Pilate.
C'est ça qu'on a, malheureusement. Puis là, mais écoutez,
That's
je m'en
what we
voudrais
have.
de ne pas parler du NPD.
And I would
Nos
regret it
grands
if I didn't touch on
moralisateurs.
the NDP.
Ah, ça donne la
They
morale. Ça n'a
love
pas de sens.
to preach
Je vais
to
vous
us.
lire
They
ce que
love
Sven
to tell us
Robinson
what
a
to
dit
do.
de leur
I'd like to
position.
read what Sven Robinson
Il dit
said
ça sur Twitter. Je vais vous le lire.
on Twitter.
Le caucus du NPD,
He said
sous
the NDP
Tommy
caucus
Douglas, en
under Tommy
1970, a pris une
In
décision
1970,
courageuse
took a
contre la
courageous
loi des
decision
mesures
against
de guerre.
the War Measures Act.
Aujourd'hui, le NPD de leur chef
And
actuel,
today,
il met le
the
nom, mais je ne peux pas le
NDP,
dire,
under the current
trahi,
leader, who I can't name here,
trahi,
obviously,
Monsieur le Président.
has
L'héritage,
betrayed, Mr. Speaker,
cet héritage, pardon, en
has
appuyant la
betrayed
loi
that
libérale
legacy
des mesures d'urgence.
by accepting
Honte
the
à vous,
liberal
vous
Emergencies Act.
créez un très
Shame.
dangereux précédent.
You are creating a dangerous precedent.
Ça, c'est la force tranquille du NPD,
That
qui était jadis un parti
is what the
de
NDP
gauche
is
qui
doing.
défendait
A
les travailleurs
formerly-
et qui défendait
a party
le
that
monde
formerly
qui avait
defended
besoin d'aide.
workers and that defended
Non,
people
voilà,
that
et
needed
pas le
it.
gouvernement, exactement.
That's what
Là, écoutez, M.
the
le Président,
NDP's quiet
je
strength
voudrais
has turned
revenir
into.
sur ce qu'on dit,
Now,
ce
Mr.
qu'on dit
Speaker.
de l'utilisation de cette mesure-là.
Let me come back to the specific
Beaucoup
use
ont
of this
dit,
measure.
ça donne rien, tout se règle.
A lot of people have
Pourquoi
said,
tout se règle? Parce qu'on avait
we
déjà
don't
des
need
moyens
this.
de
Everything's
régler
getting
ces
settled.
problèmes-là.
Why? Because we already had ways of
Donc,
fixing these
pourquoi
problems.
faire ça? Il y en a
So
qui
why
vont
do
dire,
this?
écoutez, on est en train d'éliminer des mesures de confinement et dans
After
certains
all,
cas,
we're in
très
the middle
rapidement.
of eliminating
Alors,
lockdown
on est
measures,
une
in some
situation
cases
où
really
la
quickly.
frustration va
So,
finir par se dégager d'elle-même.
gradually, people's frustrations will disappear on
Finalement,
their
ça,
own.
c'est The Economist qui dit ça, là. C'est pas
And
des comédiens de fin de semaine, là.
This is not.
The Economist dit
These aren't just some
c'est
nobody saying this, but
dangereux
the
parce que
Economist.
ces mesures-là
The
peuvent
Economist
attiser
says
la flamme de la
that these
frustration.
measures are dangerous because they
savez, Monsieur
may
le Président, j'ai dit
further
tantôt,
fan the flames of frustration.
c'est dans l'adversité qu'on reconnaît
I
les
said this
grands
earlier,
hommes et
but
les
it
grandes
is
femmes.
in adversity
La
that
crise
we.
des années 30, la
It
pire
is in
crise
the
de
test of
l'histoire, a
adversity
vu
that we
émerger
recognize the great
un
statespeople.
héros, John Maynard Keynes, un économiste
For example, in the
qui a fait
Depression, we saw
figure
John Maynard Keynes
de héros,
emerge. He
d'humanisme,
was
d'une
a
grande
heroic
intelligence et qui a
economist, a
changé la
humanist.
face
He was an incredibly
de l'humanité.
intelligent person who changed the
La
face of
crise des
humanity.
missiles d'octobre
Then, in
aux
the
États-Unis
missile
a vu
crisis in the States,
John F. Kennedy
John
devenir
F.
un
Kennedy
héros.
emerged and
La
became a
Deuxième
hero.
Guerre mondiale,
In
on
the
a
Second
vu De
World
Gaulle
War,
en France.
there was De
On a
Gaulle
vu
in France,
Churchill en
in the
Grande-Bretagne
UK.
devenus des héros.
They
Ils ont leur
became heroes.
place immortelle dans les
They
livres
have
d'histoire.
an immortal
On a vu
place in
évidemment
history books.
Mandela en Afrique du Sud
There was Nelson Mandela
avec ce qui se passait avec les luttes raciales de l'époque. On a
in
vu
his fight against
Gandhi.
apartheid. There
C'est
was
des gens
Gandhi.
qui ont vécu des difficultés,
These are people who went
qui ont
through
eu
incredibly
à
hard
être
situations.
forts,
They
qui se
had
sont
to show
tenus
strength.
debout, qui ont été une inspiration
They
pour le
stood up and
monde,
became
pour
an
leur monde,
inspiration
pour
for
leur
people,
nation.
for their nation.
À regarder constamment le premier ministre agir
now we
dans les
look at the
différentes
Prime
crises
Minister,
qui nous ont
and
affligés.
we
Ce n'est pas des petites
have
crises,
seen
Monsieur
him
le
in a
Président.
number of different crises,
C'est la pire
and not
pandémie
minor crises.
depuis
Some of the
1919.
worst crises since
Des camions
1919.
devant la Chambre des communes,
In the
c'est
case of the
épouvantable.
pandemic.
Je peux vous dire
And
une
then
chose,
the trucks outside
ce
the
que
House of
les
Commons.
livres d'histoire
It's
vont
horrifying.
retenir du Premier
And I can
ministre,
say one thing,
ce n'est
which is
pas
that what
qu'il y a un
the
héros.
history books
C'est
are
quelqu'un
going to
qui aura
have
plié les chaînes devant l'adversité.
are
Merci.
going to have about the Prime Minister is not that he's a hero. It's someone who
Questions et
bent
commentaires,
down
questions
before
and
adversity.
comments. L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire.
Wow, Mr. Speaker, I don't know what's going on, but ever since the member, the current leader of the official opposition, or the former leader, stepped down or was kicked out, and the member from Carleton became the heir apparent to lead the party, the Bloc Québécois has taken a a massive change in their approach, lining up with the Conservatives time and time again. as though they have to regurgitate the same rhetoric that we hear from the Conservatives all the time. And that's what we're seeing, a brand new approach to the Bloc Québécois now. And this member, spoke for 20 minutes, of which at least 19 minutes was just an opportunity to air his personal grievances about the Prime Minister, spoke very little to the actual substance of this motion. How is it that the Bloc Québécois has put itself in this position when polling shows that 73% of Quebecers support this move?
L'honorable député de La Prairie.
The honorable
Monsieur
member.
le Président, c'est très drôle de l'entendre. Il ne finit jamais de m'impressionner, mais jamais dans le bon sens. Le Bloc québécois ne s'aligne pas sur le Parti conservateur, mais où il prend cette idée-là? On s'aligne sur les valeurs du Québec. On est là pour défendre les Québécois. Les Québécois sont contre cette mesure-là. Les journalistes québécois n'arrêtent pas de le mentionner. L'Assemblée nationale, unanime, Monsieur le Président, il n'y a personne qui avait aux toilettes, ils étaient tous là. La conservatrice était là, tout le monde, la CAQ, Québec solidaire, le PQ, les libéraux, tout le monde chantait à l'unisson contre cette loi-là. Alors, vous pensez vraiment que le Bloc québécois va dire « Oh, ben non, l'Assemblée nationale a dit ça, mais nous autres, ça ne tente pas. » On est là pour représenter les Québécois, puis on va continuer, puis c'est pas lui qui va me faire arrêter de le faire.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. L'honorable député de Mégantic-l'Érable.
Merci beaucoup, M. le Président. Puis je tiens à dire qu'il y avait beaucoup d'éloquence dans le discours de mon collègue du Bloc québécois, beaucoup de vérité. Et j'ai aimé beaucoup sa référence à la trilogie, parce qu'effectivement, on a vu 3 gouvernements différents au cours des dernières semaines, 3 premiers ministres complètement différents. Mais il y a eu plusieurs trilogies. Parce que c'est arrivé au début, comme vous le mentionnez, c'est arrivé dans cette crise-là. Puis si on se met à regarder un peu partout, je trouve qu'on va trouver plusieurs trilogies. Là, je me demandais si mon collègue pouvait me dire à quelle trilogie en ce moment on fait face. Harry Potter avec la magie? Est-ce qu'on fait face avec Retour vers le futur? Alors qu'on aimerait bien savoir ce qui va se passer demain en se basant sur ce qu'on a vu déjà dans le passé? Monsieur le Président, parce que ce que j'ai vu du premier ministre ne m'a pas impressionné ni aujourd'hui, ni la semaine passée, ni dans aucune des trilogies jusqu'à présent, Monsieur le Président. Donc, j'aimerais que mon collègue me dise à quelle trilogie on fait face actuellement, puis à quoi il s'attend au cours des prochaines semaines avec ce premier ministre-là.
L'honorable député de La Prairie.
Il irait bien slapshot, mais il y en a juste 2. Écoutez, je le sais, c'est trilogie, mais voyez-vous, mes segments, ils sont très clairs. Il y a un pattern qui est toujours présent chez ce premier ministre-là. Alors, ça serait peut-être à lui de répondre à la question peut-être qu'on pourrait poser.
The Prime Minister should be the one answering this question.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The honourable member for Nunavut.
I'd like to thank the member for La Prairie for his very entertaining statement and for talking about leadership. I'd like to ask about the Conservatives' attempt to minimize these extremist activities. And I'd also like to highlight that there was news that law enforcement had intercepted a new convoy heading to the Ambassador Bridge recently. Does the member agree that dismantling the blockade does not dismantle the leadership and that it is only the potential of enforcing these measures is what's going to be needed to keep the safety of Canadians, indeed the freedom of all Canadians intact?
L'honorable député de La Prairie.
Quand on parle des mesures, est-ce qu'elles sont suffisantes ou non? Moi, j'aimerais bien commenter là-dessus. Dire, voici le parapluie de mesures qu'on pourrait avoir et qu'on pourrait utiliser. Le problème fondamental, ce n'est pas les mesures qui existent. Est-ce qu'elles sont suffisantes? C'est que ce premier ministre-là ne les utilise pas. C'est ça qui est problématique. Alors oui, on peut se poser les questions. Et la raison, c'est est-ce que les mesures sont suffisantes? Moi, je vous dis tout simplement que si on a un gouvernement, j'espère qu'on aura un gouvernement qui va se réveiller, qui va faire preuve de leadership et qui va savoir les utiliser adéquatement pour qu'on puisse sortir enfin de cette situation-là qui fait plaisir à personne.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I really I want to thank my friend opposite for his very entertaining presentation today. But I do want to just put on the record the report of the House of Parliament on the Emergencies Act consultations and the extensive work that was undertaken, not just by the Prime Minister, but whole of government. I really do want to ask the member opposite to reflect on that. But he did mention a couple of things that I want to probe him on, particularly on media. He said the media is very supportive of the position of the Bloc. There have been a number of media reports of individuals who represent the media who have been attacked, who were under intimidation, who have had to obtain security just to walk through the convoy. If he can suggest to us what measures, what would prompt the Bloc to support such people who have made very incendiary remarks, who appear to be racist on a number of fronts, and who are also intimidating the media. What would prompt the Bloc to support them?
Honorable député de la Prairie.
Member for La Prairie.
Merci, M. le Président. Je remercie mon collègue pour sa question. Là, je pense que je n'ai pas été clair, puis je vais me reprendre.
Perhaps I wasn't clear. I'll try again.
Les journalistes n'appuient pas le Bloc québécois. Les journalistes appuient la position qu'on a d'être contre cette loi. Première des choses. Deuxième des choses, est-ce que nous appuyons les manifestants? Non. Nous, ce qu'on veut, c'est qu'on utilise des mesures qui soient bien utilisées, efficaces et qui puissent justement mettre fin à cette situation-là. Alors nous, on se dit, pourquoi aller à cette mesure extrême-là alors que les autres mesures auraient pu être utilisées, mais qu'on n'a pas utilisées? Alors la position du Bloc, c'est nous, on ne veut pas que ces manifestants-là restent, mais on aurait aimé que le gouvernement agisse avec leadership, utilise les outils qui étaient déjà à leur disposition, qui ont permis de régler les situations ailleurs au Canada, mais qui font en sorte qu'on a encore cette situation-là. Alors, il faut que ce gouvernement-là se déniaise, tout simplement.
Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Huron-Bruce.
Mr. Speaker, it's a pleasure to be here today. I'd like to thank all the police involved, and especially the Ontario Provincial Police that are doing a great job around the province. 2 points. One is on polling. The Liberal member from Kingston has mentioned polling many, many times. I don't think polling has any place in what we're trying to accomplish here in keeping Canadians safe. So we need to get polling and that discussion right off the table. The other problem is most of the people that are in here today haven't been briefed by CSIS, the RCMP, or anybody. So a lot of what we're talking about is hyperbole, especially on the other side. I wondered if the member from the Bloc has any comment on that and the importance of briefing senior members in each political party to make good decisions for Canadians. Thank you.
L'honorable député de la Prairie.
Écoutez, on avait demandé, je pense que la chef de l'opposition l'avait demandé il y a déjà un bout de rencontrer que les chefs des différents partis rencontrent le Premier ministre pour justement pouvoir voir ce qui se passe, entendre c'est quoi le plan et faire en sorte d'arriver avec des propositions pour qu'on règle cette situation-là. Et si vous regardez historiquement ce que le Bloc québécois a fait dans cette crise-là, il a fait comme on a toujours fait. On arrive avec des positions, des idées, des propositions constructives pour essayer de trouver des solutions. Et le mode partisan n'a pas sa place dans cette situation-là. Par contre, nous, en tant que parlementaires, quand on voit un gouvernement ne pas être de calibre à essayer de régler cette situation-là, de ne pas faire preuve de leadership, mais nous autres, à un moment donné, il faut qu'on dise, hey, y a-t-il un pilote dans l'avion?
Une vite question, l'honorable député de Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
Merci, M. le Président. Mon collègue de la Prairie a parlé évidemment de trilogie, mais là, moi, je m'intéresse à peut-être c'est quoi quand il y a une 4e épisode, pensons à Police Academy, mais par exemple, peut-être les boys. Parce qu'il a parlé de la bombe atomique. Et la bombe atomique, pour moi, l'utilisation de cette loi, la nouvelle loi, c'est mesures de guerre, la loi, c'est mesures d'urgence, pardon, elle est quelque chose de complètement historique. Moi, je n'ai pas vécu ça de mon vécu. C'est quelque chose d'absolument exceptionnel. Il n'y a rien de plus fort, fondamentalement. Il faut que la situation soit absolument critique. Elle l'est devenue, évidemment, par un contexte de manque de leadership. Mais elle a été annoncée lundi. On est rendu jeudi. Qu'est-ce qui s'est passé depuis 3 jours? Il est où le leadership?
L'honorable député de la Prairie, vous savez, là où je devrais insister, c'est sur le fait que la loi des mesures de guerre avait été utilisée 3 fois. 2 fois en guerre, c'est pour clairer le titre, 2 fois en guerre, puis en 70 contre Québec. Et ça, on en a gardé un goût amer. Je peux vous en parler longtemps de comment la population a vécu cette situation-là catastrophique et qu'il y a eu des séquelles permanentes dans la population québécoise. Je pourrais vous en parler longtemps. Là, on parle d'une loi qui est un peu moins violente en termes de mesures liberticides, qu'on pourrait dire, mais quand même, qui est le dernier recours. Et moi, je ne peux pas comprendre qu'on adopte ça avant d'avoir utilisé les autres mesures. Et en plus, ce que je n'ai peut-être pas mentionné dans notre discours, les Québécois ne veulent pas de ça sur le territoire. L'Assemblée nationale nous le dit et répété. Alors, c'est pour ça que nous, on se dit, c'est une manœuvre inutile et c'est un aveu d'échec du gouvernement.
Prise du débat, continuing debate. The honourable member for Vaughan-Woodbridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Monsieur le Président. It's nice to be here this evening. Mr. Speaker, I will be sharing my time with the honourable colleague and friend from Dorval Lachine LaSalle. I pronounced that correctly. Mr. Speaker, I've been in this House now over 6 years, and I've spoken with pleasure many times in this House on various topics, on BIA legislation, this week on C-12 or C-8 or C-2. But tonight and this evening, I'm speaking on something that I think merits much pause, much thought, much importance for our country. And we've reached a stage where the government needs to act. I fundamentally believe, Mr. Speaker, in the rule of law, in enforcing the rule of law, and making sure all Canadians follow the rule of law. Sadly, Mr. Speaker, events in recent weeks have added a significant layer of hardship to the lives of many Canadians who have already endured 2 years of a global pandemic. And, Mr. Speaker, when I say these 2 years, you know, all of us here went through an election last September. I canvassed extensively in my riding, and I know the feedback I received, and I was privileged enough to return here to the House of Commons to represent the wonderful residents of Vaughan-Woodbridge, and I represent all my residents, much like we all do. But I do note at that time there was much feedback and much frustration what we were going through, and the comments I heard were sometimes really disappointing. And that frustration is carried through. We have been in a global pandemic, but we are coming out of it, Mr. Speaker. So when I think about tonight's debate and what will happen over the coming days, basically, Mr. Speaker, invoking the Emergencies Act will help authorities in getting our country back on track. Disruptions and illegal blockades at Canada's border crossings have halted international trade and supply chains at a time when Canadian businesses are striving to take part in the ongoing global economic recovery. Mr. Speaker, just on that point, when we think about where we're coming out of post-pandemic and where the world is going, and the increased global competition that we're seeing, the increasing economic nationalism that we're seeing, the rise of what I would call economic and regional blocs, the United States and its competition with China, and realizing what's happening there, a reinvigorated Europe, a post-Brexit UK. We know that we need to stand up for Canadian businesses. We know we need to stand up for Canada's reputation globally to ensure that we always implement and follow the rule of law. So, Mr. Speaker, on that, those thoughts are in my mind. We also know during this time here in Ottawa and across the country that municipal and provincial resources have been strained. The City of Ottawa, the City of Windsor, and the Province of Ontario have all declared a state of emergency. The situation has evolved over 2 weeks in Ottawa and almost a week at the Ambassador Bridge. There has been a substantial impact on our economy and those who are unable to work due to the blockades and, frankly, the occupation here in our nation's capital. Madame la Présidente, welcome this evening. Many businesses in our nation's capital have been forced to close due to safety concerns. I know I've been here these last 3 weeks here in Ottawa, and I've seen all the businesses along Spark Street that are run by families, that are unable to open. The individuals who work at the Rideau Canal, who are at home, not earning a paycheck right now to cover their bills and expenses for their families. This, frankly, Madame la Présidente, must stop. This must come to an end. And invoking the Emergencies Act is the right thing to do. Madame la Présidente, about a week and a half ago or so, I was able to do a panel on CTV Power Play, and that panel has received over 200,000 or approximately 200,000 views on my Facebook page. And I went and saw the feedback that I was receiving, and I realized just how nasty some of those comments were, how unbecoming they were. And they were from the United States, they were from Canada, from different parts of the world. And I thought to myself just how frustrated people were, but how the right wing in parts of this country and other parts of the world were distorting the truth. We're distorting the lie. We're putting forward what I would say mistruths, misleading Canadians. And in my comments during those interviews, I said very frankly that the individuals outside have a right to peaceful protest. The individuals that are outside have a right for their voice to be heard, like all Canadians do, whether it's at the ballot box or whether it's in assembling to do peaceful protest. But what they do not have a right to do, for now 21 days, is disrupt the lives of the citizens of this wonderful city that I and many of us here get to visit. That is not right. That needed to come to an end, and I called for it that evening. I called for it in subsequent opportunities I had, and I called for it again tonight. I truly hope the individuals outside here of this of Parliament decide to go home and go back to their families. Their messages, there are many in there, anti-vax, anti-mandates, anti the Prime Minister, overthrowing our government, overthrowing a democratically elected government. You know what? You're all entitled to your views. I respect that. But you're not entitled to disrupt the lives of the citizens of this city, or frankly, the lives of the citizens of any city across Canada. We all are rule of law. And the invocation of the Emergencies Act is, in my view, justifiable. Citizens here in Ottawa residents have been harassed, and in some cases physically assaulted by protesters from practicing basic public health measures during the pandemic, such as wearing a mask. Citizens have been targeted with disgusting insults and gestures simply for the color of their skin. Other alleged crimes have even been more egregious. Ottawa police are investigating the attempted arson of a downtown apartment building. The situation persists, fueled in part by foreign funding. Ottawa residents are rightly frustrated by the ongoing illegal activity occurring in their city. Recently, some even took to the streets to counter protests, physically preventing more vehicles from joining the disruptions. The chief of the Ottawa Police Service, Peter Slowly, publicly announced his resignation on February 15th in the midst of this unprecedented situation. The mayor of Ottawa, Jim Watson, publicly announced he has negotiated with members of the convoy to allow for certain residential streets to be vacated of trucks. How would we feel if we went home to our individual ridings, to our home, and there were vehicles parked in front of our house and would be honking at any time of the day? I do not believe that any member of the 338 that have the privilege of sitting in this house, that were sent here by their residents, would think that would be cool. I don't think anyone would accept that. That is not acceptable in our country. That is not following the rule of law. An integrated command center has been established to consolidate response efforts between the Ottawa Police Service, Ontario Provincial Police, and the RCMP. The Government of Canada continues to support the City of Ottawa, the Province of Ontario, and all the law enforcement agencies involved as needed. RCMP resources have already been deployed. Invoking the Emergency Act will help authorities clear downtown Ottawa streets of illegally parked trucks and help restore order and peace in affected communities. Mr. Speaker, law enforcement agencies in Coutts, Alberta, are also facing a very real and worrisome threats. A tractor and semi-truck attempted to ram a police vehicle. As my colleagues have noted, the Alberta RCMP also identified a criminal organization operating among the protesters and arrested 13 individuals, seizing firearms, tactical vests, high-capacity magazines, and ammunition in the process. Yes, Madame la Présidente, that actually happened in Canada. They had stored their weapons in trailers and were reportedly prepared to use force against the police if the police attempted to disrupt the blockade. The CBSA port of entry remains open and the supply lines continue to flow at this border crossing in Alberta. Madame la Présidente, throughout the evolution of these protests, the Government of Canada has been closely monitoring and engaging with partners as needed. This is a clear threat that is national in scope and not just impacting one of the two provinces. We recognize and sympathize with the challenges that many Canadians have faced as a result of this situation, along with the sacrifices made by all Canadians, including the residents of my riding of Vaughan Woodbridge, through the pandemic, which is nearly 2 years in, but which, thankfully, due to vaccinations, we are, I would say, exiting and onto brighter days, sunnier days, I would say. The federal government continues to call on everyone involved to not jeopardize public peace or endanger anyone, and not to participate purposefully in illegal events, such as what we're seeing outside this building, outside the House of Commons. While the right of everyone to freedom of expression and peaceful assembly is an important part of our democracy,
unfortunately, the honourable member's time is up. I was trying to I gave him the 2-minute mark and the 1-minute mark and the hurry up mark. So anyhow, the honourable member will have a chance to add to his speech through questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Beauport-Limoilou.
The honourable member for
Merci,
Beauport-Limoilou.
Madame la
Thank you,
Présidente.
Madam Speaker.
Écoutez, jamais qu'on va s'associer à des mesures qui sont posées par certains manifestants qui sont illégales. On va se l'entendre dire. Mais ça va peut-être avoir de l'air simpliste, mais je veux résumer dans mes mots à moi, dans mes images à moi, ce que je perçois dans les actions du gouvernement. C'est comme un parent que l'enfant fait quelque chose puis qu'il se met lui-même en danger puis que 9 fois sur 10, il ne réagit pas. Et que là, la 10e fois, là, il se choque, puis il se choque noir. Puis là, l'enfant ne comprend plus, puis il réussit de rien faire. C'est un petit peu ce qui se passe en ce moment. Avant de choquer noir, on aurait peut-être pu utiliser les lois déjà en place, comme la loi criminelle.
Our member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Je remercie ma collègue, la députée, de sa question. Je vous dis merci beaucoup pour cette question. I'm a father of 3 daughters, and I understand well the analogy of when you're raising children. I also understand very well that we are a nation of laws, that the rule of law needs to be enforced, that I again ask the individuals outside to please go home, go back to your loved ones, go back to your families. Let's do the right thing. Let's allow the citizens of Ottawa to return to their normal daily lives. And let's hope that this situation resolves itself as peacefully, and we can all move on with our lives, especially the wonderful citizens of our nation's capital. Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente.
Hamilton West.
Madam Speaker, and it's nice to see you here. I haven't seen you earlier today. I want to thank my colleague for his well-toned speech. I do appreciate it. I do have a question, though. Like, what has changed? A couple days ago, Windsor cleared, Surrey cleared, Coutts, Alberta cleared, Emerson is clearing. All those were cleared under existing laws and existing enforcement measures. So those main issues have cleared. Why bring in this sledgehammer now? I hear a gentleman across the way kind of heckling, but well, they could return. Is the intent then to continue this forever under the precedent? Well, it could possibly return. So if you could just fill us in, like what has really changed now that these items have been cleared? Why bring in the act now?
Our member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank you. Thank you to the honourable member from Edmonton West for their question. What I would say is, first, the invocation of the Emergency Act is something done with much thought, much diligence, and much judiciousness. It is timely, proportionate, and targeted. There are many safeguards put in place. I would say that the situation outside is now in day 21. It needs to be resolved. We need to act as a country. The federal government is there, working with the province, working with the municipality. And this is a justifiable, and that's what it comes down to. Is this down to, for myself, is this justifiable? And my answer is yes. Thank you, Madame la Présidente.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Edmonton-Griesbach. A brief question, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just this Monday, the City of Ottawa still claimed they didn't have enough resources from provincial and federal government to deal with the occupation. And just the day before that, the Minister of Emergency Preparedness was blaming the police for the lack of enforcement. While there may be some truth to both claims, finger pointing and blaming each other is not what Canadians need. They need leadership. Do my Liberal colleagues agree that it is unacceptable that we see arguments about resources in the third week of this occupation? And why hasn't this been figured out yet?
A brief answer from the honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank you to the honourable member from Edmonton-Griesbach. I do look forward to meeting them when we're here in person. I will say this: I don't believe in Monday morning quarterbacking. What I believe is in leadership and acting. And our government, every step of the way, has worked with the City of Ottawa, providing resources, whether it's RCMP officers, whether it's intelligence and intelligence gathering, and we will continue to be working with the province, with every single province and territory, and with our municipal leaders as well. Thank you, Madame la Présidente.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Dorval-Lachine-LaSalle.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for the opportunity to be able to speak in this debate. Invoking the Emergencies Act was a difficult but necessary decision our government chose to make for the good of Canada. It was made after carefully considering all other possible solutions to our ongoing emergency. We recognize that the powers of the Emergencies Act, which was enshrined into Canadian law in 1988, should only be utilized in very specific and dire circumstances. The criteria are strict, but we believe that the current situation meets the definition of threats to the security of Canada as outlined in the Canadian Security Intelligence Service Act. As the Minister of Public Safety has noted, numerous consultations were completed prior to moving forward. It is important to note that this decision is not a catalyst for military intervention. We are not preventing Canadians from exercising their right to peaceful assembly or to protest legally. We are not suspending fundamental rights or freedoms or overriding the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. We are not limiting Canadians' freedom of speech. This decision aims to keep our citizens and our institutions safe. Through these new powers, the government is enabling the RCMP to have jurisdiction to enforce municipal bylaws and provincial offenses, prohibiting taking part in a public assembly where it's considered a breach of peace and goes beyond lawful protest, regulating the use of certain property, including goods used in blockades, designating secure and protected places and infrastructure that are critical to the economy, such as the airport or border crossings, compelling those capable to render essential services, so in this case, ordering tow truck drivers to move vehicles blocking roads, imposing fines of up to $5,000 or imprisonment of up to 5 years on those who breach any of the above orders. Madam Speaker, the current situation requires additional tools not held by any other federal, provincial, or territorial law. These disruptions and illegal blockades are being supported by funds which appear to come from foreign sources. Therefore, the following first-time deterrents will be put in place: directing Canadian financial institutions to review their relationships with anyone involved in the illegal blockades and report to the RCMP or CSIS, giving federal institutions new, broad authority to share information on anyone suspected of involvement with the blockades with Canadian banks and financial institutions, and giving banks and other financial service providers the ability to immediately freeze or suspend an account, personal or corporate, without a court order. Madam Speaker, as the Prime Minister mentioned earlier this week, we cannot and will not allow illegal and dangerous activities to continue. Blockades have stifled the flow of goods between Canada and our largest trading partner, the United States. The RCMP has arrested 11 individuals who were part of the blockade at Coutts. According to the RCMP press release, the group was said to have a willingness to use force against the police if any attempts were made to disrupt the blockade. As part of the operation, the RCMP seized long guns, handguns, body armor, high-capacity magazines, and a large quantity of ammunition. Meanwhile, residents in the city of Ottawa continue to be subjected to what has now been weeks of unlawful behavior that has challenged the capacities of local law enforcement and closed local businesses. In recent days, Ottawa residents have taken to the streets themselves in order to prevent additional vehicles from joining the occupation. The invoking of the Emergencies Act sends a strong message to protesters across the country. You've been heard. Stop hurting this nation. It's time to go home, please. And if you are a company owner and your truck is being used in an illegal blockade, it's time to put it back on the road so it may serve a better, more productive purpose. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Yellowhead.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my honourable colleague for her statements. I have to ask the question, though. I mean, in your speech, you're basically implying that there's terrorism and terrorism acts that have been performed or going to be insinuated throughout this. You and your fellow colleagues have always talked about this.
All questions and comments to the chair, through the chair, and not directly to the member. The honourable member for Yellowhead.
Thank you, Madam. Madam Speaker, as I was saying, with their acts of terrorism or the type of terrorist activities, but what proof has actually been brought forward? We have never been talked about this, and we never told about this. That's where I'm questioning what information have this member not been sharing with the public or with even her fellow members of this caucus.
L'honorable député de Dorval-Lachine-Lassalle.
When you hold a city hostage, when you hold its people hostage, and you try to compel change through force and violating the rights of others, that is terrorism. When you scare people, you honk throughout the night, they are confined to their homes. There's a women's shelter where women who are already victims of abuse, have suffered trauma, are terrified to go outside. This is pretty much the definition. Our city is being held hostage, and this is no way to ask for change. There is peaceful protest, there is legal protest, and that's not it. Thank you.
Dans un commentaire, l'honorable député de Rivière-des-Mérides.
Questions and comments.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. On va enlever notre masque. Écoutez, il y a à peu près une dizaine de minutes, il y a un des leaders du convoi qui vient d'être arrêté, un dénommé Chris Barber. Ce qui nous laisse croire, dans les propos du chef de police intérimaire de cet après-midi, lors de sa conférence de presse, qu'il a dit qu'il y aurait des interventions majeures, musclées, et que cette fin de semaine-ci ne ressemblerait aucunement aux fins de semaine précédentes. Ma question, encore une fois, la loi est-elle pertinente dans un contexte comme ça, où 7 provinces sur 10 la refusent et où on a dégagé tous les lieux qui étaient encombrés par des camionneurs au Québec, au Canada, sauf Ottawa.
Le député de Dorval-Lachine-LaSalle.
Member for Dorval-Lachine-LaSalle. J'aimerais remercier mon collègue pour sa question. Et oui, ce loi est vraiment nécessaire.
This act is necessary.
Personne n'a été capable de bouger ces gens-là.
No one was able to move these
sur la rue Wellington.
On Wellington Street.
Les gens qui ont été capables de faire un changement à Coutts.
The people who were able to clear out the blockade in Coutts.
Unless you have the floor, I would ask members to be very respectful of those who have the floor. If you have questions and comments, wait for me to ask you if it's time for questions and comments. Wait for me to put that question to the floor. L'honorable député de Dorval-Lachine-LaSalle.
The honourable member.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Ce acte-là ne force pas les provinces obligatoirement de faire et utiliser les mesures dans cet acte-là. On donne l'option s'ils en ont besoin. Personne n'est forcé. La juridiction est toujours respectée. Alors, pour régler certains problèmes, oui, ce loi est nécessaire. Merci.
Yes, this law is
Questions
necessary.
and comments? The honourable member from the Nanaimo Lady Smith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member for your intervention. As I helped my neighbour recently pleading to the occupiers that have held residents in Ottawa hostage back into her home, she said to me, "Nothing I do matters. Nobody cares and nobody is helping." Unfortunately, I could not say anything to ease her concerns. It should have never come to this. A lack of clear leadership on the part of this government is why we are here today. Workers have lost wages, businesses have shut down, and residents of Ottawa's health and well-being has declined. Does the member agree that we could have avoided where we are today if the Liberals had shown immediate and clear leadership from the onset?
A brief answer from the member from Dorval-Lachine-LaSalle.
I thank my colleague for her question. She's raised some very important points. We respected jurisdiction, and as the Prime Minister said, if he were to be asked for additional help, he would give it. He was asked, and he gave it. And this is as quickly as our government could have acted, and I really, really hope that everybody can get on board with this and realize that things need to be settled and people need to go back to peaceful lives, and they can continue protesting legally and peacefully, but not the way it's happening right now. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Calgary-Nose Hill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Tonight, I make an appeal to every Canadian. We are a nation on the brink. Our country has not been tested like this in generation. After 2 long years that have tested nearly every one of the societal systems that sustain our peace, health, and prosperity, we have reached a tipping point of confluent crises. Many cannot afford food, energy, and housing. Our healthcare system is broken. Many have lost jobs and are struggling with the burden of a loss of identity and meaning that comes from work. Many are struggling with children who have had more days out of school than in.
I just want to interrupt the honourable member because I'm not sure if I missed it because I was sidetracked, but I'm just wondering if the honourable member had mentioned that she was splitting her time?
The member from Fundy Royal. Thank you.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear it at the beginning. The honourable member.
And many are struggling with barriers magnified over the last 2 years, like racism, misogyny, bigotry, and poverty. And all of us, admit it or not, are struggling with the trauma that comes from the loss of personal control that happens when our freedoms are restricted, when trust in government institutions and democratic systems are eroded, when we are in conflict with one another, and when there's a lack of clarity on when or if life will ever return to what it once was. And most of us are guilty of finding solace in social media algorithms, politicians, and news outlets that discourage us from finding common grounds with one another while rewarding us when we calcify or radicalize our beliefs. And so to the convoy in front of Parliament Hill. Let me be clear. Protests can be peaceful, but still break the law. And the blockade occurring in downtown Ottawa is breaking the law. Trucks have never been allowed to legally be parked in the middle of a major thoroughfare or on the Ambassador Bridge or on the middle of border crossings. To those of you who are illegally blockading public infrastructure, the law must be respected. Move out. Do not afford the federal government to attempt to justify the use of the Emergencies Act with recalcitrance. To those who don't believe COVID restrictions should come to an end, let me also be clear. As one of my Liberal colleagues stated last week, not everyone can work from the comfort of home. Precious few of the class of politicians and bureaucrats who have been making the decisions to extend restrictions with no plan to do the heavy lifting of fixing the broken systems that have actually experienced the conditions of frontline workers in Canada over the last 2 years. If you cannot find empathy and common ground with the people who bear the burden of your restrictions, then you have lost the authority to be in your position. Be better and rise to the occasion. And to those who would inflame these frustrations and divisions with rhetoric, outright lies, diversions, borderline slander, conspiracy, uncompassionate behavior, and hate for your own political or personal gain as leading us through the breach, instead of leading us through the breach, for shame. Left or right, we will resist you with critical thinking, understanding, and radical compassion. To those who had used these frustrations and division to preach violence against leaders, frontline workers, and to those who don't share your brand of rigid worldview, for shame. Left or right or left, we will resist you with the law and with courage. And to those who would use these frustrations and divisions to suggest that our democracy should be overthrown or thrown out, for shame. Left or right or left, we will resist you by fighting to protect our democratic system, strengthening it, and cherishing it. And so to the matter at hand, the historic and unprecedented decision of a Prime Minister of our nation to invoke the Emergencies Act. A representative democracy only survives when it can demonstrate to the people who put the trust of their liberties into it that their voices will be heard, due process will be given, and the independence of the judiciary will be held. Parliament will reign supreme, and that the rule of law will be maintained. Over the last several years, we have witnessed the federal government attempt to take the Speaker of the House of Commons to court, the firing of Canada's Solicitor General over refusals to interfere in the independence of the judiciary, the suspension of Parliament, massive spending with minimal scrutiny, hiding of documents, delayed freedom to information requests, underfunded auditors, and more. And we have seen federal COVID restrictions extended with no metrics or endgame. Not once has this government demonstrated that it will give back the power that it took from the people of Canada. And for that reason, the Emergency Act in the hands of this government should be opposed. The federal government has not demonstrated to Canadians that existing laws and measures, which are bound by judicial oversight, are not sufficient to end the illegal blockades. That is, there is no evidence that we cannot end illegal blockades without the use of the Emergencies Act. In Ottawa, systemic failures of local law enforcement and delayed reaction by all levels of government likely has led us to this juncture. However, the federal government has not made a compelling case that the suspending of normal democratic processes via the Emergencies Act is necessary to resolve the situation. The reality is the federal government went from doing virtually nothing about the crisis to invoking the nuclear option that is the Emergencies Act. At a time when they are asking Canadians to trust them, they are not providing briefings to parliamentarians on the situation or what action they have or haven't taken. There are many existing laws that could be used by the federal government, but they have not explained why or how they are not sufficient, which undermines the arguments of proportionality. For example, while many Liberal partisans will say we can't direct the police, the fact is that the federal government very much can offer direction to both the RCMP and the Public Prosecution Service of Canada. The Section 5 of the RCMP Act states that the governor in council may appoint an officer to be known as the Commissioner of the Royal Canadian Mounted Police to hold office during pleasure, etc. This section actually provides this type of direction. In another example, the Minister of Justice and Attorney General has the power to direct the Director of Public Prosecutions under Section 10 of the Director of Public Prosecution Act. The federal government also has the authority under Section 273.6 of the National Defence Act to issue directions authorizing the Canadian Forces to provide assistance in respect of any law enforcement matter if the Governor and Council or the Minister, as the case may be, looks at several considerations. All of this is to say that the federal government had multiple legal options when it came to showing some leadership to put an end to this crisis through law enforcement and prosecutorial means. Instead, the Liberals chose to go straight to the Emergency Act without justification to Parliament. In fact, blockades at the Ambassador Bridge and the Coots Crossing were resolved prior to its invocation. This lack of clarity is reason enough for opposition. The Liberals insist that these measures are compliant with the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, as the Emergency Act itself states that any temporary measures must be compliant with the Charter and Bill of Rights. However, many civil liberties advocates and experts have already expressed concerns that the OIC, the Order in Council, has many issues with respect to the right of Canadians to peacefully assemble under Section 2, the right of all Canadians to life, liberty, and security of person under Section 7. For example, how can you conscript towing companies without violating their liberty, and protections against unreasonable search and seizure under Section 8. How can you freeze assets or report transactions without violating this section? The Liberals argue that all such violations are reasonable limits and justifiable under Section 1 as proportionate to the objective of clearing the blockades. The issue with Section 1 arguments is that these matters are for the courts to determine through well-established legal processes like the Oakes test. All of this could take much longer time than the Emergency Act could be in effect, but would have an impact on the actions taken while it was. To justify the use of the Act, the Liberals should table a charter statement to further explain their reasoning as to why and how what they're proposing is charter compliant. The fact that they have not done this is reason to oppose the Act. Further, to date, the Liberals have not engaged the Privacy Commissioner to demonstrate how Canadians' right to privacy will be maintained. Today, I wrote to the Commissioner to ask him to begin an inquiry into this matter. The illegal blockades in Ottawa must end. The escalation of rhetoric and tension in our country must end. COVID restrictions must end. And a path forward to empower and inspire Canadians coming through the brokenness of the last 2 years is what we should be focused on at this juncture, not extending government power over the people of Canada without jurisdiction or justification. Madam Speaker, this is an unprecedented use of power in Canada. We should be looking for every way possible to de-escalate this situation, as was done at the Ambassador Bridge, as was done at the Coots border crossing, using existing processes. The use of the Act should never be normalized, and in debate today, I fear it is becoming so. Our nation needs hope. We need to come together. And further extending the power of the federal government without scrutiny, without use of the oversight by the judiciary, is something that will not heal these divisions. And for that reason, Madam Speaker, I believe the Act should be opposed. I call on every Canadian watching this tonight to come together in unity and move forward through the crisis of the pandemic. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to read a quote. The quote is, "What we have seen in the occupation of Ottawa and blockages at border crossings is not the right of protest enshrined in our Constitution, but illegal activity that represents a national security and economic threat to Canada." That is a quote from February 14th from Peter MacKay, previous member of Parliament, as I'm sure this member knows very well. I'm curious if she can comment as to whether or not she agrees with Peter MacKay's assessment of what's going on.
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Nose Hill.
Former Minister MacKay was faced with many national crises and many instances when he had to use his power as a minister to help de-escalate situations in the country. That is the exact opposite of what this government has done. At this juncture, instead of trying to seize power from Canadians, we should be trying to give it back to them. That doesn't mean that these blockades shouldn't end. They should. The federal government should be assisting law enforcement in doing so. But instead of it looking at ways to de-escalate the situation and give power back to Canadians, this government is doing the opposite. And for that reason, this act should be opposed.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
The honourable member
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Merci à ma collègue pour son discours et les références qu'elle faisait à la démocratie. Et effectivement, aujourd'hui, j'ai mal à ma démocratie. Je suis inquiet pour la démocratie. J'aimerais l'entendre sur ses préoccupations. Parce qu'il me semble que la loi sur les mesures d'urgence ou la loi sur les mesures de guerre, c'est comme l'arme ultime en démocratie. Ça serait quoi? On entendait les manifestants cette semaine nous dire on avance, on recule pas. Un slogan qui d'habitude est de gauche, mais là qu'on entend de droite, mais comme elle l'a mentionné, la gauche, la droite a plus sa raison aujourd'hui. Mais cette attitude-là du gouvernement de dire qu'on va foncer, on va foncer, on va foncer, à un moment donné, il va falloir qu'on se parle. Et le gouvernement n'a pas pris le leadership là-dessus. J'aimerais entendre ma collègue, est-ce qu'elle a mal, elle aussi, à sa démocratie aujourd'hui? Merci.
Does my colleague also worry about our democracy?
Yes, Madam Speaker. We should be finding ways to de-escalate tension and try to find common ground instead of using division and escalation of tension for personal or political gain. This is something that has happened far too long in this country, and it needs to stop. Our country is at a breaking point right now. We need to figure out how to make people have hope, how to feed them, how to fix our broken healthcare system. That's what people are looking to us for. The use of the Emergencies Act is unprecedented and unnecessary. It does not secure our democracy. In fact, it erodes it. And for that, I will be opposing it.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Nunavut.
I'd like to thank the member from Calgary Nose Hill for her statement. Yesterday, we heard from the member opposite that the Emergencies Act was not needed to settle the rail blockades of 2020, the Oka crisis, or the crisis at Caledonia. These are not comparable to today's realities. The Emergencies Act is a drastic measure for the sole purpose of protecting our safety. For the last 3 weeks, continuing to today, our safety continues to be threatened. We have heard today from her party in a way that I interpret them as trying to minimize the dangers being posed by these extremists. Can the member explain why they chose to ignore these extremist behavior and continue to put Canadian safety at risk? The
honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill.
We need to respect the right of Indigenous and First Nations persons in Canada. At this juncture, I believe that the illegal blockades in Ottawa must end. I said that throughout my speech. I also outlined how the federal government could be using many of the tools that are at its disposal, or could have used it in the past to do so, but instead chose the nuclear option of the Emergencies Act. This benefits no one. This power grab takes away power from everyone in Canada, including First Nations and Indigenous persons. We should not be supporting it. We should be trying to find ways to come together to uphold the rule of law while resolving our differences without giving further power to the Government of Canada.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. The honourable member for Fundy Royal.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a privilege to be able to speak in this House this evening on what is a very important matter. Today, we are debating the unprecedented measures this government is taking by invoking the never-before-used Emergencies Act. I want to be clear that I'm not arguing that there's no place in law for the Emergencies Act. What I'm arguing, and many others, of course, is that it is a completely disproportionate tool to effectively deal with these protests, and that the government's rationale for using it has way too many plot holes to even begin to enumerate. The predecessor legislation to the Emergencies Act, the War Measures Act, was used only 3 times. Once in World War I, once in World War II, and then in the FLQ crisis in the 70s. In order to even think about invoking the Emergencies Act, we have to look at the context in which its predecessor legislation was used and how rare, in fact, it was implemented. Number one, there has to be a national emergency. And we look at how the Act itself defines a national emergency. The Act describes a national emergency as an urgent and critical situation of a temporary measure. Now, we all know that the protests are not an urgent and critical situation of a temporary measure. I'm sure that the Prime Minister would have jumped into action 20 days ago if that was indeed the case. Regarding the Act's requirement that a national emergency be of a temporary measure, well, that part I can agree with.
because the situation has been so temporary, in fact, that all of the blockades at international border between Canada and the U.S. have already been cleared before the Emergency Act was ever implemented, completely without the benefit of this legislation. The definition goes on to say that a national emergency seriously endangers the lives, health, or safety of Canadians and is of such proportions or nature as to exceed the capacity or authority of a province to deal with it. Let's be honest, Madam Speaker, the truckers parked outside of Parliament today do not seriously endanger the lives of Canadians. And again, when it comes to international border crossings, the provinces have both the capacity and the authority to bring that to the end, and indeed they already have. The Act goes on to describe a national emergency as one that seriously threatens the ability of the Government of Canada to preserve the sovereignty, security, and territorial integrity of Canada. That cannot be effectively dealt with under any other law of Canada. If an emergency does not fit that description, then the Emergencies Act is not to be used. If a few hundred parked trucks pose a threat to the preservation of the sovereignty and security of Canada, one of the greatest countries in the world, a G7 country, that's a sobering testament of this government's dismal and failed leadership, leaving our country so vulnerable that its very existence could be called into question by a group of protesters on Wellington Street. I think it's very clear to all members in this House when we look at this through the vantage point that we have of being here in Ottawa, that the threshold for a national emergency simply has not been met. But for argument's sake, let's say that the Prime Minister and his entire Liberal caucus truly and sincerely believe that the trucks parked on the street just outside these doors are a real emergency requiring unprecedented action from the federal government. To that, I would just have to say, what a sad state of affairs. If this is what an emergency looks like to this Liberal government, what incredibly privileged lives they must lead. When I think of the dealings that my own constituents in Fundy Royal have had over the past 2 years, facing dire ramifications and consequences of lockdowns. Back home, an emergency looks like a gym owner who's lost their business after 2 years of personal sacrifices in hopes of keeping their business afloat. An emergency can look like the single mom who has lost her job because of this government's vaccine mandate and then had that same government tell her cruelly that she couldn't collect employment insurance. Ultimately, Liberals are trying to use unprecedented emergency powers to respond to an event that doesn't even meet the threshold of a national emergency, as described in the Act itself. But while the emergency the Liberals say they are trying to address is not an actual emergency, the consequences and infringements on the civil liberties that we so dearly hold as Canadians and our rights as Canadians, the consequences are very real. The Canadian Civil Liberties Association had stated yesterday that the government has not met the threshold necessary to invoke the Emergencies Act. They also warn of the threat facing our democracy and civil liberties if the Emergencies Act is inappropriately applied, as it clearly is in this case. The BC Civil Liberties Association just today called on Liberal members and all members of this House to vote against this and to revoke, for the Prime Minister to revoke the Emergencies Act. Crisis that we faced as a nation without invoking the War Measures Act or the Emergency Act include, in 1990, the Oka crisis, a 78-day standoff between Mohawk protesters and law enforcement and the Canadian Armed Forces. In 2006, when a group of extremists, now known as the Toronto 18, plotted to carry out violent attacks here on Parliament Hill. In 2010, when the G20 protest turns to riots in Canada's largest city, causing hundreds of thousands of dollars in property damages, Toronto's chief of police at the time was none other than the Liberal Minister of Emergency Preparedness currently. And it wasn't invoked on October 22nd, 2014, when many members of this House will remember a terrorist attack on Parliament Hill and on the War Memorial, which killed Corporal Nathan Cirillo before Centre Block itself was stormed. These were serious and at times fatal incidents that were entirely more dangerous and destructive than the truckers parked outside. The government invoking the Emergencies Act at this time just does not add up. The Emergency Act bypasses the democratic process. We cannot become complacent and allow these unprecedented powers to become a tool of government to shut down dissent that it doesn't like. Civil liberties, the rule of law, and democratic norms are never guaranteed. These principles require constant vigilance to defend. Canada was built on the foundation of these principles, and we cannot allow cracks to form. 2 days ago, I met with a man who immigrated to Canada from Romania. He had tears in his eyes, and he said, "This is a sad day for me." He lost his father to the Romanian regime under a brutal dictator, and he came to Canada in hopes to find freedom. And he recognizes, coming from a totalitarian regime where you are persecuted for your political beliefs, he recognizes what he sees here. It's hard to imagine what it must feel like to live in a country where you're not allowed to think or speak freely under the threat of persecution. But this gentleman I spoke with knows it all too well, and to see the division being sowed by this Prime Minister and the great lengths he is going to stomp out dissenting opinions is much too familiar. That's what this is. The Prime Minister is trying to eradicate any opinions that don't match his. This is a political crisis for the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister's instinct, unfortunately, we've all seen it in this House over and over, as recently as yesterday, his instinct is to divide. We know that not everyone who disagrees with this government is a racist, a misogynist, or a white supremacist, but it's a lot better for him if everybody thinks that. Just yesterday in this House, the Prime Minister accused a young Jewish member of Parliament of standing with swastikas. You may be wondering what triggered him to make such a disgusting statement. The member from Thornhill had dared to ask the Prime Minister when he lost his way, since he stated in 2015 that if Canadians are going to trust their government needs to trust Canadians. It speaks volumes that pointing out his own hypocrisy sent the Prime Minister into this rage. The Prime Minister has no problem joining in protests that are promoting ideology that he agrees with. We all know this in this House. When he agrees with it, it would be a good look for his brand, then he's there. But now that the protests don't align with his views, he's going for the nuclear option by invoking the Emergencies Act. The thing about being the leader of a free and fair democracy like Canada is that you don't get to pick and choose who gets to speak out and on what issues. The Prime Minister does not get to unilaterally suppress civil liberties of people he doesn't like. That, Madam Speaker, is what dictators do. All Canadians should be concerned by the actions of this Prime Minister and his Liberal government. All Canadians should be concerned when a group is targeted by the federal government for their political beliefs. And indeed, all Canadians should be concerned by the precedent being set by this government. And I would be proud to vote in opposition to this government overreach. Thank you.
So the point of order. The Honourable Government Whip. The Honourable Whip of the Official Opposition.
Well, I like the way you think, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, in accordance with Standing Order 43-2A, I would like to indicate that the remaining Conservative Party of Canada caucus speaking slots are hereby divided by 2.
I need to specify. Excuse me. Perfect. That's good. The questions et commentaires. The
Questions and comments.
Point d'ordre. The honourable member for. Is it a point of order? Oh, okay. I thought it was a point of order. Sorry, I heard point of order. Okay. Questions et commentaires. The honourable parliamentary secretary to the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I've heard the words of my colleague on the other side of the floor, and so I have a few questions. As a Jewish member of Parliament myself and a descendant of survivors of the Holocaust as well, I, like many Canadians, were shocked to see Nazi flags, Confederate flags, dismayed and angry and hurt, horribly hurt. So how many Nazi flags does it take? How many donors from the Capitol riots, it's 1,100 and counting, who have donated to these illegal blockades? How many guns need to be seized? How much vitriol do we have to see of honk honk, which is an acronym for Hail Hitler, do we need to see by these protesters on social media? How many times do we have to see clear indicators that what is out there is not about the hard 2 years that every Canadian has suffered, but is it about something much deeper and darker and uglier that is threatening the stability of this House, the work that we do as legislators each and every day for our constituents, the democracy that we have to uphold? When will it be an emergency for you and your colleagues across the floor?
The honourable member knows full well that she needs to address the questions and comments to the chair, and I've been trying to signal her because there's other people who need to ask questions as well. So the honourable member for Fundy Royal.
Well, thanks, Madam Speaker. And clearly, all members in this House denounce any anti-Semitism in all of its kind. But when we look out, when I look at the people that have come here to protest, and Conservatives have been saying that it's time to move on, it's time for the trucks to go. We've been saying that. But what is very clear is the Emergencies Act is an absolutely inappropriate tool, seizing the bank accounts of individuals that you disagree with because of their political beliefs. It's unprecedented and it's wrong.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Merci à mon collègue de Fundy Royal pour son intervention et de se lever debout pour justement s'opposer à cette loi des mesures d'urgence. Et je le fais moi aussi. Je me rappelle à la période des questions, la semaine passée ou la semaine d'avant, parce que ça fait 3 semaines ça dure, ces affaires-là. On avait posé la question... Mais pourquoi est-ce qu'on n'agit pas maintenant? Pourquoi est-ce qu'on ne bouge pas? Pourquoi qu'on n'intervient pas auprès des manifestants? Et on nous a répondu, mais voyons, c'est la police d'Ottawa de s'occuper de ça. 3 semaines après, on sort la loi, ces mesures d'urgence. Ça n'a pas de bon sens, Madame la Présidente. Qu'est-ce qui fait qu'on en arrive là aujourd'hui? Et à quoi s'attend de sa fin de semaine avec le chef de la police d'Ottawa qui a annoncé que là, on allait finalement rentrer dans le tas? À quoi il s'attend de sa fin de semaine? Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the honourable colleague for his question. Absolutely. The Prime Minister at one point said measures like this should be a last resort. But in fact, in this case, it's been his first resort. He did nothing to de-escalate. In fact, as many people have said, he's thrown gasoline on embers. This is something that at all the border crossings are open. The protest here in Ottawa, I walk amongst the protesters every night on my way from this place back to my apartment, and they have been peaceful. Everyone in this House knows that they've been peaceful. So this is an inappropriate tool to use on a peaceful protest.
Questions and comments? I have a time for a brief question. The honourable member for Churchill-Kiwanuck-Askey.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, to that final comment, it's clear that Ottawa residents would disagree completely. Residents that have been the targets of racist, misogynistic, homophobic attacks from people involved in this illegal occupation. Let's be clear, it's lasted as long as it has, in part because of the way in which Conservatives, including the Conservative leader, have aided and abetted this illegal occupation. Just today, we heard from news media that a Conservative MP was giving the thumbs up to members of this illegal occupation. What will it take for Conservatives to condemn the illegal occupation and to take a stand against those that want to overthrow democracy and movements led by white supremacists?
Before I go to the answer, I just want to maybe ask the honourable member that maybe next time she wants to ask a question that she adjust her mic, because we were getting a lot of feedback from it. The honourable member for Fundy Royal, a brief answer, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. A lot of people in this House seem to be confused. Something doesn't have to, if something's an emergency or an inconvenience or it's something that you want to change or it's something you disagree with, that is a matter of debate. But the fact of the matter is, to enact the Emergency Act, the territorial integrity, the security and sovereignty of Canada has to be at risk. No one can seriously claim that the protest on Wellington Street is impacting the territorial integrity and sovereignty of our country. If it is, then we have bigger problems than we think.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. Resuming debate. The honourable member for Sandwich Gulf Islands. Okay, I just want to remind members that if they don't stand up, I can't acknowledge them because I don't know that they actually want to speak.
Madam Speaker, I apologize for not rising. I'm still working on my new knees. I'm honored to rise tonight on one of the most important debates we've had in this place in the time that I've been a member of Parliament. I'm extremely, I'm on the horns of a dilemma, Madam Speaker. First, I want to acknowledge that I'm standing in the traditional territory of the people of the Algonquin Nation and acknowledge that their patience and tolerance with us is indeed generous, and I say miigwech. This is a very difficult debate, and it's difficult for many reasons. And one of them for me is that I have not yet decided how I will vote. Neither has my parliamentary colleague from Kitchener Centre. We are looking deeply at the Emergencies Act, the implications of it, the downsides which are evident, and the need for it, which remains a question. I want to say that this is going to be more legalistic than usual, Madam Speaker. I'm essentially going to go through an exercise of statutory interpretation and compare it with the facts and see where we are. So I'm actually grappling with two questions tonight. You know, how do we vote, but also how do we analyze the legal questions? I think in this debate today and over, I know from 7 a.m. till midnight tomorrow, the day after, and part of Monday, we are going to hear debate which is not grounded in statutory interpretation, but in which a lot of emotion and a lot of charges and countercharges will be heard. Both sides have generously festooned this debate already with wedge issues and red herrings, and I think as Canadians, and certainly the citizens of this country, need to know what we're talking about, and I'll do my best to bring it home. The first question is, well, what is the Emergencies Act? It's very important to say that it is not the War Measures Act. The War Measures Act, as used by the current Prime Minister's father, Pierre Trudeau, in the FLQ crisis, was an egregious violation of rights and freedoms right across the country. It was a suspension of civil liberties everywhere all at once. It was directed against people of Quebec, even people with no connection whatsoever to anything radical, but merely political opponents of the government of the day who were rounded up. There was an official apology in the last session of Parliament. We understand that, by the way, when the War Measures Act was invoked in the 1970s, police in Vancouver rode into peace camps and started beating people up because civil liberties were gone right across Canada. You didn't need to have a reason. This is not that. This is the work that I would have to say impresses me of reflective parliamentarians gathered in 1980s when they had no imminent emergency to which they had to respond. They looked at public welfare like a pandemic. Well, how would we respond to that? Would we need the Emergencies Act? And what kind of emergency would it be? They looked at war, they looked at natural disasters, and they looked at this, which is what the government has invoked. The declaration that we're debating tonight is out of the public order emergency category. But when they did that, they made it clear. This act, by its very language, means the military can't be called in. By its very language, it says the Charter of Rights and Freedoms will be honored. And very much unlike the War Measures Act, it creates parliamentary oversight, part of which we're doing here tonight, that within 7 sitting days of the government, any government, using its declaration for an emergency, Parliament must debate the matter and vote. And Parliament will have a committee to continue to oversee what takes place under the Emergencies Act to make sure it conforms to the law. 20 members of Parliament and 10 senators at any time during the 30-day life of this emergencies declaration can gather and request that we debate this again and vote again. So in a minority Parliament, this does suggest that the executive, in other words, the cabinet and the Prime Minister, do not have the power to call the Emergencies Act. Obviously, they've done the declaration. It's in effect right now. But there's parliamentary oversight, something that was not present under the War Measures Act. This is described as a public order emergency. And what that means under the Emergencies Act is, quote, an emergency that arises from threats to the security of Canada and both things must be met, and that is so serious as to be a national emergency. Now, in analyzing this definition, it turns out that the words threat to the security of Canada are not the words that one might take as a plain meaning that we think through for ourselves, what's a threat to security. No, it's specifically described as being the meaning that you would find in the Canadian Security Intelligence Service Act. So you go to another act to find the definition for threats to the security of Canada. This is fascinating, and I think I may be the first one to mention this. Threats to the security of Canada in the Canadian Security Intelligence Service Act is defined with 4 heads to describe it. To save time, I'll read only B, because I think that's the one that most applies in this circumstance. Includes threats to the security of Canada means foreign influenced activities within or relating to Canada that are detrimental to the interests of Canada and are clandestine or deceptive or involve a threat to any person. Now, the second part of that definition that we get from the Emergencies Act itself says that not only must it be a threat to the security of Canada, such as the one I just read out in the definition from the Security Intelligence Service Act, it must also be so serious as to be a national emergency. National emergency, we go back to the Emergencies Act. National emergency, which people have referenced this House, is an urgent and critical situation of a temporary nature that, A, seriously endangers the lives, health, or safety of Canadians and is of such proportions or nature as to exceed the capacity or authority of a province to deal with it, or, not both, or seriously threatens the ability of the government of Canada to preserve sovereignty, security, and territorial integrity of Canada. So the question here is, has that test been met? Has that threshold been met? And that takes further interpretation based on the facts. I personally, and I found this in the declaration itself, so the government is also troubled by this, am troubled by the foreign influence aspect of what we're seeing across Canada. The declaration, which we're debating tonight, includes this point. Quote, the protests have become a rallying point for anti-government and anti-authority, anti-vaccination, conspiracy theory, and white supremacist groups throughout Canada and other Western countries. The protesters have varying ideological grievances, with demands ranging from an end to all public health restrictions to the overthrow of the elected government. Now, Madam Speaker, that does seem very consistent with our first question. Is this a threat to the security of Canada under the meaning of the Canadian Security Intelligence Service Act? Foreign influenced activities within or related to Canada that are detrimental to the interests of Canada, such as blocking access to trade, blocking communities, shutting down communities. And are they clandestine or deceptive? You bet. If the money's coming from overseas and people use anonymous email addresses and they send money into Canada for the purpose of disrupting our nation. Now, what is that purpose? Where do we find further evidence of what foreign influence might be attempting to visit on Canada, but also on other political regimes? This is from today's Associated Press. How American cash for Canada's protests would sway U.S. politics. And in this, a series of journalists working for Associated Press make the case that this convoy and the various protests across Canada under the banner of Freedom Convoys is, quote, really aimed at energizing conservative politics in the U.S. and elsewhere. Republicans think, says the article, standing with protesters up north will galvanize fundraising and voter turnout for the midterm elections. No wonder we have such luminaries of the far right, south of the border, as Texican Republican Ted Cruz and Georgian Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene calling the protesters in Canada not just heroes and patriots. They are the darlings of Fox News right now. And Senator Rand Paul says, quote, he hopes the truckers come to the United States and clog up their cities. In other words, I think one aspect of what raised this to the level of national emergency is that it also has tentacles that longer it goes on here, the more it's intended to inspire disruption in other economies, including our #1 trading partner. Does it rise to the level of a national emergency? This is a harder one for me. Does it rise to the level of a national emergency? We have seen blockades being removed. They were geographically easier. There were fewer people. The logistics of the Ambassador Bridge compared to what's going on right now outside this place. And I will disagree with colleagues in this place who've said if we're here in Parliament, that means it's safe. That is not the case. Friends of mine in this place and members of their staff have had feces thrown at them as they go back and forth to work. We've had people yell at us and abuse us as we try to go through the streets. And being that at the moment I'm someone with a disability, I can't get here at all without protective service protection and assistance. So no, it is not our usual Parliament Hill. We do not feel safe here. And going back to the, going to the next point of evidence that I want to bring before us, I'm very concerned about the nature of our safety and security here. We are not just any city in Canada. We are the national capital, and we have attracted a certain type of, and I'm not going to put a broad brush on everybody who showed up in Ottawa to support the convoy. There are clearly people who are there thinking it's sort of like a street party. There are people there who are not politically radicalized. But the thread that runs through all of this is a radicalization with an inherent threat of violence. That came forward more clearly than anything from The Guardian today, a very chilling article by a Canadian reporter who I must say I've known for years, but my goodness, Justin Ling is distinguishing himself in this crisis as someone who actually goes out and does reporting, digs up information. Today in The Guardian, here's the headline. Canada was warned before the protest began that violent extremists had infiltrated the convoy. Now, the honourable member from Medicine Hat, Carson Warner, made this point earlier today, sort of to excuse the protest. He said it's not their fault, they were infiltrated. Exactly. Exactly. Now, according to the article in The Guardian today from Canadian journalist Justin Ling, quote, assessments of Canada's Integrated Terrorism Assessment Centre, known as ITAC, which includes the Security Intelligence Service Canada, CSIS, ITAC reported before the convoy got near Ottawa that, quote, the convoy organizers quote unquote, advocate civil war. Convoy organizers hold up the U.S. January 6th insurrection against a fair, democratic election, promoting the lie that that the election was Trump's and it was stolen from him. They hold that up as their model. The CSIS and the ITAC warned, according to Justin Ling, warned the City of Ottawa Police that this was the nature of what was coming down Ottawa. It wasn't a secret. They left with great fanfare to drive across the country. When this is all over, we'll have to find out what happened within the chain of command in the Ottawa Police to ignore these warnings. Some officers, not all necessarily, all but welcomed the convoy. There are reports from local Ottawa journalists that when they interviewed truck drivers, they said, well, we only planned to stay a little while, but then the police told us we could go park on Wellington and we wouldn't have to leave for a very long time. None of this, had those truckers not been truckers, but Indigenous people coming to assert rights on Indigenous territory, they wouldn't have been allowed to get a single stick into the ground to construct a single thing before being arrested quite quickly. Had they been people of color, had they been environmentalists, or my goodness, look at how we treat camps of homeless people moving in brutally. They didn't need the Emergencies Act to knock over lots of homeless people in lots of brutal police takedowns. Well, we know right now that there is an intention on the part of many of these convoy participants to not leave. I don't want to worry about every social media crank that puts things up on Twitter, but I know that Freedom Convoy social media says, Get downtown to Victoria. We're going to take the legislature, and we're not going to leave until all the mandates are gone. Forget public health advice. We are going to demand that the government goes, the mandates go, who knows. It also was reported in this article about warnings from ITAC that they thought that the use of vehicles, trucks, fuel, could present a real significant threat of violence. And all too often, those of us here in Parliament have wondered and asked other security forces, does anyone know what's in all those trucks? We don't know. So I think we have clearly a situation that is allowed to become intolerable and dangerous, but I'm still not comfortable voting for the motion, and I'll tell you why. The emergency measures regulations, as described, are overly broad. When the Prime Minister said this was coming forward, he said it would be geographically circumscribed to the specific areas where we see that normal authority, lines of authority, protections for public life and health are missing. We have an emergency, that's clear. But why does this, which was promised to be very limited and specific, the emergencies measure regulations, define infrastructure as basically everything, and then say this applies right across Canada? These designation of protected places under Section 6 of the regulations is far too broad and applies for all of Canada. Now, that is a concern I have. I also know that I've heard many people ask, we need clarity. At what level of financial donation or financial support of illegal activities does your bank account get seized? I highly doubt that the Government of Canada plans to seize the bank account of anyone who made a $20 donation on GoFundMe to the Freedom Convoy. I doubt it. I think we're looking for proximate connection, the kind that will exert the pressure that makes the convoy go away. Where's the pressure points? Insurance, finances, registration, chance to make your living as a trucker when this is all over. I don't think they intend to go after a $20 bank account, but I have not heard them say that. I am not comfortable voting until I see more clarity that circumscribes the overly broad reach of the regulations. I'll also say that I hear from many, many people, virtually all the time, how do we know that this won't establish a precedent that allows a crackdown on civil liberties? I want to read one more section into the record very specifically. This is from the Canadian Security Intelligence Services Act. In the definition that has been transplanted into the motion we're debating tonight, what is a threat to the security of Canada? And it says at the bottom of the paragraph, of which I've only read subsection B, it does not include lawful advocacy, protest, or dissent, unless carried on in conjunction with any of the activities referred to above. So I feel quite secure that if the emergencies, if I'm again, and I don't plan to get arrested again, it wasn't fun, I was way outside my comfort zone and the judge hated me. So I got a much more significant fine than my friend who's now the mayor of Vancouver. I don't plan to go out to get arrested again. I believe that nonviolent civil disobedience is a vital part of our democracy. It has its roots all the way back to Henry David Thoreau in the 1800s. It was then picked up by the exemplar of nonviolent civil disobedience, Mahatma Gandhi, and then taken up by Martin Luther King. There are reasons that in a democracy we must have peaceful protest and the right and the ability to break the law if you believe that law to be unjust. But that does not include the right to destroy other people's lives and livelihoods in the process. That does not include a right to, in your own actions, refuse to take the consequences, refuse to say, I will go quietly with you, officer. That's the essence of what I did when I performed nonviolent civil disobedience, what my colleague, the Honourable Minister of Environment, did when before he was in office. He also believed that something as important as the survival of life on Earth and the climate crisis was worth giving up your own sense of safety by submitting yourself to arrest. These are complicated matters and complicated questions. And I would beg of all of us, we must listen to each other. I am so concerned that so many of my constituents believe this is actually a peaceful protest out there. They think it is. There's nothing peaceful about hunks of metal taking over your city. Trucks do not have charter rights. Honking a horn, as the judge said in granting the injunction, is not an expression of free speech. These trucks should have been stopped before they got anywhere near the center of our national capital. They weren't. That's what constitutes the emergency. But I need the government to show me that the regulations will be tightened up before I can vote for this.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government, to the Minister of Attorney General, Attorney General, sorry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank our colleague for the very insightful presentation, as always. And I do just want to assure her that the oversight that she's looking for, the certainty that she's looking for is certainly there within the regulations. This is meant to target individuals who are breaking the law. And of course, there's an issue of proportionality as well as reasonableness that's embedded in the regulation. And I do invite her to reflect on that. It is important to distinguish between those who may have innocently or donated without the right intent, and those who obviously have donated with the intention of breaking the law. So I just want to remind her that there is an element of reasonableness that is already embedded in the regulation.
The Honourable Member Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I say to my Honourable colleague, the Parliamentary Secretary, read the emergency measures regulations. There is no certainty in here. There is no precision. It's far too overbroad. I mean, I could read into the record critical infrastructure and how it's defined to include ports, piers, lighthouses, canals, tramways, bus stations. But I mean, this is not in any way specific to the circumstance we're in right now, and that's what makes me have a good deal of resistance to voting yes, while I do think we need to do more because we have a current emergency.
Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Yorkton Melville.
Thank you, Speaker, and I appreciate my member's intervention tonight, and appreciate also the pain that she's in, and certainly hope she's well soon. Madam Speaker, the order in council released by the government authorizes the government to do the following, and I think this would certainly add to the members' concerns around certainty. So I will just quote what is in the order in council. Other temporary measures authorized under Section 19 of the Emergencies Act that are not yet known. So the government is authorizing itself to do things that essentially ask this House to hand him unlimited authority. And we've seen in the past in matters such as the documents from the Winnipeg lab that the Prime Minister has little or no respect for parliamentary oversight. The SNC Lavalin scandal, again demonstrating his lack of respect for independence of our justice system. So how does she feel about adding that particular section of the order in council to her list of reasons why she would be very apprehensive about supporting this Emergency Act?
The Honourable Member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Thank you to my colleague from Yorkton Melville. Yeah, I think that the fact that we have the next, I guess, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, most of Monday, we have the opportunity over what has been a day today and over the next 4 or 5 days, the opportunity to find what's wrong here in terms of what would make members of Parliament who understand something must be done about what's currently happened, which is not that the city police didn't have the original jurisdiction which could have prevented this, but where we are now is a entrenched, well-funded, well-supported effort to, and successfully, shutting down the centre of Ottawa, and I feel successfully menacing the parliamentary procedures in this place. We have an opportunity through this debate, and I hope that government members will come forward and say, all right, that order in council, we didn't mean, but let's clarify this. We're not going to say that we have given ourselves a blank check. The member from one of the members, forgive me for forgetting the riding name, and I don't want to say his name out loud, made the point from the NDP from Quebec that this, ce n'est pas un chèque blanche. This is not a blank check. But I think it could be tightened up so that we actually know exactly the limits of what we're about to approve, and they should be geographically confined as well as specific to the circumstances.
Les commentaires, l'honorable député de Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
Merci, Madame la Présidente, et je remercie ma collègue de Saanich Gulf Island pour son intervention. Je la reconnais comme une grande démocrate, peut-être une des plus grandes même démocrates qu'on a dans cette Chambre. Et son analyse qu'elle faisait, je la trouvais, elle était fine. Et nuancée et constructive, surtout des choses qu'on n'a pas entendues beaucoup de la part du gouvernement, des éléments constructifs axés vers le dialogue depuis les derniers temps. J'ai mal à ma démocratie, moi aussi, dans les circonstances, et ça me questionne énormément qu'on utilise un moyen aussi radical qu'une loi sur les mesures d'urgence. J'aimerais l'entendre sur comment elle perçoit l'arrogance, l'improvisation, la démagogie qu'on entend de la part du gouvernement, particulièrement depuis qu'ils ont fait l'annonce de l'utilisation de la loi des mesures d'urgence. Merci, Madame la Présidente.
The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Merci à mon collègue parce que je suis d'accord particulièrement avec la question le niveau d'émotion dans les discours dans les deux côtés de ce débat. Ce n'est pas quelque chose qui a aidé notre société pour trouver une solution qui va unifier notre pays et nos provinces. Et je suis déçue par le niveau de discours qui dit, peut-être c'est pas peut-être c'est un anglicisme, mais démoniser les autres, les personnes dans l'autre côté du débat. Dans tous les débats au Canada, nous sommes ensemble avec un degré de respect. Entre nous. C'est essentiel. C'est une des choses qui définissent le Canada. Nous ne sommes pas un pays qui divisé avec les choses comme, et je suis certaine que ce n'est pas un mot français, the dog whistles. C'est pour moi.
Sorry, I've been trying to give the honourable member a signal there just so we can get to other questions. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Madam Speaker, and I have to say, Madam Speaker, over the last couple of days, I've heard, first of all, inaccurate and complete anti-Indigenous racism in the rhetoric around what is going on outside. This is not a peaceful protest. This is an illegal occupation, and to be stigmatized within what's going on out here is absolutely damaging and violent to Indigenous people from across this country. I want to read the honourable member something very quickly, and it says it's from the Guardian, from Arwa Mahawi. And this is what she writes. She says, there's a lot going on in the world right now. If you're not a Canadian, then the protests in Ottawa might not be the top things you're worried about. But I'm afraid you should be worried. You should certainly be paying attention. What's unfolding in Ottawa is not a grassroots protest that has spontaneously erupted out of the frustration of the local lorry drivers. Rather, it is an AstroTurf movement, one that creates an impression of widespread grassroots support where little exists, funded by global networks of highly organized far-right groups and amplified by Facebook misinformation machine. And I just want to end off, we know that the soldiers of Olden and the Yellow Jackets are involved in this. They are posing a threat to our democracy. Our democracy is under threat. So I'd like to, Madam Speaker, through you, caution the member to referring to Indigenous people as examples when we're talking about an alt-right, white supremacist movement fueled and funded by the white supremacist movement on the other side. I wonder if my honourable member can agree that that is not a...
The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Yeah, thank you to my honourable colleague from Winnipeg Centre. I made that point earlier today to the member for Regina Capel, who was trying to say that somehow it was hypocritical that the government didn't crack down on Wet'suwet'en, whom he referred to as protesters. Those were Wet'suwet'en, hereditary chiefs with legal rights derived from the Constitution of this country and Supreme Court of Canada decisions. I couldn't agree more with what she said, and I'll just add nothing to it except to say thank the honourable member for making those points.
La Salle, les Chines. Dorval, Lachine, LaSalle.
Sorry,
Une
Dorval,
brève question.
Okay, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I would like to say thank you to the honourable member for her speech, which is always eloquent. I think we all learned a little bit something from her today. Quickly, I'd like to ask, what should a responsible leader, Prime Minister, wait for before declaring an emergency? What kind of egregious harm should befall a country, its citizens, before we do something, or do we stop it right there? Thank you.
The member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Brief answer. I feel as though the City of Ottawa and many Canadians are in the situation of a battered wife where the police say, but has your husband used a gun on you? Has he hurt you yet? That we are menaced by an occupation, and we don't want to wait any longer to have this problem solved. We found guns in Coots. We know that this group has been infiltrated by the alt-right global network to which the honourable member for Winnipeg Centre referred earlier.
Bravo. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, and I wish to notify you that I will be splitting my time with the honourable member for London, Fanshawe. I think I'd like to start off by just acknowledging that, we have all been 2 years into this pandemic and frustrations are mounting. People certainly want to be able to get on with their lives. And to some extent, this has culminated in what we have seen over the last few weeks. But make no mistake, Madam Speaker, we really do need, as parliamentarians and indeed as an entire country, need to acknowledge the intense gravity of the situation that we find ourselves in. This truly is a watershed moment in Canadian political history, because we are now, as a House, being asked by the government to confirm the declaration of public order emergency that was proclaimed on February the 14th of this week. Now, this is something that has never happened before. It is the first time that this act has been invoked in this way. And I suspect many members of Parliament am receiving concerns from constituents who are concerned with this drastic step. And so I owe it to them, to the great constituents of Cowichan, Malahat, Langford, to talk about this extraordinary time and why we have found ourselves here. We need to have a serious conversation about why we find ourselves in a place where the inaction of the Emergencies Act is suddenly a necessary action. Because, Madam Speaker, it should never have come to this. The use of the Emergencies Act, even the consideration of using it, it's an acknowledgement that we have had a failure of leadership from many different levels of government. If you look at the citizens of Ottawa, they have rightly felt abandoned by their own police. The provincial government has not been there, but more importantly, the federal government. And that's what I'm here to focus my remarks on, because we are now 2.5 weeks into an occupation. It might have started off with many people joining this thinking it was a protest, and certainly people have that cherished right in our democracy. That is a right that is very fundamental to a well-functioning democracy, that citizens have the right to peacefully assemble and protest, to make their views known, and to really push for change. But what we see in Ottawa and what we saw at many of Canada's border crossings were not protests. They were not peaceful assemblies. They were occupations and they were blockades. And they started having very negative impacts on residents, on small business owners, and workers. That is where the line was crossed, Madam Speaker. People in Ottawa didn't feel safe in their own homes. We saw reports of attempted arson in some of the buildings. We know that people have been suffering verbal abuse on a daily basis. Sometimes it's been physical. They have had to deal with all sorts of noise complaints, of ongoing pollution from idling trucks. The city of Ottawa, our national capital, has seen some of our most precious and honored national monuments defiled, and in some cases, completely walked over. It has been completely unacceptable. And from the border blockades, Madam Speaker, that has impacted far more people. We know that the trade between Canada and the United States numbers in the millions of dollars every single day. And we had factories in Southern Ontario that had to shut down. This was impacting families there. We had indeed many agricultural manufacturers, processors, and producers out in the prairies and indeed across Canada who were negatively impacted by the blockades. This was having an impact on those people. And it's those people that we need to keep our remarks focused on to answer the question of why we are here today, suddenly debating the invocation of the Emergencies Act. So, Madam Speaker, the Emergencies Act, of course, was first brought in as a piece of legislation all the way back in 1988. And pursuant to Section 17(1) of that act, we have had a public order emergency declared by the Liberal government. And so there are a few things that come about as a consequence of this. Now the government has the ability to designate specific areas and declare that any assemblies in those areas will henceforth be unlawful. So this will include the downtown core of Ottawa so that the main thoroughfares can be cleared of all of those trucks and so that the residents can get their lives back. It will also include some of our critical infrastructure, notably our ports of entry with the United States, the Windsor Ambassador Bridge, Coutts, Alberta, and Emerson, Manitoba being the most recent examples. But we also saw disturbances in Vancouver and in other ports of entry like Sarnia. It is going to allow the federal government to direct essential services, such as tow trucks, so mobilizing tow trucks to help with clearing those streets. It's going to give FinTrack the ability to cover crowdfunding. And also the federal government is going to have the extraordinary power of freezing commercial bank accounts and personal bank accounts of people who are funding these illegal occupations. It's a very real and extraordinary attempt to cut off the funding that is supplying the occupation of Ottawa and causing all of this misery. And of course, it's going to give the RCMP the power to come in and act as provincial police officers, municipal police officers, and enforce their respective laws. It must be made abundantly clear here, Madam Speaker, because I certainly have personally wrestled with this about, am I doing the right thing in supporting this? And I think what gives me some level of comfort is that I want to be very clear to the constituents of Cowichan, Malahat, Langford that this is not a blank check, and that the powers that we are granting to the government will be carefully reviewed on an ongoing basis. And I will not hesitate to withdraw my support if I feel the government is overstepping its bounds. So by that, Madam Speaker, I mean that the application of these powers have to be specific. They must be in relation to the disturbances that we are seeing, the blockades, the occupation. They must be only used in relation to those, and they must be quickly withdrawn once we get back to a place where public order has been restored. Now, it's taken a long time to get to this point. And, I'm very proud of the fact that my caucus colleagues in the NDP and I have been trying to push the government to take this seriously because the warning signs were there from the beginning. I, as the public safety critic, was able to initiate a study at the Standing Committee on Public Safety into crowdfunding platforms and their possible involvement in funding movements like this. I also was able to move a successful motion to call upon the RCMP, the CBSA, the Ontario Provincial Police, and Ottawa Police, and the Minister of Public Safety to eventually come before our committee to explain to our committee how we got to this point. Why did we have such an intelligence failure, a lack of coordination over the last 2.5 weeks that got us to the point where we now have to use the sledgehammer that is the Emergencies Act? And of course, I have to recognize my colleague, the member for New Westminster Burnaby, and his private member's bill to basically ban symbols of hate, of which we unfortunately have seen evidence of in this occupation. Also, our leader was able to initiate an emergency debate in the House of Commons so that we could give parliamentarians that first opportunity to focus on this. In my remaining minute, Madam Speaker, because I know my time is drawing to a close, I just want to say this. You know, Parliament is where we make the laws of this country. It is the pinnacle of our democracy, and every single one of the 338 members who serve in the House of Commons, they were duly elected to this place to make laws, to hold the government to account on behalf of their citizens in their ridings. And to try and subvert that is an affront to the people who participated in our democracy, and we must uphold that cherished right. So I will end by saying, Madam Speaker, that it is with great reluctance that we are going to be giving our support to these emergency powers, but I can assure people that we will not take our eye off the ball, and we will not hesitate to withdraw our support should any powers be used past their intended purpose. Thank you.
That's the honourable member of King's Hands.
Speaker, I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his remarks. He and I have the privilege of working together on the Agriculture Committee. I always find him to be balanced, to be reasonable, and to be quite eloquent in his remarks. I didn't catch all of his speech, but I did catch the tail end. But I've heard a lot in this House, particularly from Bloc Québécois members and Conservative members, that they want to see more leadership from the Government of Canada. And of course, this member would know that policing is inherently a municipal jurisdiction, provincial jurisdiction as well, and that really the role of the federal government would be to impose some of the measures we've seen today. Ultimately, at the very last resort, would be to call in the army. Can this member at least opine on what he's heard from leadership? I mean, the Conservatives are calling for the government to acquiesce to what the protesters are calling for. The Bloc says that this shouldn't apply in their jurisdiction. What does he think in terms of leadership from the federal government? Does he agree with this being a step to give the tools to the provinces and municipalities to address the situation at hand?
Question, the honourable member for Cowichan, Malahat Langford.
Well, Madam Speaker, I appreciate the question from my colleague, and I do enjoy serving at the Agriculture Committee with him. I think what I would say is, specifically with respect to the last 2.5 weeks, is that history will not be kind to municipalities, to the province, and to the federal government. I think there was a failure at all levels. But the federal government, I think, had an important role to bring all of those separate pieces together. There was a failure in intelligence. There was a failure in coordination. And it was like we were just asleep at the switch in figuring out how bad this was eventually going to become. So yes, I'm glad that we are now taking this important step to reassert control and to give people their lives back so that workers, small businesses, and residents can actually enjoy their lives again.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for King Vaughan.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I've been waiting a while to speak, and I want to speak on behalf of my constituents of King Vaughan. I have been flabbergasted today by the number of emails that I have received from the constituents of King Vaughan, and I'd like to share this with the honourable member. The Freedom Convoy is not asking that people don't wear masks if they choose to. They are not telling people not to get vaccinated if they choose to. They are not telling people to stay home if they feel safe. They should do. They are simply saying we should have the freedom of choice to do what we feel is best for us as individuals. That right, that freedom, is what our brave and heroic veterans fought for us in the wars. This is the right of our country to be free and strong. I'd like his comments on that, please. Thank you.
The honourable member for Cowichan, Malahat Langford.
Well, Madam Speaker, I mean, I very strongly do agree with individual rights, but we also have responsibilities that come with those rights. And the responsibility we have as individuals also goes beyond our personal selves, but out to the larger community as a whole. We have just gone through 2 years of an incredibly deadly pandemic. And if you look at the success, I know we've had our failures, but the success that we have had in dealing with this disease in comparison with other jurisdictions that have had a more libertarian approach. This has been about saving lives and about making sure that we get through this pandemic together. There have been tough choices that have had to make, but with that individual freedom comes a greater responsibility to the community as a whole. So that's how I would answer that question, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires. Une brève question, l'honorable député de Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Merci à mon collègue de Cowichan, Manahan, Langford, pour sa transparence, de nous dire qu'il trouve le moment difficile, qu'il est troublé, que le choix n'est pas facile pour lui d'approuver cette mesure-là. Son honnêteté, je la souligne. En même temps, il a mentionné qu'il ne donnait pas un chèque en blanc aux libéraux, au gouvernement, en appuyant cette mesure-là. En quoi, je n'ai pas compris, en quoi c'est pas un chèque en blanc, cet appui-là de la part du NPD, et quelles mesures ça prendrait pour comprendre, qui ferait en sorte que le gros bon sens se fasse puis qu'on rejette cette loi-là. Qu'est-ce que ça prendrait pour qu'il change d'idée? Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Sir, from the member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Well, very briefly, Madam Speaker, I would say it's not a blank check, because if you read the act, there is considerable room for parliamentary oversight. And furthermore, all it takes is for 20 members of parliament to indicate that they no longer wish to have the application of this act. If they submit a letter, we can initiate debate, and debate will conclude with a vote on whether these powers should remain in force. So there is that strong parliamentary democratic oversight. And like I said in my speech, if I feel the government is overstepping its bounds, I will not hesitate to withdraw my support for this current course of action.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's with a heavy heart that I rise today, and I feel that we are standing at a crossroads. I have heard so much frustration and disappointment from people in London. They are frustrated by this pandemic that will soon mark its 3rd anniversary. People are frustrated that they have sacrificed and struggled to help one another. They have done the work that we asked them to do to keep people safe. And to them, I want to say thank you. And I want to tell folks in London that I understand your frustration. I'm tired of this pandemic too, and I share in the wish for this to be over. But I also see the bigger picture here. Madam Speaker, people aren't just frustrated because of the pandemic. This is much bigger than that. They are frustrated that even though people are working harder than ever, sacrificing more and more, their government has offered less and less. There's a growing sense throughout Canada that our elected leaders aren't listening and don't appreciate the struggles of Canadians. The protests that we have seen in our streets and our communities are a symptom of that frustration. It is understandable why someone would feel like that, because for years now, successive Liberal and Conservative governments have asked Canadians to do more with less, to pull yourself up by your bootstraps when you don't even have shoes. Today, many people feel that their government has let them down, especially when they needed support the most. These last few years have been tough on my community, like so many, but within this last year, we experienced the loss of the Afsal family to an extremist act of hatred and violence. And yet, in spite of that, I saw my community come together in incredible acts of love and kindness. And that's what I hold on to tonight. Madam Speaker, I grew up in a very political household. And watching my mother at community meetings and standing up for what she believed in, fighting for a better world, it truly shaped how I saw my role in the world. I knew that I benefited significantly from the systems and programs that people and governments had created for me, and that I had a responsibility to pay that forward. I came to this place because I wanted to make the necessary changes for people, to pay it forward. As people continue to struggle, I fear that we will lose that sense of community, that people will turn away from each other more and more. The more people struggle, the less they have for themselves, the less they feel they can give to others. The more they have to fight for what they have, the little that they have, and the less that they have to fight for, the greater the divide between the richest in this world and the rest of us, the worse this will get. People will turn on their governments and they will turn on each other because they believe their governments have turned on them. Canadians are looking for answers, and they are looking for solutions. The system has been rigged, and they want to do something about it. And solutions offered by right-wing politicians and extremists online must be called out as entirely, completely unacceptable. I'm often in awe that Conservatives seem to provide simple solutions to complex problems that we face. And this isn't unique to Canada. We saw these simple solutions offered in the UK on the vote for Brexit, saying that life will get better. But it didn't. We saw many simple solutions offered by Donald Trump, just south of us, ones based on racism, sexism, and fear. This did nothing for working Americans. Their lives didn't improve under his administration. And we see these so-called solutions being offered in this House as well. Lift all public health measures and let your neighbors and friends fend for themselves. Simple solutions are often the most dangerous. Madam Speaker, I hope that this protest will end shortly, but the reasons for it will not go away. If you look at any crisis, it takes a long time to get to that critical point, and it takes even longer to fix it. Now, let me be very clear, Madam Speaker. Nothing makes the racism, the hatred, the threats of violence that we have seen in Ottawa over these past days acceptable. Nothing. But to truly address the causes that have led to so many people feeling disenfranchised, to feeling like they aren't being heard or that they are abandoned by this government, resulting in them resolving to occupy the streets here in Ottawa or critical infrastructure across Canada, we have to address the systemic issues at the heart of the matter. New Democrats are offering alternatives to move forward rather than what is offered by the right wings who have allied with them. There are concrete measures the government can make to address rising inequality in our country. We can tackle rising drug costs with a national pharmacare plan. We can tackle the housing crisis that is impacting every community in Canada, in my home city of London, by getting the Canadian government back into the business of building housing. We can take on poverty and disparity in our streets by establishing a guaranteed basic livable income. We can address the lack of education and access to it by making post-secondary education accessible, removing those financial barriers. We can take on the growth of low-paid, insecure work by updating labor codes, creating a living wage, tipping the scale back in favor of Canadian workers. We can sign trade agreements that protect Canadian jobs instead of making it easier to ship them overseas. We can strengthen and safeguard workers' pensions, ensuring pensioners can retire with dignity and security. We can ensure that the rich pay their fair share and close tax loopholes. Madam Speaker, many people now are rightly concerned about the impact of the Emergencies Act. It should have never come to this. The use of the Emergencies Act and even the consideration of it is an acknowledgement of failure of leadership from all levels of government, including the Prime Minister. They've allowed things to escalate unchecked since the beginning, and I share the concern of many Canadians and people from my constituency that the government may misuse the powers in that act. So I want to be very clear. We will be watching. We will withdraw our support if at any point we feel these powers are being misused. People in communities across our country are feeling the impacts of the convoy. Healthcare workers, retail and grocery store workers, truck drivers themselves, small business owners and residents have been harassed, intimidated, and even assaulted during these illegal occupations. Thousands of workers have been forced to stay home from their jobs, making it harder for them to feed their families and to pay their rent. Canadians have been missing the national leadership that they need during this crisis. They're tired of jurisdictional excuses and they just want this to stop. We owe them to use every tool available to stop these occupations that are harming Canadian workers and their families and to work on a plan to get this to end. I want to reassure my constituents that the NDP is taking the use of the Emergencies Act very seriously. We won't give a blank check to the government. We also believe that the federal government and all governments need to take responsibility before things are allowed to escalate further. We cannot abandon Canadians to deal with this on their own. Over the coming days, we need to see action from our police in ending this occupation and returning the streets back to our communities. Over the coming weeks, New Democrats will remain vigilant in watching and protecting Canadians' rights and freedoms, holding this government to account. And in the next few months, we will push for more supports to remain until the pandemic is over and to call for a science-based approach to see us out of this pandemic. Better is possible, but it will take tough and courageous choices for us to get there. 'Tis not too late, my friends, to make a better world. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? Just a minute. The honourable member for London North Centre.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you to my colleague from London for her speech. I think she did a very good job of outlining why this measure is justified. But I want to ask her a question about what happens after in terms of combating hate and what members of this House, across party lines, can do to do just that. We've seen hate expressed by the alt-right in the United States in recent years, and evidently it's made its way northwards, unfortunately. What can we do collectively as elected officials in this House to work together to fight hate? Because we've seen its effect in London clearly.
Our member for London Fanshawe.
I thank my honourable colleague and my neighbour in London for his question. This is something that we've been talking about, I know, in London for quite some time, especially after the murder of the Afzaal family, to come together to ensure that there are legislative solutions. I know that we have been pushing for the government to introduce legislation on online hate. I believe that's now come forward again. We need to ensure that that's passed. We need to hold those internet companies, social media companies accountable as well to be part of that solution. I think overall and larger solutions involve education. They involve ensuring that we do, as I said in my speech, that we're providing for each other, that we're making sure that we're not closing in on ourselves because of that fight against poverty and that fight against that desperation, that we have to work harder on those social programs and those social solutions that provide for each other so that we can share with each other and fight for each other and be together. Thank you.
Kamata, the honourable member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. To the member, she talked about withdrawing support if they see abuse. As she knows, the Emergency Measures Act provisions are already in force. What we're essentially talking about here is a confirmation vote by the House of Commons on whether to keep these provisions in place. I thought what we should be doing is preventing harm from happening in the first place, which is, I think, what my caucus and many Conservative members want to do, is to prevent the harm that we see going on, both to innocent people who have their bank accounts frozen based on commentary that's been made by the Minister of Finance. I want to draw the members' attention perhaps to what the NDP caucus did in 1970, 11 years before I was born, and I was born in a country where there was martial law at that time. And it was in 1970 under Tommy Douglas, who took, I think, a courageous and principled stance. Many people would say that. I would have probably disagreed with this position, but it was definitely courageous to do so. And they stood against the War Measures Act at the time. Today, the NDP has decided to side with the government and allow the government extraordinary powers for 30 days. I wonder if she explained why.
For London Fanshawe.
I thank the honourable colleague for his question and for revealing his age. I wouldn't do that. I have to recognize that those are two very, very different situations. And that the thoughtfulness, however, that Tommy and the caucus at that time took to think about that War Measures Act and the implementation of it is the same thoughtfulness that our caucus has taken on this implementation of the Emergencies Act. We and the leader for the party, the honourable member for Burnaby Douglas, he talked about that today, and he said directly to the Prime Minister, "We will not let you off the hook, and that we will be watching." And so I stand here today again, like I said, with that heavy heart because so many things are at play. But I know that I've spoken to people on the street, and they are worried, and they've been assaulted. And that cannot stand, and this hatred cannot stand.
Temps pour une petite question, l'honorable député de
Time for a quick question. The honourable member.
Longueuil-Saint-Hubert.
Oui, Longueuil-Saint-Hubert, je m'excuse.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Je remercie ma collègue pour son discours. Il y a quelque chose qui m'a fait tiquer un peu dans ce qu'elle a raconté. Elle a parlé à un moment donné que les gens ont lancé des chicanes plates de compétences. C'est curieux parce que j'ai l'impression que si on est ici ce soir, c'est un peu à cause de ça. Parce que le Canada et le Québec ont des taux de vaccination les plus hauts au monde. On est un des peuples qui a respecté le plus les mesures sanitaires. Malgré ça, on est un des derniers pays à déconfiner. Et c'est un peu de ça dont sont tannés les gens qui sont dehors. Et je les comprends. Moi aussi, je partage ça. Je ne suis pas d'accord à ce que si le fédéral avait, comme toutes les provinces, peut-être que les gens sont tannés des chicanes de compétences, mais les provinces, eux autres, ça les intéresse, ça. Les premiers ministres des provinces, dont celle du Québec. qu'on augmente les transferts en santé pour renforcer notre système de santé, justement, parce que s'il avait été correctement financé, on n'aurait peut-être pas vécu la crise de façon si raide qu'on l'a vécu
maybe the
en ce
crisis
moment.
wouldn't have been as bad as it was.
Petite question.
I said a quick question. But
There's only time for there's no time at all, actually, but I will allow the honourable member to make a very brief response.
The investments that the honourable member is talking about, absolutely, those are long-term solutions. What I was referring to were excuses that this federal government consistently makes to not and to avoid their responsibility when it comes to what they have to do to ensure that they're fulfilling their role to the provinces. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And, right after the beginning, I would like to reflect on the comments that the Prime Minister made earlier. When he talked about families, he talked about the importance of their freedoms and their rights. When he talked about our small businesses and the economy and the impact of what we've been witnessing over the last few weeks. How critically important it is that when we have this dialogue over the next number of days that we don't lose the focus of those particular points. The impact on Canadian society is in fact quite significant and severe. And here we are after a couple of years of having to go through the pandemic, actually approaching the third year mark. What we should have been talking about, what I would have liked to have been talking about, Mr. Speaker, is more so the heroes of the pandemic. I think of the community in which I represent, of Winnipeg North, and the people that have really responded so well, encouraged others. We stepped up together. When we were hit with the pandemic, we saw people of all political stripes. We saw volunteer organizations, individuals, private businesses, governments of different levels, all coming together, recognizing that the battle that had to be overcome was the pandemic. And we are starting to see more light at the end of the tunnel. And it is in good part because of the residents of Winnipeg North and residents across this country that said, we want to be able to listen to the science, follow the health experts, and get vaccinated. That vaccination rate that we have in Canada is virtually second to no other place in the world. And as a result, we have been able to see different provinces, even the federal government, look at loosening some of those mandates, Mr. Speaker. What we're seeing today is not what I would have liked to be talking about, because it's not a true reflection of Canadians and our values and the hard work that we collectively put in together in order to get us to the point where we are in terms of battling the coronavirus, Mr. Speaker. I could have spent a great deal of time talking about the individual effort, or, from my perspective, what it is that the government of from Ottawa has been able to come up with to support Canadians. Very tangible things, Mr. Speaker. That's what I would have preferred to talk about. When we look in terms of the need for the Emergency Act, let me just reflect in terms of a walk. I make the walk every day since the convoy has been here, as many of us have. And the type of things that I see are a downtown that should be full of activity, much like downtown Winnipeg, Edmonton, Toronto, Montreal, Halifax, Vancouver, big cities, small cities alike. We all value our downtowns. They contribute so much to who we are in many different ways. They are a hub of economic activity and opportunities for people to be able to connect. Even nowadays, Mr. Speaker, when we are starting to see more of the mandates being lifted. I walk down, and it doesn't matter the time of day, where you can look down Queen Street, you see all the skyscrapers, and there's no people. And it's because of the convoy. One block over, you go on to Wellington, and you see protesters that are not protesters in the traditional way. What they are is they're individuals that have put up blockades. They're individuals that are shutting down downtown Ottawa. And it's just not along Wellington. As I say, I walk down Wellington and up Metcalfe in order to get to my apartment, Mr. Speaker. Wellington's been the same way. If it was happening in Winnipeg, I wouldn't tolerate it, and I suspect that there would be many residents in Winnipeg that would be quite upset with regards to it, because it is not a legal, law-abiding protest. It is hurting the people of Ottawa, in particular the downtown area, Mr. Speaker. The types of things that I have observed, I don't know how many gas cans, red and yellow gas cans underneath large semis on the roof of vehicles, cars and trucks that are constantly running. It was past 1 o'clock in the morning just last Saturday, and you could hear the horns just blaring. And I'm quite a ways out, Mr. Speaker, from the downtown area, out on Lisgar. And I can only imagine what it would be like for those that are even closer. Could you imagine bringing children into an environment where you're constantly inhaling gas fumes, where you see the different, whether it's weather or different tents being established, right on Wellington, where hay is brought in. I take it's to provide some sort of comfort on the ground. I have no idea, but it surrounds tents that are being permanently put into Wellington. And I've seen several tents. I've seen tents established on Metcalfe. And those are just the areas that I walk on every day, Mr. Speaker. I see an incredible truck that's right below the flame. And it's a crane of sorts. It has that big iron ball. Members of the chamber would be aware of it. That's a destruction ball. It's the one that swings in the air to bring down buildings. I think in terms of, I don't know what's inside those trucks. I suspect no one knows what's inside those trucks that's sitting inside this chamber right now, Mr. Speaker. I truly believe that the need to act is there, and it's very real. And I am disappointed in the Conservative Party, in their approach in dealing with this issue. And I think that if we put all the facts on the table, that a vast majority of Canadians would understand the need, and I'm going to kind of go into that, Mr. Speaker, the need for us to have and enacted the Emergency Act. And I find it interesting how the Conservatives, who once again work with the Bloc, it's almost like a given. The Conservatives and Bloc, they talk about other coalitions. There's no coalition more stronger in the House of Commons today than the unholy alliance between the Conservative Party of Canada and the Bloc Party of Quebec. That is the strongest alliance that I see, Mr. Speaker. And at the end of the day, And at the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, they're being critical because the NDP are at least giving it serious thought with the idea, Mr. Speaker, that yes, they're listening to their constituents as I'm listening to my constituents, and realize that these blockades have got to come down. It is hurting people, it is hurting our economy, it is hurting our society in many different ways. And the official opposition are all over the place. You know, I was just recently shown a picture of the leader of the intern leader of the Conservative Party dining out with some of the organizers of the event, Mr. Speaker. I'd be very much interested in the leader of the official opposition, you know, tell us what it is that she talked about when she was having supper or dinner or whatever it was. Let me talk about inconsistency. On the one hand, you have the newly elected interim Conservative Party leader who advised senior Conservatives. Now, this comes from a leaked email, Mr. Speaker. Newly elected interim Conservative Party leader advised senior Conservative MPs not to tell members of the trucker convoy to leave Ottawa, and instead make the protests the Prime Minister's problem. According to the internal email obtained by CTV News, in an email sent on Monday, then Deputy Leader told her colleagues, "I don't think we should be asking them to go home." How does that fit the interests of Canadians, Mr. Speaker? I would suggest to you that that is very much a slant of politics, purely politics, coming from the official opposition. Go on to another point, Mr. Speaker. Opposition leader, and it states the name, wants the Prime Minister to step up to solve the crisis. On the other hand, just a week after meeting with the protesters and telling them, quote, "Don't stop, it's working." So she's out there dining and telling them, "Don't stop, it's working." And then the other day when I was speaking inside the chamber, I said, you know, you got to be consistent. Inside the House, the Conservative leader says, okay, the blockade is bad, and it's time for people to go home. They can get, anyone that's following the debate tonight, they can get that actual quote and much more. Didn't really have an impact outside. But the comments that I had for the member then is, well, you know, it's one thing to say something in here. What are you saying outside? Take a look at the social media feeds going out of the Conservative Party. Listen to some of the words that they're espousing even today inside the chamber. They are giving a mixed message at best, Mr. Speaker. I would suggest to you that they are causing more harm than good. But they have their friends in the bloc that are more than happy to assist them in the best way that they can, Mr. Speaker. But I tell my Conservative friends, the bloc have a different agenda. Their agenda is a lot different, I like to think, than the Conservatives. So before you start criticizing other political parties, you might want to start reevaluating the associations that you have inside the chamber on this issue. At the same time, the association that you have and the role that you played with the convoy outside in the protest, Mr. Speaker. The irony of the protest doesn't escape me. You know, back towards the end of January, It started off with truckers that were concerned about mandates about truckers going into the United States. Before anyone arrived in Ottawa, the United States made it very clear, unless you're vaccinated, you can't go into the United States. No, the President of the United States does, and I don't have a phone line, I didn't tell the President to say that. You know, Mr. Speaker, you know, then what ends up happening is, fast forward today, where we have these semis and trucks and others that started to shut down the Ottawa, downtown Ottawa. Not to mention the other blockades. And I want to quickly go over that, Mr. Speaker. When I think of the weeks of illegal blockades and the occupations, how important it is that our borders remain open. In Coutts, Alberta, think of $48 million a day in economic trade, Mr. Speaker. In Windsor, roughly $390 million. In Emerson, my home province, $73 million a day. I want to get a couple of quotes, and because members say, well, why did we take this action? And I can make reference to whether it's the mayor of Ottawa declaring an emergency here in Ottawa. I can talk about the Premier of Ontario declaring an emergency in the province of Ontario. Let me talk about my home province of Manitoba. You know, if you read yesterday's Winnipeg Free Press, in a February 11 letter, and I have been able to get a copy of the letter through the media, it states, a letter obtained by the Free Press said Premier Stephenson asked the Prime Minister to take immediate and effective action as she pleaded for national leadership that only the Prime Minister and the federal government could provide. That was just a couple days before it was actually brought in on Monday. You know, the letter said the situation was urgent and the blockades that disrupt this critical corridor even temporarily create potential dangers, impose severe hardships for all Manitobans, and cause severe economic loss and damage to Manitoba and the Canadian businesses. Her letter warned of urgency and dangers. Again, look in terms of the impact of just the Emerson border. Here's another story, Mr. Speaker, that appeared in the Free Press. The trucker blockade of Emerson border crossing not only added additional time and cost to shipments, but will also damage the reputation of the province, manufacturers, so say stakeholders. Although the RCMP announced on Tuesday afternoon that demonstrators are leaving and should be gone by Wednesday, Ron Kowalski, the Vice President and head of the Manitoba operations for the Canadian Manufacturers and Exports, said 95% of whom's Manitoba members rely on regular cross-border shipments at Emerson, said of the Emerson blockade. The impact has been massive. Winpack Limited, the large packing material manufacturer that is headquartered in Winnipeg and has manufacturing plants throughout the U.S., had to shut down one of its production lines because it couldn't get the raw material it needed. Oliver Mughal, Winpack's CEO, said overall the whole blockade damages the Canadian reputation at a large and specifically Winpark. The Emerson thing hurt us significantly. Mr. Speaker, the federal government invoked the Emergencies Act on Monday. The measures are based on geographically specific, targeted only to where they are needed. They will also be time limited. We are not limiting people's freedoms of expression in any way, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to peaceful demonstrations. Since Monday, Mr. Speaker, we have seen the Coutts blockade was in fact dismantled. Wednesday, the blockade in Emerson. we've provided more tools for law enforcement, in which in part are already being utilized. Mr. Speaker, at the end of the day, on this side of the House, we recognize the harm to our society in many different ways as a direct result of these illegal blockades and protests, and would suggest that the Conservative Party revisit its positioning. It's not like you haven't flip-flopped before. Take another flop and get on the right side. Support what Canadians expect the Royal Opposition to be doing, and ensure that there's accountability on the measures that are needed at this time in order to bring back order, Mr. Speaker, and secure the type of trade and support that Canadians deserve and the opposition should be providing.
Now, I know the member is an experienced member of the House, and make sure that we come through the chair. I know he was really trying to engage the opposition on this one, but try to keep things through the chair. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I have a commentary to make about the member's speech, just to set the record straight and correct the misinformation. I, too, for the last 3 weeks, have been walking downtown every weekend, and every day across this line, I've met a lot of very friendly people, and of course, some people are profane in what they say. This is a protest after all. But he was talking about a wrecking ball in a vehicle. It's not a wrecking ball. That's actually a hook weight at the end of the cable. First of all, there's a difference between the two. I've met a lot of people, families. Like, I stay at a hotel when I'm down here. I've met people who bring their families here. There's music shows going on. The impression the member is trying to give to the general public, to people back home in Calgary, is that this is some type of riot that's going on downtown. Yes, people have blocked streets, and yes, we have said they should go home. We've heard them. We're hearing them. We're addressing their concerns. But what the government is doing here is going far too far. They're asking for powers that has not been given to anybody since the 1970s. They're asking for too much, more than the House should be willing to give. Every day I've gone here, I haven't seen the same things the member have seen. I'm getting thousands of emails from constituents demanding that we vote against this measure. So I just wanted to correct that from the member. It's the weight at the end of the hook on the cable. It's not a wrecking ball. I just want to make sure that I've seen that too. I just want to make that correction. And for the vast majority of the people I have met, I've seen people play street hockey on the street. Just the impression that he's giving is that this is like a chaotic scene. It's unpleasant. I understand for people who live here. It's been unpleasant for 3 weeks for me as well. Thank you, Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Mr. Speaker, and the member kind of makes my point. You see, the Conservative Party says, what's wrong? There's nothing wrong with what's happening in Ottawa downtown today. The activities by this blockade is shut down downtown Ottawa. There's no cars, there's no traffic, there's no people in terms of businesses are closing down. To try to give the impression to the residents that he represents that everything's okay in Ottawa, I don't know what the member might be engaged in, but it's definitely not reality, Mr. Speaker. Okay, maybe it's not a wrecking ball, but it might be a 200-pound iron ball that's positioned right above the Prime Minister's office that Stephen Harper used to be in. Is there any way in which that member could foresee problems with thousands of gallons of gas along Wellington, on trucks and cars, on roofs, under the vehicle?
Questions and comments? I know we're going a little long here all of a sudden, and I know we have lots of time to ask questions, but we're going to run out really quickly. Question commentaire, l'honneur de député de Beauport-Limoilou.
My friends. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Écoutez, il y a plein de choses sur lesquelles je pourrais revenir du discours passionné et j'aimerais dire passionnant. Mais bon, de mon collègue de Winnipeg Nord. Mais il y a une phrase qui m'a titillée, entre autres, parmi d'autres. Oui, il disait, si j'étais à Winnipeg, je ne l'aurais pas toléré. Donc, si ça s'était passé à Winnipeg, il ne l'aurait pas toléré. Est-ce donc ça le malheur de la Ville d'Ottawa, du maire d'Ottawa, du chef de police, qui ont demandé 1800 policiers pour n'en recevoir que 275, dont la majorité a servi au service de protection du premier ministre? Donc, ils ont demandé 1800 policiers. Leur malheur à tous ces gens-là, est-ce donc que la plupart des gens ici, sauf exception, n'habitent pas à l'année à Ottawa?
live in Ottawa?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Unlike maybe some members of the bloc, within the Liberal caucus, all urban centres matter. When an urban centre, no matter what its size, whether it's a Quebec City, Montreal, Ottawa, Winnipeg, Brandon, Vancouver, Victoria, you name the municipality, we are concerned when in fact there are issues in that municipality that would involve issues that we should be concerned about. Mr. Speaker, we have an obligation to be there, and that's what's good in terms of what's happening through the Emergencies Act. It's a very much focused on ensuring that people can feel comfortable in being safe and our economy can be protected. Those borders are critically important to our country, no matter.
Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to ask the honourable colleague, in my community, I've received some complaints from folks who are upset because Confederate flags have shown up on their neighbors' lawns. I'd like to ask him, going forward, after ideally we can move past this convoy and hopefully things settle down a little bit, where the government is going to go from there. How are we going to stop this from spreading in the way that we've seen it spread to communities, and that embolstering, I'm not sure the word exactly, of that hate and that horrible symbolism of hatred?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, that's an excellent question, and I can tell you many years ago, I used to be a critic for diversity. And I often talked about the issue of racism. And the best way in which you fight racism is through education. And I can tell you, I was so impressed when the member from Hull-Elmer raised in an SO31 a statement on racism. And if I was a school trustee in Winnipeg North, I'd be inclined to encourage every young person in school to listen to that SO31. It gave a very strong personal touch to how racism hurts us all, Mr. Speaker.
And comments, question commentaire, the Honourable Member for Kings Hants.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his remarks today. Just two quick questions for him. One is around powers. I had the opportunity to speak to a constituent actually just a few minutes ago who was concerned that this was a broad overreach by the government. When I actually explained the different measures within the public order, he actually understood it and said, well, look, that's reasonable because it's giving tools to police to actually be able to address this. Could the member speak about how these are really restrictive powers, albeit under the Emergencies Act, to give those tools, and that it's about leadership not just here in Ottawa, but in his own city, in Winnipeg, as he mentioned, in other places of the country, to make sure that the law enforcement, if they choose to use this discretion, have the tools to stop the blockades and the protests that we've seen that are truly illegal?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll give a good example. Yesterday, or maybe it was Tuesday, when I was walking down to the Parliament Hill, there was a police officer, and he was meeting with some of the individual protesters, and he was handing out a piece of paper. And as I was walking by, he was referencing the Emergency Act. And what this is another tool for law enforcement agencies to be able to ensure that the illegal blockades and protests come to an end. That's why we have it before us today. There are measures within, such as a standing committee to review it on an ongoing basis. We also have an inquiry once it's all said and done. There's all sorts of transparency and accountability to make sure that it's not abused. And it is a wonderful tool that can be effective, Mr. Speaker.
Commentaire, questions and comment. I have time for a pretty short one. The Honourable Member for Destiny, Miss Nippy, Churchill River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's always a pleasure to listen to my colleague from Winnipeg Centre. It's both entertaining and enlightening often. It's interesting for him to talk about the political aspects of all of this. It seems that the first thing that comes to mind is the pot calling the kettle black, but Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister expects us to believe that the Emergency Act will be geographically targeted, and that's a quote. That's what he told Canadians when he made the announcement. Yet the Order in Council itself states that the emergency exists throughout Canada, and again, that's a quote. We have nothing to suggest otherwise, nothing in writing to suggest otherwise. I can assure you the premiers from Saskatchewan, Alberta, Manitoba, many other provinces of this country do not want this in their provinces. So how does this member explain the contradiction, and why should we trust him and his Prime Minister when the first thing they did was to mislead Canadians in the announcement of the Act?
Good question. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, 30 seconds.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I would recommend anyone that's just listened to the member's question to take a look at what the Winnipeg Free Press wrote yesterday in regards to the province. There was a letter that was written by Premier Heather Stephenson virtually begging Ottawa to get more involved. It was urgent. There was a crisis. There's a serious problem in the province of Manitoba at the Emerson border crosser. It was devastating to our industries. We need that border open, and this type of legislation that we're passing today is not only good for Manitoba, it's good for Ontario, Alberta, it's good for all Canada.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman.
Oh. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I can tell you it's disappointing that we actually are here debating the use of emergency powers that has been laid out by the Prime Minister. Really, this is an indictment on failed leadership. This is about a Prime Minister who has dropped the ball when it comes down to dealing with this crisis, but also has failed to unite Canadians because he constantly just divides, stigmatizes, insults, and marginalizes those that have concerns about vaccine mandates, about the restrictions that have been brought in by the federal government. And he doesn't seem to listen. I don't believe that the Emergencies Act needs to be used. I don't believe that under the definitions of the Emergency Act that the threshold has been met. And I don't believe that the federal government has used the powers that they already possess to deal with these situations. What I do believe is that under this Order in Council that we're looking at under the Emergencies Act, under, I believe it's Section 19 of the Act, that there is open-ended powers that have been handed over to this Prime Minister. And we know at the beginning of this pandemic that this Prime Minister tried to ascertain as much power and control as possible over Parliament, over the Treasury, and over the executive of the government, because he thought that he needed it to grab onto that power. And we know that that lust of power that the Prime Minister has brought us into an early election because he thought he could win his majority in the middle of a pandemic and ignored the plight of Canadians who were dealing with the issues surrounding the pandemic. He ignored the plight of Afghanistan refugees who were trying to get to Canada, who had worked alongside our soldiers, all because the Prime Minister wanted more power. He thought he could get his majority. Now, in the past, we had the War Measures Act, and I acknowledge that the Emergency Act is a modernized version of the War Measures Act, but it still has the same ultimate goal of dealing with major catastrophes in our country. So have we had, a major hurricane, or did we have earthquakes? Were we attacked? No, we weren't. Are we in a world war, like World War I, World War II? Have we gone through the 1970 FLQ crisis? Has somebody been kidnapped? Have leaders of government been kidnapped or murdered? No, there hasn't. And so there is no way that the sovereign nation of Canada is under threat, that we have to go and use this Emergencies Act. What we see out on the streets, yes, is sometimes annoying to those that live. I'm a property owner. There's no doubt, and I want to denounce all those that have signs of hate. I've spent my entire political career, and before that, denouncing racism, denouncing anti-Semitism, denouncing those that fly Nazi flags and dress up as Nazi soldiers. I denounce those that are carrying the Confederate flags. We have to stop racism. And so each and every one of those people that have infiltrated the convoy need to be called out and held responsible for those hateful acts. But at times, to get attention and to make a point, part of being a Canadian is having a peaceful protest. And sometimes that includes civil disobedience. And I've said it in this House before. When the Liberals had their long gun registry, I refused to register my long guns. That was my act of civil disobedience, to stand against an overbearing, overreaching Liberal government policy. Now, I'll also say this, because there's a lot of concern about, how traffic's been blocked, how borders were blocked, infrastructure's been blocked. I've always opposed blockades. We cannot hold our economy hostage. I believe that everybody has made their point. I'm glad that they're going home, and they're going home off our border points without the use of the Emergencies Act. It was provincial governments, local policing, local municipal leaders that were able to negotiate and remove those blockades. The same way this government in the past has dealt with blockades at our Vancouver port, at pipelines, at railway crossings. They went on for days. We didn't call the Emergency Act to get those blockades removed because we went and listened to the people with their concerns. This government refuses to talk with the truckers out on Wellington Street. That is disturbing, to say the least. The biggest concern I have in this, Mr. Speaker, is that this is suspending the civil liberties and our charter rights, because it's open-ended at this point in time. And I just want to remind you that under the War Measures Act, in World War I, my Baba and Guido, I'm of Ukrainian descent, and they came to Canada on Austrian passports. They were declared enemy aliens, and for 4 years had to go one way 20 miles to the RCMP station every week to register. Summer, winter, fall, and spring, didn't matter what they're doing on the farm, they had to register. Even though my Bubba's brother was fighting for Canada in World War I, and they still had to report in. And they had to for 2 years after the war ended, because the government refused to lift the War Measures Act and that violation of their charter rights. Now, I'm concerned that this government will want to continue to erode the civil liberties that we have here now. And, we've got to make sure that that doesn't happen. So I do appreciate and acknowledge that the Emergency Measures Act does provide parliamentary oversight, and that's why we're having this debate tonight, that we can make sure that we call it back and ask to be revoked if it passes with the support of the NDP. And I got to say, I'm really, really upset that the NDP would stand against freedom, would stand against the Charter, and would support the Liberals and the Prime Minister in bringing even this ham-fisted approach to dealing with the crisis that they think is out on the street. Now, Section 2 of our Charter right now is undermined. Peaceful assembly. I walk through the convoy every day. Everybody says hi. Everybody's been very polite out there. Sometimes honking the horns, like this morning at 10 to 7 was annoying, but they don't do it all day long. And just short periods here and there. The first week was a little bit overbearing. I'll give them that. Section 7, life, liberty, and security. So how are they going to ensure that to the tow truck companies when they are commandeering the equipment to tow out the vehicles out on the street right now? And then what's beyond the pale in all this is that they have brought in the violation of Section 8 of the Charter for unreasonable search and seizure. The locking down of bank accounts of people who gave generously to help with the trucking convoy because they couldn't join, they feel they have no other voice, and that they financially supported the convoy, now to have their bank accounts locked down is disgusting. This is an overreach of the government of Canada, and I'm concerned that now that they're on FinTrack, that they're going to be treated like they were funding a terrorist organization, that they will not be able to get a loan, get access to their savings account, won't be able to even, get a mortgage. Like that to me is really disturbing. And really, what's next? Section 19 of the Order of the Emergencies Act, and what's referenced in the Order in Council, says that there is going to be other temporary measures authorized under Section 19 of the Act. That is not known, Mr. Speaker. So we again come back to this issue of failed leadership, of inaction and paralysis. by the Prime Minister. And I'm shocked. I've been here for quite a while, 17 years. I'm shocked that we don't have an emergency management plan for the Parliament buildings in Ottawa as the capital city. I was here for the terrorist attack that happened in 2014. We witnessed what happened January 6, 2021 on Capitol Hill with the riot that was there. And we know that there should have been plans made to deal with a situation like this. But I can tell you that the Minister of Emergency Preparedness, when he was the Toronto Police Chief in 2010, when the protests were happening at the G20 in Toronto, arrested in a matter of a couple of days 1,100 protesters. And they were able to bring in RCMP, OPP, and Toronto City Police and regional police in the area and deal with the situation. We don't need an Emergency Measures Act to do that now. Then, why do we need it now? And I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, that it's time to de-escalate this situation. The Prime Minister has to stop stigmatizing, marginalizing, traumatizing, and name-calling those that don't agree with his policies and actually bring people around, take the heat out, end these restrictive and divisive mandates so that we can get back to a normal life again and live as a strong, united Canada.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Minister of Families, Children and Social Development.
Mr. Speaker, and first of all, I'd like to begin by thanking my colleague for his strong denunciation of hate, of anti-Semitism and racism. I really appreciate that and thank him for doing that so strongly. Mr. Speaker, I want to also just comment that the Emergencies Act specifically is designed to uphold the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, and I'm also happy to hear Conservatives speaking so highly of the Charter of Rights and Freedoms as well. But, Mr. Speaker, the question that I wanted to ask my honourable colleague, and in a sense I think he answered part of it when he spoke about the danger to tow truck operators. Why is he concerned with their security if everything that's happening out there is so peaceful? The second question that I would like to ask him, because I know he has a long history when it comes to protecting the safety and security of Canadians. He spoke about the financial transactions, and he spoke actually about January 6th. The Anti-Defamation League in the United States has put out a list of 1,100 donors who also donated to January 6th insurrection in the Capitol. How can he square that circle, Mr. Speaker, and does he not believe that foreign interference in our democracy is an issue that we must stand firmly against? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Well, I think the minister misunderstood what I was saying about the tow truck drivers. How can they have Section 8 of the Charter of security when they are being forced to tow people that they don't want to tow? And we've already heard this. A lot of tow truck drivers do not want to be out there towing because these are their customers. These are the people that they work with every day. And they don't want to be put in a position where they're being in an adversarial nature. That's their concern. It's not that they're going to hurt them. It's that these are their friends. These are their customers. And why should they be forced into it? And so their charter rights are being violated in this as well. I'll say this. If the government is so concerned about foreign interference, then why haven't they denounced what we've already seen as what was linked to the communist regime in Beijing and interfering in the last federal election here that cost us, as a Conservative Party, at least 9 seats? Why don't they denounce when Tide Foundations and other money from the U.S. flows up and funds things to block our energy products and our transportation systems in this country?
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. L'honorable député de Jonquière.
The Honourable Member for Jonquière.
Bon, j'ai écouté attentivement mon collègue dans les réponses qu'il a données et il semble sceptique à l'idée qu'on saisisse les comptes de banque et les ressources financières de certains manifestants. Il semble sceptique à l'idée qu'on remorque les camions de certains manifestants. Là, je me demande quelles mesures on peut mettre en place pour mettre fin à ce qui se passe dehors. Je ne suis pas d'accord avec la loi des mesures d'urgence, mais zéro, c'est vouloir tuer une mouche avec un bazooka. Mais mon collègue semble laisser entendre qu'il n'y a pas de mesures possibles. À son avis, quelles mesures sont possibles de mettre en place pour mettre fin à ça?
The Honourable Member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
administrators.
Mr. Speaker, we know that there's a number of provincial, municipal, and federal laws that are already in place, including the criminal code, that can be used to deal with the situation out on the street. Sitting on the street and illegally parking, well, guess what? You get a parking ticket, you get towed. And it's just a matter of having enough police members out there to do it. As I used in this example, we witnessed with both the Olympics in 2010 in Vancouver, as well as the G20 meeting in Toronto in August of 2010, that there was lots of police that were able to be brought in from across the country by using federal, provincial, and municipal powers to provide the proper security at the Olympics and arrest over 1,100 protesters that were at the G20 summit and have them all locked away and made sure that everybody else was safe.
And for a quick one, the honourable member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I just wanted to mention that, there has been some words tonight about this being an inconvenience or annoyance. And I just want to point out the privilege that we have in this House that exists, that we can look at something like this as just as an inconvenience and an annoyance when there's families and individuals struggling right now with no income because of their lack of ability to go to work. I just wanted to speak about the policing. My question to the member, Mr. Speaker, is why does the member think that policing has not been enforced, even though we know that there are infractions happening and crimes happening on the street right now?
Honourable member for Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman, 30 seconds or so.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I think it's pretty clear that we've had such weak leadership from the Prime Minister that he hasn't at all provided any direction, that the Public Safety Minister and the Minister of Emergency Preparedness have not been at all concerned about this until it came to the 11th hour. They should have been acting on this sooner. They should have had more police on the streets, and they should have had proper ticketing and arresting individuals, especially those that were promoting hate on the streets. Thank you.
Resuming debate, continuing debate, the honourable member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to speak this evening to speak of the government's unprecedented invocation of the Emergencies Act. This act has been on the books for 34 years. And in those 34 years, it has not been used on a single occasion. Not during the Oka crisis, not during Caledonia, not in the wake of September 11th, not following the 2020 blockades of critical infrastructure, including railway lines and pipelines that went on for 2 months. Never before. And there's good reason, Mr. Speaker, that this act has never been invoked before. And that is because it is exceptional legislation meant for the most extreme of circumstances. And with that, it provides government with sweeping powers that infringe upon the charter rights and civil liberties of Canadians. Powers including prohibiting public assemblage, seizing property, freezing bank accounts without warrant, limiting or prohibiting travel within Canada, and I could go on. Extraordinary powers indeed, Mr. Speaker. And in light of the exceptional nature of this legislation intended for the most extreme circumstances, the threshold that must be satisfied in order to establish that there is a national emergency pursuant to the Act is indeed an extremely high threshold. An emergency under the Act is an urgent and critical situation that seriously endangers the lives, health, or safety of Canadians, or that seriously threatens the ability of the Government of Canada to preserve the sovereignty, security, and territorial integrity of Canada. And not only that, Mr. Speaker, the emergency must be of a nature so as to exceed the capacity or authority of a province to deal with it. And not only that, no other law on the books can effectively deal with the situation. Mr. Speaker, it is patently clear that that threshold, that very high threshold, has not been satisfied. Indeed, it has not come close to being satisfied. The government, in justifying the invocation of these extraordinary powers, talk about ending blockades. Indeed, when one turns to the order in council issued on Monday that specifies the nature of the purported emergency, the order in council speaks of the continuing blockades of critical infrastructure, including trade corridors and international border crossings. It speaks to the adverse impacts that these blockades have had with trading partners, particularly the United States, and it speaks of a breakdown in the supply chain and availability of goods as a result of these blockades. However, Mr. Speaker, there's a big problem for this government. There are no blockades in Canada today, not on the Canada-US border, not anywhere. And, Mr. Speaker, there were no such blockades on Monday when the government invoked the order in council and the Emergencies Act. Now, there were blockades on the Canada-US border at Coutts, Windsor, and Surrey. Those blockades were unlawful, they were wrong, and they were dispersed prior to the invocation of the Emergencies Act under tools already available to law enforcement and under existing laws. I remind the government that in the Act, in order to utilize the Emergencies Act, it must be demonstrated that no other laws on the books can reasonably be used. That simply has borne out not to be the case. So we are now left, Mr. Speaker, with the situation here in Ottawa. There are trucks outside on Wellington in front of Parliament Hill. There are some protesters, and in addition to the street in front of Parliament Hill being affected, there are some streets immediately around the parliamentary precinct in downtown Ottawa that are affected. And yes, it has created unpleasantness. Yes, it has been a nuisance. Yes, there have been illegal activities by certain people who are here. And Mr. Speaker, that does not constitute, or that does not make, a national emergency. Indeed, all of the tools that exist are there and have been used. For example, the honking of horns. That has largely been addressed by way of an injunction issued by a judge. When it comes to the criminal code, transportation laws, municipal bylaws, those are tools on the books to address this situation. But, Mr. Speaker, what cannot be justified is invoking the Emergencies Act. The Emergencies Act is not needed, it's not warranted, because, Mr. Speaker, there is no national emergency. And so, what we have is a Prime Minister who has invoked the Emergency Act absent a national emergency. That, Mr. Speaker, is an abuse of power on the part of the Prime Minister. It is a perversion of the rule of law. It threatens the rights and freedoms of Canadians right across Canada, not just those who are standing outside Parliament Hill. And it sets a dangerous precedent of normalizing the extraordinary powers authorized pursuant to the Act. The Prime Minister knows that the threshold has not been met, but the Prime Minister doesn't care, because for the Prime Minister, it's all about political theater. The Prime Minister knows what he is doing is wrong and that he is acting unlawfully. And so the members on that side of the House, the members in the NDP, the coalition partners of this government, have a choice. They can follow the law pursuant to the Emergencies Act, or they can aid and abet this abuse of power on the part of the Prime Minister. The choice is clear. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Now, since I've taken the chair, I've noticed a lot of helpful people trying to help everybody out in their speeches, and I know it depends on who's actually got the chair to where the help is coming from. But we've got lots of debate to do. We've got lots of opportunity to be able to speak in the House. We've got lots of opportunity to ask questions. So let's get to questions and answer. The Honourable Minister of Families, Children, and Social Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a long title. Mr. Speaker, the member opposite and I were elected together in 2015. We've gotten to know each other, and one thing I've gotten to know about him is that he stands or has stood for law and order. The member opposite has said that there is no national emergency, that there are no illegal, maybe some illegal activities, but those illegal activities taking place are okay. They're not that bad. Acceptable. So $450 million of trade a day was blockaded. The Emergencies Act was announced on Monday. There were still blockades at that point at our border points. Today, in Windsor, Ontario, a woman was arrested for threatening to bomb the house of the mayor. A blockade was stopped on their way to the Ambassador Bridge. In fact, if you just walk out Parliament, there's a blockade in Ottawa. Mr. Speaker, the member opposite is saying to the thousands of residents who've been held hostage for the last 20 days that their safety and their security doesn't matter. What is he saying to the Canadians who elected members in all parties in this House just a few months ago, to the people who are out there that he served coffee to, that he took pictures with, that have said they want to overthrow not the government, every elected member.
The Honourable Member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the Honourable Minister for her question. And the issue at hand is whether the threshold has been met to invoke the Emergencies Act. That is the question, and based upon a review of the legislation, it is very clear that that bar has not been set. With respect to the blockades, it was existing law enforcement tools and powers under the authority of the provinces that dispersed the situation. At Coots, the situation was dispersed by many of the protesters themselves. What the Prime Minister needs to do is turn down the temperature, and instead of pouring fire on this situation. And with respect to the Honourable Minister, I say this could be ended very, very quickly. The path towards ending it is for the Prime Minister to move forward and lift his punitive and discriminatory vaccine mandates. That would resolve this issue.
Alors, j'essaie mon mieux d'inclure tout le monde dans le débat. J'essaie mon mieux d'inclure tous les partis politiques dans la discussion pour les questions. Mais je vois que les questions et les réponses sont un peu longues.
But questions and answers have been a bit long. Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Longueuil, Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will try to speak quickly. I very much liked my colleague's speech. We in the Bloc Québécois are obviously strongly opposed, but for maybe different reasons. We are allergic to the federal government stepping in, taking its jurisdiction, trying to meddle. I understand my colleague's stance. However, many conservative MPs over the past few weeks have taken selfies or even videos with the protesters right here in Ottawa and elsewhere. So I have a rather simple question. How many Conservative parties are there?
The Honourable Member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. There are 119 Conservative members of Parliament who are working every single day to fight for their constituents, including those who have been adversely affected by this government's tyrannical policies.
Questions and comments. Question et commentaire. The Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I know my honourable colleague frequently refers to Indigenous peoples who are peacefully protesting on their unceded territories. I wonder if he was in government, Mr. Speaker, what he would do if a national police service refused to enforce their rule of law like they have been in Wet'suwet'en, including what we saw with militarized police where they took an axe, a chainsaw, Mr. Speaker, and an attack dog to take down the door of 2 unarmed Indigenous women on unceded territory, something that was affirmed in Supreme Court rulings. And the fact that we now are witnessing in Ottawa, police in Ottawa that have been dangerously lenient to these so-called protesters. I would refer to it as an illegal occupation, Mr. Speaker. In fact, we even have photos and news broadcasts of police officers hugging blockaders. I'm wondering what he would do if he was in government, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for St. Albert, Edmonton, with a very short answer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The ball is in the Prime Minister's court. He created this crisis. It is up to him to solve the crisis, and solving the crisis does not begin by invoking an Emergencies Act that cannot be justified in the circumstances.
Reprise du débat, continuing debate. L'honorable député de
Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Karl Marx said of history that it always repeats itself at least twice. The first time, it's a tragedy. The second time, it is a farce. For Quebec, the War Measures Act is a tragic memory. Now, after 3 weeks of crisis, during one of which he was completely absent, the Prime Minister wants to have his just watch me moment by playing hardball to save failing leadership, which was denounced by 2 of his own members of Parliament. Let's recap. In the days leading up to the demonstration on the weekend of January 29th, the organizers were saying that it wouldn't be just a demonstration, but rather like Woodstock, until the health measures were completely lifted. So it was no secret that the truckers were not there to shout their demands, go around the block once or twice, and then leave. They were there to stay. Woodstock? What does that mean? It means it's going to be long. Then the Prime Minister started getting it in the neck, getting criticized. A few days later, he emerged from his silence to insult and stigmatize the truckers. Multiply the epithets, and then he went back to bed. During the first week, one could almost come to believe that the crisis was politically benefiting the government. It even led to the swift and conclusive ejection of the leader of the official opposition. The original, immediate partisan gain was quickly replaced by disbelief that the situation was turning against the government. The more time passed, the more it became clear that the Prime Minister did not know what to do with this hot potato. For 2.5 weeks, the Prime Minister punted his responsibility to the Ottawa Police. All political parties, to varying degrees and promoting very different solutions, of course, were urging him to act. On February 7th, the former Ottawa Police Chief, who was still in office at the time, asked Ottawa for 1,800 officers in reinforcement. In the end, just over 275 RCMP officers were sent. They were sent, though, mainly to protect the Prime Minister and Parliament Hill. According to the Ottawa Police Chief, only 20 officers were assigned to the demonstration. The City of Ottawa contacted the organizers to ask for certain trucks to be moved to make life a little bit easier for residents.
Pourquoi c'est pas le fédéral qui a pris le téléphone? Mais le fédéral, justement, dans tout ça, la vérité, c'est qu'il n'y avait pas de pilote dans l'avion. La base du leadership aurait été de créer une cellule de crise pour coordonner tous les paliers ensemble. Faut-il se surprendre quand on voit comment ce gouvernement et ce premier ministre ont géré les crises précédentes? On pense à la crise des chemins de fer impliquant les Wet'suwet'en, ou au début de la crise de la COVID en 2020, quand à peu près tout le monde demandait la fermeture préventive des frontières face à un virus qui nous était encore très largement inconnu. On le connaissait encore très peu, mais le gouvernement laissait les choses aller. Dans le dernier exemple, d'ailleurs, le laissez-faire fédéral a atteint un point si critique que la mairesse de la ville de Montréal, Mme Valérie Plante, elle a décidé de se rendre elle-même en personne à l'aéroport international de Dorval. En 2022, rien n'a changé.
Here we are in 2022. Nothing has
changed. Et là, soudainement, au moment même où plusieurs mesures sanitaires sont levées, et que différents niveaux d'autorité, provinciale, fédérale, municipale, ont réussi à lever certaines occupations, la tortue s'est soudainement mise à se prendre pour le lièvre. La loi sur les mesures d'urgence, rejetons de la loi sur les mesures de guerre, allait être invoquée. Et ce, même si le premier ministre a clamé pendant 3 jours qu'il n'y aurait pas recours. Au moment où la situation commence à se régler sans le fédéral veut pouvoir mettre dans son CV qu'il a fait quelque chose. C'est ce qu'on appelle un constat d'échec, Monsieur le Président. La loi sur les mesures d'urgence vise à donner des pouvoirs exceptionnels au gouvernement. Par décret, le gouvernement peut donc imposer la réglementation ou l'interdiction des déplacements, l'utilisation de biens désignés et les assemblées publiques dont il est raisonnable de penser qu'elles auraient pour effet de troubler la paix. Il peut désigner et aménager des lieux protégés. Il peut prendre le contrôle des services publics ou en assurer la restauration et l'entretien. Il peut autoriser ou ordonner la fourniture de services essentiels et le versement d'une indemnité raisonnable pour ces services. Il peut également imposer, sur déclaration de culpabilité par procédure sommaire, une amende maximale de 500 $ et un emprisonnement maximal de 6 mois, ou juste un des deux, ou sur déclaration de culpabilité par mise en accusation, une amende maximale de 5 000 $ et un emprisonnement maximal de 5 ans ou une seule de ces deux peines. La loi sur les mesures d'urgence, précisons-le d'emblée, elle n'est pas si légitime en soi. L'état d'exception, ça fait partie intégrante de la démocratie, tant et aussi longtemps qu'il aspire à faire face à une crise qu'on veut temporaire par définition, il est normal que l'État puisse avoir des mesures dites d'exception. Mais parce que l'état d'urgence est nécessairement momentané, qui est nécessairement temporaire, il s'agit d'une opération qui est ciblée dans le temps. On reconnaît alors qu'il n'est pas optimal et qu'il n'aspire pas à être permanent. La situation exige parfois de suspendre le fonctionnement habituel du système démocratique pour régler un problème qui exige une rapidité inhabituelle. Tout le monde le reconnaît. Je suis convaincu que tout le monde ici, toutes les formations dans cette Chambre vont le dire. Moi, d'accord avec ça. La loi sur les mesures d'urgence sert normalement en cas de sinistre, en cas d'état d'urgence, en cas de crise internationale, ou lorsque le pays est en guerre. Si son emploi peut être juste, et ça j'insiste là-dessus, il peut l'être absolument, aucun doute là-dessus, aucun débat à avoir là-dessus, mais il ne peut l'être qu'en dernier recours. Or, les recours n'ont justement pas été épuisés. La loi sur les mesures d'urgence, c'est une décision extrême qui survient maintenant, après 2 semaines où le problème a été traité comme étant mineur pendant les premiers temps. On laisse la situation s'envenimer, on laisse les choses déraper, dégrader, puis ensuite on s'en vient tout soudainement crier au loup. Bon, tout un retournement. Mais pourtant, pourquoi ne pas utiliser les recours légaux et les institutions légales ordinaires? Si l'occupation du centre-ville d'Ottawa n'est pas légale,
Pourquoi, dans ce cas, aurait-on besoin d'une loi d'exception plutôt que de tout simplement appliquer les lois ordinaires? On va donner quelques exemples. Les 4, 5, 6 février, manifestation à Québec, aucun siège, aucune occupation. La Ville était prête. Ils ont prévu leurs mesures d'aménagement. Le service de police de la Ville de Québec a laissé les camions circuler jusqu'à un certain périmètre qui avait été prévu d'avance. Mais il a veillé à faire respecter les règlements municipaux. Respect total, donc, du droit fondamental de manifester pacifiquement, mais clarté dans le fait qu'il y aura protection de la sécurité de tous et toutes, que ce soit les manifestants ou que ce soit des résidents et résidentes. A-t-on eu besoin de la loi sur les mesures d'urgence à Québec ce jour-là? La réponse est non. Le 13 février, 13 personnes ont été arrêtées au poste frontalier à Coutts, en Alberta. Ils avaient des armes, incluant des semi-automatiques de type militaire, des vestes tactiques, des chargeurs haute capacité. Un des leaders du groupe avait même réalisé des vidéos appelant à prendre les armes contre le gouvernement. Mais la barricade a été démantelée. Le poste frontalier est accessible aujourd'hui. Avait-on besoin de la loi sur les mesures d'urgence pour le faire? La réponse, c'est non. Jusqu'à preuve du contraire, les menaces et les appels à l'insurrection, c'est déjà illégal. Ça l'était avant la loi sur les mesures d'urgence. Le 14 février, le blocus du pont Ambassador, un des plus importants points chauds de cette crise, a été démantelé. Est-ce qu'on avait besoin de la loi sur les mesures d'urgence? La réponse, c'est non. Il y a moyen de moyenner avec l'arsenal légal conventionnel. Jusqu'à preuve du contraire, c'est en tout temps que bloquer une rue ou appeler à la violence, c'est illégal. A-t-on besoin d'une loi sur les mesures d'urgence pour nous rappeler l'évidence? La réponse, bien sûr, c'est non. Les provinces et les municipalités ont les moyens d'agir. Le fédéral aussi, si ça donne la peine. Mais c'est une autre histoire. Pire encore, le décret gouvernemental sera lourd en conséquences. Puis la plus importante sera de diviser la population. Comme lorsqu'il a formulé ses insultes à l'endroit des manifestants au début de cette crise, le premier ministre procède à une récupération partisane des événements, se disant qu'il sortira sans doute gagnant de cette polarisation malsaine. Le feu s'éteint peut-être petit à petit. Rien de mieux que d'amener une bonne chaudière d'huile pour ranimer le feu, pour le raviver. J'espère que le gouvernement est prêt pour le regain de colère populaire et la lassitude qui s'en vient. Le gouvernement a non seulement déplacé le problème, il l'a empiré. 7 provinces sur 10 s'opposent vertement à l'invocation de la loi sur les mesures d'urgence. L'Assemblée nationale du Québec a unanimement voté son opposition et son rejet de l'application en sol québécois de la loi sur les mesures d'urgence. La Coalition Avenir Québec, le parti au pouvoir, le Parti libéral du Québec, qui n'est pas une formation indépendantiste, il faut le préciser, Québec solidaire, qui n'est pas réputé sympathique aux positions et aux revendications des camionneurs, le Parti québécois et la députée du Parti conservateur du Québec, la totalité du Parlement québécois. Totalité. La totalité du Parlement québécois dit d'une seule voix, en cette chambre, à cette chambre, et nous le reprenons, en cette chambre, de ne pas aller là où le gouvernement veut nous amener. Au Québec, le traumatisme est important. En 1970, comme on le sait, 500 personnes ont été détenues sans avoir droit à un procès. Des travailleuses et travailleurs, des mécaniciens, des libraires, des militantes et des militants, des poètes, des artistes, des esprits libres dont le seul crime était de vouloir l'indépendance du Québec. Le tout rendu possible par la proclamation de la loi sur les mesures de guerre par un soi-disant champion des droits et libertés, Pierre-Éliott Trudeau. Ottawa n'a jamais publié de liste officielle des personnes arrêtées dans le cadre de cette loi. L'application de la loi sur les mesures de guerre générait environ 32 000 perquisitions sans mandat. Des 500 personnes arrêtées, précisons-le, 90 % ont été relâchées sans que des accusations soient portées et 95 % de celles qui ont été inculpées ont finalement été acquittées ou ont bénéficié d'un abandon des poursuites. Même on sait maintenant que la liste d'innocents arrêtés a été dressée par Ottawa. La police a demandé à Trudeau, Marchand, Pelletier, les soi-disant 3 colombes, comme on les appelait,
de jouer avec la liste, d'en enlever, d'en rajouter. On appelle ça une république de bananes, Monsieur le Président. On a là un épisode qui en est digne, à tout le moins, puis d'ailleurs René Lévesque disait de l'administration Trudeau à l'époque qu'elle s'était comportée comme un gouvernement totalitaire en temps de paix. Mais il avait bien raison.
In fact, René Lévesque said of the Trudeau administration at the time that it had behaved like a totalitarian government in peacetime.
Mouture de la loi sur les mesures de guerre, précisons-le, n'était pas illégitime en soi non plus. Elle a été utilisée 2 fois pour les 2 grands conflits mondiaux tragiques du 20e siècle. Mais en ce qui concerne Octobre 70, le recours à la loi sur les mesures de guerre n'était pas plus justifié. On le sait aujourd'hui, le commissaire de la GRC affirmait dès l'époque que les enquêtes avançaient bien, que les corps de police collaboraient avec des mesures comme celles qui sont prévues dans la loi sur les mesures de guerre, notamment les arrestations massives, allaient ralentir l'enquête sur les événements d'octobre. Puis le rapport sur les événements d'octobre 70, rédigé par Maître Jean-François Duchesne et remis en 1980, nous apprend que l'idée de faire appel à l'armée canadienne provenait des milieux policiers. C'est vrai, mais que celle d'utiliser les pouvoirs de la loi sur les mesures de guerre n'émanait pas de la GRC. Autrement dit, selon la GRC, donc encore une fois, pas un think tank indépendantiste, les troubles pouvaient être pleinement gérés en vertu des lois ordinaires, sans suspendre les droits fondamentaux des Québécois et des Québécoises. Ça vous rappelle rien? Utiliser une loi d'exception à des fins partisanes en 2022 comme en 1970, dans un cas comme dans l'autre, cette utilisation aurait pu être évitée en se fiant aux seules règles et institutions conventionnelles de l'État de droit. Tout parallèle a bien entendu ses limites, Monsieur le Président. Je suis conscient que la loi sur les mesures d'urgence présente des différences réelles avec la loi sur les mesures de guerre qu'elle a remplacée en 1988. C'est même inutile d'utiliser ça comme argument. On le sait, on en est tous conscients. On peut prendre, par exemple, le cas le fait qu'il est question de la Charte des droits et libertés, de la Déclaration canadienne des droits, et du Pacte international relatif aux droits et politiques dans son préambule. Mais bon, c'est surtout symbolique parce que l'ancienne loi sur les mesures de guerre devait aussi se conformer aux chartes, même si elle n'incluait pas symboliquement de référence dans son préambule. Une autre grande différence est qu'il faut maintenant que le Parlement se prononce sur sa proclamation dans les 7 jours qui suivent. C'est pourquoi on est en débat là-dessus et c'est pourquoi on votera vraisemblablement prochainement là-dessus aussi. Malgré ces grandes différences entre les 2 lois, entre les époques, entre les contextes, et ne me faites pas dire ce que je n'aurais pas dit, c'est-à-dire qu'il y aurait que ce serait identique. Ce n'est pas le cas. Malgré ces différences, une vérité demeure. Le gouvernement banalise de façon irresponsable une loi d'exception aux dispositions radicales qui peuvent être justifiées, mais qui demeurent radicales néanmoins. En l'utilisant, lorsque de toute évidence, rien n'indique, hors de tout doute, que nous étions rendus à devoir nous résigner à ce dernier recours. C'est aussi simple que ça. S'il y a une preuve quelconque qu'on pouvait que la voie légale, que les lois et institutions actuelles, que ce soit celles d'Ottawa, que ce soit celles des municipalités, que ce soit celles des provinces, ne suffit plus, on aimerait les voir. Déposez-les, prouvez-le, convainquez-nous. Puis là, rendu là, on va être les premiers à réévaluer tout ça, à étudier tout ça. Mais convainquez-nous. Actuellement, on ne l'a pas, cette preuve. C'est un recours qui est déplacé. Que ce soit clair, la gestion chaotique de cette crise par l'actuel gouvernement risque d'être longtemps enseignée dans les livres d'histoire comme un gâchis monumental. Il sera aussi sans doute étudié dans les écoles de leadership comme l'exemple parfait de ce qu'il ne faut pas faire. C'est quand les vagues sont fortes, Monsieur le Président, qu'on reconnaît les bons capitaines. À ce chapitre, on assiste à un échec flagrant.
Here we have
Nous
a
ne
clear
laisserons pas ce
failure,
Premier ministre
and
et ce
we will
gouvernement
not
couler
let
le
this
navire.
Prime Minister and this government sink
Nous nous
the ship.
opposerons donc,
We
nous du Bloc
will
québécois,
oppose in the Bloc Québécois.
clairement à cette
We
proclamation
will stand
inutile,
firm against this
injuste
unnecessary, unfair,
et
and
injustifiée
unwarranted
de la loi
proclamation
sur
of
les
the
mesures
Emergency
d'urgence.
Measures Act.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. L'honorable
The
ministre
Honourable
du Patrimoine canadien.
Minister of Canadian Heritage. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. When it's time to complain, we can always count on the Bloc Québécois. Last week they were saying, well, hey, you're not doing enough, you're not doing enough. But now they're saying, hey, now you're doing too much, you're doing too much.
On dirait que c'est une belle-mère qui n'est jamais de bonne humeur.
It's like they're a mother-in-law who's never happy. They're never happy. We're going too fast, not too fast, doing enough, not doing enough. But what I haven't heard from the Bloc Québécois, Mr. Speaker, what I haven't heard is the fact that what's happening outside right now is illegal. The fact that there's a siege right now, that there are people who aren't sleeping, there are people who can't get around, and not just in Ottawa, in Gatineau as well, Mr. Speaker. I haven't heard the members speak about all of the business people who said, oh, we're finally able to open this light into the tunnel, but no, they can't because of what's happening. They don't care about the people outside, and shame on them for that.
Alors, on va laisser faire la honte et la culpabilisation. Je trouve ça dommage que le ministre
I find it very unfortunate that the Heritage Minister doesn't like
his
his mother-in-law.
On la salue néanmoins.
That's
Il dit qu'il l'aime au moins.
I know he says that he does love his mother-in-law.
Je dirais, en fait, je trouve ça bizarre qu'il ne l'ait pas entendu, parce qu'on le dit que c'était pas légal. Je l'ai dit spécifiquement dans mon allocution. Pour justement dire que si c'est pas légal, ça l'était aussi avant la loi sur les mesures d'urgence. Ce qu'on disait, c'est agissez, mais selon la loi existante. C'est aussi simple que ça. On n'a pas besoin de loi d'exception pour rappeler que quelque chose qui est déjà illégal l'est. On n'a pas besoin de loi d'exception pour rappeler l'évidence.
Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Destiny, Mississippi, Churchill River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, far be it for me to quote an NDP MP in this House, but considering the Honourable Tommy Douglas is from Saskatchewan, I think maybe I'll do it just this one time. In describing Pierre Trudeau's use of the War Measures Act, he said it was like using a sledgehammer to crack a peanut. Mr. Speaker, I'm sure my colleague from the Bloc would agree that what is happening outside is pale in comparison to what was going on in 1970. He referred to that in his comments. I would ask my colleague from the Bloc what he thinks the great Tommy Douglas would do if he were here in this House of Commons at this moment in time.
The député de Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte.
On ne fera pas parler les morts, bien sûr, sauf que ce qu'on peut quand même constater, j'ai bien dit, j'ai parlé des deux situations, dans les deux cas, il y avait des troubles qui sont réels, sont existants, mais dans les deux cas, le recours à la loi sur les mesures de guerre ou à la loi sur les mesures d'urgence n'est pas justifié. Il y a des institutions, la police existe, l'armée existe, les lois existent, le fait que d'occuper ou de capturer un ministre comme dans le temps, c'est illégal, c'était déjà le cas, on n'a pas besoin de la loi d'exception pour le réaffirmer.
We don't need an exceptional act. Everybody knows it. So we can use the institutions and the laws that already exist in a state of a rule of law to deal with this situation.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments.
L'honorable député je devrais savoir by now. Longueuil-Saint-Hubert.
Longueuil-Saint-Hubert.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Merci.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Ça va s'en venir, ça va s'en venir.
You'll get there, you'll get there.
Je remercie mon collègue. Mon collègue a fait une démonstration absolument admirable.
Made an admirable presentation.
Il a très bien démontré la différence entre la loi d'urgence qu'on a devant nous en ce moment et la loi des mesures de guerre en 1970. Mais un coup se dit, pour les Québécois,
the people of
une loi
Quebec,
d'urgence
an emergency
au Canada, même si ça s'applique pas au Québec,
even if it doesn't apply in Quebec, and we don't know if that's really going to be the case. We're not quite sure. But this is something that was very traumatic for the people of Quebec, and it's something that is still, front of mind for Quebecers. And I've participated in films and plays about this, where we, for example, dealt with the trials that came out of that. So it's something that's still really front of mind, and we know that there are thousands of people who are calling our office to say, you have to vote against this, vote against this, vote against it.
Le mot, la virgule, ils sont dans l'esprit de la loi et ça leur fait peur. Est-ce que mon collègue pourrait nous parler de ce traumatisme qu'on ressent face à cette loi-là?
Speak to the traumatism that we still feel in Quebec. The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagot. Well, it's there, but we can't think that this is an illegitimate traumatism or something that's not real, because this was something very serious that happened, and the Bloc Québécois tabled a motion in 2020 on our opposition day on the 50th anniversary of the October crisis, where we asked for apologies to the victims of that, and we have no sympathy for any type of criminality. That's not what we were saying. But there were victims at that time, and we know that the federal leaders went in and played with a list of people who were arrested. That was very serious, and the RCMP have said it. They said it a couple of years later. You don't need to do this. We're going to be able to get out of this under the existing structures. And yet, it was as if there was a psychological war that was undertaken, and that's
questions
left
and comments. L'honorable député
the honourable member for King's Heads.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Through you, of course. Look, I'm quite gobsmacked listening to the member's speech, particularly because the member started by saying that the Government of Canada should have acted sooner. The Bloc Québécois normally has a lot of respect for jurisdictions, and of course, we were there to support municipalities. We were there to support the provincial governments that asked for our assistance with additional forces, with creating an integrated command. So we were there right from the start. Had we done something more sooner, they would have been also screaming to say, look, overreach as the federal government. His own critic for public safety on Monday said this, that the federal government needed to show leadership. Does he not expect the federal government showing leadership is creating tools to the provincial government to actually use their discretion to be able to stop protests across the country, including the ones at Lacal that are being contemplated by provincial police in Quebec? And it's great that he mentions the House, the National Assembly in Quebec. 72% of Quebecers agree with this measure. What does he have to say to them?
L'honorable député de Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagot.
There are a lot of questions in there, Mr. Speaker. One question with many questions. Listen, a survey is a survey, and that can be discussed, it can be negotiated, it can be studied, it can be contested. We haven't analyzed the details and the methodology behind it, or looked at the question that was asked, because I'm convinced that Quebecers don't disagree that this should apply in Ontario or those places where it's necessary, but that's not what the Act says. In its current form, the Act would apply everywhere. And so that's what I am saying. And I'm saying that the National Assembly, 100% of the National Assembly, the legitimate Parliament of Quebecers, all of the parties in the National Assembly, all of them are saying it. They're clear, they're against it, there's no debate, and that's more scientific a vote in a Parliament than a survey and a poll. And that's what we were saying. We were saying we need to act, and it seems like for this government acting without interfering in jurisdiction, that seems to be impossible for the party across the way. Because when we say it's time to act, it was, from what the other member was saying, it's as if acting meant interfering in jurisdiction. There are a number of things that could be done, and one thing is clear. One thing is certain, and I explained it a number of times. I spent my 20 minutes doing that, and I've done it in the answers to these questions. Is that there's a difference between acting when using the laws that already are in place, and when that hasn't been done after that, coming in with an exceptional law. But that's the problem here.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Port Moody Coquitlam. Port Moody Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I just wanted to ask a question to the member just around policing as well. Some of the members tonight have talked about, the slight inconvenience and the annoyances, but others have spoken about the fear in the community. And I note that we've all seen that the police have not been able to enforce crime, have not been able to enforce the municipal level bylaw infractions. So I'm just wondering if through you, Mr. Speaker, if the member could just say why they think that policing has not been enforced in this situation. in Ottawa.
Le député de Saint-Hyacinthe,
Bagat,
dans Canon-Saint-Sacre.
In 45 seconds, please. 45 seconds?
Ce que j'ai constaté, moi, c'est qu'ils l'ont pas mal bien appliqué à Québec.
That it was well applied in Quebec, it was applied on the Ambassador Bridge, it was applied in Alberta when they arrested people who had weapons at the border crossing. So I think there are a number of cases where that was the case. There was clearly a problem with management and leadership, specifically in the region where we are right now. It's as simple as that.
Reprise du débat, continuing debate. The honourable member for South Shore, St. Margaret's.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise to speak on a historic and unprecedented situation facing our country. For the first time since its passage in 1988, the Emergencies Act is being invoked by the Prime Minister. This law outlines a type of situation that would merit its invocation. It notes that it must only be used during an emergency that arises from threats to the security of Canada and that are so serious as to be a national emergency. And while it's the Prime Minister's decision to invoke the Act, it's the duty of members in this House that have been placed in us to either reject it, ratify it, and ensure, if the measures are taken, that they're justifiable and appropriate. The Act enumerates 4 circumstances that would justify the use of its powers. Let me outline those emergencies described in the Act and hold the circumstances of the current standoff up against these provisions to see if today's situation meets any of these criteria. Criteria 1, espionage or sabotage that is against Canada or is detrimental to the interests of Canada, or such activities directed toward and in support of such espionage and sabotage. I've seen no clear evidence that blockades have been infiltrated by spies or other acts of espionage, nor has the government brought any such evidence forward to this House. Criteria 2, foreign influenced activities within or relating to Canada that are detrimental to the interests of Canada and are clandestine or deceptive or involve a threat to any person. The Prime Minister has alluded to foreign funding by individuals. However, it remains unclear how this is detrimental to the interest of Canadians. There is no foreign country that is financing or otherwise supporting the blockades financially, and that's the test. If the Prime Minister believes it is a foreign government funding this, then he has an obligation to share that with the House. Criteria 3, activities within or relating to Canada directed towards this or in support of the threat or use of acts or serious violence against persons or property for the purpose of achieving political, religious, or ideological objective within Canada or a foreign state. There has been no concerted violent effort made by any members of the blockade. In fact, we saw mostly peaceful removal of the protesters on the Ambassador Bridge, and isolated acts of violence do not equate to full-blown acts of violence that are aimed at achieving political objectives. Criteria 4, activities directed toward undermining by covert unlawful acts or directed toward or intended ultimately to lead to the destruction or overthrow by violence of the constitutionally established system of government in Canada. Every day I've been walking to my office and to the House of Commons, like all MPs, unimpeded by protesters. To be sure, they've effectively blocked several streets, created a lot of noise, and made life more difficult for those of us living downtown. But what's happened in downtown Ottawa in the last 3 weeks is nothing remotely close to the violent overthrow of the constitutionally established system of government in Canada. The Security Intelligence Services Act explicitly prohibits the use of these kinds of powers on lawful protests or dissent. If the present circumstances don't warrant using the Act for the first time, they absolutely pale in comparison to the previous times the Act's predecessor was invoked. I was a legislative assistant to the government that created this Act to replace the War Measures Act, to prevent the suspension of charter rights and government overreach. Through our long history, there are only 3 other times this has happened. During the 2 World Wars and during the October crisis, when there was an armed insurrection, when a diplomat and a politician were kidnapped, Pierre Laporte was murdered, and bombs were set off in Quebec. It was a horrible experience, and even still, some called it overreach. So, Mr. Speaker, I ask you, does a traffic jam on the street in front of Parliament Hill merit the same type of response as those 3 incidents? Of course not. The Act must only be used as a last resort. That's what the Prime Minister said. But if this measure is his last resort, what was his plan A, B, and C? Because we didn't see it. Did he make himself available to meet with the delegation of protesters to hear them out? Of course not. Did he dispatch a delegation of his ministers to meet with them? Any key caucus members or senior officials other than the RCMP? Of course not. The government's report to Parliament on the Emergency Act consultations confirms this. There are 58 engagements in this list. I searched through the details of the 58 engagements. Did I find reference to one government official, one minister, or the Prime Minister meeting with Canadians on this? No, I did not. The government, this Prime Minister, had meetings with themselves, not with Canadians. They went from sitting on their duffs in non-productive meetings to implementing the most heavy-handed act available to governments. The Prime Minister said he did not take it lightly, but the evidence in his own documents shows otherwise. The government does not need the Emergency Act to arrest illegal protesters. This is done often. Just ask the Minister of the Environment. Cutting off funding of an illegal activity does not require the Emergency Act. The proceeds of crime legislation deals with that. The Executive Director of FinTrack, in his statement before our parliamentary committee, said there is no evidence of foreign extremists financing behind these demonstrations. There is no need, then, for the Emergency Act to stop foreign funding. For 21 days, the federal government has had the regular legislative tools to deal with the Ottawa protests, but they've not used them. They have not stopped one jerry can of fuel, one hot tub, one barbecue propane container from being carried through the protest right by the police. Meanwhile, provincial governments in Ontario, Manitoba, and BC used standard policing tools to dispense with the protests. Days before the convoy had even arrived in Ottawa, he was stigmatizing and vilifying the participants. He called them racist and misogynists, fringe minority who hold unacceptable views. This is how the Prime Minister operates. He divides, stigmatizes, and drives wedges between himself and those who don't agree with him. And he does it for the most naked of political reasons. He thinks it makes for good politics for himself and for the Liberal Party, and that it goes over well with his base. Mr. Speaker, this is not a Prime Minister of all Canada or all Canadians. This is a very selective Prime Minister, one who picks and chooses his causes based on the degree to which they further his vain, glorious self-image or the interest of the Liberal Party. Not long ago, this Prime Minister calculated that it would be in his interest to opine on the agriculture reforms that were being proposed by the Government of India, the world's largest democracy and a fellow member of the Commonwealth. In the ensuing diplomatic spat that resulted from his unsolicited and righteous remarks, the PM justified his intervention in the domestic affairs of the world's largest democracy by saying, and I quote, and I know the government's listening, because this is what the Prime Minister said, Canada will always stand up for the right of peaceful protest anywhere around the world, except apparently at home. Yes, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister passionately supports the principles of free speech and peaceful protest. It's just the practice of free speech and peaceful protest he opposes, especially at home, in front of the symbol of free speech and democracy, Parliament Hill. Mr. Speaker, Conservatives sympathize with those Canadians who have been affected by the blockades. Critical trade links were halted, but have now been restored. And many small businesses have had to shut their doors in light of the protests. The protesters here in Ottawa came bringing a message. That message has been heard. The Conservatives have heard them, and we will stand up for them and all Canadians who want to get back to normal life. And we will not stop until those mandates are ended. Canadians have sacrificed so much. We all know that. Every member of Parliament has heard and seen firsthand the sacrifices. However, in a country more divided than ever, the Prime Minister has decided to purposely politicize the pandemic for his own game.
Time is up, but I'm sure he'll be able to add through questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Minister of Families, Children and Social Development.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for his question. Madam Speaker, as I was listening to his remarks, I felt like we were living in two different worlds. You know, it's not lost on me that he kept talking about these peaceful protests that ended quietly and through dialogue. Well, I saw the news in Coutts, Alberta. They ended because there was a huge cache of weapons. And so, you know, that was something that I think is quite concerning to all Canadians. He was talking about, you know, the premiers that could do this without emergency powers. In Ontario, they actually enacted.
So the honourable member for Saint-Jacques has a point of order, and I believe I know what it is.
Yes, it's Standing Orders 16 and 18, which are being violated. I can't hear the minister trying to ask a question because of the heckling from the people she's trying to ask the question.
I've stopped the clock. I'll allow the minister to re-ask her question, and I do ask members if they have other questions and comments to wait until it's their turn. And I am sure that the honourable member who from South Shore St. Margaret's is going to be able to answer this without the help of his colleagues. The honourable minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And while I always, you know, appreciate the comments, I do appreciate the opportunity to ask this question. You know, he was talking about premiers who were able to do this without emergency measures, but in fact in Ontario last Friday, the premier actually brought forward a state of emergency extraordinary powers and then was very supportive of the federal government bringing this forward because of the extraordinary damage to our economy and the security of Canadians at border points, as well as right here in Ottawa, Madam Speaker. Again, what I hear from the members opposite is a complete disregard for the safety of people in Ottawa. And I just ask the member, when will he recognize that people are unsafe and they are scared, and it is our job as parliamentarians to protect them?
The honourable member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
Thank you very much for the question from the minister. And I agree with her. We do live in two worlds. Your world, where you watch the CBC to find out what's happening.
To address the questions through the chair.
Well, the minister and the government who watch the CBC to get all of their news, or our world where we actually go and talk to people. We actually go to the protests and the borders where people are to find out what they're hearing and to try and represent them in Parliament. We don't just sit in meetings in West Block talking to each other in those ineffective meetings that you always have in the government side that produce absolutely nothing. You went from zero initiatives, this government, to the most draconian piece of legislation that exists in this country. And you're using...
I do want to ask some more questions, get some more questions asked. Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The honourable member report quickly. Excuse me, Beauport Limoilou.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Depuis ce matin, j'écoute parce que
this morning I've been listening because this is such an important topic, and what I'm hearing, well, it's as if we've got a medal
un livre n'avait pas deux couvertures,
without two sides, or a book without any content or a story. On the one hand, everything is dramatic, and on the other hand, things are not so bad. So I'd like to hear from my colleague whether he could tell us what measures should have been taken sooner.
Well, I think the Prime Minister should have actually enforced the existing laws and tools that he has before him without using the Act. Well, I'm hearing from members opposite Madam Speaker, that it's not his job. That's the problem with this government. Nothing is their job. Whether it's inflation or whether it's this crisis, it's always somebody else's fault. The honourable member from Nova Scotia, my colleague, who I respect a lot, I've heard him also saying, not our problem. We didn't create the economic crisis we're in. I'm sorry you did. That's your excuse for everything in this House.
I want to remind the member he's to maybe not use the word you. That would prevent me from having to get up so often and redirect him. We have time for a brief question. The honourable member Port Moody Coquitlam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I just wanted to say that I've heard some words around this House today that people aren't talking to constituents, that people aren't talking to workers, that members of Parliament aren't talking to the communities. And I just want to say that we are. And Madam Speaker, what I'm hearing is that people are traumatized by this. And I just wanted to ask the Conservative who says, the Conservative Party and the member who says they will stand up for the occupiers. Do they endorse illegal occupations going forward, or is it just this one that they're supporting?
The honourable member for South Shore St. Margaret's, a brief, please.
Well, the honourable member, I don't think I said that. What I said is we will stand up for ending the mandates, but in her relationship with the Liberals in supporting bringing in the reduction in people's freedoms, I would pose the question to her. Why is she not listening to the people that she's hearing from who are complaining about wanting these mandates reduced and relieved? Provinces are doing it. Provinces out west are doing it. All kinds of provinces are doing it. This government's ignoring and continues to ignore the needs of Canadians who want to get back to a normal life, and they're putting their own political agenda to try and wedge and divide us ahead of everyone.
Resuming debate, the honourable member Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and glad to be speaking to this bill. Actually, I'd rather not be speaking to this bill. I don't think we should, this measure, I'd rather not be speaking on it. I don't think it's necessary. I think it's a total overreach of the government for political expediency, and it's inappropriate, and it's very selective. And that will be probably the nature of my comments here tonight. But first of all, I do want to thank all the members of the staff here this evening, table officers, interpreters, food services, maintenance. We appreciate what you do for us staying these late hours of the night. And I think the cafeteria workers are here half an hour later than we finished tonight. So, thank you to them. Also want to thank the Parliamentary Protective Services, who had long hours over here on the Hill for the past 3 weeks in order to keep order. They've been having a lot of polite conversations with the protesters and approaching them with a calm, professional demeanor. And I can't help but wonder that if the Liberal government would have had the same approach, that the situation would be where it is today. Matter of fact, I'm sure it would not be. They made absolutely no effort to reach out. And it's not just in the past 3 weeks, Madam Speaker. This is the approach they've had, that's just what they've had over the years. During the pandemic and beforehand. I can't think of a single time that the Prime Minister or any member of the Cabinet, for that matter, has even taken a minute to voice any degree of willingness to listen to the Canadians who disagree with them on the measures that the government has taken to promote the exclusion of Canadians based on vaccination status. Prime Minister and many other Liberal caucus members try to paint anyone not fully vaccinated or not supportive of exclusionary mandates as enemies, questioning whether they should be tolerated. Canada, we're talking about. It's known for our tolerance. It's known for our multiculturalism. And this is the type of approach that our government is taking constantly. It's a mode of operation. Let me go back to last year when 50 churches were burned down. They said, the Prime Minister said this: One of my reflections is I understand the anger that's out there against institutions like the Catholic Church. It is real and it is fully understandable, the shameful history that we've all becoming more and more aware of, and engaging ourselves to do better. Such pious words. It's wrong, Madam Speaker. Burning of churches for the Prime Minister and this Liberal government is understandable, but no desire to show concern for those protesting now. He told several church leaders that evangelical Christians were the worst part of Canadian society. Yes, exclusionary tolerance. That's what I'm speaking about. Talking about 3%. Madam Speaker?
Order. I just ruled on this a few minutes ago for the minister, and now I'm having the minister do exactly what was being what somebody had asked not to do. And I know that the ministers want to ensure that they are role models in this House, and I would ask them to hold their discussions and their thoughts when it's the appropriate time to do so. And I would also ask the opposition members as well not to engage in the discussions as well, especially when I'm speaking. So resuming debate, the honourable member for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge can continue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for those comments, and I'm happy to answer the questions afterwards. I think of something that the Prime Minister once said regarding exclusion and intolerance. Let me quote here. He spoke about an event that killed several people and wounded hundreds, many of them losing arms and legs. He said, but there is no question that this happened because there is someone who felt completely excluded. And our approach has been, it has to be, where do those tensions come from? Where do those tensions come from? Who is he speaking about? He was speaking about the Boston Marathon bombers, not the families and others here in front of us. That's his approach to those that he might identify with, and yet he's excluding many others. Shameful. It's shameful and it's divisive. Why now has he no willingness to understand where these tensions come from? It is because he knows that the answer to that question of why there's these tensions, these problems, is in the mirror. He just has to look in the mirror. Does the Prime Minister think that calling anyone that is not fully vaccinated or against their exclusionary mandates, calling them a bigot, a racist, is a way to help relieve tensions? No, it's not. Does asking if their very existence should be tolerated help relieve tensions? Of course it doesn't. But you know what it does do? It drives wedges through the population, and they are masters at wedges. That's their whole this is their way to win elections is wedges. Who cares if it's dividing Canada? Yes, shame on that government. Shame. And that's what this Prime Minister and his colleagues like to do. For them, it's a great electoral strategy. I understand that. It's electoral. If all this was an electoral strategy, and don't ask me, you could ask members from their own Liberal Party. That's what it is, electoral strategy. It's obvious from this side. It's not, and it's obvious to different ones in that side, even within their own benches. Cater to 35% approximately, maybe Toronto, Montreal, maybe downtown Vancouver. Listen, we can win the election with that. We'll expand it a bit. Who cares what we're doing to Canada? Who cares if we exclude Alberta, most of Alberta, Saskatchewan, rural parts of Canada? Oh, conservatives or Nazis. You know, who cares? As long as we get our 35%, as long as we can sit on that side, who cares what happens to Canada? Do you care? Through you, Madam Speaker. Through you. Do they care? I don't think so. It's ridiculous. Honestly, there's some things, principle is a lot more important than just winning elections. Do we get it? So dismiss other parties. They're obsessed with poll numbers. No, I understand. Polling is important. Les libéraux sont obsédés.
Point of order. Order. Again, maybe the honourable member wasn't in and is just walking in, but it's not questions and comments at the moment. Was there a point of order down there?
Same reason. Ministers
okay.
on the government side.
I took care of it, yes. Order. I already ruled on that. So again, I would ask the honourable members of the government side to please hold on to their tongue until it's time to do so. The honourable member for Pitt Meadows Maple Ridge has 2.5 minutes left. 2.5 minutes.
Merci.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you. The Liberals are obsessed with polls. Several times today, the member for Kingston made fun of the Bloc by referring to polls. He said Quebecers would not vote for the Bloc anymore.
Que le Bloc et le Parti conservateur ont une approche très différente que les libéraux, soutenus par les libéraux soutenus par les néo-démocrates.
Stand against the Liberals who are being supported by the NDP.
And yeah, we don't agree with them on most things, but yes, we do understand, Ken, the Bloc.
Still having that debate in between. I'll tell you, I actually had a call from someone from Wendover this week who had indicated that it's really not pleasant for them to listen to debates or listen to votes when people are heckling in the House. And I'm sure if he's listening tonight, he'll appreciate the fact that I put this forward. So again, questions and comments will be in just under 2 minutes. I'm sure that the honourable members can wait and the honourable ministers can wait until then to ask a question. The honourable member for Pitt Meadows Maple Ridge.
Yes, Madam Speaker. This is a precedent-setting, first-time ever invocation of the Emergencies Act. They didn't seem to be so quick to impose it recently when there were blockades. I disagree with blockades, with violence anywhere, spoke out against it when I was an MP, as an MLA in British Columbia, and as a Conservative MP. But they pick and choose. Go way over. The blockades were actually here on the borders. They're already gone before the imposition. This was totally unnecessary. It's totally a purpose of diversion. Let me just say one thing, and that is this. Why are we having this all of a sudden? Well, it seems to me a couple things. Things like their pandemic strategy might have been, well, what's going on here? Let's impose mandates upon truckers who've been able to drive back and forth in the past two years, keep the supply chains open, bring that in, and try to double down when there was pushback. They don't care if tens of thousands of Canadians are losing their jobs. And I talk to them. I talk to truckers. I talk to many others. There is not a compassion. It's like that's political fodder for them to win, to strategize, not realizing that how many countries are opening up? How many provinces are opening up? No, we're going to double down on this right here. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Minister for Families, Children and Social Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Honourable Member made some interesting comments. I was glad to hear him denounce violence, although I didn't hear that with regards to the blockade here in Ottawa. I was concerned by some of the rhetoric that he was using. I think we all need to be reducing the volume and de-escalating. However, he was being very accusatory towards the members on this side who have always stood against violence. I would like to ask the member opposite how he feels that the words that he used de-escalated the situation. I would also like to ask him about the
Have other people ask questions as well. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member Pitt Meadows Maple Ridge.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I don't happen to be the Prime Minister, okay? I'm not. So, the Prime Minister is the person that is right in front, supported by the Cabinet, supported by the Liberals. And here's the thing. I used direct quotes. I was using direct quotes that our Prime Minister has said. I'm not just making things up right here. These are the words. He called them a misogynist, racist, extremists, Nazis. That's the word. Oh, flippant. Oh, is it the truckers? Is it unvaccinated? It is Christians. Is it this? Is it the Western? Oh, whatever. We'll keep our little power base. Maybe grow that a bit. Sorry. Inappropriate for Canada. Inappropriate.
Séance des commentaires. L'honorable député de Longueuil-Saint-Hubert.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Courte question pour mon collègue. Je pense qu'il sera d'accord avec moi pour dire que ce qui se passe dehors, ça n'a plus rien à voir avec le vaccin, le masque, ou les mesures sanitaires. On est rendu beaucoup plus loin que ça. Je crois que les manifestants ont été infiltrés par des groupes d'extrême droite. Ce qu'on commence à se dire aussi, c'est que la loi sur les mesures d'urgence va mettre de l'huile sur le feu. Ça va les radicaliser encore plus. Plus on dit on va rentrer dedans, plus ils vont avoir le goût de rester. Est-ce que mon collègue est d'accord avec ça?
Make them want to stay even longer. Would my colleague agree?
Merci à mon collègue député pour ses commentaires.
For his comments.
On entend qu'il y a des terroristes là. Mais si c'est
We
vrai,
hear that there are terrorists
les
outside.
policiers sont
Well, if
qui
that's
nous
true,
mènent pas ici
then
à la côte, au Parlement.
how come
Ma femme a marché ici. Quand moi je promène ici, la majorité des personnes viennent et disent bonjour, bonjour. Voilà. Donc si c'est tellement un danger, pourquoi les policiers sont là? Pourquoi est-ce qu'on peut même marcher là?
Are they really
C'est une
that
bonne question.
dangerous?
Merci.
Comment? The honourable for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, I've had to be in this House for a couple of years where the anti-Indigenous racism here is fierce. And I understand, Madam Speaker, that it is an intense moment. But we are in the process of recovering our children. We just discovered 52 children in unmarked graves. This Member of Parliament, Madam Speaker, uses our pain as an example. And I would like to ask the member if he has humanity and will apologize for his comments.
Our member for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, I happen to be Indigenous. My family went to residential schools. Okay, I understand this, but that isn't about what this is. This is about Emergency Measures Act being imposed like it's never been before. Disgraceful. Thank you.
We have time for a brief question. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Following up on the question from the honourable member for Winnipeg Centre, I also heard anti-Indigenous racism in the decree, and as most Indigenous people in those areas also did say, it's not right to burn down the churches. But the quote from the Prime Minister was absolutely appropriate to the circumstances of the pain of discovering the children who were stolen from their homes and never came home, and their bodies are being found, as the honourable member for Winnipeg Centre just said. And I do think the honourable member could have expressed himself more clearly to show some signs that he understands the pain of the communities that are going through this now. It is re-traumatizing people across this country in Indigenous communities.
A very brief answer. The honourable member for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge.
These are examples of the tolerance and intolerance of our Prime Minister and the Liberal Party primarily. And I just gave you a variety of examples throwing out, including Unabomber, all sorts of different examples. There are so many of his approach, constant approach. And we oppose this imposition of the Emergency Measures Act as extreme. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Scarborough Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will be sharing my time with the member for Fleetwood Port, Fells. Madam Speaker, it is with sadness but with resolve that I rise today to take part in this historic debate. The country and indeed the world is watching what is happening here. I hope that we can prove to be worthy of this moment in Canada's history. I would like to begin by thanking the members of the Parliamentary Protective Services who have been working hard to keep us all safe and to ensure that the people's servants can continue the people's work uninterrupted. And it is so important that our work continues, that we show the people outside and indeed the world that our democracy is strong and we will not be intimidated. Madam Speaker, we are 3 weeks into the occupation of Ottawa. Centered as it is on our workplace, we have been unable to avoid its impact. And as we reflect, I would ask that we remember that your experience may be different than mine. Some may feel comfortable walking through the lines without fear. As a racialized woman, a very visible Muslim woman, because of my choice to wear the hijab, my experience has been different. I cannot ignore the ties to white supremacy, Islamophobia, and anti-Semitism within this movement. One of those arrested in Quds for possession of a weapon and other charges has a history of Islamophobic social media posts and means pushing the conspiracy theory that the Prime Minister is working with, quote, Islamist, unquote, to take over Canada through immigration. We have seen how online hate can transition to real-world violence. So it is with worry that I walk to Parliament each day, watching carefully those around me. It is a heavy weight to carry. Madam Speaker, it weighs on my soul. My husband and my children are worried for me, but I told them that I'm going to keep showing up. I will not be intimidated. Madam Speaker, I would like to address some of the points I often hear from the supporters of this occupiers. They say this is a peaceful protest. It is just hot tubs and bouncy castles. No, it is much, much more. These numbers are maybe a day or two old, but Ottawa police have launched more than 172 criminal investigations, 18 arrests, 33 charges, over 3,000 tickets issued, includes 4 charged with conspiracy to murder RCMP officers, 13 arrests with the seizure of more than a dozen long guns, handguns, ammunition, and body armor. In Windsor, police have made more than 42 arrests, and they have seized 37 vehicles since the protest began there. People have been verbally and physically assaulted for exercising their freedom to wear a mask. This is not a peaceful protest. But actions don't have to be physical to be violent. Being prevented from earning a living, to go to work, to run a business, that is a violent act. The Rideau Centre and many other downtown Ottawa businesses have been closed for weeks because police can't guarantee their safety from maskless protesters seeking to intimidate and frighten employees and the customers. Hundreds of minimum wage retail and food workers unable to go to work and earn the money they need to pay their rent and feed their kids. The closure of the Ambassador Bridge costs $390 million in two-way trade every day it was closed. Auto workers and others reliant on that trade faced temporary layoffs. This is not a peaceful protest. The 2 major grocery stores in core downtown have been forced to close at times during this occupation for safety reasons, making it difficult for the residents to even buy their groceries. Bus service has been shut down through most of the core, and not everyone is able to walk, especially at -30, as it has been some days. This is not a peaceful protest. Making residents feel unsafe, walking their children down the street, taking away their freedom of movement by occupying their streets, polluting their air with diesel fumes 24/7, honking so constant and loud it took a court order to somewhat reduce it. This is not a peaceful protest. It is a torture. I support peaceful protests, and for those for whom this is about vaccine mandates, especially those outside of Ottawa that don't see what life has been like for people here in Ottawa, I want to say that is a fair debate, and you have a right to protest and be heard. And I understand your frustration. We are all frustrated. We are all tired of this pandemic. I want it to be over as much as you do. I have family overseas I've not been able to visit in 2 years. Believe me, your voice has been heard and understood. But we cannot just wish this pandemic away. Canadians have sacrificed too much. I hope we are close to the end. But I don't want to risk seeing restrictions lifted too early and people dying that didn't have to. That's the challenge here, I believe. I support your right to protest on these points. Peacefully park your vehicle, take the LRT downtown, stand on the lawn, and protest all day. But peaceful protests does not mean blocking city streets. It does not mean blocking trade and commerce. It does not mean threatening and intimidating local residents who are just trying to live their lives. It's time to give the people of Ottawa their city back. And allow me to say to the people of Ottawa, I'm sorry. We are sorry for what you have had to live through and endure. You don't deserve this. I won't prejudge the commissions and the inquiries that will follow. Right now, the focus must be restoring order, but you have deserved better from all of us. Madam Speaker, I would like to speak to our staff. I started my career in politics as an assistant at Queen's Park, and I know how hard our staff works. We get to go home on the weekends, back in our ridings, and away from this occupation. They have to stay here because our Ottawa staff lives here, many of them in Centretown or the Byward Market in the heart of this. I urge my colleagues to ask their staff who we couldn't do our jobs without. How do they feel? How are they doing? How is their mental health through all this? What is it like on the weekends when we have gone home, but thousands more people bent on trouble and violence descent on the downtown core? I'm so sorry they have had to go through this, that their families have had to go through this, and that some have had to watch as their bosses have posed for photos with the people making their lives unbearable. Photos they then have to post on their bosses' social media. I am sorry, and I hope you have the support you need to get through this. Madam Speaker, I believe in the Charter of Rights, but I feel like so many that quote it haven't really read it. With rights comes the responsibilities, and your rights don't override my rights. We have a responsibility to one another. That's part of living in a democratic society. Canada is founded on the principles of peace, order, and good government. Across our country today, that is under threat by a foreign-funded movement that, under the guise of vaccine mandate, seeks to disrupt our lives, disrupt our trade and commerce, and disrupt our faith in our institutions, our faith in one another. The measures in this act are targeted, they are proportionate, they respect the Charter, and they give the police the tools and the powers they need to restore law and order in our country. It's time to put our democracy first. I will be supporting this order. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And you know, there's certainly much from the Liberal member across the way speech that I'd like to comment on, but there was one specific thing that she said that really piqued my interest. So I would simply ask her this. She referenced that there will be commissions and inquiries related to the response to these blockades, and I'm glad to hear that. I wish, in fact, that the Prime Minister had said that. So I'm pleased to hear that they're willing to look into it. So my question is simple. If the Prime Minister and the actions of other members of this Liberal government are found to have been inflammatory, to have played a role in what has been taking place, Madam Speaker, I'm wondering if she will accept the findings of those commissions and inquiries.
Honourable member for Scarborough Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I would like to thank the honourable member for his question. Having now declared the public order emergency, this declaration will only last for 30 days unless renewed, and our government is conscious of the need for transparency and parliamentary oversight as we have undertaken this action. In the coming days, our parliamentary committee will be stuck to provide oversight while the emergency has been in effect.
Questions and comments? L'honorable député de Longueuil-Saint-Hubert.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Courte
question. Merci ma collègue pour sa question. Ce matin, le Premier ministre, quand il a présenté la loi sur les mesures d'urgence, il a dit quelque chose d'assez intéressant. Je le cite, en fait. Il a dit la loi, c'est pas quelque chose qu'on prend à la légère, qu'on fait à la légère, évidemment. Ça n'a même pas été la première, la deuxième, ni même la troisième option qu'on a envisagée. On se demande vraiment quelles étaient donc ces trois options qui ont été envisagées.
What these three options were that the government considered before proceeding to this step.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I would like to thank the honourable member for his question. Madam Speaker, as the Prime Minister has made clear, the Emergencies Act is not the first option exercised or even the third or fourth. It's important to remember that local police are the first responders and the force of jurisdiction. In this case of Ottawa, that's the Ottawa Police Services. From the beginning, since the City of Ottawa began to make requests for support and resources, the government has worked with the city to ensure the RCMP provides the support they asked for. First, the City of Ottawa declared an emergency, then the Province of Ontario, and we continue to coordinate with and support those local authorities. We established an integrated command center with the Ottawa Police, OPP, RCMP to bring more resources forward. Only when it was clear that this was a crisis, national in scope, and that existing authorities available to the local police of jurisdiction were insufficient did the government reluctantly took this action.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for her speech. I've worked with her on several committees and associations, and she's always so good to work with. There's been a lot of discussions in this House on both sides about the level of disputes, I guess we could call them outside. On the other side of the House, the Conservative members have said that these are about honking annoyances and traffic jams. Those are the two direct quotes that I've heard over the course of today's debate. I'm wondering if she could share her thoughts on the dangers of downplaying what we're seeing outside when I know that I have spoken to people about the assaults and the harassment that they have endured throughout this convoy. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Scarborough Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thanks to the honourable member for her question. And it has always been a pleasure working with her on many committees. I totally agree that peaceful protests are an important part of our democracy, and everyone should have the right for peaceful protest. But these illegal blockades, blocking our trade corridors, blocking our borders, like as I mentioned in my speech, that the closure of the Ambassador Bridge has costed like $390 million per day in the loss of trade with our most important trading partner, US. So these are not peaceful protests. These are illegal blockades. We need to end these illegal blockades so that the people of Ottawa can have their life back.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Fleetwood Port Kells.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a message tonight for all my colleagues here in the House of Commons, and especially for everyone here at home in Fleetwood Port Kells who are having a rightfully good debate right now about the justifications for using the Emergency Measures Act. And I wanted to provide my own thoughts and the rationale behind my support for the government's actions. To do that, let's focus specifically on the questions in this debate. Is the government's use of the Emergency Measures Act justified? And are the measures being invoked legally? Well, the second answer is the easiest to, or the second question is the easiest to answer, because that answer is yes, if the measures being used to deal with the situation conform with the legislation that's been on the books since the 1980s. But given that this is the first time that this legislation has been used, there should be scrutiny of the measures to make sure that they do conform with the law. But that is the easy part. But we have to talk about the justification. The act is right to the point. It says a national emergency is an urgent and critical situation of a temporary nature that A, seriously endangers the lives, health, or safety of Canadians, and is of such proportions or nature as to exceed the capacity or authority of a province to deal with it. Or B, seriously threatens the ability of the Government of Canada to preserve the sovereignty, security, and the territorial integrity of Canada. So let's take that apart and look at the evidence. Does the current situation endanger the lives of Canadians? Well, the border disruption certainly endangered the economic quality of life for Canadians and therefore their well-being. And there was ample evidence of that in Windsor, especially in the auto sector, or for so many businesses and their employees in Ottawa. The threats of physical violence to people in Ottawa's downtown neighborhood have been real. And charges have been laid against the 13 in Coutts, Alberta, apparently because they appeared ready to murder RCMP officers. Does the activity endanger our health? Well, there's no doubt that the premature lifting of public health measures, as demanded by these protesters, would do this. We saw this very clearly in Alberta last year when they lifted the mandates for the best summer ever, and it wasn't. So we don't want a repeat of that. But the stated aim of the protest is to force the government to abandon public health measures regardless of the advice from the Public Health Agency of Canada and provincial authorities. Do the blockades endanger safety? Well, when protesters harass and bully people and threaten assault, yes. When protesters allegedly tried to set fire to a residential building in Ottawa, gluing the door shut in the process, yes, indeed. When police find that cache of weapons, such as was seized in Coutts, Alberta, how could there not be a perception that public safety was endangered? Does the situation exceed the capacity or authority of a province to deal with it? Well, not in every case, but certainly in some, notably in Ontario, which is why the use of the Emergency Measures Act clearly sets out that it can be specifically targeted to locations where provincial authorities need additional help to restore order. And to the point that's been raised a few times, well, all these things were cleared up just as the Emergency Measures Act was being announced. Let's face it, we want to prevent them from bringing disorder back to those locations, which is a real and current threat. Do the current actions threaten Canada's sovereignty and security? Well, the manifesto of this group calls for Canada's democratically elected government to be deposed, and the government turned over to a committee made up of, in part, by them. So we put a check mark next to that one. But there'll be some who say, well, the answer is no. If you consider the protesters at face value, it's just some good old boys and girls and kids in big trucks challenging the government to preserve God-given and charter-enshrined rights and freedoms. But the people who believe that, like some of our conservative colleagues, have been deceived. They've been gamed by crafty, intense, gray-faced agents of passive-aggressive manipulation and sedition. One can only imagine the information our security services have on them. And the gaming that they performed has been intense indeed. Canada has had a long and sometimes very colorful history of civil disobedience, where people break the law, and the police show patience and restraint while the protesters make their point. Then, having made their point on a reasonably transparent agenda, they and the government trade ideas, a deal is done, and the protesters go home. Well, those behind the blockade and occupations know this, and they have gamed us to a fare thee well. They allegedly gamed the Ottawa Police Service. Oh, we'll do our thing for a few days and then leave, while planning to use this grace period to dig in. They may have also gamed Ottawa's mayor, who thought there was a deal to get some of the trucks out of the residential areas until one of the leaders, Patrick King, stepped in and said, hey, no deal. We're not going anywhere. So do the current actions seriously threaten Canada's sovereignty and security? Well, the evidence says yes. When you take a close, honest look at the people calling the shots in the protest, do their actions seriously threaten Canada's sovereignty and security? Yes, absolutely. Patrick King, who's demonstrated significant influence in the Ottawa occupation, has deposited a great deal of material online. I'm going to quote him, and the "you" in the quote refers to the Prime Minister. I quote, "Someone's going to make you catch a bullet one day. To the rest of this government, somebody's going to do you in." And in another quote, "The only way this is going to be settled is by bullets." The 13 people charged in Coutts, Alberta, by their history of arrests and violence, represent a very clear danger to police and to Canadian society. Want to know what their motto is for change in Canada? Guns or rope. How many times, Madam Speaker, have we seen news of mass shootings and tragic bloodshed and loss of life, only to find out in the aftermath that, oh, there were signs that the authorities should have picked up? Well, signs have been picked up, and this government will not want the postscript to an act of domestic terrorism to be an indictment by Canadians that we didn't act. And this gets us to the real point of the protest, the real agenda of the people behind it. You see, theirs is a world of anger, resentment, and hate, of minorities, of immigrants, of the liberal values and the democracy they represent. The core people behind the protests are precisely as the Prime Minister has described them. And many agree. Glenn Pearson, writing in National Newswatch today, noted, "This hatred for hatred's sake doesn't find an easy landing in Canada as it might do south of the border. But as the convoy protest revealed, the hate movement is increasingly interested in this country, hoping to undermine its authorities and replace them with chaos. The goal of such insidious agents was never to help the truckers succeed, but to make sure the government and security forces didn't."